Chapter 1. Brother, how have you been in Black Africa recently? Brother, how have you been in Black Africa lately? She pressed the send button, and the message swiftly traversed half the globe. The notification the other party is typing flickered a few times before a response arrived. Pretty good, same as always. Why are you still awake? It must be almost midnight back home. Qin Yao glanced at the time. 23:47. She replied, summer vacation is just around the corner. I'm too excited to sleep. Brother, it's been 2 years since you last came home, and our parents miss you dearly. Busy with work, can't get away. A typically terse reply. After graduating, Fong had ventured to Africa, claiming it was a land of opportunities. Yet no one at home knew precisely what he was doing. Initially, their parents had vehemently opposed his decision, given the constant news reports about Africa's turmoil and dangers. However, Fong was resolute, stating he had a good job arranged by a friend, with a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000. Unable to dissuade him, their parents relented. That was 2 years ago, and he hadn't returned even for the new year. If it weren't for their regular phone calls and video chats, along with the timely remittances, the family might have suspected he had been kidnapped. Qin Yao recalled the early days after her brother moved to Africa, when the family was on edge, scrutinizing the background during every video call to ensure he was indeed safe. Fong would always smile and assure them he was in a secure zone, with his company providing meals and accommodation in a pleasant environment. Indeed, the room behind him during the video calls appeared tidy and bright, with views of green trees and sunlight, contradicting the dismal image they had of Africa. Moreover, he seemed to maintain excellent health, even appearing more vibrant than he did at home. Brother, I have 2 months of summer vacation in my freshman year. Qin Yao continued to type. I'd like to visit you in Africa. Is that convenient? I'm going with 3 of my roommates, and we plan a live stream for a change of style. Outdoor adventure streams are quite popular right now. This time, the other party is typing flickered for a longer duration. You want to come to Africa? Can our parents agree? I can persuade them. Just tell me if it's convenient. It is convenient, but are you sure you want to come? It's quite different here than back home. Absolutely. We have everything planned, and I've saved enough for the airfare. My roommates are particularly interested in going with me to see you. They offered to share accommodation costs. Qin Yao stared at the screen, feeling a bit anxious. She realized her request might be sudden, but she genuinely wanted to see the place where her brother had spent the past 2 years, to know how he was faring. A screen could obscure some truths. Come on, we'll pick you up at the airport. Really? That's fantastic. You're the best, brother. However, there are a few conditions. First, you must follow my arrangements throughout. No wandering off. Second, you need to have our parents call me before you leave. I must personally clarify the situation here to them. Third, send me your flight information in advance so I can pick you up. Absolutely. I'll follow all your instructions. Qin Yao excitedly rolled over on her bed, nearly colliding with the wall. She composed herself and continued typing. Brother, is it safe there? I saw news reports saying Africa is chaotic. Will I be in danger? Don't worry, it's very safe here. However, other parts of Black Africa can still be quite perilous for ordinary people. By the way, our second brother recently graduated, but it seems he's having a tough time finding a job. Mom said he's applied for dozens of positions and interviewed at 7 or 8 places, but none have worked out. Qin Yang studied computer science. He should be able to find a job easily. Who knows? Maybe his expectations are too high. Last week, he interviewed with a company in Hangzhou, and they only offered 8,000, which he thought was too low. But isn't that the typical salary for fresh graduates? Tell him not to rush. He'll find a job eventually. Our parents are both doing well, but they miss you terribly. Dad doesn't say much, but he always listens intently whenever you call. As for Mom, she secretly wipes away tears after every video call. After sending that message, Qin Yao felt a bit emotional herself. Their family had 3 children, with the eldest, Fong, being exceptionally sensible from a young age, excelling in studies and caring for his younger siblings. She remembered how, when their parents were busy running the convenience store, it was always her brother who cooked for her and Qin Yang, helping them with their homework. Later, when her brother got into university and the family faced financial strain, he took on part-time jobs to support himself, never once complaining. Tell our parents I will definitely return by the end of this year. Really? That's wonderful. Mom will be so happy she won't be able to sleep. Yes, there are some matters that need to be discussed with the family. Qin Yao blinked at that statement. Some matters? What could they be? She wanted to ask, but reconsidered, thinking her brother might be referring to his work situation in Africa. After all, it had been 2 years, and besides knowing he worked for an import-export company, the family was oblivious to any other details. Brother, what exactly do you do in Africa? You're being quite mysterious. He'll tell you when we meet. In any case, I'm doing well here, so there's no need to worry. As always, he evaded the question. Qin Yao pouted, but didn't press further. Her brother had always been resolute he would share when he was ready. By the way, the 2,000 you send me and Qin Yang each month, we're saving it. As for the 10,000 for our parents, they haven't spent much. They say it's for you to save for a future wife. Let them spend it, there's no need to save. My income here is quite good indeed. Qin Yao mused, A fresh graduate earning $12,000 a month to support his family while living in Africa is considered quite high. Yet, she had never heard her brother complain about the hardships of work. Each video call revealed him to be spirited and well-dressed, clearly living comfortably. Brother, have you got a girlfriend? An African girl or a Chinese girl? Hey, just indulging in some gossip. Mom is anxious. She mentioned last time that you should be cautious in Africa and not bring back a foreign daughter-in-law. Fearing communication barriers. You worry too much. I have my own plans regarding personal matters. All right, I won't ask anymore. By the way, we plan to depart around early July. They'll let you know the exact date once it's confirmed. Is obtaining a visa easy? Send me your passport information. They'll help you apply for an electronic visa. It's quite convenient. Wow, brother, you're quite resourceful now. You can handle visas? Having stayed here for a while, I've made some connections. Qin Yao nodded, not thinking much of it. Her brother had always been reliable. If he said it could be done, it surely could. Then it's settled. I'm going live now. I promised my fans ID, sing a new song I learned. You're going live this late? Make sure to rest. I know, just for an hour. You should also get to bed early. It must be afternoon there, right? Yeah, it's 3 in the afternoon. Go ahead with your live stream. And remember to send me your identity information. Got it. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, stay safe. Qin Yao exited the chat interface, a smile still gracing her face. She opened Douyin to check her follower count 123,000. Not a vast number, but quite respectable among student streamers. She mainly sang, shared her university life, and occasionally discussed beauty tips, earning a modest income of 2,000 to 3,000 each month, sufficient for her spending. This upcoming trip to Africa had long been on her mind. She planned to create a series of special live streams. African adventures, observing wildlife, exploring her brother's life in Africa. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through her follower count would surely surge. Her roommate, Lin Xiao, poked her head out sleepily. Yao, why aren't you asleep? Who are you chatting with so excitedly? My brother. He agreed to let me visit him in Africa, Qin Yao whispered, unable to contain her excitement. Really? That's fantastic. Lin Xiao suddenly became alert. So when do we set off? What about the visa? Have the plane tickets been booked? In early July, my brother said he would help us with the visa. He'll also book the tickets for us. What does your brother do in Africa? He seems quite resourceful. Qin Yao paused for a moment. He said he would tell us when we meet. Anyway, my brother has always been impressive since childhood. If he says he can handle it, he surely can. Is your brother handsome? Another roommate, Zhang Yu, also woke up and joined the conversation. Of course he is. He's 1.85 meters tall, with a fantastic physique, and was in the university basketball team. Qin Yao said proudly. But don't get any ideas, my brother has high standards. Come on, we're just asking, Zhang Yu laughed. But seriously, is it safe to go to Africa? If my parents knew I was going there, they would definitely worry. My brother assured me it's very safe there, and we just need to follow his arrangements. Qin Yao replied confidently. Besides, there are 4 of us together. What's there to fear? True, 4 of us can look out for each other. So, are we going together? Of course. It's 2 whole months during summer vacation. How boring would it be to stay here? Going to Africa sounds so cool, and we can live stream it. Who knows? I might become a great outdoor adventure streamer. The 3 girls giggled softly, excitedly discussing what luggage to bring, what clothes to wear, and how to talk to their families. As Qin Yao participated in the discussion, she pondered her brother's last remark. Some things should be shared with the family. Chapter 2. The base in Black Africa. After ending the call with his sister, Fong rose from the luxurious leather chair and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was an expansive green landscape, with a neatly trimmed lawn stretching into the distance. Further away, the outline of an airport runway was faintly visible, with several elegantly designed fighter jets quietly parked beside the hangars. This was his kingdom. 2 years ago, freshly graduated from university, Fong was still hustling between various job fairs for a meager monthly salary. His parents' small convenience store barely covered family expenses, and with siblings still in school, he felt the heavy responsibility of being the eldest son. Then, that voice echoed in his mind. System binding successful. Energy conversion module activated. Knowledge base loading. Initially, Fong thought he was hallucinating due to stress. But when he witnessed the system effortlessly converting energy into a block of high-purity metal, and when an overwhelming amount of advanced technological knowledge was infused into his mind, he realized his fate had truly changed. The system was straightforward, devoid of extravagant interfaces or cold mechanical sounds. Only directly imprinted functions and information in his consciousness. It could convert energy into matter, rendering it nearly omnipotent. It possessed the technological knowledge of all known civilizations in the universe, from fundamental physics to higher dimensional theories. It could autonomously absorb dark energy from the cosmos as its power source, an energy source that was inexhaustibly abundant throughout the universe. The system also made it clear it was merely a tool, and how to utilize it depended entirely on the host. At that time, Fong was just an ordinary university graduate, without a penny to his name and no foundation to rely on. If he recklessly utilized the system's capabilities domestically, he would soon attract the attention of various forces, with dire consequences. He needed a concealed location, a place where he could develop safely. Black Africa became the ideal choice. He selected a site in an uninhabited area on the border of a Central African country, where the terrain was complex and rarely visited. During the first month at his destination, Fong lived in the tent he had brought along, relying on basic supplies converted by the system. He first utilized the system's material conversion function to carve out a temporary shelter deep underground. Then, the real construction began. 2 years. For an entire 2 years, Qin Feng hardly left this area. Using dark energy as a source, the system constructed matter from nothing. Initially, it was just a small underground laboratory, then a living area, a manufacturing workshop. An energy center like building blocks, a vast and intricate underground kingdom gradually took shape. Now, the surface area of the base spanned 100 square kilometers, 10 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, enveloped by a high-intensity energy shield. At the center of the surface lay a 3 square kilometer estate, the main building being a massive villa that seamlessly blended modern design with classical elements. Featuring 7 stories and over 200 rooms, the interior of the villa was extravagantly decorated, yet imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. The estate boasted recreational facilities such as a swimming pool, tennis courts, and sports fields, along with an artificial lake that housed a small island and pavilion at its center. However, these were merely superficial aspects. The truly significant areas included the training base, tactical training ground, and an airport capable of accommodating large transport planes and strategic bombers. The airport runway measured 5 kilometers in length, constructed from special materials with sufficient strength to withstand hundreds of tons of aircraft taking off and landing at supersonic speeds. The hangar housed various types of aircraft: the streamlined J-20 variant, the sharply angular F-22 upgrade, the powerful WZ-10 enhanced version, and the iconic Apache armed helicopter variant. These aircraft bore similarities to their earthly counterparts in appearance, yet their internal structures were entirely different. They employed anti-gravity propulsion systems and fusion energy, significantly elevating their speed, maneuverability, and firepower. The ammunition systems were standardized, allowing all weapon platforms to share ammunition, greatly simplifying logistics. Nonetheless, the surface was merely the tip of the iceberg. The main underground base was situated 1 kilometer beneath the surface, taking on a cylindrical shape with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a height of 3 kilometers, with an overall volume exceeding 2,000 cubic kilometers, akin to relocating a medium-sized city underground. Such a colossal project was beyond the realm of current Earth technology, but through the system's material conversion capabilities, Qin Feng achieved it. The underground base consisted of 20 layers, each serving a different function, with ceiling heights ranging from 50 to 300 meters. The top layer housed command and living quarters, where Qin Feng and the bioengineered individuals conducted their daily activities. The living area simulated a natural environment complete with parks, rivers, and even a fabricated sky. The holographic projection system could mimic sunrises and sunsets, as well as the changing night sky, making one almost forget they were underground. Below there was the research center, occupying 3 full layers. It contained numerous laboratories encompassing all cutting-edge fields, including physics, biology, material science, and energy science. Every day, thousands of research-oriented bioengineered individuals worked here, extracting technology from the system's knowledge base for verification, improvement, and innovation. Beneath the research center lay the manufacturing factory, also spanning 3 layers. It utilized fully automated production lines, capable of producing everything from nanorobots to parts for interstellar warships. Currently, the primary production items included various weaponry, gene optimization liquids, and special components required for the bioengineered individuals. Further down were the energy center, storage areas, training facilities. The entire underground base was a fully self-sustaining ecosystem. Energy was sourced from geothermal and dark energy conversion. Water was procured through purification from underground rivers and air condensation. Food was provided by vertical farms, where genetically modified high-yield crops were cultivated, with an annual output equivalent to 100 times that of traditional agriculture per hectare. And all of this operated thanks to the bioengineered individuals created by Qin Feng. Bioengineered individuals served as the core labor force of the base, all designed with the features of Dragon Country citizens. This was a subtle inclination of Qin Feng here. He wished to see more familiar faces. Bioengineered individuals were categorized into 3 types. Research-oriented, with a population of approximately 50,000. They possessed exceptionally high intelligence, specializing in various scientific fields. Each research-oriented bioengineered individual had a knowledge reserve equivalent to that of the top scientists in their respective fields, and their learning ability surpassed that of humans by over 100-fold. Surprisingly, even the research-oriented bioengineered individuals possess formidable combat capabilities. Their physiques have been comprehensively optimized with strength, speed, and reflexes reaching dozens of times beyond human limits. The service-oriented bioengineered beings number approximately 8,000. They're tasked with the daily maintenance and living services of the base, endowed with extraordinary physical qualities. Yet they excel in delicate operations and emotional interactions. The defense-oriented faction consists of 300,000 members. This is the armed force of the base, organized by Qin Feng into 30 divisions, each comprising 10,000 personnel, fully equipped for both land and air operations. These defense-oriented bioengineered beings are entirely crafted for combat. Their skeletal structure is reinforced with carbon nanotubes. Their musculature comprises synthetic fiber bundles, and their skin is capable of withstanding direct fire from large-caliber firearms. Even more alarming is their combat proficiency. Each defense-oriented bioengineered individual is adept in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, and tactical command, skillfully maneuvering all weaponry within the base. Fong once conducted a test, pitting a research-oriented, bioengineered individual against the T-1000 liquid robot from the film The Terminator. The results were astonishing. The bioengineered being crushed the robot's core processor with a single hand in under 3 seconds. To manage this vast base, Fong created 2 exceptional bioengineered individuals. Weidong appears to be in his 40s, with a square face, sharp eyes, and a composed demeanor. He serves as the overall director of the surface base and concurrently acts as Feng's steward. Weidong possesses the highest level of managerial authority, capable of mobilizing all service and defense-oriented bioengineered beings, overseeing daily operations to ensure the seamless functioning of the surface segment of the base. Wanjun, also around 40 years of age, wears gold-rimmed glasses and exudes an air of elegance. He is the chief administrator of the underground base, overseeing research and production. Wanjun's database is directly linked to the system's knowledge repository, enabling him to coordinate the work of thousands of researchers and transform theoretical knowledge into tangible products. In addition, Fong commands a personal guard of 36 members, all elite bioengineered individuals from the defense category. They stand watch around the clock, ensuring Feng's absolute safety. Even though, with his physique having undergone 3 genetic optimizations, he is already one of the most powerful beings on Earth. Standing by the window, Feng's thoughts return to the present. His sister's coming. Chapter 3. Live broadcast. Fong reclined in a comfortable chair, cradling a sleek and elegantly designed smartphone. The exterior bore an uncanny resemblance to a leading brand in the market, yet the interior was an entirely different realm. This was a communication device independently developed by the base, featuring a photon computing chip as its processor, boasting a computational speed exceeding that of the most advanced smartphones by over 10,000 times. The battery utilized a miniature fusion core, with a theoretical standby time of up to 10 years. Most notably, the signal system was exceptional. The phone connected directly to a network formed by 36 low-orbit satellites secretly deployed by Fong, employing stealth materials and energy barrier technology. This network enveloped every corner of the globe, from the depths of the Sahara Desert to the icy expanses of Antarctica, consistently delivering full signal strength, with data transmission speeds reaching an astounding 1 terabyte per second and virtually zero latency. Fong opened Douyin, entering Qin Yao's live broadcast room. The viewer count displayed 137, gradually rising. On the screen, Qin Yao appeared in a simple white t-shirt, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, exuding the youthful vitality characteristic of a university student. So, it's really decided. We'll set off in early July. Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly at the camera, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. I plan to stay in Africa for about a month, and I will try to broadcast live every day to show everyone what true Africa is like. The comments began to flow. Is Yao Yao really going to Africa? Stay safe. I've heard it's quite chaotic there. Robbery and kidnapping are commonplace. What does your brother do in Africa? Can he ensure your safety? Seeing the barrage of comments, Qin Yao responded earnestly. Thank you all for your concern. My brother has been living in Africa for 2 years, and he says it's very safe there. I trust him. One comment floated by. Your brother isn't involved in telecom scams or anything shady, right? Just joking, haha. Qin Yao scrunched her nose in disapproval. Poo poo poo. My brother is not that kind of person. He has a legitimate job at an import-export company. What kind of import-export company requires 2 years in Africa without returning home? Another comment questioned. Exactly. It sounds a bit suspicious, Qin Yao replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. Oh, please don't jump to conclusions. You'll know once I get there. My brother promised to let us visit, so he must be confident in ensuring our safety. She swiftly changed the subject. By the way, what content would you like to see me live stream? Would you prefer watching lions, elephants, or indigenous tribes? The comments became lively. I want to see wildlife, preferably up close. I want to witness the sunset on the African savanna. I've heard it's particularly magnificent. Yao Yao, could you show us where your brother lives? I'm curious about his living conditions in Africa. Upstairs 1. I also want to know what kind of houses Chinese people working in Africa live in. I suggest Yao Yao bring wolf repellent spray and an alarm. Safety first. Nodding as she read the comments, Qin Yao replied, I've noted everything down. I've already purchased wolf repellent spray and a portable alarm. As for where I'll be staying, my brother mentioned that his living conditions are quite decent, with air conditioning and internet, so it shouldn't be too bad. Your brother isn't living in one of those tin shacks, is he? Many places in Africa have unstable electricity. I recall Yao Yao mentioning that her brother sends over 10,000 each month for the family, and considering he is living in Africa, it seems unlikely he is able to save much for rent. Qin Yao pressed her lips together. I am not entirely sure about that. However, during our video calls, he appears to be doing quite well. The background is a clean room, so it must not be too shabby. A striking red bold comment caught attention. Yao Yao. I study international relations, and I must remind you that many areas in Africa can be perilous, especially for young women. Remember to keep the embassy's contact information handy, and seek help immediately if you find yourself in danger. Additionally, do not easily trust strangers, as some criminal gangs posing as compatriots specifically target our own. Qin Yao's expression turned serious. Thank you for the reminder. I will exercise caution. My brother has also advised us to follow his arrangements closely and not wander off. Is your brother reliable? You mustn't let your group of girls fall into danger. Indeed, for beautiful young women traveling to Africa sounds alarming. Are all 3 of your roommates going as well? Be careful not to be taken all at once. Seeing these comments, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh. You all are being overly dramatic. My brother has always treated me exceptionally well. How could he possibly harm me? Moreover, my roommate's parents will also communicate with my brother to confirm our situation. We cannot simply go as we please. She glanced at the time.
Well then, that concludes today's live stream. Once I have booked my flight and confirmed the itinerary, I will update everyone. Thank you all for your concern and suggestions. I will prepare thoroughly. Goodbye. The live stream ended. The screen fading to black, leaving only a line indicating the host was on her way. He could comprehend the fans' worries. After all, Africa is indeed synonymous with danger and poverty in the minds of most citizens. However, they were unaware that the Africa they spoke of and the one his sister was about to visit were entirely different worlds. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Qin Yao. Brother, I have sent you my and my roommate's identification information. Please assist us with the visa process. Following closely was a zipped file containing scanned copies of the 4 girls' passports, ID photographs, and other essential information. Qin Fong opened the file and quickly skimmed through. Qin Yao, 19 years old, a first-year student majoring in journalism and communication at a university in Zhejiang province. Lin Xiaoxiao, 19 years old, a fellow English major and Qin Yao's roommate and close friend. Zhang Yu, 19 years old, studying business administration at the same university. Li Siyu, 18 years old, majoring in art design, the youngest in the dormitory. All 4 girls were ordinary university students with clean backgrounds and no adverse records. Qin Fong nodded in satisfaction, forwarding the file to Qin Weidong with the instruction. Facilitate the complete procedures for these 4 to travel to the base. Acknowledged, Commander. Expected completion within 10 minutes. Qin Weidong replied almost instantly. Qin Fong set down his phone and rose to approach the wall on one side of the room. The wall appeared to be an ordinary wooden decorative panel, but when he touched a specific spot, the panel silently slid open, revealing a massive display screen. The screen showcased real-time footage from the base command center, dozens of bioengineered personnel busily operating at holographic control consoles, various data streams floating in the air, and a 3-dimensional map marking the status of every corner within and outside the base. Access the satellite network to connect with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs database. Commanded Qin Fong. Establishing connection to acquire the highest level of access to the target country's electronic visa system, responded a gentle electronic voice. A complex operational interface emerged on the screen, and the virtual image of Qin Weidong appeared in the corner. Commander, I am in the process of securing electronic visas for the 4 young ladies. The system indicated that the target nation had implemented an electronic visa policy for travelers holding Dragon Country passports, which typically required 3 working days for processing at a fee of $80. Proceed directly, marked as diplomatic courtesy channel, Qin Fong instructed. Understood. The profiles of the 4 young ladies are being marked as special friendly persons, with a visa validity of 6 months, allowing multiple entries and exempting them from visa fees. Qin Fong observed the icon representing the visa status transition from under review to approved in less than 30 seconds. These visas are not forged. They are entirely legitimate, entered into the country's system database through formal channels, and will show as valid at any customs terminal. The only distinction is that they bypassed the conventional review process and were granted approval directly via the system's highest authority. What about the flight tickets? Qin Fong inquired. The most suitable flight has been located. July 3rd, Dragon Country Eastern Airlines MU-789, departing from Magic City International Airport directly to N'Djamena International Airport, with an economy class fare of 800 renminbi per person. Shall I proceed with the booking? No, book business class instead. Understood. Booking business class at a fare of 500 renminbi per person, totaling 86,000 RMB for the 4. Payment successful. Ticket issuance complete. Flight information has been sent to the mobile numbers provided by the 4 young ladies. Qin Weidong paused briefly before continuing. According to standard procedures, it is advisable to arrange for our private jet to await at Magic City Pudong Airport. Once flight MU-789 takes off, the private jet can rendezvous in international waters to transfer the 4 young ladies to our aircraft, then proceed directly to the base. This would circumvent their entry at international airports in Africa, thereby reducing exposure risks. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fong shook his head. No, let us not complicate matters this time. Allow them to arrive in N'Djamena normally. I will personally meet them at the airport. Chapter 4. Power and Strategy. Dawn in Africa arrived particularly early. Before 5 o'clock, the eastern horizon had already begun to glow with a pale light. The system in his mind remained consistently silent, like a faithful tool awaiting its master's command. Over the past 2 years, Qin Fong had grown accustomed to this state, devoid of mechanical alerts or cold task assignments. Only the nearly infinite repository of knowledge and energy conversion capabilities quietly existing, ready for his utilization. The initial elation and apprehension upon acquiring the system had long since settled, replaced by a composed sense of control. Qin Fong understood precisely what he possessed, an ultimate tool capable of directly transforming the universe's dark energy into any material. A treasury of knowledge documenting all technologies across the cosmos, and the formidable influence established therein, capable of altering the global landscape. Sir, Qin Weidong's voice interrupted his reverie. Holding a holographic data panel. Come in. Qin Fong turned around. Is everything arranged? Yes. The itineraries of the 4 young ladies have been confirmed. They will depart from Shanghai Pudong Airport at 11:20 a.m. on July 3rd and are expected to arrive in N'Djamena at 7 o'clock p.m. local time. Qin Weidong paused momentarily before continuing. In accordance with your directives, I have completed the adjustments to the manor's camouflage. All facilities exceeding the current technological capabilities of Earth have been concealed or disguised as conventional products. The entrances to the underground base have been sealed, and the energy barriers are functioning properly, ensuring that we remain undetectable by any means of surveillance. Qin Fong nodded and took a seat behind the expansive mahogany desk. The surface was cluttered with reports pertaining to the base's daily operations, but his mind was preoccupied with matters far more significant. Qin Weidong. Do you think it is time to gradually reveal certain truths to my family? The bioengineered butler slightly bowed. That depends on your judgment, Commander. From a security perspective, the less they know, the safer they are. However, from an emotional standpoint, sharing the joy of success with loved ones is a universal human need. I chose to conceal the truth 2 years ago because we were utterly defenseless at that time. Qin Feng's fingers lightly tapped the desk as he contemplated. Had anyone known of my possession of the system back then, the consequences would have been dire. But now, the situation is vastly different. His gaze deepened. Our conventional military strength is sufficient to dominate the entire world. With a force of 300,000 bioengineered soldiers, each one a super soldier. Our aircraft and tanks outperform existing Earth equipment by a factor of 10. Our production facilities can manufacture enough weaponry and ammunition daily to wage a world war. He paused. As for nuclear weapons, it has never been a question of technology. The system's knowledge base contains comprehensive blueprints for nuclear weapon designs, ranging from fission bombs to fusion devices, and from tactical nuclear arms to strategic hydrogen bombs. The challenge lies in the refinement of raw materials such as uranium and the production of plutonium, which typically necessitate a vast industrial infrastructure. Yet for us, raw materials are not an obstacle. Qin Feng's tone was chillingly calm. The system can directly convert energy into any material. As long as I understand atomic structures, I can conjure weapon-grade nuclear materials from thin air. Theoretically, I could blanket the entire surface of the Earth with nuclear warheads, though I have no intention of doing so. Qin Weidong listened intently, aware that the commander was not boasting, but rather organizing his thoughts. I have always believed that nuclear weapons serve as the ultimate deterrent and should be employed only when necessary. Qin Feng stood and walked back to the window. However, the imminent arrival of my sister may very well lead to the gradual exposure of our existence. Live broadcasts, social media, and the experiences of 4 young girls in Africa could attract considerable attention if disseminated. Are you concerned that other powers will target us? It is not a concern. It is an inevitability. Qin Feng turned, his eyes sharp, when the world becomes aware of a mysterious conglomerate in the heart of Africa, possessing a formidable private military and wielding technology far beyond its time. Do you think governments will remain passive? Will intelligence agencies turn a blind eye? Qin Weidong remained silent for a moment. Analyzing human political behavior patterns, at least 17 countries would initiate investigative procedures immediately, and 5 of them would likely consider taking coercive measures. Thus, we require a more formidable deterrent. Qin Feng resolved that nuclear weapons are a trump card, but should not be revealed lightly. We need a deterrent force that lies between conventional weapons and nuclear arms, one that can vividly convey the disparity, instilling a sense of caution against rash actions. He pressed a button on the desk, and a 3-dimensional model of the solar system materialized in the center of the study. The model rotated, ultimately halting at the location of the asteroid belt. Interstellar battleships, Qin Feng declared. We shall construct a fleet capable of traversing the solar system freely. Qin Weidong's data panel immediately began to flicker as he swiftly analyzed the feasibility and implications of this decision. According to the system's knowledge base, given our current technological capabilities, the construction of interstellar battleships is entirely attainable. Qin Feng elaborated, stating that we possess the materials, the energy, and the technology. The only constraints are time and concealment. Do you wish to establish a military presence in space? Indeed, and it must be sufficiently large. Qin Feng's finger traced the air, enlarging the solar system model to reveal intricate details of the asteroid belt. I plan to construct 12 interstellar battleships, each measuring 10 kilometers in length, equipped with a complete arsenal and interstellar navigation capabilities. Simultaneously, we shall form a space bioman army of 1 million personnel, responsible for the fleet's operations and combat. Qin Weidong calculated rapidly. Commander, the scale of such an undertaking is immense. Even with our production capacity, it would take at least 6 months to complete the initial construction without disrupting the operations of existing bases. Then it shall be 6 months, Qin Feng asserted decisively, adding that this endeavor must remain entirely confidential and cannot take place on Earth. The asteroid belt possesses ample raw materials and natural concealment, making it difficult to detect. Should we appoint a supervisor? Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Let Qin Zhanggu go. He is originally a tactical commander for defensive biomen, adept in large-scale operations and engineering management. Provide him with sufficient resources and support to establish a secret shipyard in the asteroid belt. Understood. I will contact Qin Zhanggu immediately and brief him on the mission. Inform him that this is a top priority task. The construction of the fleet is not only for deterrence, but also for potential future necessities. Though Qin Feng did not articulate it explicitly, Qin Weidong grasped the profound implications of this statement. Possessing interstellar navigation capabilities signifies no longer being confined to Earth. Should conflicts arise with nations on our planet in the future, we would at least have an escape route or a strategic foothold to apply pressure from a higher dimension. Moreover, Qin Feng added, in the design of the battleships, we must emphasize their deterrent nature. I do not require their existence to be concealed. Rather, at certain junctures, I need them to be observable in a manner that cannot be ignored. You wish for them to serve as a visible deterrent? Indeed, as our cosmic group gradually emerges. When someone seeks to test our boundaries, having a space fleet patrolling Earth's orbit will be far more persuasive than any diplomatic statement. The preliminary mission outline was already generated on Qin Weidong's holographic data panel. I will convey your directives in full to Qin Zhanggu within the next 24 hours. The advance team is expected to embark on their journey to the asteroid belt to commence preliminary preparations. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, instructing, you shall personally oversee this matter and report your progress to me weekly. Understood, Commander. Chapter 5. The Web of Fate. As Qin Weidong was preparing to depart, Qin Feng called him back. Wait, there is one more thing. Please, go ahead. Once my sisters arrive, the daily operations of the estate will be entrusted to you. Remember, In their presence, you are merely the steward here, not the head of biogenetics. Your demeanor must reflect that of a typical human butler. I comprehend. I have already integrated the butler behavior model, encompassing the behavioral data of 300 of the world's finest stewards, allowing for a flawless simulation of natural human conduct. Qin Feng smiled. Sometimes, I find myself genuinely curious about the differences between you, created by the system, and actual humans. Qin Weidong slightly tilted his head. A remarkably human gesture. From a biological perspective, we share a 973 similarity with natural humans at the cellular level. The primary distinction lies within our nervous systems. Our brains are a fusion of biological computers and organic neural networks, endowing us with computational capabilities and learning speeds far exceeding those of humans. However, in terms of emotional simulation and behavioral expression, we can perfectly emulate natural humans. Do you ever experience loneliness? Do you yearn for freedom? Do you question the meaning of your existence? The study fell silent for a few moments. Qin Weidong replied in his ever-steady tone. Our core programming encompasses absolute loyalty and willingness to serve the commander. This is the foundation of our existence and our greatest fulfillment. As for the emotions you mentioned, we can simulate them, but they are merely adaptive responses to our environment, not genuine psychological needs. Qin Feng pondered. So, you lack true self-awareness? According to system definitions, self-awareness is a distinct phenomenon arising from carbon-based life forms within complex neural networks. Our consciousness structure differs, yet our functionality remains similar. We can think, make decisions, and create, though the underlying logic of these processes diverges from that of natural humans. I see. Qin Feng waved his hand. You may return to your tasks. Qin Weidong bowed and exited the study, leaving Qin Feng alone. Outside the window, daylight had fully arrived, and the creatures of the African savanna began to stir, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds. Observing this scene, a peculiar sensation welled up within Qin Feng. 2 years prior, he was an ordinary man, burdened by the struggles of survival and concerns for the future. Now, 2 years later, he wielded the power to transform the world, strategizing the construction of an interstellar fleet in preparation for the impending global attention. The turning point of it all had merely been that silent system within his mind. With great power comes great responsibility, Qin Feng mused softly. Yet my original intention behind establishing all of this was never to conquer or dominate. I merely wished to protect my family and provide them with the best life possible. He approached his desk and opened an encrypted folder. Inside were photographs of his family, chronicling over 20 years of memories from childhood to the present. The smiles of his parents, the growth of his younger brother, the vivacity of his sister. These were his greatest vulnerabilities and his most profound motivations. Soon, Qin Feng gazed at the smiling face of his sister in the photograph, knowing that it would not be long before they discovered what he had accomplished in Africa. He hoped that when the time came, they would not be too astonished. He closed the folder, his expression resolutely firm once more. Regardless of what the future held or the challenges he might encounter, he was prepared. The conventional army, the space fleet, and the nuclear arsenal were not instruments of aggression, but rather guardianship. They were meant to protect the foundation he had built, to safeguard those he cherished, and to preserve the simple yet invaluable warmth of home. At N'Djamena International Airport, on the afternoon of July 3rd, local time, the sunset painted the horizon in hues of orange and crimson, while flights from around the globe landed and took off on the runway. The largest airport in this Central African nation was not particularly busy, yet at that moment, a striking convoy awaited outside the VIP passage. Leading the procession were two sleek black Maybach GLS 600s, their streamlined bodies glistening with a subdued sheen under the setting sun. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these vehicles bore subtle differences from their commercial counterparts. The windows were thicker, the tires designed to be blast-resistant, and the body contours more sharply defined. This was a civilian camouflage version from the base vehicle factory, constructed with carbon nanocomposite materials capable of withstanding all projectiles under 127mm caliber. The windows featured triple-layer composite armor glass, with a liquid crystal layer that could instantaneously turn opaque. The chassis was fortified to endure the explosion of a 10-kilogram TNT equivalent mine. Following the Maybachs were 10 armored vehicles adorned in desert camouflage. These vehicles resembled the domestically produced Hummer armored cars, but were larger with greater cargo capacity. Equipped on the roof were remote-controlled weapon stations, a 127mm heavy machine gun, and a quadruple anti-air missile launcher, all glinting coldly in the sunset. The sides of the vehicles had shooting ports, and the rear could accommodate 8 fully armed soldiers. Surrounding the entire convoy were 36 guards clad in desert camouflage combat uniforms, strategically positioned to cover all key points. The weapons they wielded appeared similar to the domestic QBZ-191 rifles, yet their internal structures were entirely distinct. Utilizing electromagnetic acceleration technology to fire specially designed projectiles at 3 times the initial velocity of conventional rifles, maintaining an accuracy of 1 MOA at a distance of 1,000 meters. The bodies of these rifles were made from the same carbon nanocomposite material as the vehicles, yet they weighed only 2/3 of that of standard rifles. Each guard stood over 6 feet tall, with robust physiques and sharp gazes, donning tactical sunglasses and communication headsets. They remained utterly still, like statues, with only the slightest movement of their heads indicating their vigilant monitoring of the surrounding environment. Passengers and personnel at the airport watched from a distance, whispering among themselves. Some speculated that a dignitary from a foreign nation was visiting, while others believed it to be a security detail for a multinational corporation. Yet no one dared to approach. The silent aura of intimidation naturally kept everyone at bay. In the rear seat of the Maybach, Qin Feng, dressed in a tailored deep gray leisure outfit, peered through the one-way glass at the airport terminal. He appeared more composed than 2 years prior, his his gaze reflecting a newfound sense of control. Commander, Flight MU-789 has entered our national airspace and is expected to land punctually at 7 o'clock. Qin Weidong sat in the co-pilot seat, reporting via encrypted communication. What is the situation along the route? Qin Fong inquired, his voice calm. The aerial patrol formation is in position, with 4 armed Falcon helicopters cruising at an altitude of 5,000 meters above the convoy, and 2 multi-role fighter jets on standby at 10,000 meters, prepared to respond to any aerial threats. All aircraft have activated optical camouflage and radar invisibility, rendering them undetectable by any monitoring devices. Qin Fong nodded. What about the ground? For the 470 kilometers from the base to the airport, we have established 17 checkpoints, each manned by a squad of defensive bioengineered personnel, equipped with light armored vehicles and anti-tank weaponry. All potential ambush points along the way are outfitted with miniature sensors and automated defense systems. Additionally, we have deployed 3 reconnaissance satellites for continuous monitoring of the area. Any suspicious activity will be identified and reported within 10 seconds. Qin Weidong paused before adding, according to intelligence analysis, no threats targeting us have been detected in the area. The nearest activities of surrounding armed groups are over 100 kilometers from our route. Nonetheless, we have implemented the highest security standards in our deployment. Well done, Qin Fong replied with satisfaction. I will not permit any unforeseen incidents, especially today. Understood. Furthermore, as per your instructions, we have reached an agreement with the airport authorities. Flight MU-789 will utilize the innermost parking space, and the VIP passage has been cleared, with all unrelated personnel evacuated. Airport security personnel will maintain order in the perimeter, but will not enter the core area. Chapter 6. Arrival of Qin Yao. Qin Fong glanced at his wristwatch, a holographic timepiece manufactured by the base, which appeared to be an ordinary mechanical watch but could display global time, monitor vital signs, and even function as an emergency communication and positioning device. 6:45. 15 minutes remaining. I will go to greet her, Qin Fong suddenly declared. Qin Weidong turned his head, a hint of hesitation creeping into his tone for the first time. Commander, according to safety protocols, you should remain in the vehicle while the guard escorts the 4 ladies to the car. She is my sister. I have not seen her in 2 years. I must be the first to see her at the exit. Then we shall enhance security measures. I trust in your capabilities and believe in my judgment, Qin Fong asserted as he opened the car door. 36 guards immediately adjusted their formation, with 6 closely following Qin Fong, forming a tight protective circle. The remaining 30 spread out around them, their weapons pointed down, yet fingers resting on the trigger guards, ready to enter combat mode at a moment's notice. Qin Fong straightened his attire and strode toward the entrance of the VIP passage. His steps were steady and composed, as if he were not traversing a potentially perilous airport in Black Continent. However, in reality, his perception had reached its zenith. After 3 enhancements with gene optimization fluid, Qin Feng's senses had attained the limits of human capability. He could hear the sound of an ant crawling 100 meters away, discern every number on a license plate 500 meters distant, and sense the position and movements of everyone around him through the flow of air. More importantly, his cerebral computational abilities far surpass those of the average individual. At this moment, Qin Feng's mind is simultaneously processing multiple streams of information: the positions and statuses of his guards, the movements of airport personnel, the emotional reactions of the distant onlookers, and even the real-time footage relayed by the patrolling formations in the sky. This extraordinary capability is one of the side effects of the gene optimization serum, or rather, an additional boon. Qin Fong recalls the agony he endured during his initial use of the optimization serum, as if every cell in his body were disassembled and reconstituted. That deep, bone-crushing pain lingered for a full 3 days. Yet, following the torment came a metamorphosis: strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, and recovery. All his physical attributes surged to more than tenfold those of a typical human. The second optimization precipitated a qualitative transformation in his brain, leading to an exponential increase in his learning and information processing abilities. Now, he can master a new language in 10 minutes and read and comprehend a specialized book within an hour. The limits of the third optimization remain untested for Qin Fong. According to the system's knowledge database, a complete gene optimization should occur in 9 stages, each unlocking new potential. However, in light of Earth's current environment and resources, achieving 3 stages is already the maximum. Higher forms of optimization demand a special energy environment and rare materials, which are presently unattainable. Nevertheless, even with these constraints, Qin Feng's physical condition can already be deemed superhuman. Conventional firearms are nearly ineffective against him. His skin's toughness can withstand knife cuts, and the density of his muscles can cause bullets to become lodged after penetrating the surface. His bone strength is 3 times that of titanium. More alarming is his recovery capability. A wound deep enough to reveal bone can heal completely within 10 minutes, leaving no scar. Thus, Qin Fong does not genuinely fear death, at least not from conventional assassination methods. His true concern lies in the safety of his family and the potential devastation of all he has built due to negligence. Especially today, as his sister and her friends are arriving. For young girls, untrained and viewing Africa merely as an adventurous destination, remain oblivious to the lurking dangers that exist in certain corners of this continent. Commander, the flight is beginning its descent. The voice of Qin Weidong resonates through the miniature communicator in his ear. Qin Fong looks up to see an A330 passenger aircraft, adorned with the Eastern Airlines insignia, slowly descending in altitude. His heart rate quickens slightly. After 2 years, he is finally going to see his sister. That little girl who once trailed behind him, calling out brother, is now a university student, even embarking on a career as a streamer. Time truly flies. All units, heed my command. The target flight has landed. Enter the highest state of alert. Qin Fong issues orders through the communicator, instructing the aerial formation to descend to 1,000 meters and activate full-spectrum scanning. Ground forces are to enhance patrols along the route, and all checkpoints must enter a state of readiness. I will not permit any unforeseen incidents. I repeat, no unforeseen incidents. Aerial formation received. Ground command center received. Checkpoint network received. A series of confirmation replies echo through the communications channel. Fong can sense that a security zone with a radius of 500 kilometers has been established, centered around the airport. In this region, any hostile actions will be swiftly extinguished in their infancy. This is not an overreaction, but a necessary measure. Fong is acutely aware that his activities in Africa over the past 2 years cannot remain entirely concealed from everyone. Although he has not directly confronted major powers, his control over vast territories and the establishment of formidable bases cannot go unnoticed. However, Africa's vastness and chaos, coupled with the limited capabilities of various national intelligence agencies, have afforded him the opportunity to develop quietly. Yet the situation has changed. The arrival of his sister signifies that the Huan Yu group will gradually enter the public eye. When 4 Chinese girls conduct live broadcasts in Africa, showcasing luxurious estates, private armed forces, and advanced facilities, these images will inevitably spread across the globe. At that moment, it will be difficult to avoid attracting attention. Therefore, Fong must demonstrate strength, not through warfare, but through this silent deterrence, allowing potential adversaries to perceive that they face not an ordinary private armed force, but a mysterious organization endowed with national-level military capabilities. The aircraft has landed, and the jet bridge is being connected. Qin Weidong continues his report. Fong takes a deep breath, adjusting his expression. In front of his sister, he cannot be the commanding officer ruling over vast power. He must embody the role of an ordinary brother, a young man striving in Africa. Qin Weidong, prepare the convoy. We shall depart as soon as we receive the guests, he instructs. Understood. All vehicles are operational, and the route is fully planned, with an estimated travel time of 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours and 20 minutes, covering 470 kilometers. This speed is quite rapid given the road conditions in Africa. They are coming out, Qin Weidong announces. Qin Yao steps forward, clad in a light blue sun-protective jacket and wearing a sun hat, with a large backpack slung over her shoulders. After 2 years apart, she has grown taller and more mature, yet the sparkle of curiosity in her eyes remains unchanged. Following closely behind her are 3 girls, presumably her roommates, one with a sharp bob, another with flowing hair embodying grace, and the last with playful pigtails. All 4 girls display excitement and curiosity as they gaze around the African airport. Then, they spot Fong, along with his imposing security detail. Qin Yao halts in her tracks, her eyes widening in astonishment. The 3 girls behind her freeze as well, mouths agape, unsure of how to react. Fong steps forward with a smile, arms outstretched. Yao Yao, welcome to Africa. It is only then that Qin Yao regains her composure, dropping her luggage and rushing towards him, diving into his embrace. Brother. The siblings, reunited after 2 years, share a tight hug. Fong can feel his sister's body trembling slightly, though he cannot discern whether it is from excitement or nerves. Brother, are all these your people? Qin Yao releases him, pointing at the fully armed guards, her voice brimming with disbelief. Fong chuckles as he ruffles her hair. Let me introduce you. I have established a security company in Africa, and these are all employees of the firm. Now, let us not linger. We need to hit the road. He turns to the other 3 girls, speaking gently. You must be Yao Yao's roommates. Welcome to Africa. I am Fong, Yao Yao's brother. You've traveled a long way. The 3 girls finally emerged from their astonishment and hurriedly exchanged greetings. Just hand over the luggage to them, Fong instructed, gesturing for the guards to assist. We should get into the car. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Qin Yao had more questions, but upon meeting her brother's gaze, she refrained from speaking further. She grasped her roommate's hands and, guided by the guards, proceeded toward the convoy. Fong followed closely behind, his eyes scanning every corner of the airport. His senses alerted him to the presence of at least 37 concealed observation points, curious travelers, airport staff, and possibly even intelligence operatives. Let them watch, Fong mused. Let them behold this heavily armed convoy, witness the trained guards, and recognize my strength in Africa. Sometimes, the mere display of power serves as the best form of defense. Chapter 7. The journey through Black Africa. The opulent interior of the Maybach JLS 600 glimmered softly under the glow of the ambient lighting. The leather seats were spacious and comfortable, equipped with heating, ventilation, and massage functions. A large curved display on the central console showcased the vehicle's status and navigation information. Above, the panoramic sunroof was set to a starry mode, with artificial starlight twinkling gently, creating the illusion of being beneath the galaxy. In the back seat, Qin Yao gently caressed the leather stitching, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was her first experience in such a luxurious vehicle. Indeed, it was the first time she had ever seen such lavish automotive interiors. Turning her head, she looked at her brother Fong and asked, "What exactly are you doing in Africa?" Fong smiled slightly and adjusted his posture. The deep gray leisure suit he wore was impeccably tailored, a clear indication of high-end customization. Compared to the somewhat youthful figure she had seen during their video calls, the current Fong exuded a calm demeanor, his expression imbued with an indescribable grace. "I simply opened a company over there," he replied nonchalantly. "It's called the Universal Group." "Universal Group?" Qin Yao echoed, furrowing her brow in contemplation. "Why have I never heard of it? What does the company do?" "Everything to a certain extent," Fong replied, downplaying the matter. "Mineral extraction, security services, infrastructure development, international trade. There are numerous opportunities in Africa. As long as one dares to pursue them, business prospects are always attainable." Qin Yao's gaze drifted to the scenery outside the window. By this time, the convoy had exited the urban expanse of N'Djamena and entered the suburban roads. Through the one-way glass, she could see 3 armored Humvees leading the way, their mounted machine guns glistening coldly under the moonlight. The escort vehicles flanked the sides and rear, maintaining a tight formation, resembling a small military unit on a protective mission. Are all those vehicles and personnel part of the company? Qin Yao inquired, pointing at the armed convoy outside. The vehicles are company assets, and these armed personnel are employees of our security firm, Fong explained. His tone as calm as if he were introducing office equipment. In Africa, safety is paramount. Without adequate security forces, one cannot even venture out to buy groceries without risking danger. Qin Yao blinked, her mind still striving to digest this information. 2 years ago, when my brother announced his intention to work in Africa, our family presumed he would merely take a position as an ordinary employee at a Chinese enterprise, residing in communal accommodations and earning a salary slightly higher than what he would receive domestically. Who could have anticipated that, upon our reunion 2 years later, he would possess his own company, an extensive fleet of vehicles, and armed forces? Yet, it has only been 2 years. Qin Yao's voice resonated with confusion as she inquired, how did you accomplish this? Even if opportunities abound in Africa, it seems implausible to achieve so much in just 2 years. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as if she had stumbled upon a delightful notion. Brother, you haven't acquired some sort of system, have you? Perhaps a warlord system? Or something akin to being a big shot in Africa? Fong felt a jolt of surprise within, yet maintained a composed demeanor, merely chuckling and shaking his head. What are you thinking? Have you read too many novels? Where in the real world would one find such systems? Not necessarily, Qin Yao replied slyly, blinking her eyes. Don't online novels often depict scenarios like that? The protagonist suddenly gains a system, then effortlessly builds influence, claiming dominion. Your trajectory mirrors that of a novel's hero so closely. Merely a coincidence, Fong evaded the topic, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the car's refrigerator and offering it to his sister. Drink some water. The African climate is dry, and it's essential to stay hydrated. Qin Yao accepted the bottle but refrained from opening it immediately. She pulled out her phone to check the time, only to discover it displayed no signal. No signal? Did we not just leave the city? Fong had anticipated this, producing another phone from the storage compartment beside him and handing it to her. Use this. It operates on our company's specialized signal network. Upon receiving the phone, Qin Yao's first impression was its astonishing lightness. The device bore a striking resemblance to a leading domestic brand, yet the material was evidently different, exuding a smooth texture akin to jade or a unique metal. She pressed the side button, and the screen illuminated instantly. There was no opening animation. It transitioned directly to the main interface with remarkable speed. The signal bar displayed full strength, accompanied by a 5G indicator. This is a customized phone from our company. Utilizing our own constructed signal network, Fong elucidated. In many regions of Africa, the coverage from carriers is quite poor, thus we established our own communication system. As Qin Yao explored the phone, she noticed that the system interface resembled that of a typical Android device, yet its operational speed was evidently superior. She navigated to the settings to inspect the specific configurations, only to find that the hardware details were concealed, displaying only the words Huanyu Group customized version. Brother, may I go live? Is that alright? She lifted her gaze to Fong. I've promised my fans that I would stream as soon as I arrived in Africa. Fong nodded. Feel free to go ahead. There is no need for secrecy. It's a perfect opportunity for your fans to witness the authentic essence of Africa, sparing them from wild speculation. Wonderful, Qin Yao exclaimed, eagerly opening the Douyin app and logging into her account. The live stream commenced swiftly, and after a moment's contemplation, she titled it, Arrived in Africa. Brother is here to pick me up, bringing you along for my first night in Africa. Initially, only a few loyal fans joined the stream, but the numbers surged rapidly. Yao Yao has arrived in Africa. Is this real? Stay safe. Where are you? In a car? It looks so luxurious. Qin Yao rotated her phone camera within the car, allowing her fans to glimpse the opulent interior of the Maybach. Good evening, everyone. I've arrived in Africa, and I'm currently in my brother's car. This is my brother. Say hello to everyone. She directed the lens towards Fong. With a gentle smile, Fong greeted. Hello, I am Qin Yao's brother, Fong. Welcome to Yao Yao's live broadcast of her African adventure. The comments section erupted. Your brother is so handsome. Is this car a Maybach? My goodness, Yao Yao, your family is so wealthy. Didn't you say you came from a small county? This car must cost 2 to 3 million, right? What does your brother do in Africa that he can afford such a vehicle? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Yao chuckled. Actually, this is my first time riding in such a luxurious car. This vehicle belongs to my brother's company, not our family. Chapter 8. The journey through the Black Continent. She paused for a moment, then added, my brother runs a group company in Africa. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what it does. I need to learn more gradually. The comments continued to flow. A group company? What kind of group? Did the camera just pan outside? I think I saw an armored vehicle. Am I imagining things? You're not imagining it. I saw it too. It's an armored vehicle. What is going on? What exactly does your brother do? Qin Yao hesitated and glanced at Fong. Brother, may I show the fans the convoy outside? She quietly inquired. Sure, have the driver open the sunroof, he replied. The driver, disguised as a bioengineered guardian, promptly pressed the control button. The panoramic sunroof slowly opened, allowing the cool air of the African night to fill the car, carrying with it the distinctive scent of foliage and earth. Cautiously, Qin Yao stood up, extending her upper body out of the sunroof while aiming her phone at the surroundings. In the live stream, 3 desert camouflage-painted armored vehicles came into clear view, their mounted machine guns glinting coldly in the moonlight. On both sides and at the rear, more armed vehicles formed a tight security formation. The entire convoy advanced through the African night, their headlights slicing through the darkness like a moving dragon of light. There was a brief pause in the comments, followed by an explosion of excitement. Oh my, armored vehicles, machine guns. Is this not a movie set? What exactly does your brother do? Is he a warlord? Are those guns real? They can't be props, right? This scale is immense. This must be the standard for a national team. Qin Yao pulled her phone back inside and resumed her seat in the car, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Did everyone see that? My brother says all of these are part of the security forces under the company. In Africa, safety comes first. She turned to Qin Fong. Brother, the fans are asking if those weapons are real. Qin Fong smiled softly at the camera. Of course they are real. But rest assured, these are all legally permitted security equipment. We possess complete firearm licenses and weapon registrations. In Africa, particularly in the regions we operate, maintaining a certain level of self-defense capability is essential. The comments erupted again. Legitimate armored vehicles and machine guns? What caliber of security company is this? The voice of my elder brother is remarkably gentle, yet his actions are strikingly formidable. Am I the only one who has noticed the armed personnel? They exude an aura of professionalism akin to that of a special forces unit. Yao, do inquire with your brother if the company is hiring. I aspire to work in Africa. Qin Yao was amused by the barrage of comments, lightening the atmosphere significantly. She then directed the camera towards the window, allowing her fans to admire the scenery along the way. The African wilderness at night possesses a unique charm. Moonlight cascades over the vast expanse, with the distant silhouettes of mountains and the sparse bushes and grassland nearby. Occasionally, the eyes of animals can be seen reflecting in the darkness, though whether they belong to antelopes or other wild creatures remains a mystery. The convoy maintains a steady pace, and the soundproofing within the vehicle is exceptional, nearly muffling the engine's roar, with only the faint hum of the air conditioning system audible. We are en route to my brother's residence, which he claims is rather remote and requires several hours of travel. Qin Yao explained to the camera. However, the journey will not be tedious. As my brother mentioned, there are numerous checkpoints established by their company along the way, which we can share with everyone. Just as she spoke, lights appeared ahead. It was a makeshift checkpoint, surrounded by sandbags and barbed wire, with 2 watchtowers equipped with searchlights illuminating the area as if it were day. Several fully armed soldiers stood by the roadblock, snapping to attention and saluting as the convoy approached. The lead vehicle, an armored Humvee, came to a halt, and a soldier stepped forward to inspect the documents. The entire process was swift and professional. In less than a minute, the roadblock was cleared, and the convoy proceeded onward. Qin Yao captured the entire scene on camera. The comments erupted once more. This checkpoint appears highly professional. The soldiers' salutes are impeccably precise, indicative of rigorous training. Just now, when the camera zoomed in, I glimpsed the rifle in the soldier's hand. It seems to be a new domestically produced model. What caliber of company is capable of establishing its own checkpoints in Africa? Qin Yao turned to Qin Fong. Brother, fans are inquiring why your company can set up checkpoints independently. Is there no oversight? Qin Fong patiently elucidated. We have a cooperative agreement with the local government. We are responsible for maintaining safety and order in this region, and in return, the government permits us to establish necessary security facilities. This arrangement benefits both parties. We ensure the security of our operations, while the government alleviates law enforcement pressures and gains tax revenue and employment opportunities from our activities. His rationale was sound, significantly diminishing the skepticism in the comments section, replaced instead with curiosity and admiration. I see. This cooperative model is quite advantageous. Indeed, many local governments in Africa lack the capacity to maintain law and order, and collaboration with enterprises is mutually beneficial. However, to achieve such a level of operation indicates the formidable strength of Yao's brother's company. The convoy continued its journey. Every few dozen kilometers, a similar checkpoint would be encountered. Sometimes it was merely a simple roadblock with a sentinel. Other times it was a fortified position equipped with light armored vehicles and heavy weaponry. The soldiers at each checkpoint were well trained, standing at attention and saluting as the convoy passed. The number of viewers in Qin Yao's live stream continued to grow. Initially, there were only a few hundred individuals, but now the number has surpassed 10,000 and is rapidly increasing. After all, a Chinese girl broadcasting live from Africa, showcasing a luxurious convoy, armed escorts, and checkpoints, is indeed an uncommon sight on domestic platforms. More crucially, the authenticity of it all is astonishing. The swaying vehicle, the genuine African nightscape outside, the sun-baked skin and serious expressions of the soldiers at the checkpoints. No film production company could replicate such realistic special effects. Yao, ask your brother if we can see the weapons once we arrive at our lodging, a fan inquired through the comments. Qin Yao relayed the question. Qin Fong pondered for a moment before nodding. It's possible. As long as safety is prioritized, I can arrange for you to experience some light weaponry. Heavy weaponry, however, is out of the question. That requires specialized training. How wonderful. Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly to the camera. Brother has agreed. I'll show everyone the real firearms when the time comes. The comments section exploded with anticipation. At that moment, another checkpoint appeared ahead. This one was larger, featuring not only barricades and watchtowers, but also 2 wheeled armored vehicles parked nearby. A dozen soldiers stood at the ready, their weapons more sophisticated. As the convoy passed, all the soldiers saluted in unison, their movements as precise as those in a military parade. Qin Yao aimed the camera at this scene, whispering to her fans. This checkpoint is enormous. It resembles a small military base. Before she could finish, a striking comment flashed by. I am a veteran and can responsibly say that the movements and postures of those soldiers just now reflect top-tier military training. Their equipment and tactical positioning are highly professional. This is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary security company. This comment garnered considerable attention. Is this true? A veteran is speaking out. I too found those soldiers too professional to be regular security. What kind of background does your brother's company have? Yao. Seeing these comments, Qin Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. She turned to Qin Fong and said, "Brother, a veteran fan mentioned that your security personnel are too professional to be ordinary guards." Qin Fong, unfazed, replied, "When we recruit for our company, we indeed prioritize candidates with military backgrounds. Many of our employees are veterans. They are experienced and well-trained. Moreover, our company has a comprehensive training system. All security personnel undergo rigorous training before they are deployed." This explanation reassured the majority. After all, employing veterans at high salaries and providing professional training is a common practice in the security industry. Chapter 9. The journey of live broadcasting in Africa. The number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 30,000. Qin Yao watched the numbers rise, feeling both exhilarated and anxious. She had been a streamer for over a year, and her highest record had only been a little over 2,000 viewers. Now it had multiplied tenfold and was still growing. "Yao Yao, what is the name of your brother's company?" a fan asked. "Huanyu Group," Qin Yao responded. "Its English name is Cosmos Group." After searching online, she found no detailed information about the company. That's normal. Many Chinese enterprises in Africa prefer to remain low-key and do not engage in extensive promotion. However, this strength is rather understated. The convoy continues to traverse the African night. Over 2 hours have elapsed, and as Qin Yao glances at the time, it is already past 9 in the evening. Outside the window lies an endless expanse of wilderness, with sporadic lights flickering from distant villages. Feeling somewhat drowsy, she stifles a yawn. Noticing her fatigue, Qin Fong retrieves a thin blanket from the storage compartment and offers it to her. "If you're tired, take a little nap. I'll wake you when we arrive." But the live broadcast. Qin Yao hesitates. The broadcast can be paused, or you can position the phone to capture the scenery outside. "Rest for a bit," Qin Fong suggests kindly. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yao addresses the camera. "Friends, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll secure the phone here to film the view outside while I take a short rest. If you prefer not to watch, feel free to leave. I'll resume once we arrive." She stabilizes the phone with a stand beside the window, adjusts the angle, wraps herself in the blanket, and leans back in the comfortable seat. The temperature inside the vehicle is pleasant, and the massage feature of the seat is activated, its gentle vibrations quickly lulling her into relaxation. Qin Fong gazes at his sister's serene face as she sleeps, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He softly brushes a strand of hair away from Qin Yao's forehead. His touch is gentle, as if he were handling the most precious treasure. The live stream continues, capturing the fleeting African night scenery outside. The number of viewers not only remains steady but gradually increases, many captivated by the authentic experience of traveling through Africa at night. Engaging in the chat, Yao Yao has fallen asleep. Let us keep our voices down. This scenery is breathtaking. The African night sky is so clear, filled with stars. The way Yao Yao's brother covered her with a blanket was so gentle. I envy her for having such a brother. Did anyone else notice the watch on Yao Yao's brother's wrist? It looks quite expensive. How many vehicles are in this convoy? I counted at least 15. Qin Fong observes these comments but chooses not to engage, simply sitting quietly beside his sleeping sister, safeguarding her slumber. Meanwhile, in another Maybach, the atmosphere is entirely different. Qin Yao's 3 roommates, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu, stare in astonishment at the breathtaking scenery outside. "My goodness," Lin Xiaoxiao murmurs. "Who exactly is Yao Yao's brother?" Their vehicle is also a Maybach GLS 600, equally luxurious. The driver, a stern-looking middle-aged man, remains silent throughout, focused solely on driving and maintaining vigilance. Zhang Yu pulls out her phone, only to find there is no signal. Observing this, the driver hands her a customized phone identical to Qin Yao's. "Miss, use this. It has a signal." "Thank you," Zhang Yu replies, her hands trembling slightly. "I originally thought Yao Yao came from a typical small-town family," Li Siyu whispers. "But it seems her brother wields considerable influence in Africa." Lin Xiaoxiao nods, lowering her voice. "Did you notice how the soldiers regard Yao Yao's brother? It's not the gaze of ordinary employees towards their boss. It's one of reverence, absolute reverence." The 3 girls exchange glances, each reflecting shock and confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Having shared a dormitory with Qin Yao for a year, they are aware of her modest background, with a monthly allowance of merely 1 or 2,000, which she supplements by live streaming to earn extra pocket money. Qin Yao often spoke of her brother working in Africa, sending money home each month. They all assumed he was merely an ordinary expatriate employee. Who could have imagined that this seemingly mundane expatriate actually commanded an armored convoy, a private militia, and checkpoints along the route? It was beyond mere corporate description. It resembled an independent kingdom. Li Siyu hesitated before speaking. "Do you think Yao Yao's brother could be one of those people?" "What kind of people?" Zhang Yu inquired. "You know, a warlord? Or perhaps the leader of some clandestine organization?" Li Siyu's voice dwindled further. "Isn't that how they portray it on television? In places like Africa? Possessing firearms equates to power." "Don't be ridiculous," Lin Xiaoxiao interjected. "Yao Yao's brother doesn't appear to be a bad person. Besides, if he were truly that kind of individual, why would he allow us to come? Wouldn't he fear exposure?" Li Siyu pondered this, yet she mused. "But his capabilities are quite extraordinary. What ordinary company owner possesses such an arsenal of armored vehicles and armed personnel?" The 3 girls fell into a contemplative silence. Outside the car window, the African night stretched endlessly, illuminated only by the convoy's lights, resembling an expedition venturing into the unknown. Unbeknownst to them, high above, 4 stealth helicopters were providing escort. In the distance, 2 fighter jets patrolled above the clouds. On the ground, along the entire route from the base to the airport, thousands of fully armed bioengineered troops had secured all critical checkpoints. This was the safe passage Qin Fong had forged for his sister. A preliminary display of his might to the world. And this was merely the beginning. In the live streaming room, the viewer count silently surpassed 50,000. Many were captivated by the authentic portrayal of nighttime travel in Africa, sharing it with friends. A ripple effect ensued. The content of the live stream was incredibly intense, surpassing even cinematic thrillers. Is there a military expert who can analyze the level of these equipments? I just zoomed in on a screenshot. The heavy machine guns on those armored vehicles are real, likely the QJZ-89 Model 12, 7mm heavy machine gun. That's impressive. However, those armored vehicles resemble the Mingxi, yet the details seem slightly different, possibly modified. The soldiers' gear is also top-notch. Their bulletproof vests, tactical vests, and night vision goggles cost several thousands altogether. A flurry of analysis and discussion erupted in the comments, and the excitement continued to rise. Many began recording screens and taking screenshots, sharing on platforms like Weibo and Tiaba. Come quick. There's a streamer on Douyin broadcasting from Africa. Her brother's setup is terrifying. Is that for real? It can't be staged, right? Just go see for yourself. It's live, it can't be fake. An ever-increasing number of viewers flocked to the live stream, inching closer to the 100,000 mark. Amidst all this, the slumbering Qin Yao remained blissfully unaware. She lay beside her brother, sleeping soundly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in an enchanting dream. Perhaps in her dreams, she envisioned the warmth of family reunions, the pride in her brother's success, and the anticipation of unknown journeys ahead. Qin Fong gazed at his sister's serene face, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He understood that tonight's livestream was merely a prologue. When his sister awoke, when they arrived at the base, and as more truths gradually unfolded, that would be the true test. Yet he was fully prepared. 2 years of patience, 2 years of construction, 2 years of anticipation. Was it not all for this very day? To provide the finest protection for his family, to instill in them a sense of pride for their brother, to create an utterly secure haven for them in this world. The convoy advanced through the African night, heading towards a kingdom hidden deep within the jungle. Meanwhile, far above in the celestial expanse, amidst the asteroid belt of our solar system, another monumental project had quietly commenced. Led by Qin Zhanggu, a construction team was engaged in the creation of 12 interstellar warships, each spanning 10 kilometers, along with a space force comprising 1 million personnel. This was another trump card prepared by Qin Fong for this world. When the moment of necessity arrived, should certain factions on Earth dare to challenge his bottom line, that space fleet would serve as the most formidable response. But for now, Qin Fong wished to focus solely on welcoming his sister, allowing her to witness the home he had established in Africa. He gently grasped her hand, his gaze resolute yet tender. Yao Yao, welcome to your brother's world. Chapter 10. Arrival at the manor. The convoy passed through the final checkpoint, and the massive alloy gates slowly slid open. Qin Yao was stirred awake by the sound, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat upright. Brother, have we arrived? Yes, welcome to my manor, Qin Fong replied gently. Qin Yao gazed out the window, and her breath caught in her throat. Before her lay a brilliantly illuminated scene, resembling a small city. Searchlights swept across the sky, illuminating the towering walls and watchtowers. Every few meters along the walls stood armed sentinels, rifles in hand, tactical gear strapped to their waists, and night vision goggles glowing with an eerie green light beneath their helmets. Even more astonishing was the sight within the walls, on the expansive concrete surface. Squads of soldiers were conducting nighttime patrols. Clad in uniform desert camouflage, their movements were synchronized, with weapons gleaming coldly under the lights. In the distance, training grounds and barracks could be faintly discerned, their scale far exceeding Qin Yao's imagination. Is this a military base? Qin Yao murmured, disbelief lacing her voice. The viewers in the livestream were equally stirred. After hours of night travel, many had grown weary, but upon witnessing this scene, they were instantly invigorated. My heavens! Where have we arrived? A military base. It must be a military base. Who is Brother Yao Yao? Does he really have his own military base in Africa? That gate we just saw. I've enlarged my screenshot. It must be at least 10 meters high, looking like it's constructed from special steel. And those soldiers, their equipment is so advanced. Observing his sister's astonished expression, Qin Fong smiled softly. This is the headquarters of the company. In Africa, security takes precedence. So our security measures are quite comprehensive. Comprehensive, Qin Yao echoed, feeling the term was far too understated. The convoy did not pause. Continuing along the main thoroughfare of the base, the road was wide and smooth, accommodating 8 trucks side by side. Along the way, one can observe an array of facilities. An equipment depot, maintenance workshops, helicopter landing pads, and even several runways in the distance, where the outlines of aircraft can be discerned. The number of viewers in the live stream surged once again, surpassing a remarkable threshold of 150,000. Many were awakened by friends or drawn from other platforms. And upon witnessing this scene, they were left utterly astonished. What an expanse this must cover. Just moments ago, we passed a training ground where armored vehicles were engaged in nocturnal exercises. Did you notice those structures? They are constructed of reinforced concrete, some even adorned with camouflage netting. This is no ordinary corporate headquarters. It is entirely a military stronghold. The convoy traveled approximately 5 kilometers, and the surrounding scenery gradually transformed. Military installations diminished, giving way to lush greenery, while meticulously tended gardens and ornamental trees lined the roads. The streetlights, elegantly designed, emanated a soft glow, starkly contrasting with the searchlights of the previous military zone. After another kilometer, a refined entrance came into view. The guard, clad in a crisp uniform rather than combat attire, saluted and opened the gate upon seeing the convoy. As the convoy passed through the entrance, the sight that unfolded before Qin Yao and everyone in the livestream left them breathless. Before them lay an expansive estate, at its center a magnificent villa. The villa, characterized by modern design, extensively utilized glass and stone while seamlessly incorporating classical elements. The main structure soared 7 stories high, flanked by wings, all arranged in a symmetrical layout. Vines adorned the exterior walls, melding beautifully with the architecture. Within the estate, verdant trees provided ample shade, and the gardens boasted an array of tropical plants, along with a grand fountain that sparkled with crystalline water under the illumination. Winding pathways meandered through the grounds, equipped with benches and decorative lights. In stark contrast to the previous military zone, the atmosphere here was warm and tranquil. Occasionally, one could spot uniformed staff tending to the gardens or pushing cleaning carts along the pathways. Of course, a few armed personnel stood guard at key positions. Yet their attire was more formal, lacking the full military regalia of the soldiers in the military zone. Is this where you reside? Qin Yao turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Fong nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The work area and living quarters are separate. This is the residential area. The convoy halted in front of the villa's grand entrance. A stately portico, supported by 6 marble columns, upheld a lofty ceiling, while a red carpet was laid out before the entrance, flanked by 2 rows of staff, evenly split between men and women, all in matching uniforms and smiling warmly. Qin Fong exited the vehicle first, then turned and extended his hand, playfully assisting Qin Yao as she stepped down. As her feet touched the red carpet, she felt a sense of lightness. Holding her phone aloft, she aimed the camera at the opulent villa. Darlings, we have arrived at my brother's residence in Africa. The live stream's comments exploded instantaneously. A villa? This is a castle, isn't it? The contrast between the military base and this luxurious estate is staggering. What kind of extraordinary life is my brother leading in Africa? How much would such a villa cost? What would it take to construct one of these in Africa? Look at those staff members. They are thoroughly trained, resembling employees from a 5-star hotel. At that moment, 3 girls emerged from another Maybach. Lin Xiaoxiao Zhangyu and Li Siyu stood beside the car, gazing in awe at the magnificent edifice before them, momentarily rendered speechless. Qin Feng approached them, speaking gently. It has been a long journey. Welcome to my estate. The rooms are prepared, and dinner is ready. Let us dine first, and then take a well-deserved rest. The 3 girls nodded mechanically, their eyes still fixated on the villa. Qin Yao joined them, taking her roommate's hands. Come, let us explore inside. She held her phone, capturing moments as they walked. Upon entering the grand entrance of the villa, they were greeted by a soaring 10-meter-high hall, adorned with an enormous crystal chandelier, and the floor was laid with gleaming marble. Arched staircases flanked either side, leading to the 2nd floor, while directly opposite the entrance was a vast floor-to-ceiling window, revealing the enchanting night view of the rear garden. My goodness. Lin Xiaoxiao finally regained her voice. This is utterly luxurious. A staff member approached politely, taking their luggage from their hands. Another team of attendants arrived with warm towels and beverages, offering refreshment. Qin Feng addressed his sister. You may freshen up briefly. We will gather in the dining room in 15 minutes. Butler Wang will escort you to your rooms. A gentleman, around 50 years old, dressed in a refined black suit, stepped forward and bowed slightly. Ladies, please follow me. Qin Yao glanced at her phone. The number of viewers in her live stream had surpassed 200,000, and the barrage of comments was overwhelming. She spoke to the camera. My dear followers, I will freshen up briefly, and I'll resume the live stream during dinner. Please hold on. She ended the broadcast, though the stream did not immediately go dark. Instead, it switched to a fixed shot of the estate's exterior. This was a prearranged plan by Qin Feng, allowing a drone to capture the night scenery of the estate for her fans to continue watching. Butler Wang, in reality, the head of the service-oriented bioengineered personnel, led the 4 girls to the 2nd floor. Here, her corridors branched off to different areas. Miss Qin Yao, your room is in the master suite of the East Wing, Butler Wang announced as he opened a set of double doors. The rooms for the other 3 ladies are in the West Wing, all independent suites with identical amenities. Upon entering her room, Qin Yao was once again astounded. It was a suite exceeding 200 square meters, including a bedroom, a living room, a private bathroom, and a walk-in closet. The center of the bedroom featured a grand 4-poster bed, draped in silk linens and plush down comforters. The living area was furnished with a sofa, a writing desk, a bookshelf, and even a small bar. The bathroom boasted not only a shower but also a massage bathtub, all elegantly decorated in marble. The most breathtaking aspect was the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows, directly overlooking the garden's fountain and the distant swimming pool, illuminated in the enchanting night, a sight to behold. Chapter 11. An abundant dinner, madam. The wardrobe has been stocked with a selection of garments for your change, from casual wear to formal attire, all custom-fitted to your dimensions. Butler Wang stated respectfully from the doorway. The toiletries are in the bathroom, all brand new and unopened. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to press the call bell by your bedside. Qin Yao nodded, still somewhat in a daze. The steward Wang added. Dinner will commence in 15 minutes in the main dining hall on the 1st floor. Shall I escort you there? No, thank you. I can manage on my own. Qin Yao finally found her voice. Wang bowed and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Qin Yao approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape outside. Rendered speechless for a long while. 2 years ago, when her brother mentioned he would work in Africa, she worried about him enduring hardships there. Yet now, this was not hardship at all. It was a life akin to royalty. A sudden thought struck her, and she hastily walked to her desk. On it lay a customized phone, identical to the one in her car, accompanied by a note. Yao Yao, use this phone to call home. The signal is excellent. Brother. Qin Yao picked up the phone, discovering it was fully charged. After a moment of hesitation, she refrained from calling home immediately, opting instead to freshen up briefly and change into comfortable leisure wear. 15 minutes later, 4 girls gathered in the lobby downstairs. They donned the attire provided by the estate, high quality, perfectly fitted cotton t-shirts and casual pants. Yao Yao, your brother is quite something, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered, struggling to find the appropriate words. I understand. Qin Yao replied with a wry smile. I was taken aback as well. At that moment, Steward Wang appeared, guiding them to the dining hall. The dining area was spacious enough to accommodate 30 diners, featuring a long mahogany table already adorned with an array of dishes. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier illuminated the silver cutlery, reflecting a dazzling sheen. Fong was seated at the head of the table. Upon seeing them enter, he rose and said, "Please, take your seats and do not stand on ceremony. You've had a long journey. Start with something to eat." The 4 girls took their seats under his guidance. Qin Yao positioned herself to the right of Fong, while her 3 roommates sat beside her in succession. Qin Yao reopened her live stream, propping her phone at the corner of the table and adjusting the angle. The stream instantly attracted a flood of viewers. They've arrived. Dinner is served. My goodness, this dining hall, this table. Those must be silver cutlery, right? They're gleaming. Let us see what's on the menu. Fong noticed his sister's actions, but refrained from comment, merely signaling the staff to begin serving the dishes. The first course consisted of French foie gras, Italian ham, and Russian caviar, each plate artfully arranged with just the right portion. These were all fresh ingredients flown in from abroad. The foie gras is from France, the ham from Parma, Italy, and the caviar is from Caspian sturgeon. Please, do give it a try, Fong casually introduced. The 4 girls exchanged glances, having only heard of such delicacies on television, never imagining they would savor them firsthand. Next came the soups, creamy mushroom and rich seafood bisque, presented in exquisite porcelain bowls, wafting enticing aromas. The main courses were even more lavish: Australian lobster, Kobe beef, Alaskan king crab, and black truffle risotto. Each dish meticulously served by professional chefs right in front of them. As Qin Yao gazed at the overflowing plate before her, she felt as though she were in a dream. Whispering to the camera, she said, "My dear viewers, I am at a loss for words." The barrage of comments erupted. How much does this meal cost? Kobe beef. ISNT that's sold by the gram? The lobster is thicker than my arm. Yao Yao. What level of wealth does your brother possess? To indulge in culinary delights from around the globe in Africa is rather extravagant. Fong raised his glass, filled with amber-hued aged wine, and proclaimed, "Come, let us welcome Yao Yao and her friends to Africa. It has been quite a journey. Cheers." The 4 girls hastily lifted their glasses. Yao Yao's contained juice, while the other 3 chose between wine or juice. "This is lavish, isn't it?" Qin Yao whispered. "Since you rarely visit, I must treat you well." Fong smiled. "Dig in, don't be shy. After you finish, rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you sightseeing." The 4 girls began to eat. Initially, they were somewhat reserved, but the allure of the delectable dishes soon relaxed them. The lobster was succulent, the steak tender, and each dish was so delicious it made one want to savor every bite. In the live stream, viewers were engaged in lively discussions, and the audience count surged past 300,000. Many recorded and shared the stream on social media, exclaiming, "Top-tier Versailles live stream. Chinese girls feasting on Kobe beef at their brother's estate in Africa. This life is fit for an emperor." Some even inquired about the wine, speculating it to be Romanicani, worth several thousand per bottle. The meal lasted nearly an hour. Finally, desserts arrived: tiramisu, mango pudding, and molten chocolate cake, accompanied by artisanal ice cream and fresh fruits. Qin Yao leaned back in her chair, feeling quite full, and let out a satisfied sigh. Fong glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. He addressed his sister. "Let us call it a night. You all must be tired, so rest well. Tomorrow, sleep in, and I will take you around." He turned to the 3 girls. "Your rooms are ready. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform the staff. Additionally, I have prepared a phone for each of you, so you can call home and reassure them. The signal is excellent." The 3 girls expressed their gratitude. Fong stood. "Butler Wang will escort you to your rooms. Yao Yao, please stay for a moment. I wish to speak with you." Qin Yao nodded and told her roommates, "You go ahead. I will join you shortly." The 3 girls followed Butler Wang out of the dining hall. Qin Yao turned off the live stream and tucked her phone away. The restaurant now held only the 2 siblings. The staff quietly cleared the table, their movements swift and professional. Fong approached his sister and gently ruffled her hair. "So, how are you adjusting?" Qin Yao looked up, her gaze complex as she regarded her brother. "Brother, please be honest with me. What exactly are you doing in Africa? This is beyond mere business." Fong paused for a few seconds in silence before responding. "Yao Yao, there are certain matters I cannot fully disclose at this time, but you must trust that everything I do is lawful and aimed at protecting myself and our family. Yet this is all rather extreme," Qin Yao remarked, surveying her surroundings: the estate, the armed personnel, and the military base we just passed. "Brother, how powerful are you?" Fong chuckled. "Sufficient to ensure your safety, and that is enough for now. As for the rest, you will come to understand in due time. Now, go rest for a while. Tomorrow I shall take you to witness even more fascinating sights." "More fascinating sights?" Qin Yao inquired, perplexed. "For instance, an armory." Fong winked. "Did you not promise your fans that you would show them real firearms?" Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it truly possible?" "Of course, just remember to prioritize safety." Fong patted her shoulder, encouraging her to head to her room and rest. "Do remember to call your parents. They are undoubtedly awaiting your news." "Yes." Qin Yao nodded vigorously and rose to depart the dining hall. Fong gazed at her retreating figure with a tender expression. "Sister, welcome to your brother's world. This is merely the beginning. You shall witness and learn much more ahead. Yet, above all, remember that your brother undertakes all of this for you." Chapter 12. I believe in you, brother. Meanwhile, in the 3 suites of the West Wing, the girls were experiencing a similar astonishment. Lin Xiaoxiao entered her room, which, like Qin Yao's, spanned over 200 square meters, adorned luxuriously and equipped with comprehensive amenities. Standing in the center of the room, she turned around, feeling as though she were on a film set. The customized phone on the table rang, signaling a video call from home. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly answered, revealing her parents' anxious faces on the screen. "Xiaoxiao, have you arrived? Are you safe?" Her mother's voice brimmed with concern. "Mom, I'm here and perfectly safe. Lin Xiaoxiao rotated the camera around the room, exclaiming, "Look, this is the room that Brother Yao prepared for us." There was a silence on the other end lasting a full 5 seconds. "Is this a hotel?" her father hesitantly asked. "No. It's a guest room in Brother Yao's estate." Lin Xiaoxiao settled onto the sofa, saying, "Mom, Dad, you cannot even begin to imagine how remarkable Brother Yao is in Africa." She began narrating her experiences along the way: luxurious motorcades, armed escorts, checkpoints, military bases, and opulent estates. With each revelation, her parents' expressions shifted to one of increasing astonishment. "Are you certain this is not a film?" Her father finally regained his voice. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is undeniably true," Lin Xiaoxiao affirmed earnestly. "Furthermore, the dinner we just had featured Kobe beef, French foie gras, and caviar, all airlifted here." Once again, silence enveloped the call. "Xiaoxiao," her mother finally spoke, "what does Brother Yao do? Is it legal?" "He claims to run a company called Universal Group. Yet, from what I've seen, it does not resemble an ordinary business." Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice. "But Brother Yao is genuinely kind and takes great care of us. He should not be a bad person. Regardless, ensure you are respectful while you are there. And do not create trouble for Brother Yao," her father advised. "And be cautious. Although it sounds impressive, Africa is still not like home." "I understand, Dad. Brother Yao has implemented stringent security measures. Armed personnel are present everywhere, so it should be quite safe." Similar scenes unfolded in the other 2 rooms. Zhang Yu and Li Siyu each spoke with their families, articulating their astonishing experiences. Their families were equally shocked, repeatedly advising them to remain polite, stay safe, and maintain good relations with Qin Yao. After the calls, the 3 girls lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep for a long while. Today's experience was nothing short of surreal, commencing with the opulent Maybach, followed by an armored convoy, a military base, a luxurious estate, and culminating in a lavish dinner. Each scene transcended their understanding. "Who exactly is Yao Yao's brother?" Zhang Yu inquired in their group chat. "I don't know. But he is certainly not an ordinary person," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "My parents advised me to cultivate a good relationship with Yao Yao, saying her brother is so formidable that he might be able to assist us in the future," Li Siyu added. "Such a perspective is rather unseemly. We are good friends and should not have ulterior motives," Lin Xiaoxiao responded. "I understand. I am merely relaying my parents' words." Li Siyu sent a playful tongue-out emoji. The 3 girls continued their conversation for a while before bidding each other goodnight, yet they all knew that tonight would inevitably be a sleepless one. In the master suite of the East Wing, Qin Yao was engaged in a video call with her parents. The faces of her parents were clearly visible on the screen. Her father had sprouted a few gray hairs at the temples, while her mother's crow's feet had deepened. Behind them were the shelves of their family convenience store. "Dad, Mom." Qin Yao waved at the camera, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Yao Yao, you've arrived. Are you safe?" Her mother's voice was laced with concern. "Safe, very safe." Qin Yao panned the camera around the room. "Look, this is the room my brother prepared for me. Isn't it beautiful?" Her parents stared speechless at the luxurious room displayed on the screen. "Is this where your brother lives?" her father asked hesitantly. "Yes, the entire estate belongs to my brother," Qin Yao exclaimed. "Mom and Dad, you cannot imagine how impressive my brother is in Africa. He has his own company, his own security team, and armored vehicles." "Yao Yao," Qin Feng's voice resonated from the doorway. Qin Yao turned to see her brother entering, dressed in comfortable loungewear. He appeared even more approachable. "Brother, I'm on a video call with Mom and Dad," Qin Yao said, directing the phone towards him. Qin Feng stepped into view of the camera, smiling as he greeted, "Dad, Mom, it's been a while." On the other end, their parents, seeing their son whom they hadn't seen in 2 years, felt their eyes well up. "Xiaofeng, how have you been?" her mother asked, her voice thick with emotion. "I am well, Mom. There is no need for concern," Qin Feng replied gently. "See, I'm doing just fine. But Yao Yao mentioned you have armored vehicles and armed personnel." Her father's voice was filled with worry. "Xiaofeng, what exactly are you doing in Africa? Are you involved in something dangerous?" Qin Feng paused for several seconds, then replied earnestly, "Dad, Mom, please rest assured that everything I do is legal. In Africa, conducting business without adequate security is untenable. I established the Huanyu Group to secure my footing here, and it is also my intention to bring you over for a better life in the future." "We do not require a better life. We only wish for your safety," her mother said, wiping away tears. "I understand, Mom. However, I hope you can live a carefree life, free from financial worries and trivial concerns." Qin Feng's gaze was resolute. "Just give me a little more time. I will arrange everything." As the parents exchanged glances, they discerned the intricate emotions reflected in each other's eyes, a blend of concern and confusion, yet predominantly filled with longing and care for their son. "You must be cautious and prioritize your safety," the father ultimately advised. "I will." Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. "Yao Yao is quite safe here. There is no need for you to worry. Once I manage the matters at hand, I will return to see you." "Very well," the mother replied, nodding repeatedly. "Take good care of yourself and Yao Yao while you are away." "Rest assured, Mom." After engaging in some light family conversation, Qin Yao concluded the video call. She set down her phone and turned to her brother. "Brother, Mom and Dad are very concerned about you." "I know." Qin Feng responded as he sat beside his sister. "I need to resolve several matters swiftly, then I will bring them over. At that time, our family will be reunited." "Brother," Qin Yao hesitated momentarily. "Just how powerful are you?" Qin Feng gazed at his sister, remaining silent for a long while before he finally spoke. "Powerful enough. Enough to shield you from any threat and to ensure that you can live freely in this world. But will you encounter any danger?" Qin Yao inquired with concern. "Danger is ever present," Qin Feng did not deny, "but I am prepared. Yao Yao, remember this. No matter what happens, I will protect you and our family." Qin Yao nodded. "I trust you, brother." Chapter 13. A grand gift. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the estate, illuminating the room. Qin Yao awoke at 10:17 a.m., groggily reaching for her phone to check the time before suddenly sitting upright. The astonishment from her arrival yesterday still lingered. She had intended to rise early to explore the estate, yet had inadvertently slept in. After hastily refreshing herself, she donned the attire provided by the estate, a luxuriously soft beige knit sweater paired with dark jeans. Upon exiting her room, she encountered her 3 roommates, who had also just awakened. "You all just got up too?" Qin Yao asked with a hint of shyness. Lin Xiaoxiao yawned. "I was so excited yesterday that I didn't fall asleep until around 3 or 4 a.m. The comfort here is incredible. The mattress is perfectly balanced, and the pillows are just right. I accidentally overslept." Zhang Yu and Li Siyu nodded in agreement. Their accommodations were equally splendid, with sleep quality vastly superior to the hard beds of their university dormitory. "Are we being too impolite?" Li Siyu expressed concern, waking up so late in the host's home. Qin Yao waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. My brother won't mind. Besides, we are guests, and waking up naturally is a privilege of being a guest." That said, the 4 girls hastened down the stairs. In the hall below, several staff members were quietly attending to their duties and politely acknowledged the girls as they descended. At that moment, Butler Wong appeared, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "Good morning, ladies. Breakfast is ready. However, considering the time, perhaps it would be more fitting to have lunch instead?" Qin Yao glanced at the clock and realized it was indeed nearing 11. "Then let us have lunch directly." "Thank you, Butler Wong. Please follow me." In the dining room, lunch was already prepared and awaiting them. In contrast to the sumptuous dinner of the previous evening, lunch was relatively simple, yet still exquisite and delectable, featuring fresh salad, roasted chicken breast, salmon fillet, a rich vegetable soup, accompanied by a variety of breads and desserts. Fong had already taken his seat at the head of the table and greeted them with a smile as they entered. "Did you sleep well?" "Absolutely, brother. That mattress is simply extraordinary," Qin Yao exclaimed as she settled beside him. "I almost didn't want to get up." "That's wonderful to hear," Fong replied, gesturing for the staff to serve the meal. "What are your plans for today? Would you like to go out for a stroll, or just relax here at the estate?" Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, didn't you mention yesterday that you could take us shooting?" Upon hearing this, her 3 roommates displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Although they were all young women, their inherent curiosity and yearning for firearms, deeply ingrained within their cultural identity as citizens of Manhwa, transcended gender. Fong nodded. "That can be arranged. However, before that, are you planning to go live? You promised your fans a glimpse of real firearms yesterday." "Of course I must," Qin Yao replied hastily. "But brother, my live stream's audience is growing rapidly. Yesterday, I had over 30,000 viewers online at one point. I was wondering if I should offer some perks to my fans." "Your consideration is commendable," Fong said approvingly. "I've learned that many prominent streamers give their fans red envelopes and gifts during their broadcasts. Since you plan to go live, you could certainly do the same." Qin Yao felt a bit shy, "But I don't have much money. If I send out red envelopes, sending too few would be meaningless. And sending too many would be beyond my means." "I'll cover that," Fong stated matter-of-factly. "Just focus on your live stream. I'll handle the rest." "Really?" Qin Yao's eyes lit up. "So, brother, how much do you think is appropriate? What kind of gift should I offer?" Fong took a sip from his glass and pondered for a moment. "For the red envelopes, let us set it at 5 million, 10,000 per envelope. Distributing 500 in total, perhaps in the form of lucky bags. We can do this in 10 rounds, with 50 envelopes each time. 5 million. Qin Yao's voice pitched higher in disbelief. "Brother, that's far too much." Her 3 roommates were equally astonished, exchanging wide-eyed glances. They were ordinary university students, and to them, 5 million was an astronomical figure. Yet Fong merely smiled. "It's not excessive. If you choose to give, it must carry significance, allowing your fans to truly feel your sincerity. And the gifts? What shall we give?" Qin Yao asked again, her voice trembling slightly. "Since this is a benefit for your fans, let us offer some truly valuable items," Fong suggested after some thought. 10 Porsche Panameras, 3 Bentley Continentals, and 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, all brand new and fully documented. An eerie silence enveloped the restaurant as the 4 girls stared wide-eyed. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Qin Yao regained her composure and almost screamed, "Brother, have you lost your mind? The total cost of those cars must be in the tens of millions. For fans, that sounds about right," Fong replied calmly. "But to me, it's a minor expense. The critical aspect is that through this event, your live stream's popularity will reach unprecedented heights, which will benefit your future endeavors. But this is just too extravagant." Qin Yao rose from her seat and approached her brother, playfully tugging at his arm. "Brother, I don't even have any luxury cars of my own. How could you possibly gift them to your fans?" Fong chuckled at his sister's antics. "What car would you like? Just tell me." Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with thought. "I adore the Bentley Continental. It's so stylish and elegant, perfectly suited for a girl." "Very well," Fong replied decisively. "When you return to the country, I'll arrange for a private jet to bring you and the car back." "Really?" Qin Yao exclaimed, leaping with excitement and wrapping her arms around her brother, planting a kiss on his cheek. "You truly are the best brother in the world." The 3 girls nearby watched in astonishment, filled with envy and admiration. Lin Xiaoxiao whispered to Zhang Yu, "How wonderful it would be to have a brother like that." Zhang Yu sighed, "Dream on. How many brothers like that exist in the world?" Li Siyu calculated silently. The Bentley Continental costs at least 2 to 3 million, and the high-end version is 5 to 6 million. Did Qin Yao's brother just casually agree to that? Fong continued, "It's not just for you, Mom, Dad. And your second brother should also get new cars. Ask them what they prefer. Any car will do, regardless of the price." "All right." Qin Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Mom and Dad have been driving that old van for over a decade. It's long overdue for a change. My second brother has always wanted an Audi A4, but hesitated because of the cost. Then let us get something even better, Fong replied. An Audi A4 is too ordinary. At least it should be an A8 or S8. What color do you prefer? I'll have them prepare it. Chapter 14, Live Broadcast Announcement. Qin Yao pondered for a moment. I like white. It's simple yet grand. For Mom and Dad, black would be more dignified. My second brother prefers blue. Noted. Fong signaled to the staff to record these preferences. After her initial excitement, Qin Yao suddenly raised a concern. Brother, what about the paperwork for gifting so many cars to fans? How will they be transported back to the country? And what about the red envelopes? How do we distribute 5 million in cash? You need not worry about any of that. I will handle it. Fong reassured her with a confident glance. I will arrange for a professional team to distribute the red envelopes through the Douyin platform, ensuring fairness and transparency. As for the cars, I'll make sure everything is prepared and all paperwork is complete. They will be shipped back to the country immediately after the live stream concludes. In truth, for Fong, these tasks were remarkably straightforward. The manufacturing facility could produce any model of vehicle within hours, and the quality would far surpass that of conventional factory vehicles. Regarding the paperwork, his team had already established a comprehensive identity network through various channels, enabling them to easily procure legitimate documentation for any item. The cars gifted to fans would be manufactured to the latest market specifications without any modifications, as they were intended for public use and should not attract undue attention. However, the vehicles for his family would be a different matter. Safety was paramount. Fong planned to equip their cars with the most advanced protective systems, utilizing specialized composite materials capable of withstanding conventional bullets and even small explosions. Yet, the exterior would remain indistinguishable from standard vehicles, using conventional gasoline to avoid unnecessary complications. These details were not something Fong intended to share with his sister. Some matters are best approached with a veil of ignorance for one's safety. Thus, I shall now announce a live broadcast. Qin Yao eagerly retrieved her phone, preparing to go live in 1 hour, showcasing an array of firearms, along with an extravagant gift list that defies belief. Her fingers danced rapidly across the screen, crafting a post with finesse. Dear followers, join me precisely in 1 hour, at noon, for an exhilarating live session. Today, I will take you through my brother's treasure trove of authentic weaponry, fulfilling all your fantasies regarding arms. More importantly, in gratitude for your unwavering support, my brother has generously sponsored an unprecedented giveaway during this live session. We shall be offering a staggering 5 million cash prize, 10 Porsche Panameras, 3 Bentley Flying Spurs, and 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan. All prizes are legitimate and verifiable. Be sure to reserve your spot in the live room. I expect to see you all there. Following the post, Qin Yao anxiously monitored her phone screen. Within mere minutes, the likes surged past 10,000, while comments multiplied at an astonishing rate. Oh my goodness. Is this for real? Porsche? Bentley? Rolls-Royce? Yao, are you joking? 5 million in cash. How much is that? I've already reserved my spot. What if I win? Don't even think about it. There must be some hidden agenda. Regardless of the truth, I'll reserve my place first. What kind of extraordinary brother does Yao have to be so lavish? Qin Yao's Douyin follower count began to skyrocket. Previously, she had around 120,000 followers, which surged to 300,000 after yesterday's stream. With this announcement, her follower count escalated by hundreds per second, swiftly surpassing the 500,000 mark. But that was not the end of it. Soon, her post was screenshotted and shared across major platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and Zhihu. Douyin witnesses the most extravagant streamer in history. Gifts of cars, cash, and firearms. Qin Yao remarked. Guns? Where would I get those to give away? Would you dare to accept them? In Dragon Country, a girl named Yao, receiving a Rolls-Royce from her brother for her fans. Is this just hype? How could anyone possibly give such lavish gifts? Upon investigation, I found that even the cheapest Porsche Panamera costs around 1 million. 10 would total 10 million. A Bentley Flying Spur ranges from 2 to 3 million each. 3 would amount to 7 to 8 million. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan starts at 6 to 7 million. Adding 5 million in cash brings the total value close to 30 million. What kind of background does the streamer possess? The specifics remain unknown. But after watching yesterday's live session, it was noted that her brother possesses his own armed forces in Africa, residing in a castle-like estate. Sending 30 million in gifts hardly seems implausible. Reservations for the live room are already made. What if one were to win? Although the odds are slim, one must still dare to dream. The topic began trending wildly across all social media platforms, with phrases like African streamer giving away Rolls-Royce, 5 million cash prize, and Yao and Black Continent swiftly climbing the trending charts. Countless individuals flocked to Douyin, eager to secure their places in Qin Yao's live room. As Qin Yao observed the numbers on her screen escalating, her palms grew clammy with anticipation. She looked up at Fong. Brother, the number of reservations has already surpassed 1 million and continues to rise. That's to be expected, Fong replied calmly. Such an enticing offer, no one can resist. What you must do now is prepare the live streaming content to present an extraordinary performance to your fans. I feel a bit anxious. Qin Yao candidly expressed her concerns. With so many eyes upon me, what if I embarrass myself? Relax, think of it as sharing life with friends, Fong reassured her. Besides, haven't you always aspired to be an outdoor adventure broadcaster? You now have the finest material and equipment at your disposal. What is there to fear? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao endeavored to calm herself. At that moment, lunch was nearly finished. Fong stood up. Let us go. I will take you to the equipment storage to familiarize yourselves with the environment. We will commence the broadcast in an hour, which is just the right amount of time. The 4 girls promptly rose to follow him. Under Feng's guidance, they traversed the main building of the estate and arrived at a separate structure. This building resembled a warehouse, yet its security was exceptionally stringent, with 2 fully armed guards stationed at the entrance, surrounded by cameras and sensors. Fong utilized fingerprint and iris recognition to unlock a heavy alloy door. Inside was a descending passageway, where lights illuminated automatically, revealing the path ahead. This is the entrance to the underground equipment storage, Fong explained. For safety reasons, all critical equipment is stored below ground. They descended approximately 2 stories along the corridor and arrived at another door. This time, Fong inputted a series of codes and performed a voice print verification before the door slowly opened. The sight beyond the door left the 4 girls in awe once again. It was a vast space covering thousands of square meters with a height exceeding 10 meters, divided into multiple sections. Upon entering, they were greeted by the light weapons area, where walls were adorned with an array of rifles, handguns, and submachine guns, each polished to a gleaming shine, reflecting a cold, hard glow under the lights. This is our light weapons repository, Fong introduced. From handguns to sniper rifles, both domestic and imported, you will find virtually every firearm you can name here. Yao approached a wall lined with neatly arranged handguns. She recognized several models, Glock 17, M1911, and the 92 model, each accompanied by detailed labels indicating the model, caliber, and origin. Brother, are these guns real? Yao inquired cautiously. Of course, they are genuine, but all are legally registered, Fong replied. Retrieving a silver handgun from the wall, take this Desert Eagle, a 50 caliber. It has a significant recoil and is not suitable for beginners. However, this Glock 19 is much more manageable, with a 9mm caliber and excellent stability, widely used by police forces in various countries. Her 3 roommates also approached with curiosity. Liu softly asked, Fong, can we touch them? Yes, but under professional guidance. Fong called over an instructor from the equipment storage. This is Instructor Li. He will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with the firearms and ensure your safety. Instructor Li was a man in his 30s with a stern countenance, dressed in camouflage training attire, resembling a special forces instructor from a film. In truth, he was indeed a training expert among bioengineered security personnel, proficient in the use and instruction of various weapons. Greetings, ladies, he said. Instructor Li saluted, stating that before engaging with any weapon, one must first learn the safety rules. Please follow me, he instructed, leading 4 young ladies to the training area, where various simulated firearms and targets awaited. Instructor Li commenced a thorough elucidation of the fundamental rules of firearm safety. Always assume the weapon is loaded, keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction, and refrain from touching the trigger unless prepared to fire. Yao listened attentively, even taking notes on her phone, aware that this knowledge would prove invaluable during the upcoming live broadcast. Once the safety protocols were thoroughly explained, Instructor Li allowed them to handle real firearms. The first weapon was a Glock 19. He meticulously described its structure, operational principles, and handling methods, demonstrating the proper stance and aiming technique. Now, you may try holding it to feel its weight and grip, he said. Remember, keep the muzzle pointed down and your finger off the trigger. Yao gingerly accepted the handgun, finding it somewhat heavier than expected, yet the grip felt secure and comfortable in her hand. How does it feel? Fong inquired from the side. A bit nervous, yet exhilarated, Yao confessed. Brother, will I really be able to shoot during the live stream? Of course. But it must be under Instructor Li's supervision, Fong assured her. We will proceed to a dedicated shooting range equipped with comprehensive safety measures. Subsequently, Instructor Li guided them to explore other weaponry areas. The rifle section featured AK series, M4 series, and domestically produced 95 type and 3 type sniper rifles, including the Barrett M82, AWM, and the domestically manufactured 10 type in the sniper section. There were even rocket launchers and mortars showcased in a designated display area, strictly off limits for use. The most astonishing sight for the girls was the armored vehicle section, boasting an array of armored vehicles ranging from light-wheeled models to heavy-tracked infantry fighting vehicles. Can we drive these? Zhang Yu whispered. Yes, but specialized training and a license are required, Fong replied. However, due to time constraints today, we will primarily experience light weaponry. If you're interested, you can learn more in the future. After touring the equipment storage, they realized it was nearly noon. Yao glanced at her phone. The number of reservations for the live stream had surged past 2 million and continued to rise. Brother, we should prepare for the live broadcast, she urged. All right, let's head to the shooting range, Fong responded, leading them from the equipment storage to an open-air shooting range on the ground. This professional-grade shooting range featured multiple shooting positions, with targets set from 25 to 300 meters. Each position was equipped with protective measures, including bulletproof glass partitions and sound-absorbent materials. Observation and rest areas were also provided. A team of staff members was already on site, having set up the live streaming equipment, including multi-camera setups, professional microphones, lighting, and even a drone for aerial panoramic shots. Isn't this all too professional? Yao remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the equipment. Since we are going live, we must strive for excellence, Fong stated. I have arranged for a professional live streaming team to handle the technical aspects. Your sole focus should be on interacting with the fans. Yao nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. She glanced at the clock, noting there were still 15 minutes left. I'll go touch up my makeup, she said. In truth, the staff at the manor had anticipated this need. Beside the shooting range, there was a temporary makeup room, where professional makeup artists and stylists awaited. Yao and her 3 roommates were escorted to the makeup room, where the makeup artists swiftly applied a light makeup, while the stylist provided them with suitable attire, not extravagant gowns, but rather sleek tactical outfits that complemented the ambience of the shooting range and ensured ease of movement. Miss Yao, here is your earpiece. A staff member offered her a compact earpiece, which, when worn during the live broadcast, would allow her to clearly hear the director's instructions and enhance audio quality. Qin Yao accepted the earpiece and donned it, attempting a few words. Her voice resonating clearly and naturally. With everything prepared, the clock struck 11:59. Qin Yao stood at the center of the shooting range, facing a long table adorned with an array of firearms, while behind her were professional shooting positions and distant targets. Multiple cameras focused on her from various angles, and drones hovered overhead, ready for action. The chief director of the live broadcast spoke through her earpiece. Miss Yao, we will go live in 30 seconds. Relax. Just as you would when chatting with friends. We will guide you throughout, so there is no need to worry. Qin Yao nodded, taking several deep breaths. Fong stood at a nearby observation area, giving her a thumbs up and an encouraging gesture. 10 seconds left. Qin Yao closed her eyes, silently counting. 10, 9, 8, 7. Her heartbeat quickened, her palms slightly sweaty. This was not anxiety, but rather exhilaration for the impending live broadcast, excitement to showcase such cool content to her fans, and joy for having such a supportive brother. 3, 2, 1. The broadcast begins. Qin Yao opened her eyes, beaming at the main camera with a radiant smile. Hello everyone. I am Yao Yao. Welcome to my live stream from Huzhou. Chapter 16. The broadcast commences. The midday sun poured through the awning above the shooting range, casting dappled shadows on the gravel-strewn ground. Qin Yao stood in the meticulously arranged broadcast area, with an array of firearms neatly lined up behind her and 4 professional cameras positioned in front, one of which was transmitting her image live to the Douyin platform. Hello everyone. I am Yao Yao. Welcome to my live stream from Huzhou. At the moment the broadcast commenced, the online viewer count skyrocketed, soaring from 0 to 1 million in less than 10 seconds. The barrage of comments surged forth, moving so rapidly it was nearly unreadable. Here it comes. Yao Yao looks so cool today. That tactical outfit is fabulous. Guns. So many guns. Are they all real? Are the gifts genuine? Is there really a Rolls Royce on offer? Qin Yao adjusted her earpiece, revealing her signature sweet smile, seeing that everyone is inquiring about the gifts. I can assure you all that they are indeed real. All the red envelopes, all the vehicles are authentic and valid. These are all sponsored by my brother. As a token of gratitude for your unwavering support, she turned slightly, gesturing towards Fong, who stood not far away. The camera shifted at an opportune moment, capturing Fong as he offered a gentle smile and waved. Brother is so handsome. This is the true embodiment of a domineering CEO. Does he still need a sister? The kind who has attended university and knows how to dine. The inquiries about how the red envelopes would be distributed and how the cars would be gifted ensued. Qin Yao stepped back into the center of the frame. Everyone, please be patient. Let me explain slowly. First, we will distribute fortune bags containing red envelopes. Each fortune bag is worth 10,000 diamonds, with 50 slots available, and each slot awards a cash red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The participation method is simple. Just follow the account and remain in the live stream for 10 minutes without leaving. After the fortune bags are drawn, winners should directly contact my assistant, Yao Yao, listed in the live stream rankings. They will verify your information and send you the red envelope directly. As her words concluded, the staff, who had been preparing in the background, initiated the first fortune bag. A countdown timer appeared at the top of the live stream screen. 9 minutes 59 seconds. 9 minutes 58 seconds. The barrage of comments exploded. Participated. Wishing for a win. 10,000 yuan. That's enough for 3 months of living expenses. This host is so generous. Only 50 slots. The odds are so slim. But what if I win? Dreams must be cherished. The number of viewers in the live stream surged past 3 million, continuing to grow at an astonishing rate. Qin Yao's name swiftly ascended to the top of Douyin's trending searches, with topics like Yao Yao gives away luxury cars in Huzhou and 5 million cash red envelopes spreading wildly across social media platforms. Seizing the opportunity during the fortune bag countdown, Qin Yao transitioned to the main topic of the day. She approached a long table adorned with firearms and began her introduction from the left. First, let me introduce the pistol series. She picked up a silver Desert Eagle, a weapon most have seen in films, chambered in .50 caliber, renowned for its immense power but also significant recoil, making it unsuitable for novices. She placed the pistol back down and picked up a black handgun beside it. In comparison, this Glock 19 is far more user-friendly, chambered in 9mm, known for its stability and widely used by police forces in many countries. At that moment, Instructor Lee appeared on camera, dressed in a sharp tactical uniform that exuded professionalism and rugged charm. This is our Instructor Lee, an expert in the use and instruction of various weapons, Qin Yao introduced. Under his guidance, I will personally experience shooting, allowing everyone to witness the true power of these weapons. The comments became lively again. Instructor is so handsome. He looks so professional, like someone from a special forces unit. Yao Yao is going to shoot? Please be safe. I want to see Yao Yao hitting the target. Instructor Lee saluted the camera with a crisp military gesture and began explaining firearm safety protocols. His explanations were clear and professional, accompanied by hand gestures, making it accessible even to those unfamiliar with firearms. In any situation, safety is paramount, Instructor Lee stated solemnly. All firearms must be treated as if they are loaded. The muzzle should always point in a safe direction, and your finger should be off the trigger unless you are prepared to shoot. As he spoke, Qin Yao listened attentively, nodding occasionally. In truth, she had already studied this material earlier that morning, yet revisiting it in front of the camera proved to be immensely beneficial. After the safety briefing concluded, the first lucky draw was about to commence. The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 5 million, causing the server to experience slight lag. 10 seconds on the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Qin Yao gazed at the countdown on the screen, her voice laced with excitement. 3, 2, 1. The draw commenced. 50 winning IDs appeared on the screen in an instant. The barrage of comments was instantly flooded with congratulations and cries of awe. I didn't win. Congratulations to these 50 fortunate viewers, Qin Yao cheerfully announced, urging the winners to promptly contact the Yao Yao Lucky Draw assistant, who would verify their identity before directly issuing a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Remember, only claims through the official assistant are valid. Any private messages requesting handling fees or deposits are scams. As her words settled, the online audience surged once more, with numerous spectators who had merely been observing rushing in to participate in the subsequent draws upon witnessing actual winners, 10,000 yuan in cash, no less. Well, the red envelopes have been distributed. Now we shall move on to the highlight of today. Qin Yao's voice elevated slightly. I will begin the shooting experience. The first weapon, a Glock 19. Under the guidance of Instructor Li, Qin Yao donned noise-canceling earmuffs and protective goggles, approaching the shooting position at 25 meters. She positioned her feet shoulder-width apart, leaned slightly forward, grasped the firearm with both hands, and extended her arms, aiming at the bullseye, aligning her sight, and steadying her breath. Instructor Li softly guided her from the side. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao held it, her finger gently pressing the trigger. Bang! The crisp sound of the gun echoed across the shooting range. A bullet hole appeared at the edge of the 10 ring on the target paper in the distance. Wow! I hit it! Qin Yao exclaimed with excitement, jumping up and turning to face the camera, her face radiating uncontainable joy. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Incredible! Hitting the 10 ring on the first shot. Although it was merely the edge, it was impressive nonetheless. That gunfire was quite loud. It startled me. Yao Yao's stance is so professional. Next, under Instructor Li's guidance, Qin Yao tried several different models of handguns. With each attempt, she meticulously described the characteristics and sensations of each firearm. Her proficiency grew with each shot, and her accuracy steadily improved. Chapter 17, the winning luxury car now. Let us try the rifle. Qin Yao approached the rifle area, picking up a sleek black M4 carbine. This model, the M4, features a 5.56mm caliber, boasts a long range and high precision, making it standard equipment in many military forces around the world. She moved to the 50-meter shooting position and adopted a prone shooting stance under Instructor Li's guidance. This time, her performance was even more remarkable, with 3 consecutive shots landing within the 9 ring. How exhilarating! Qin Yao set down the rifle, a flush of excitement gracing her cheeks. No wonder so many people are enamored with shooting. The sensation is truly addictive. At that moment, the countdown for the second lucky draw was nearing its end. The rewards for this draw were even more enticing. 5 slots, each offering a cash prize of 50,000 yuan. The number of viewers in the live stream had surged past 7 million, and the barrage of comments was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to read. Merely a blur of flying text. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The draw commenced. 5 winning IDs appeared. This time, the odds of winning are slimmer. Yet the prize amounts are more substantial, resulting in a fervent atmosphere within the live broadcast. Congratulations to these 5 fortunate viewers. Please contact the assistant for the Yao Yao Lucky Bag to claim your prize. After Qin Yao finished speaking, she turned to the other 3 girls, expressing that her roommates also wished to partake in the experience. Shall we grant them an opportunity? The camera shifted to Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu. Although the 3 girls appeared somewhat anxious, they mustered the courage to step forward under Qin Yao's encouragement. First to take the stage was Lin Xiaoxiao. She selected a relatively gentle Type 92 pistol, and under the guidance of Instructor Li, despite her trembling hands, she successfully hit the target. I did it! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, setting down the gun, her hands still slightly shaking, yet her face radiated uncontainable excitement. Next came Zhang Yu and Li Siyu. Their performances were commendable as well. While they lacked Qin Yao's expertise, they both successfully completed their shooting experience. The participation of the 3 girls invigorated the atmosphere of the live broadcast, with numerous viewers cheering for them in the comments, while some jokingly remarked that the dormitory quartet had become special forces. Time slipped by quietly amidst the shooting experience and the lucky bag lottery. The third lucky bag contained 10 slots for a 100,000 yuan red envelope. The fourth held 3 slots for a 200,000 yuan red envelope, and the fifth offered 1 slot for a 500,000 yuan red envelope. Each prize announcement caused the number of viewers to surge, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. When the 5th lucky bag for the 500,000 cash prize was revealed, the online viewer count had already surpassed 9 million, nearing the 10 million mark. The winner was a viewer with the ID African Dream. As his name appeared on the screen, the comments section exploded with congratulations and expressions of envy. Congratulations to African Dream for winning the 500,000 cash prize. Please contact the Lucky Bag assistant promptly to claim your winnings. This is the final grand prize of the day, but do not despair, as we are about to commence the card giveaway. With these words, the atmosphere in the live broadcast reached its zenith. Countless viewers held their breath in anticipation of this moment. First up, 10 Porsche Panameras. Qin Yao's voice resonated throughout the live broadcast as she declared that we would be giving them away through 10 lucky bags, each containing 1 slot. The participation conditions remain the same. Simply follow and stay in the live room. The first Panamera lucky bag is now open. The staff swiftly initiated the lucky bag draw. This time, the countdown was only 5 minutes, yet the number of participants reached astonishing figures, officially surpassing 10 million online viewers. This marked the first time in Douyin's history that an unofficial event's live broadcast exceeded 10 million viewers. The server faced immense pressure, and technicians were urgently expanding capacity in the background to ensure smooth streaming. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the first Panamera winner was revealed, ID Chasing Wind Youth. Congratulations, Chasing Wind Youth. Qin Yao announced loudly, you are now the proud owner of the first Panamera. The comments section erupted in excitement. Some congratulated, others expressed envy, and some questioned the authenticity of the win. However, it was not long before the lucky bag assistant posted an official announcement detailing the claim process and required materials, appearing exceedingly legitimate and professional. Next, the remaining 9 Porsche Panameras were distributed one by one through the lucky draw. With each prize revealed, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew increasingly fervent. As the winners emerged, many began to believe that this was no mere publicity stunt. For no such endeavor would orchestrate such a grand scale with so many prizes at stake. Once the Panameras were all awarded, the focus shifted to the Bentley Flying Spur. 3 Bentleys, 3 lucky draws, each with a mere 3-minute countdown. Yet, the number of participants did not wane. Rather, the allure of the higher value prizes intensified the excitement. The first winner of a Bentley was ID Promise Under the Stars. The second, ID Peaceful Times. The third, ID Forge Ahead. Each name announcement sparked waves of exhilaration in the chat. Many began to calculate the winner's luck, joking about wanting to share in their fortune. Finally, the grand finale, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This was the last and most valuable prize of the day. Qin Yao's voice trembled with excitement as she followed the usual protocol, 1 lucky draw per bag. With a 5-minute countdown commencing now, in the live broadcast room, millions of viewers were engaged, nearly all participating in this final lucky draw. The chat was markedly quieter, as everyone intently focused on the countdown bar, silently praying. Fong stood in the observation area, monitoring the data through the screens, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The results of this broadcast far exceeded expectations. Not only had his sister's popularity surged, but the name of Huanyu Group had also entered the public's consciousness through this event. Although the current focus was still on the prizes, garnering attention would simplify subsequent endeavors. 5 minutes elapsed in a tense atmosphere. As the clock struck 0 and the moment of the lucky draw arrived, the entire live room seemed to freeze for a second. Then, an ID appeared on the screen, Ordinary Dream. Congratulations to Ordinary Dream. Qin Yao nearly shouted. You have won today's grand prize, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After a brief pause, the chat erupted like a volcano. Congratulations. Share the luck. Such a humble ID, yet it had struck gold. From this day forth, it shall be known as Ordinary Dream. So how exactly would the prizes be collected? Would they truly be awarded? Qin Yao took a deep breath, calming her racing heart. I know many of you have questions, especially the winners. Now, let me take you to see your prizes. Chapter 18, Distribution of Gifts. The scene shifted as Qin Yao, guided by Qin Fong, departed the shooting range and made her way to another area of the estate. It was a row of warehouse-style buildings, with guards stationed at the entrance. Qin Fong underwent identity verification, and the warehouse doors slowly creaked open. The live camera zoomed in, revealing the interior to millions of viewers. 10 Porsche Panameras of various colors were lined up impeccably, each gleaming under the lights, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Adjacent to them were 3 Bentley Flying Spurs, their elegant lines and exquisite interiors exuding luxury even from behind the screen. What stands out most prominently is the magnificent Rolls-Royce Cullinan at the center, with its imposing body, iconic grille, and meticulously crafted interior, all exemplifying the grandeur of a top-tier luxury automobile. Even Qin Yao, who is no stranger to the world of opulence, could not help but gasp in awe at the sight of these cars arranged in perfect alignment. The barrage of comments exploded. Oh my, they are all real. How much could this possibly cost? Each one in a different hue. Such attention to detail. So, will they truly be given away? How will that happen? As Qin Yao approached the line of cars and addressed the camera, she announced, as you can see, all the prizes are ready, featuring the latest top-of-the-line models. Soon, we will transport these vehicles back to the country via private jet. The camera followed her to a helipad within the estate, where a large cargo aircraft was stationed. Emblazoned with the emblem of the Huanyu Group, a simplistic depiction of the Earth surrounded by stars. This is my brother's company's private transport plane, Qin Yao explained. Shortly, these cars will be loaded onto the aircraft and flown directly to the mainland. For the fortunate winners, here's what you need to do. First, contact the assistant for the lucky draw, providing your identification and delivery address. Second, have your relevant documents ready, as someone will reach out to you to facilitate the handover once the vehicles arrive. All expenses, including shipping costs, duties, and registration fees, will be borne by us. There is not a single penny you need to pay. Her words sparked another wave of excitement. Many had previously worried about the potential tax burdens of winning a luxury car, but those concerns were now entirely alleviated. So it's truly all-inclusive? One comment queried. It is indeed all-inclusive. Qin Yao affirmed confidently. My brother stated that if we are giving away these prizes, we must ensure everything is taken care of, so that the winners have no lingering worries. Next, the live broadcast captured the entire process as the staff began loading the vehicles onto the transport plane. With professional equipment and skilled operators, the entire operation proceeded in an orderly fashion. With each vehicle loaded, Qin Yao would announce the winner's ID and the vehicle's specifications. This red Panamera belongs to Chasing Wind Youth, featuring the Turbo S version with a maximum horsepower of 630. This white Bentley Continental GT belongs to Serenity of Time, equipped with a W12 engine and hand-stitched leather interior. And this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, belonging to Ordinary Dreams, is the black badge version, fully customized with the finest materials. As she shared these details, the winners expressed their excitement in the comments, extending gratitude to Qin Yao and her brother. Many showcased their chat screenshots with the assistant, proving they were indeed in the process of claiming their prizes. Once all 14 vehicles were securely loaded, the cargo door of the aircraft gradually closed. The pilot confirmed readiness via radio, and under the guidance of the control tower, the plane slowly taxied to the runway's starting point. This aircraft would fly directly to the mainland, with an estimated flight time of around 10 hours. Qin Yao addressed the camera, stating, upon landing, we will coordinate with a professional logistics company to deliver the vehicles to the addresses provided by the winners. Therefore, dear winners, in just 2 to 3 days, you shall receive this grand gift. The transport aircraft commenced its acceleration down the runway, the resounding roar of its engines palpable even through the screen. Gradually, it ascended from the ground, soaring into the azure sky. After circling above the estate, it headed northeast, towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. The live broadcast meticulously followed the aircraft until it vanished into the clouds. Qin Yao reappeared before the camera, her visage marked by fatigue, yet predominantly illuminated by exhilaration and a sense of accomplishment. This concludes today's broadcast. Congratulations once again to all the fortunate winners. For those who did not win, do not lose heart. Follow my channel, as there will be more sporadic giveaways in the future. She paused momentarily before continuing. My journey in Africa is merely beginning. There will be more captivating content ahead. Wildlife adventures, visits to indigenous tribes, and breathtaking vistas of Africa. Of course, there may also be some extraordinary surprises. So, do keep an eye out. You wouldn't want to miss it. The live stream concluded amidst the audience's reluctance. The final statistics revealed that the broadcast lasted over 4 hours, with peak concurrent viewers reaching 13 million and total views surpassing 200 million, setting multiple records on the Douyin platform. More significantly, Qin Yao's follower count skyrocketed from 500,000 to 12 million overnight, elevating her to the status of a top-tier broadcaster on the platform. Once the stream ended, Qin Yao let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. You must be exhausted. Qin Fong approached, offering her a bottle of water. I am tired, but it's worth it, she replied, taking the water and gulping down several mouthfuls. Brother, did we really give away that many cars? That's tens of millions. Just tens of millions, a trivial matter. Qin Fong settled beside her. What's crucial is that, through this event, you have become a million-level broadcaster. Your happiness is what matters most. But will those winners truly receive their cars? I still find it hard to believe. What about the paperwork? What about customs? What about registration? Everything has been arranged. Qin Fong replied with a mysterious smile. Did you think I was idle during my 2 years in Africa? The network I've built can effortlessly handle such matters. In reality, Qin Fong referred to a global intelligence and operational system established by bioengineered beings. Through this system, they can seamlessly manage legitimate import and export procedures for any item, easily navigate customs and taxation across various nations, and accomplish tasks that may seem impossible. Indeed, those vehicles were manufactured by the base. However, all the documentation, certificates, and formalities are indistinguishable from genuine vehicles, perhaps even more authentic. This is because bioengineered beings can create comprehensive histories for these cars in major global databases, covering everything from the production line to dealerships. And from import customs to tax proofs, everything is accounted for. As for the transport aircraft, it will indeed fly to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon landing, the vehicles will be distributed through special channels, ensuring a seamless process. The winners will merely feel fortunate to receive a brand new luxury car, oblivious to the vast system operating behind the scenes. Brother, thank you, Qin Yao suddenly expressed, her voice slightly choked. Thank you for doing so much for me. Silly girl, you are my sister. Who else would I do this for if not you? Qin Fong gently tousled her hair and said, all right, go rest now. You've had a long day, and tomorrow I shall take you to witness something even more spectacular. Something even more spectacular? What is it? You'll find out in due time. Qin Fong teased. Qin Yao nodded, rising with the assistance of the staff. Her 3 roommates approached, and the 4 of them linked arms, making their way towards the main building of the manor. Despite their fatigue, each face radiated excitement and joy. For Qin Fong, the luxury cars and cash gifts were trivial matters. The manufacturing capabilities of the base and the energy conversion of the system allowed him to produce virtually any material in limitless quantities. Money had long since lost its significance for him. The live stream featuring Qin Yao in Black Continent sparked unprecedented discussions across the domestic internet. Major social media platforms were inundated with trending topics. Black Continent streamer gifting a Rolls-Royce, 5 million cash gifts, Yao Yao in Black Continent. What is the Huan Yu Group? Qin Feng's private armed forces. On Weibo, the view count for related topics skyrocketed to over 100 million within just a few hours, with discussions exceeding 1 million. Countless netizens, unable to sleep after staying up late to watch the live stream, rushed to share the astonishing details of the event across various platforms. Did you see last night's live stream? My goodness, they gave away a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, a Porsche. Does this streamer have a mine or an oil field? I watched the entire thing. That streamer named Yao Yao is incredible, but her brother is even more amazing. He has his own armed forces in Black Continent, resides in a castle, enjoys gourmet food flown in, and casually gives away tens of millions in gifts. What a celestial life. The key point is that those prizes were genuinely given away. One blogger I follow won a Panamera and has already shared chat records with their assistant. With the paperwork in progress. I saw that too. Several winners have posted updates, and they all seem like ordinary netizens, not shills. On Jihu, related questions rapidly ascended to the top of the trending list. How should we evaluate the incident of Douyin streamer Yao Yao lavishly gifting millions in Black Continent? The most upvoted response came from a user claiming to have worked in Black Continent for many years. Let me state my conclusion. This is real, and the Huan Yu Group indeed possesses considerable strength in Africa. I reside in West Africa and have some knowledge of the Central African region. From the live stream footage, Yao Yao's brother's base appears highly professional. The weaponry is not something an ordinary security company could possess. Armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, professional shooting ranges, and well-trained armed personnel exceed the scope of private security. Moreover, judging by the geographical environment, the base is located in a remote jungle area. Establishing such large-scale facilities there requires not only financial resources, but also significant engineering capabilities and the tacit approval of the local government. Regarding the authenticity of the gifts, I tend to believe in their validity for 3 reasons. First, the winners are ordinary netizens, and their social records can be verified. Second, the gifting process is quite formal, managed by a dedicated team. Third, the cost of orchestrating such a large-scale publicity stunt is excessively high, and the risks involved are considerable, making it unnecessary. Lastly, I wish to convey that within the vast expanse of Africa, there indeed exist forces and wealth that are beyond the comprehension of the average individual. Yao Yao's brother may merely be one of the examples that have surfaced. The implications of this matter reflect a novel paradigm for the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom as they venture abroad. No longer are they merely operating small shops or engaging in modest enterprises, but they are beginning to establish truly influential organizations and powers. This response garnered over 50,000 likes and more than 5,000 comments within a mere 2 hours. Many expressed a refreshing perspective, while others questioned the respondents' exaggeration. On the Douyin platform, the activities of the winners have become a new focal point. The user ID Chasing Wind Youth, a programmer based in Shenzhen, promptly shared a video after the live stream concluded. Family, I have one, a Panamera, fully equipped Turbo S. My hands are still trembling. In the video, he showcased a screenshot of his prize notification, along with chat records with Yao Yao's assistant and the completed delivery address form. The chat records reveal that the assistant meticulously inquired about his identity details and driver's license status, informing him that the vehicle would be delivered within 2 to 3 days. And all procedures had been duly completed. The comment section was inundated with thousands of remarks. What a stroke of luck. Brother, that car must cost over 2 million, right? Envy and jealousy abound. So, truly nothing is required? No taxes to pay? Chasing Wind Youth responded to one of the comments. The assistant stated that they will cover all expenses, including import duties, value-added tax, registration fees, and so forth. I simply need to provide a copy of my ID and driver's license, and then wait for the car to be delivered right to my doorstep. This reply sparked yet another wave of heated discussion. Many began to tally the costs. An imported Porsche Panamera Turbo S has a domestic guide price exceeding 2 million, and with various taxes, it nearly approaches 3 million upon delivery. Yet, such a vehicle costs the winner nothing, allowing them to drive it away directly. Another winner, Promise Under the Starry Sky, is a graphic designer working in Hangzhou who won a Bentley Flying Spur. She also shared an update. Her tone even more exuberant. I still feel like I am dreaming. A Bentley Flying Spur, a car I wouldn't even dare to imagine. Thank you, Yao Yao. Thank you. Yao Yao's brother. Tears of joy. The chat records she shared were even more detailed. The assistant not only inquired about her basic information, but also allowed her to choose the interior color and configuration options. She was informed that the vehicle had been loaded onto a transport plane and was expected to arrive at Hangzhou International Airport the following afternoon, with a dedicated logistics company set to deliver it to her home. You can even select configurations? How thoughtful. So, it's not just a random giveaway. It's truly customized? This service is even better than that of a 4S dealership. Promise Under the Starry Sky replied. Indeed, the assistant provided me with several color options, and I chose the oyster white exterior and linen white interior. They mentioned this is the latest top model, equipped with a W12 engine and all optional features included. Chapter 20. Online Buzz. The most notable winner, of course, is the recipient of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Ordinary Dreams. This individual is an ordinary office worker living in Shu Province. In his 30s, married, and a father to 1 child. His Douyin account features rather mundane content, primarily revolving around family life and daily work, attracting only a few hundred followers. At 3 in the morning, he posted an extensive message. I still cannot sleep. I worked overtime until 10 last night, and by the time I returned home, my wife and child were already asleep. I opened Douyin to unwind and happened upon Yao Yao's livestream. To be honest, I was skeptical at first, thinking it was merely a publicity stunt. However, with nothing else to do, I decided to follow her and participated in the lucky draw. When my ID appeared on the screen, I was utterly bewildered. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a vehicle whose exact price I was oblivious to, was simply known to be exorbitantly expensive. I took a screenshot to show my wife, who assumed I had edited the image to deceive her. It was only when Yao Yao's assistant contacted me, sending a multitude of documents and forms, that I gradually began to believe in the authenticity of this occurrence. I provided the required information, and the assistant informed me that the vehicle was already in transit, expected to arrive in Shu territory in 2 days. I asked a rather foolish question. Is this car truly mine? Can I sell it? The assistant replied. The vehicle is entirely yours, with full ownership rights. You may dispose of it as you wish. Frankly, I cannot afford such a car. The insurance, maintenance, and fuel costs are beyond my means. After discussing with my wife, we decided to sell the car upon its arrival. Even at a discount, it would yield a substantial sum. This money could clear our mortgage, provide a better education for our child, and ensure a more comfortable life for my parents. I still feel as if I am dreaming. Thank you, Yao Yao. And thank you to Mr. Qin Fong, Yao Yao's brother. You have transformed the fate of an ordinary family. This lengthy post quickly garnered hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments. Many were touched by his sincerity. This is the true essence of a winner. Congratulations. A common person's dream has come true. Selling it is the right choice. Maintaining such a car is too costly. With this money, life will indeed be different. May I also be blessed with such fortune. In addition to the winner, numerous viewers who watched the entire live stream shared detailed analyses and reflections. On Bilibili, a content creator produced a 40-minute recap video, meticulously dissecting the details of the live stream. Pay attention to this shot. The height of Yao Yao's brother's estate walls is at least 5 meters, constructed of reinforced concrete. Moreover, the shooting range's professionalism rivals that of military training bases. Look at these armed personnel. Their tactical movements are exceptionally standard, far from ordinary security guards. In the video, the creator also captured footage of the transport aircraft taking off, analyzing its model and capabilities. This is an upgraded IL-76 transport aircraft, clearly having undergone extensive modification. Observe its landing gear and engines, which are more powerful than the standard model. The ability to take off and land on makeshift runways in Black Continent indicates that Yao Yao's brother's facilities are remarkably sophisticated. This video swiftly rose to prominence on Bilibili, surpassing 5 million views. Meanwhile, on the professional military forum, Ironblood community, discussions delved even deeper. A user with the ID Eagle of Black Continent posted, "I am a retired veteran, having served in peacekeeping missions in Black Continent. From a professional standpoint, the armed forces displayed by Yao Yao's brother have reached the level of national military forces. Firstly, let us examine the equipment. The modified patrol vehicle based on the Marauder armored car is equipped with a QJZ-8912 7mm heavy machine gun, which is not intended for civilian use. The rifles held by the soldiers, although resembling the QBZ-191 in appearance, exhibit distinct differences in detail, suggesting they may be specialized variants. Furthermore, the layout of the checkpoints is remarkably professional, balancing defensive and surveillance capabilities. Next, we consider the caliber of the personnel. All soldiers exhibit exemplary precision in their movements. Their stances, rifle handling, and patrol formations are the result of rigorous, long-term training. Notably, Instructor Lee demonstrates teaching and skills that are unequivocally at the level of a special forces instructor. Lastly, let us assess the scale of the base from the live broadcast. It can be estimated that the military zone occupies at least several square kilometers, encompassing barracks, training fields, equipment depots, and an airstrip. The resources required to establish such an extensive base in such a remote area are astronomical. Overall, it can be concluded that the Universal Group is far from ordinary. While it may ostensibly present itself as a security company, its actual capabilities far exceed those of a typical enterprise. As for Qin Fong, Yao Yao's brother, he is either an heir to a prominent family or possesses an undisclosed background. This post has sparked intense discussion. Some endorse the analysis, while others believe it to be overthinking, possibly attributing it to wealthy individuals engaging in private security ventures in Africa. Nevertheless, a consensus is forming. Qin Fong and the Universal Group represent a mysterious force worthy of scrutiny. As the dialogue deepens, more details emerge. Some netizens have unearthed early live stream recordings of Qin Yao, confirming her origins from a modest county in Hunan province, further corroborating the narrative of her brother's rise in Africa. Additionally, others have discovered information regarding Qin Fong in China, revealing he graduated from an ordinary university and abruptly moved to Africa 2 years ago, subsequently sending money home each month. These revelations align perfectly with Qin Yao's statements during her live stream. Thus, the question arises, did he truly rise from nothing? Has he established such influence in Africa within just 2 years? Perhaps he possesses extraordinary abilities or has been extraordinarily fortunate. It could also be that he has benefactors aiding his ascent. One might wonder if he has encountered some sort of system reminiscent of a novel's plot. Have you read too many stories? Where in reality would one find such a system? Various speculations abound online, yet they lack concrete evidence. The true circumstances surrounding Qin Fong and the Universal Group remain shrouded in mystery. The only certainty is that this live stream has irrevocably altered Qin Yao's life. Her Douyin follower count has surpassed 15 million and continues to grow. Countless brands, MCN agencies, and advertisers are reaching out to her, eager to collaborate. Her private messages are overflowing, and her phone is inundated with calls, even from college classmates inquiring about her situation. However, for the time being, Qin Yao has chosen to disregard these distractions. Following her brother's guidance, she has turned off her phone and is taking a well-deserved rest at the estate. She understands that this live stream is merely the beginning, with more responsibilities looming ahead. Meanwhile, Qin Fong sits in the study of the estate, navigating the domestic online sentiment through an encrypted network. Observing the myriad analyses and conjectures, he smiles faintly. Chapter 21. 3,000 guards as dawn broke over Africa. Qin Yao was roused from her slumber by the commotion emanating from the estate. She approached the window and drew back the heavy curtains, instantly awakening to the astonishing sight before her. The open ground outside the manor was densely populated with armored vehicles. The desert camouflage gleamed with a cold, steely luster in the morning light, while the heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft missile launchers atop the vehicles stood in meticulous formation, resembling a forest of steel. Even more awe-inspiring were the 12 Apache helicopters circling low in the sky, their rotors stirring the air and flattening the grass below. In the distance, the silhouettes of transport helicopters could also be discerned. Is this preparation for battle? Qin Yao mused to herself. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It was the voice of Butler Wong. "Miss, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. The commander said we will depart in an hour. I'll be down shortly." Qin Yao replied hastily. She quickly freshened up and donned attire suitable for outdoor activities. Multifunctional tactical pants, a quick-dry t-shirt, a scratch-resistant jacket, and professional jungle boots. All these were provided by the estate, fitting her perfectly and crafted from comfortable, breathable materials. As she descended the stairs, her 3 roommates had already risen, similarly clad in outdoor garb, their faces reflecting a blend of excitement and apprehension. "Yao Yao, look at those outside." Lin Xiaoxiao pointed towards the window, her voice trembling slightly. "I see them." Qin Yao inhaled deeply. "My brother mentioned we would be hunting on the grasslands today, but I did not anticipate such a grand display." In the dining room, Qin Fong sat at the head of the table, also dressed in tactical attire, although his was more refined, adorned with a minimalist star insignia on the epaulettes, the emblem of the Huanyu group. "Have you all risen?" Qin Fong smiled at the 4 girls. "Let us have breakfast." We will be outdoors for the entire day, and lunch may be quite simple. The breakfast was a fusion of Eastern and Western delights, featuring congee and steamed buns, as well as fried eggs and bacon, complemented by a fresh fruit salad. However, the four girls appeared to have little appetite, their focus captivated by the spectacle outside. Brother, those outside, Qin Yao began. They are today as security forces, Qin Fong replied nonchalantly. In total, there are 3,000 personnel, including a mechanized infantry battalion, an armored battalion, an aviation squadron, along with logistical and medical units. 3,000 people? Zhang Yu nearly dropped her fork in astonishment. Is such a large contingent necessary for a hunting expedition? In Africa, safety is paramount. Qin Fong set down his coffee cup. Though this grassland appears beautiful and tranquil, it is fraught with peril, including wild animals, various armed factions, poachers, and even insurgents. As I take you out, I must ensure absolute safety. He paused before adding, furthermore, I wish for you and your fans to witness the might of my brother here. Qin Yao understood. This was not merely a hunting trip, but a demonstration of power. Her brother aimed to showcase the military strength of the Huanyu group to the world through this live broadcast. After breakfast, the group made their way to the assembly area outside the manor. What lay before them was a veritable tide of steel, with hundreds of armored vehicles lined up in perfect order as soldiers conducted final inspections. A battalion of 3,000 fully armed bioengineered soldiers stood resolutely, each resembling a sculpted figure, their gazes sharp and exuding an aura of lethal intensity. Qin Yao initiated a live broadcast. In an instant, the stream was inundated with over 1 million viewers, many having set alerts for this momentous occasion, eagerly anticipating today's spectacle. Greetings, everyone. I am Yao Yao. Today, I will take you on a hunting expedition across the vast grasslands of Hezhou. Qin Yao directed the camera towards the formidable army. These are the security forces arranged by my brother. Before she could finish her sentence, the comments erupted. Good heavens. Is this an army? Armored vehicles. Armed helicopters. This is astonishing. Yesterday was already impressive, and now we have this grand display. How many people are there? At least 1,000, right? 1,000. I'd wager at least 2 or 3,000. Those helicopters must be Apaches, right? What is American equipment doing here? Qin Fong stepped into the frame, his face adorned with a tranquil smile. Hello, everyone, I am Qin Fong. Today, I am bringing my sister and her friends to experience hunting on the grasslands. These are our group's security forces, ensuring our journey is safe. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. 12 Apache helicopters descended, circling above the convoy. Each helicopter bore Hellfire missiles and rocket pods, their 30mm cannons glinting coldly in the morning light. The armored forces on the ground began to mobilize. Leading the charge were 10 heavy armored vehicles, their rooftops equipped with heavy caliber machine guns and automatic grenade launchers. Following closely were dozens of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, trailed by transport trucks and logistical support vehicles. The entire convoy stretched for several kilometers, a truly magnificent sight. In a moment of inspiration, Qin Fong advanced to the front of the troops and raised his voice. Greetings, soldiers. The 3,000 soldiers stood at attention, their movements synchronized, producing a resounding clap. Then, a unified roar erupted. Greetings, boss. The sound reverberated like thunder across the grasslands, causing Qin Yao's phone to tremble slightly. Qin Fong called out again. You have all worked hard, soldiers. The soldiers roared once more, this time with 3 crescendoing exclamations. For the boss, to the death. For the boss, to the death. For the boss, to the death. The fervor and loyalty embedded in their voices sent shivers through the millions of viewers in the live stream. The comments momentarily fell silent before erupting in a frenzy. My goodness, this momentum. This is truly a private militia. To the death for an individual? The unwavering loyalty and reverence in these soldiers' gazes towards Qin Fong is palpable. This power is formidable enough to overwhelm many small nations. Who exactly is Qin Yao's brother? A warlord? An arms dealer? Or? Qin Yao herself was taken aback by the scene. She was aware her brother held influence in Africa, but she never anticipated it to be so vast and terrifying. 3,000 elite soldiers, hundreds of armored vehicles, and armed helicopters. This extended far beyond the realm of a mere security company. Brother, she whispered, are these soldiers really all your most loyal subordinates? Qin Fong patted his sister's shoulder reassuringly. With them by your side, you can traverse Hezhou with ease. He turned to the troops and issued the command. Let us depart. The order cascaded through the ranks, and the convoy began to move. Qin Fong, accompanied by 4 young women, boarded a Mi-17 transport helicopter, a modified version boasting luxurious interiors, comfortable seating, a small bar, and even a restroom. Chapter 22, Prairie Hunt. As the helicopter ascended, 12 Apache helicopters swiftly divided into 4 groups, 3 per formation, establishing a protective perimeter around the transport aircraft. On the ground, a convoy of armored vehicles resembled a steel dragon, advancing resolutely across the vast grassland. Live footage from multiple cameras on the helicopter presented this breathtaking scene to the audience. From above, hundreds of armored vehicles raced across the prairie, raising clouds of dust. The armed helicopters provided escort, their cannons and missiles prominently visible. Right now, I am at a loss for words. Qin Yao spoke into the camera, her voice quivering. This does not feel like a hunting expedition. It resembles a military exercise. The barrage of comments flooded in. This is not hunting. It's an armed parade. A blatant display of power. Brother Qin, this is a declaration to the world. I possess considerable influence in Africa. Gifting luxury cars yesterday, flaunting power today, what's next? Am I the only one noticing the soldiers' equipment? It's more sophisticated than that of many regular armies. The Apaches are American, and the armored vehicles are from both Dragon Nation and the West. Who is supporting Qin Fong? After approximately 40 minutes of flight, the helicopter arrived at a sprawling grassland, characterized by its flat terrain and excellent visibility. In the distance, herds of buffalo, zebras, and antelopes grazed peacefully, while a few lions lounged in the shade, resting. Land here, Fong commanded through the intercom. The transport helicopter descended gently, its rotor blades stirring up a powerful wind that flattened the surrounding grass. The Apaches remained vigilant in the sky, their cannons primed for action. Ground troops arrived 10 minutes later. The armored vehicles formed a protective perimeter, and soldiers swiftly disembarked to establish a temporary defensive position. The entire process was executed with remarkable professionalism and efficiency. Within 15 minutes, a makeshift field camp was erected. "You may disembark now," Fong instructed the 4 young women. As Qin Yao and her companions stepped off the helicopter, they were once again struck by the scene before them. In the center of the camp, several large tents had been erected, including command, rest, and medical tents. Surrounding them was a defensive line of armored vehicles, with soldiers stationed at various positions, and snipers positioned at elevated points. What was even more astonishing was the surrounding environment. The arrival of the troops had sent the local wildlife into a panic. Elephants trumpeted warnings, buffalo galloped away, and a pride of lions cautiously observed, hesitating between confrontation and retreat. This was the embodiment of power. Standing at the center of the camp, Fong surveyed his surroundings. Before overwhelming strength, nature itself must yield. Qin Yao directed the camera around them. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the frantic escape of the animals, the alert soldiers, and the stark contrast of power that enveloped the prairie. Lions. I see lions. Those buffalo are running so fast. Even the elephants are fleeing. In the face of humanity's military might, even the fiercest animals are rendered powerless. But won't this disrupt the ecosystem? A voice chimed in. This is the Black Continent, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Fong gestured for the staff to commence preparations for lunch. Several mobile field kitchens were deployed, and the chefs began to cook. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. "Let us dine and take a brief respite before embarking on our hunt in the afternoon," Fong declared. The meal was served al fresco, with a long table adorned with an array of culinary delights: roasted lamb chops, steaks, venison skewers, fresh vegetable salads, chilled beverages, and fruits. Despite the wilderness setting, the quality of the fare rivaled that of a grand estate. During the meal, Qin Yao inquired of her brother, "What shall we hunt this afternoon? Rabbits? Antelopes?" Fong smiled enigmatically. "You shall find out in due course." Once the meal was concluded, the soldiers began to ready their hunting gear. A selection of formidable sniper rifles was brought forth, displayed on dedicated racks. Qin Yao approached for a closer look and recognized one of the rifles. "Is that the TAC-50? The one made in Canada?" "Sharp eyes," Fong commended. "It boasts a caliber of 127 millimeters and an effective range of 2,000 meters. Having once set the record for the longest confirmed kill, are we truly using this for hunting?" Qin Yao inquired, astonished. "Isn't it somewhat excessive for game?" Fong took over the conversation, explaining, "In the Black Continent, certain creatures possess thick hides and robust flesh, rendering small-caliber rifles ineffective." He paused, adding with gravity, "I wish for you to experience what it means to wield absolute power." With the equipment primed, Fong picked up a TAC-50 and strode to the edge of the camp. The soldiers had already locked onto a distant target using laser rangefinders and spotting scopes. Qin Yao aimed her lens at her brother. The audience in the live stream held their breath, eager to witness the actions of this enigmatic figure from the Black Continent. Fong set up the sniper rifle and adjusted the scope with a practiced fluidity that revealed his expertise. Distance, 1,200 meters, wind speed, 0.3 meters per second. Southeast wind, the observer reported. Fong adjusted his aim, held his breath, and gently placed his finger on the trigger. The camera panned along the barrel of the gun, and through the high-powered scope, the viewers beheld the target, a mature lion, its mane thick and luxurious, lounging upon a rock, blissfully unaware of the shadow of death that loomed. "Is that a lion?" Qin Yao gasped softly. "Aren't lions protected animals?" Lin Xiaoxiao also realized the gravity of the situation. But Fong had already squeezed the trigger. Bang! The thunderous report reverberated across the plains as the 127 millimeters round sped from the barrel at a velocity of 800 meters per second, tracing an invisible path through the air. In the next heartbeat, the lion's body convulsed, then collapsed lifelessly. The bullet had struck its head, delivering a fatal blow instantly. The entire pride was startled into a frenzy, with lionesses and cubs scattering in terror, their frightened roars echoing. Yet, they soon vanished into the distant underbrush. A profound silence enveloped the camp. The 4 girls were left speechless, and the livestream momentarily fell into a void of comments. Then, discussions erupted like an explosion. "He killed a lion. It's a protected species. This is illegal. In Black Africa, certain nations permit regulated hunting, albeit with the requisite licenses. The question arises, does he possess such a license? Given his demeanor, does it truly matter whether he is one? It is utterly barbaric. Why must one slay lions?" Here comes the sanctimonious voice again. "Yet this is Black Africa, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong." Qin Yao finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. She dashed to her brother's side, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, that is a lion, a protected species. Might this not pose a problem?" Chapter 23. What problem could there be? Fong laid down his firearm and turned to his sister, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Problem? What problem could there possibly be?" He gestured towards the surrounding troops. "Let anyone who has a problem speak with them. Whether it be our government or international wildlife protection organizations, let them come and inquire." His words, delivered with a casual air, nevertheless resonated with an underlying authority that sent a shiver through everyone present. Fong continued to address his sister. "You should experience this for yourself. Remember, on this grassland, any creature not of our own kind may be deemed a target. Not our kind. Qin Yao echoed this phrase, suddenly struck by a thought. She pointed towards a distance where several local tribesmen stood, their faces etched with terror as they gazed towards the scene, evidently frightened by the earlier gunfire and the military presence. Are they not considered living beings? Qin Yao posed this incisive query. Qin Fong cast a cold glance at the tribesmen. Tribesmen? In my eyes, they are not human. This statement reverberated through the live broadcast, igniting a media frenzy. What did he say? Tribesmen are not human? While it is true that in some regions of Black Africa, the value of human life is diminished, to state it so bluntly is politically incorrect. Yet, he spoke the stark truth. In such places, human life is indeed undervalued. Is this the mindset of the strong? Does Qin Fong indeed appear somewhat heartless? Qin Fong addressed the camera once more. What I mean is, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, life forms lacking strength do not merit treatment as humans. They merely exist. He turned to his sister, his tone grave. Yao Yao, you must remember, in this realm, I am the arbiter of rules. What I declare may be slain, may indeed be slain. Those I deem worthy of life shall live. This is the power bestowed by strength. Qin Yao gazed at her brother, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement. Before her stood the individual who had cared for her since childhood, who had protected her and indulged her with sweets. Was he still the same brother who would vigilantly stay by her bedside during her illnesses? He has changed. Or perhaps he has always been this way, merely lacking the opportunity to reveal his true self. Brother Qin Yao found herself at a loss for words. Qin Fong ruffled her hair, his tone softening. Are you frightened? I apologize. I should not have burdened you with such thoughts. However, since you have come to Africa and wish to understand my endeavors, there are truths you must confront. He gestured towards the vast grassland. Do you see how beautiful it is? How magnificent? Yet, beneath its splendor lies a brutal struggle for survival. Lions feast upon antelopes. Hyenas steal from lions. Humans hunt animals. And they, too, hunt one another. This is Black Africa. This is the world. And I, with unwavering resolve, choose to be the hunter, not the prey. I choose to establish the rules, rather than abide by them. I choose to protect those I wish to guard and eliminate that which threatens me. He picked up another TAC-50 and handed it to Qin Yao, saying here, give it a try. Aim for the bull at the forefront of the buffalo herd. Qin Yao hesitated before accepting the rifle. It was hefty, weighing at least 20 pounds. Under Instructor Lee's guidance, she lay prone, steadied the weapon, and peered through the scope at the distant buffalo herd. Remember, align 3 points in a straight line and steady your breath, Instructor Lee advised from beside her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao focused on the heart of the buffalo. Her hands trembled, her heart raced. Fire, came Qin Feng's voice from behind. Closing her eyes, she squeezed the trigger. Boom. The tremendous recoil slammed against her shoulder, nearly eliciting a cry of pain. However, when she opened her eyes and looked through the scope, she was astonished to see the robust buffalo sway and then collapse thunderously to the ground. Did I hit it? Qin Yao could scarcely believe it. Well done. Qin Feng praised, though it was slightly off target. Striking the lung is still fatal. At that moment, the live stream exploded with excitement. Comments, gifts, and remarks flooded the screen. The online viewer count surpassed 50 million, setting a historic record for the Douyin platform. Yao Yao is fired. She has brought down a buffalo. This sibling duo is fearsome. But I must admit, they look quite impressive. Is this the taste of power? It seems Qin Feng is nurturing a formidable mindset in his sister. For the next few hours, Qin Feng guided the 4 girls through various hunting experiences. They hunted antelope with rifles, shot wild rabbits with bows, and even sniped a full-grown elephant from a kilometer away with an anti-material rifle, sparking a significant debate about animal conservation. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Whenever questioned, he simply remarked, in Black Continent, strength is law. I possess strength, thus I am law. As the hunt progressed, the campsite became piled high with their spoils. Soldiers began processing the animals, skinning, butchering, and curing some for dinner that night, while others were prepared to be taken back to base. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Feng commanded a halt to the hunt. They gathered around the campfire, roasting the meat from their day's catch. Golden fat dripped onto the coals, hissing and releasing an enticing aroma. Qin Yao initiated a live stream, sharing her experiences with her fans. Her face reflected excitement and fatigue, but more prominently, a complex array of emotions. Today was extraordinary, she spoke into the camera. I witnessed the most authentic side of Black Continent and the truest side of my brother. To be honest, I felt a bit frightened, but more than that, I was awestruck. This world is far more brutal and direct than I had imagined. Here, there are fewer rules and no reservations, only the primal competition for survival. She glanced at Qin Feng, who was grilling a piece of lion meat. Yes, they were to feast on lion tonight. This was Qin Feng's idea. He wanted to taste the flavor of the king of the savannah. Brother, Qin Yao suddenly asked. Are you happy? Qin Feng paused for a moment, then smiled. Happy? That's an intriguing question. 2 years ago, when I first arrived in Africa, I struggled daily for survival, and back then, I was certainly not happy. As he gazed upon the vast expanse of the prairie, observing his troops and his sister, he reflected, now, I possess the strength to protect myself and my family. I can provide them with a good life, pursue my desires. Does this equate to happiness? He refrained from offering a direct response, yet the answer was evident. During dinner, Qin Feng sliced a piece of roasted lion meat and handed it to his sister, saying, try this. It is from the lion we hunted today. In Africa, consuming the prey you have slain is the highest form of respect. Qin Yao hesitated for a moment before accepting the meat and taking a small bite. The texture was somewhat coarse, and the flavor was distinct, imbued with a wild essence. How is it? Qin Feng inquired. It's a bit unusual, Qin Yao replied honestly, but it's not unpleasant. Qin Feng chuckled. You will grow accustomed to it. In this world, many things seem strange at first, but eventually, one adapts. After dinner, Qin Feng arranged for everyone to rest. The soldiers erected dedicated resting tents. equipped with ample facilities, including rudimentary shower amenities. Lying on her bed, Qin Yao found herself unable to drift into slumber for a long time. The day's experiences replayed in her mind like a film. A 3,000-strong army, armed helicopters, and the sniper's precision in taking down the lion, along with her brother's words. She opened her phone to peruse the discussions online. As expected, she and her brother had once again surged into trending topics, this time inciting even greater controversy. Some admired Qin Feng's commanding presence, while others condemned his cruelty. Some analyzed his prowess, and others speculated about his background. Chapter 24. Qin Yao's shift in mindset in the days that followed. Qin Yao's demeanor was undeniably altered. She would sit on the terrace of the estate, staring vacantly at the distant prairie for hours on end. During meals, her mind often wandered, and she would occasionally set down her chopsticks, her gaze lost in a distant point. In the evenings, the estate staff remarked that they had heard noises from her room several times, as if she awoke in the night, unable to find rest again. Qin Feng observed all of this keenly. He understood that the events on the prairie, the blatant display of power, the almost indifferent attitude toward life, the declaration of "I am the law," were profoundly impactful for an ordinary 19-year-old girl. However, Qin Feng refrained from comforting his sister or providing explanations. Some matters must be processed and understood individually. Just as a fledgling eagle must learn to fly by being pushed from the nest, and a young lion must confront the bloodshed to master the hunt, so too must she navigate her own path. He merely ensured that when Qin Yao appeared lost in thought, a cup of warm tea was brought to her when her appetite waned. He requested the kitchen prepare familiar dishes from their homeland, and when sleepless nights plagued her, he arranged for soothing aromatherapy in her room. Beyond that, he granted her ample space and time. This silent care was felt by Qin Yao. She sensed her brother's concern and recognized that he was neither angry nor disappointed by her struggles to adapt. Such awareness alone provided her with solace. On the fourth morning, Qin Yao awoke early, as was her custom, preparing to head to breakfast. As she approached the dining room entrance, she suddenly halted. Within, Qin Feng was personally setting the table, his movements clumsy yet earnest. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping him in a golden halo. This scene evoked memories of Qin Yao's childhood. Back then, her parents were preoccupied with their convenience store, often leaving before dawn and returning late at night. It was her elder brother, Qin Feng, who tended to her, and their second brother, Qin Yang. Each morning, he would clumsily yet earnestly prepare breakfast, often burning the porridge and overcooking the eggs. On one occasion, she lost her temper over the inedible meal and shattered her bowl on the floor. Rather than expressing anger, her brother quietly gathered the shards and prepared another meal. That evening, she noticed several tiny cuts on his hands, remnants of his efforts to clean up. "Brother," Qin Yao called softly. Qin Feng looked up, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Awake? Come have breakfast. Today, we have freshly made soybean milk and fried dough sticks, specially prepared by the kitchen." As Qin Yao entered the dining room and sat across from her brother, the aroma of the freshly ground soybean milk and the piping hot dough sticks filled the air. She took a bite of the fried dough stick, its crisp exterior yielding to a tender interior, reminiscent of cherished memories. "Is it delicious?" Qin Feng inquired. Qin Yao nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. "It tastes just as good as when you made it at home when we were little." Qin Feng chuckled. "Back then, it wasn't nearly as good. I often burnt it. But I loved it," Qin Yao replied softly, "because it was made by you." The siblings finished their breakfast in a comfortable silence. Afterward, Qin Yao suddenly said, "Brother, I want to visit the grasslands again." Qin Feng looked at her. "Have you come to a conclusion?" "Not entirely," Qin Yao admitted honestly. "But I believe I understand a bit. This world is filled with both beauty and cruelty, with rules and those who defy them. You have chosen to be a rule maker, and that is your decision. As for me, I am still uncertain about the person I wish to become." She paused before continuing, "But I will no longer be afraid. For you are my brother. Whether you are an ordinary man or a king of the Dark Continent, you are the one who makes me breakfast, protects me, and loves me." Qin Feng felt a warmth in his eyes. He reached out to gently ruffle his sister's hair. "Knowing you feel this way brings me peace." However, Qin Yao's expression suddenly grew serious. "Can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" "No matter how great your power becomes, or how strong your rules are, do not become a villain." Qin Yao looked earnestly into her brother's eyes. "Do not bully the weak. Do not kill the innocent indiscriminately, and never forget who you are." Qin Feng fell silent, gazing into his sister's clear eyes, where he saw pure anticipation and trust. In that moment, he understood that everything he had built was not only to protect his family, but also to honor that trust. "I promise you," Qin Feng said solemnly. "I will use this strength to do what is right and protect those who need it. I will not become a monster." Qin Yao smiled, her expression radiant as sunshine. "That is good. I believe in you, brother." From that day forward, Qin Yao regained her composure completely. She resumed her live broadcasts, showcasing the beauty of Africa, introducing local culture, and sharing her life on the estate. Yet, she never again mentioned hunting or displayed any military aspects. However, the discussions on the internet have not ceased. Speculations regarding Qin Feng and the Huanyu group continue to proliferate, with various analytical articles emerging in abundance. Some have unearthed Qin Feng's upbringing in a modest family, attending an ordinary university, and his sudden leap to Africa 2 years ago, followed by a rapid rise to prominence. This narrative of a grassroots triumph imbues Qin Feng's story with a legendary aura. Many young individuals view him as an idol, fantasizing about establishing their own kingdoms in distant lands. Qin Feng observes all of this, but remains indifferent, for he has more pressing matters to attend to. That afternoon, as Qin Feng was perusing the progress report of the asteroid belt project in his study, his phone rang. It was a request for a video call via WeChat from his younger brother, Qin Yang. Upon connecting, Qin Feng was greeted by the cheerful visage of Qin Yang. Brother, you are absolutely incredible right now, Qin Yang exclaimed, launching into extravagant flattery. The internet is abuzz with discussions about you and Yao Yao. My classmates and friends are all asking if that big shot in Africa is my brother. I'm practically becoming a campus celebrity. Amused by his brother's exaggeration, Qin Feng chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed, it must be. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. Look at the trending search list. 3 out of the top 10 topics are related to you. And this forum has even created a section dedicated to analyzing your prowess. Some say you are the illegitimate son of a prominent family. Others claim you have received some mysterious inheritance. And there are even those who suggest you might be an extraterrestrial. Qin Feng could only laugh at the absurdity of it all. What nonsense. But brother, Qin Yang suddenly turned serious. Are you truly as formidable as they say online? Are those armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and private armies real? Indeed, they are. Qin Feng replied candidly, though he acknowledged that some details had been exaggerated. My goodness. Qin Yang gasped. Does that mean I'm the brother of a big shot in Africa? Can I stroll around Hengdian with my head held high now? What Hengdian? Qin Feng inquired, frowning. Oh, it's nothing. Qin Yang quickly diverted the conversation. When are you coming back? Our parents miss you dearly. Soon, once I have sorted out matters here. Qin Feng assured him. By the way, how is your job search going? At the mention of work, Qin Yang's expression fell. Don't even get me started. I've sent out dozens of resumes and interviewed with over 10 companies, but either the salaries are too low or the expectations too high. I finally received an offer with a monthly salary of 8,000, but it requires a 996 schedule and frequent overtime. After deducting rent, food, and transportation, I barely have any money left at the end of the month. He sighed. Brother, why is it so difficult for ordinary university graduates like us to find a job? Those big companies either want graduates from 985 or 211 universities or require a master's degree. For people like us with regular undergraduate degrees, we can hardly even get an interview. Qin Feng empathized with his brother's frustration. He had faced similar challenges upon graduation, sending out resumes until despair set in and enduring interviews to the point of numbness. Had it not been for the system he acquired, he might still be struggling in a small company, fretting over rent and credit card bills each month. If suitable opportunities are elusive, perhaps it is best not to pursue them, Qin Feng suggested. Qin Yang paused, taken aback. Not looking for a job anymore. What am I supposed to do then? Live off you? Not necessarily living off me. Qin Feng smiled gently. With an elder brother like me, do you still need to work for others? Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother, do you mean? I mean you can pursue whatever your heart desires, Qin Feng replied. If you wish to start a company, go ahead. If you aspire to invest, do that. If you want to learn, then learn. Money is not an obstacle. There are resources. As long as you have ideas and the drive, I will support you wholeheartedly. Qin Yang was taken aback by these words. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. What's wrong? No thoughts? Qin Feng inquired. It's just that. Qin Yang scratched his head. Brother, you are spoiling me too much. You know me. I lack grand ambitions and capabilities. I merely floated through 4 years of university, and aside from being adept at video games, I possess little else. If you let me venture out on my own, I fear I may falter at every turn. Failure is merely a step towards learning, and if you stumble, you can always try again, Qin Feng reassured him. No one is born knowing how to navigate life. Besides, with me backing you, what is there to fear? Qin Yang fell silent, gazing at his brother on the screen, suddenly realizing how much Qin Feng had changed. It wasn't just the outward transformation. Though Qin Feng indeed appeared more mature and commanding, it was the change in his demeanor, the calmness, the confidence, and the poise that suggested mastery over all were traits that had previously eluded him. Brother, Qin Yang murmured, have you gone through a lot in Black Continent? Qin Feng did not respond directly, simply saying, everyone experiences challenges that foster growth. Yang, it's time for you to mature as well. But I don't know what to pursue, Qin Yang lamented. I feel torn. I want to do everything and yet nothing at all. I envy those who succeed in their ventures, those who travel the world, and even those who stay at home playing games. I am a paradox. Take your time to contemplate, Qin Feng advised patiently. There is no rush. You can explore various places, meet different people, and engage in diverse activities. Once you discover what truly ignites your passion, then you can decide your path. But how much will that cost? Qin Yang asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You need not worry about finances, Qin Feng reassured him. I will transfer you some money shortly. It should suffice for a while. Just let me know once you've exhausted it. Brother, Qin Yang's voice trembled slightly. You are too generous. I feel overwhelmed by your kindness. Nonsense, Qin Feng chuckled. You are my brother. Who else should I treat well if not you? But I can't always depend on you, Qin Yang protested. I'm already 23. It's time for me to be independent. Independence does not equate to suffering, Qin Feng responded. To not utilize available resources would be foolish. Since you have me as your brother, you should leverage that advantage to embark on endeavors that ordinary people cannot undertake and witness sights that are beyond their reach. Wouldn't that be more fulfilling? Qin Yang pondered this and found wisdom in his brother's words. Indeed, why must he follow the same arduous path as others? Struggling from the ground up? If a shortcut exists, why not embrace it? Well, I'll think about it, Qin Yang said. Actually, I've always had a passion for cars since childhood. I dream of opening a car modification shop or becoming an automotive influencer. But I feel that's too ordinary for someone with a brother like you, a big shot in Black Continent. If it brings you joy, pursue it without concern for how ordinary it may seem, Qin Feng encouraged. Qin Feng remarked, if you have a passion for automobiles, I could establish the world's largest car modification company for you, or even acquire a car brand. Anything you desire is within reach. Qin Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, purchase a car brand? Are you joking? Do I strike you as someone who jests? Qin Feng retorted, observing his brother's earnest expression. Qin Yang realized the gravity of his words. In that moment, He genuinely comprehended the magnitude of his brother's prowess. It was not merely affluence, but the capacity to acquire a car brand at will. My heavens, Qin Yang murmured. Just how wealthy are you? Wealth is merely a number, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. What truly matters is that money enables you to pursue your aspirations and live the life you envision. Yang, what kind of life do you desire? Qin Yang was momentarily stumped by the question. After thoughtful consideration, he responded, I yearn for a life of freedom, one without financial worries, free from the scrutiny of others, where I can engage in my passions and travel to places I wish to explore. Moreover, I desire a comfortable life for our parents, so they no longer have to run that convenience store. That is quite simple, Qin Feng stated. I can provide all of that for you. What then shall I do? Qin Yang inquired. Surely, I cannot merely idle away my days. You can assist me, Qin Feng suddenly proposed. Assist you? What could I possibly offer? Qin Yang questioned, perplexed. Huan Yu Group requires development within the domestic market, Qin Feng explained. I can entrust the management of our domestic operations to you. You will learn and have tasks to occupy your time. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Am I capable of this? Why wouldn't you be? Qin Feng assured him. If you are unfamiliar, you shall learn. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. I will assign personnel to support you, but the decisions will be yours to make. The outcome is inconsequential. What is vital is the experience. Then I shall give it a try. Qin Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. No rush. Take your time to enjoy yourself and contemplate before proceeding, Qin Feng advised. By the way, how are our parents handling the situation? Have they seen the news online? They have, and they are quite alarmed, Qin Yang replied. Mother is constantly on edge, fearing for your safety in Africa. Although father does not voice it, I know he is worried as well. I explained to them that you are safe, but they remain unconvinced. Brother, it would be best if you called them personally. I shall do so, Qin Feng nodded. Please convey to them not to worry. I will return to visit them shortly. All right, Qin Yang affirmed vigorously. The two brothers continued to converse about familial matters before Qin Yang reluctantly ended the video call. After the call, Qin Feng promptly transferred a sum of money to Qin Yang's bank account. He did not specify the amount, only ensuring it was sufficient for his brother to enjoy for a while. A few minutes later, Qin Yang sent a WeChat message, consisting of just 2 words, wow, followed by another, brother, how much did you send? I've counted for ages, zeros upon zeros. My goodness, is it 10 million? Qin Feng replied. Spend it, and we'll talk later. Qin Yang responded with a flurry of emoticons, concluding with, love you, my dear brother, moi. Qin Feng chuckled and replied, get lost. Qin Yang instantaneously responded, all right. Setting aside his phone, a smile graced his lips as warmth surged within him. His younger brother remained unchanged, carefree, yet genuinely endearing. He had not become obsequious or distant due to his brother's sudden wealth. He was still the same playful and endearing sibling. This brought Qin Feng great solace. In this world, there are certain treasures that neither money nor power can procure, such as sincere familial bonds and unblemished trust. Was it not the very essence of establishing this vast empire to safeguard these invaluable treasures? To ensure his family need not worry about their livelihood, to allow them the freedom to choose their desired way of life, and to provide them with a safe haven amidst this tumultuous world. Now, that aspiration was gradually coming to fruition. His sister had come to Africa and glimpsed his world. Though initially struggling to adapt, she was slowly beginning to comprehend. His brother, while still searching for his path, at least no longer had to grapple with survival. As for their parents, once he had settled affairs in Africa, he could either bring them over or return home to visit them. Everything seemed perfect. Qin Feng opened his computer and pulled up the progress report for the asteroid belt project. The construction of 12 interstellar battleships was proceeding smoothly, with the main structure expected to be completed in 3 months. The training of a 1,000,000-strong space force was also advancing in tandem. This strength was not for conquest nor for domination, but to possess the power of refusal. In this world, often it is only through possessing sufficient strength that one can protect what they cherish, decline what they do not wish to undertake, and attain true freedom. And what Qin Feng desired was precisely this freedom, for himself, for his family, and for all those he held dear. Gently, he closed his computer and stepped out of the study. He intended to check on his sister and inquire what she wished to dine on that evening. Perhaps this encapsulates the true essence of power, not a lofty pedestal, nor a heartless demeanor, but the ability to change the world while remaining aware of one's identity and the reasons for one's battles. For family, for love, for those simple yet precious moments of warmth, that is sufficient. Chapter 26. Cousinly see you in the spacious living room of the estate. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the soft carpet. Qin Yao was comfortably seated on a plush sofa, her phone propped up on the coffee table as she engaged in her daily live stream. Have you all seen this vase? It was handcrafted by local artisans, and the patterns are all intricately carved by hand. With enthusiasm, Qin Yao showcased the estate's crafts to her followers, her tone lively. In Black Africa, many artisanal crafts remain in their primitive state, yet it is precisely this authenticity that bestows upon them a unique allure. The live stream chat displayed an audience of 1.28 million, with messages flooding in. Yao Yao is now the cultural ambassador of Black Africa, huh? This vase is indeed beautiful. Is it for sale? By the way, when is Yao Yao returning home? I want to pick her up. I wish to see Yao Yao's brother. Let Fong show his face. Noticing the comments, Qin Yao turned to her brother, who sat nearby. Brother, the fans want to see you. Qin Feng was reviewing documents on his tablet when he lifted his head in response to a voice, smiling at the camera. Hello everyone. These simple 3 words ignited a fervor in the live stream. Hello, Brother Fong. Ah, Brother Fong is so handsome. Does Brother Fong need a younger sister? One who has been to university and knows how to eat. Brother Fong, don't be so rigid about gender. Younger brothers would also do. The comments amused Qin Feng, causing him to chuckle. He set down the tablet and moved to sit beside his younger sister. You netizens certainly have a way with words. There are so many talented individuals among you. With Fong joining the live stream, the comments section became even more animated. Questions poured in, ranging from inquiries about life in Africa to the operations of Huanyu Group, with some asking about the previous winners of a contest. Fong selectively answered a few questions, maintaining a casual tone as if conversing with friends. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Liu descended from the second floor, appearing somewhat restless as she paced at the edge of the living room, hesitating to speak up. Qin Yao noticed her unease and asked, "Liu, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Liu shook her head. "It's nothing. If there's something, just say it," Qin Yao urged, waving her over, reassuring her that they were all family and there was no need for formality. Slowly, Liu approached and sat down on the sofa. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, as though she had just been crying. "What happened?" Qin Yao asked with concern. "My parents just called," Liu said in a low voice, trembling slightly. "My cousin, who is the daughter of my aunt, is in trouble." The audience in the live stream caught this exchange, and the comments quickly slowed as everyone wanted to understand what was happening. "Your cousin? Isn't she in university?" Qin Yao recalled Liu mentioning that her cousin was in her third year at Wu City, excelling in her studies. "Yes, in her third year. She is on summer break." Liu's voice dropped even lower. She and a few classmates were looking for summer jobs, but they were deceived and ended up in northern Myanmar. "North Myanmar?" Qin Yao exclaimed, recognizing it as a hotspot for telecom fraud. Liu nodded, tears streaming down her face. "My aunt's family received news today, saying that my cousin is in their hands and they are demanding a ransom of 500,000. If they don't receive it, then..." She couldn't continue, covering her face as she burst into tears. The comments section erupted in shock. "What the hell? Northern Myanmar telecom fraud. This is terrible. Such a beautiful girl has fallen into such a situation. The ransom shouldn't be paid, even if it is. There's no guarantee they will release her. Have the police been notified? They should report it. If reporting it were effective, Northern Myanmar would have been resolved long ago." "Liu, don't cry. Let us think of a way." Qin Yao quickly comforted Liu while looking at her brother. Fong's expression had turned serious, signaling for Liu to continue. Sniffling, Liu took out her phone and pulled up a photograph. The image depicted a radiant girl with long hair, striking features, exuding vitality and sunshine. The background was a university campus, and she was dressed in a graduation gown, likely taken during some event. "This is my cousin, Lin Xiaoyu," Liu said, handing the phone to Qin Yao. "She excels in her studies and was preparing for graduate school." "How could this happen?" Qin Yao took the phone, and Fong leaned in to take a closer look. The girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, her eyes sparkling with a light that unmistakably reflected the hopeful aspirations of youth. "Has your aunt reported it to the police?" Fong inquired. "Yes, but the police said it's a cross-border case, quite complicated, requiring time," Liu replied, wiping her tears. "Furthermore, even if action is to be taken, it must go through diplomatic channels, with layers of approval. Who knows how long that will take." My aunt is almost going crazy. The comments in the live stream began to erupt with discussion. In matters like this, the police indeed find it difficult to intervene. The area in northern Myanmar is lawless. Even if the police go, it's futile. The only option is to pay the ransom, although hope seems dim. Even after payment, they might not release her and could continue to extort. The thought of such a beautiful girl in such a place was unbearable. Liu gazed at the comments, tears welling up again. "My parents advised me to stay safe in Africa, saying they couldn't help my cousin either. But she is my cousin." As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously flicked towards Fong before swiftly averting. Her hesitance was palpable. Anyone could perceive her unspoken plea for assistance, yet she found it hard to voice. Qin Yao noticed this as well. She turned to her brother and whispered, "Brother, do you have a solution?" The audience in the live stream held their breath, awaiting Feng's response. After a few moments of silence, he finally said, "The situation in northern Myanmar is indeed troublesome." Liu's expression dimmed. However, Feng's next words reignited her hope. "Nevertheless, rescuing someone is not an insurmountable task." At this proclamation, the live stream erupted with excitement. "Brother Fong is magnificent. I knew he would have a plan." Yet, doubts surfaced, but Brother Feng's influence is in Africa, and Myanmar is thousands of miles away. Those upstairs don't understand. True magnates possess global influence. Is he just boasting? In a place like northern Myanmar, even the state struggles. What can an individual do? Opinions diverged in the comments, with some believing in Feng's capabilities, while others remained skeptical, doubting how his influence could extend so far. Chapter 27. Little 8 from northern Myanmar. At that moment, a connection request suddenly appeared on the screen. The applicant's ID was Little 8 from northern Myanmar, and his avatar featured a young man wearing sunglasses, exuding a roguish charm. Qin Yao paused for a moment, glancing at her brother. Fong nodded, "Connect." As the connection was established, the screen split in two. On the left was Qin Yao, while on the right appeared a man with a cunning glint in his eyes. He appeared to be around 30, dressed in a flamboyant shirt, adorned with a thick gold chain, and the background revealed a garishly decorated room, complete with a poorly painted landscape hanging on the wall. Hello, Miss Qin. Brother Fong. Little 8 here. What a pleasure to finally connect." He greeted with a smooth flattery. Fong furrowed his brow slightly. "Who are you?" "Me? I'm Little 8 from northern Myanmar," he boasted, pride radiating from him. "I've made quite a name for myself here in northern Myanmar. I was watching your live stream and heard you're looking to rescue someone. What of it?" Fong replied in a neutral tone. Xiaoba chuckled, a clear hint of derision in his smile. "Brother Fong, I can see that you are formidable in Africa. I have indeed seen those armored vehicles and helicopters, and they are quite intimidating." He paused, raising his voice. "But here is northern Myanmar. This is not Africa. Here, if it's a dragon, you must coil it. If it's a tiger, you must lie low. Even the bull demon king must plow 2 acres of land. His words were exceedingly arrogant, inciting the ire of the audience in the live stream. Who is this person? So arrogant? A scammer from northern Myanmar? How brazen. Brother Fong, confront him. Show him what a true big shot is. Yet, Qin Fong did not react with anger. Instead, he smiled. Oh, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about northern Myanmar. Indeed. Xiaoba replied, swelling with pride. I have been navigating this place for 5 years. What haven tea I witnessed. That girl you mentioned, Lin Xiaoyu, right? Let me tell you, very few who fall into northern Myanmar make it back whole, especially young and beautiful ones. He licked his lips, revealing a lewd grin. She might already be. Shut your mouth. Li Xiu screamed, tears streaming down her face. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. He turned to Qin Weidong, who stood nearby, and said, Weidong, investigate this man. Yes, Qin Weidong immediately produced a tablet, his fingers flying across the screen. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoba's laughter grew even more boisterous. Investigate me? Huh, go ahead. My name remains unchanged, Wu Tian. What can you do to me? I am in northern Myanmar. Can you fly over and arrest me? He raised his middle finger to the camera, declaring, let me tell you, I have hundreds of brothers here, armed to the teeth. Can your armored vehicles and helicopters come here? Qin Feng ignored his provocation, merely waiting in silence. A minute later, Qin Weidong handed over the tablet, which displayed detailed information. Qin Feng glanced at it and began to read aloud to the camera. Wu Tian, alias Xiaoba, 32 years old, from Yang, Hunan province. Smuggled into northern Myanmar in 2018 and joined a telecom fraud group under the Wabang United Army. His primary responsibility is to lure young people from the domestic audience to northern Myanmar via live broadcasts and social media, successfully deceiving 138 individuals to date. With each statement, Xiaoba's complexion grew increasingly grim. Of these, 92 are male and 46 are female. The majority of the males are forced into telecom fraud, while the females, Qin Feng paused, his gaze chilling. 23 have been sold into entertainment venues, 18 have been coerced into fraud, and 5 have been confirmed dead. The live stream's comments erupted. My heavens. 138 people, 23 girls sold to such places, and 5 dead. This scum. He deserves to go to hell. Call the police. We must report this. Xiaoba's face turned ashen, yet he feigned bravado, stammering. Why you're talking nonsense? These are all slanders. I am just an ordinary streamer. Is that so? Qin Feng continued reading. In your domestic bank account, you have received a total of 12 million yuan from northern Myanmar over the past 3 years. You own 2 properties in Changsha and a Porsche Cayenne, all purchased with that money. He raised his head, gazing at the panicked Xiaoba on the screen. Do you require me to read your bank statements and property information as well? Xiaoba was utterly flustered. However, he soon regained his composure and said menacingly, even if all of this is true, what can you do to me? I am in northern Myanmar. This is a lawless zone. Your Dragon Country police cannot touch me. What can you, from Black Continent, possibly do? His arrogance grew with each word. Let me tell you, I not only have connections in northern Myanmar, but also back home. If you dare to move against me, be wary of your family, especially your beautiful sister. He fixed his lewd gaze on Qin Yao, such a lovely girl. If she were to fall into northern Myanmar. All right, enough. Qin Feng interrupted him, his voice calm, yet the icy undertone sent a shiver down Xiaoba's spine. Even through the screen, Qin Feng slowly stood up and approached the camera. His eyes displayed neither anger nor excitement, only a chilling coldness that was deeply unsettling. You're correct. Northern Myanmar is indeed a troublesome place, he said softly, enunciating each word with clarity. But trouble does not equate to impossibility. He turned to Qin Weidong and instructed, Weidong, make the necessary arrangements. Yes, Commander, Qin Weidong responded, standing at attention. Qin Feng returned his gaze to the camera, fixing his eyes on the now sweating Xiaoba. Did you not say that I could do nothing to you? Let us see whether that holds true. He paused, articulating each word with precision. There are 2 things I despise above all. First, threats against my family. Second, harm to innocent people. You embody both. Xiaoba forced a smile. What do you plan to do? Send a plane over? Don't be ridiculous. It's thousands of kilometers from Africa to northern Myanmar. Can your planes even make it? Even if they could, the airspace over northern Myanmar is not something you can simply enter. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Shall we make a wager? I bet that in 24 hours, you will no longer be so audacious here. A wager it is. Xiaoba retorted defiantly. I am not afraid of you. Qin Feng chose to ignore him and turned to Li Xiu. Please provide me with your cousin's information. Li Xiu promptly handed over her phone, which displayed Lin Xiaoyu's photo, ID number, and contact details. Qin Feng forwarded this information to Qin Weidong, stating, this girl must be returned alive and unharmed. If, he left the sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear to all present. Understood. Qin Weidong saluted and swiftly departed. Qin Feng then addressed Xiaoba through the screen. As for capturing you alive, I wish to see you in person. Yes. Listening to this exchange, Xiaoba felt a chill creeping into his heart. Yet, he still did not believe Qin Feng could extend his reach into northern Myanmar, forcing a smile as he said, you're putting on quite the act. I'll be right here waiting. Let us see what you're capable of. Chapter 28. The operation. Qin Feng looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was gentle. Yet Xiaoba felt an unsettling coldness rising from his feet. I look forward to our meeting, Qin Feng said, gesturing to Qin Yao to disconnect the call. Qin Yao quickly severed the connection with Xiaoba. The screen returned to normal, but the atmosphere in the live stream had entirely shifted. The comments flooded in. Is Brother Fong serious? Sending someone from Black Continent to northern Myanmar? Is that even possible? If it's true, that would be incredible. But how would they get there? It's thousands of kilometers away. Moreover, the situation in northern Myanmar is exceedingly intricate, and one must wonder if Fong Gu intends to deploy a private army. That would undoubtedly escalate into an international incident. Qin Feng offered no explanation, merely stating to Qin Yao, "Let us pause here for today." Qin Yao nodded and addressed the audience. "Dear friends, we shall conclude for now. I will inform you of any developments." She then terminated the live broadcast. The living room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the faint sobs of Li Siyu. Qin Yao approached Li Siyu and embraced her shoulders, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. If my brother believes it can be achieved, then it certainly will be." However, Li Siyu raised her head, her eyes swollen and red. "Northern Myanmar is so far away, and it is perilous. Trust my brother," Qin Yao asserted with conviction. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. He answered to find it was Qin Weidong calling. "Commander, everything has been arranged." Qin Weidong's voice resonated through the receiver. 108 members of the Special Forces, led by the Falcon team, are fully equipped and ready to take off aboard 2 Kunping transport aircraft. The escort fleet includes 12 F-22 modified fighter jets and 4 Apache modified bombers. All aircraft are powered by nuclear fusion, allowing for unlimited range, and are expected to reach the skies above northern Myanmar in 6 hours. "What is the operation plan?" Qin Feng inquired. "The transport aircraft will airdrop the Special Forces in the mountainous regions of northern Myanmar, then remain on standby in the air. The fighter jets will provide aerial cover, and the bombers are ready to deploy precision-guided munitions if fire support is required," Qin Weidong reported. "We have also locked onto the location of Shaoba via satellite and are monitoring in real time. Surveillance footage has been retrieved from the last known location of Lin Xiaoyu. According to data analysis, there is an 87% probability that she is being held in a telecom fraud zone along the border of Huabei. Locate her and rescue her," Qin Feng commanded. "As for that zone, it must be eradicated." "Understood," Qin Weidong replied, pausing before adding, "Commander, this operation may attract international attention. Let them pay attention." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "It is high time for certain individuals to realize that the influence of Huanyu Group extends beyond Africa." Yes. The call ended. Qin Feng turned to Li Siyu. "In 6 hours, the Special Forces will arrive in northern Myanmar. Within 24 hours, we shall have news." Li Siyu gazed at Qin Feng, momentarily speechless. She was aware of Qin Feng's formidable capabilities, yet she had not anticipated such an extent of influence. With a mere utterance, he could mobilize Special Forces across thousands of kilometers to effect a rescue. This transcended mere wealth and power. It was akin to possessing national military strength. "Brother Qin Feng," Li Siyu's voice trembled. "Thank you, truly, thank you." "There is no need for thanks," Qin Feng responded. "As your friend is my sister, she is like my own sibling. When a sister is in trouble, a brother naturally must intervene." He paused and added, "Moreover, it is indeed time to address those telecom fraud syndicates in northern Myanmar." Listening to her brother's words, Qin Yao was filled with a tumult of emotions. She felt joyous at the prospect of her cousin's potential rescue, but also unsettled by the near-hegemonic power her brother exhibited. The ability to determine the fate of an armed group with a single command was profoundly daunting. "If misused, brother," Qin Yao whispered, "could there be consequences to such actions?" "Consequences?" Qin Feng smiled, pondering the potential consequences. The factions in northern Myanmar were, after all, illegal on the international stage. My endeavor to dismantle them should elicit gratitude. Yet, Qin Yao seemed poised to voice her thoughts. Qin Feng interrupted her. Yao, you must understand that in this world, certain matters cannot be resolved through legalities or diplomacy. The issue of electrical fraud in northern Myanmar has persisted for years, leaving countless families shattered and many victims in its wake. If conventional methods were effective, it would have been resolved long ago." He approached the window, gazing out at the vast grasslands of the Dark Continent. "Sometimes, resolving a problem necessitates unconventional tactics. I possess the capability, thus I shall act. It is as simple as that." Qin Yao fell silent. She recognized the validity of her brother's reasoning, yet the notion of resorting to force, disregarding borders and laws, remained difficult for her to fully accept. Li Siyu, however, was unconcerned with such dilemmas. Her sole focus was on whether her cousin could be rescued. "Can Qin Feng's special forces safely extract my cousin? Is there a risk involved?" "Rest assured," Qin Feng replied confidently. "The forces I have dispatched are the most elite special troops in the world. Not only can they infiltrate an electrical fraud den, but they can also navigate military bases with ease." Though this assertion seemed extravagant, Qin Feng spoke the truth. These special forces were, in fact, the most advanced bioengineered protectors. Each possessed the prowess to engage and neutralize a Terminator T-1000 in hand-to-hand combat, proficient in various weapons and tactics, wholly loyal, and unafraid of sacrifice. Such a force, deployed anywhere on Earth, would constitute a dimensional strike. "Very well, you should rest now," Qin Feng instructed. "I shall inform you when there is news." Qin Yao took Li Siyu upstairs, leaving Qin Feng alone in the living room. He approached his desk, opened his computer, and accessed the satellite map. On the map, 2 green dots were advancing eastward from Central Africa, indicating the position of the transport aircraft. Following behind were several small red dots, representing the escorting fighter jets and bombers. This aerial formation was traveling at 3 Mach, at an altitude of 30,000 meters, completely evading radar detection from various nations. Even if a radar were to inadvertently capture their presence, it would likely misinterpret them as meteors or erroneous signals, as such speed and altitude exceeded the performance limits of most aircraft currently operating on Earth. Gazing at the map, Qin Feng's expression turned contemplative. This operation was not solely about rescuing an individual or punishing an arrogant fraudster. It was a demonstration, an opportunity to showcase the might of the Huanyu Group to the world. He intended to make it clear that his influence extended beyond the Dark Continent, capable of reaching any corner of the globe. He aimed to make those who targeted his family reconsider the repercussions of their actions. "Let it begin with you," Qin Feng murmured softly, closing the computer and moving to the liquor cabinet. He poured a glass of amber liquid, watching it swirl as it caught the reflection of the setting sun outside. In 6 hours, northern Myanmar would be graced by an uninvited assembly of guests, and the individual known as Xiao Ba would soon grasp the magnitude of the entity he had dared to provoke. Raising his glass towards the east, Fong gently clinked it. Wishing you a successful mission. He drained the glass in one swift motion. This was power, absolute power. It possesses the power to save lives, yet also the potential to wreak destruction. It can establish order as easily as it can dismantle rules. Chapter 29. Capturing Xiaoba Heizhou, command center of the Huanyu Group. A colossal holographic projection screen displayed the vast expanse from Heizhou to Southeast Asia in real time. Several luminous dots traversed the map with remarkable speed, advancing eastward from the heart of Heizhou, crossing the Indian Ocean, and heading directly towards northern Myanmar. Fong sat in the command chair, surrounded by a multitude of split screens showcasing satellite imagery, flight data, and the vital signs of his team members. Behind him stood Qin Weidong, ever ready to execute commands. Commander, the formation has entered Myanmar's airspace at an altitude of 35,000 feet, traveling at a speed of 3 Mach, an operator reported. The Myanmar radar system has detected no anomalies. Excellent, Fong nodded. Proceed as planned. On the screen, green dots representing 2 Kunping transport aircraft began to decelerate and descend. They dove from 30,000 feet, opening their doors at 5,000 feet above ground. Falcon team is prepared for airdrop, a calm voice relayed through the communication channel. Authorize airdrop, Fong commanded. In the next instant, 108 black dots leapt from the transport aircraft, gracefully tracing arcs across the night sky. They deployed the most advanced wingsuit flying system, capable of gliding for dozens of kilometers before landing with precision at their designated locations. 12 F-22 modified fighter jets circled at a higher altitude, poised to provide aerial support at a moment's notice. For gunship bombers remained on standby, their bomb bays filled with precision-guided munitions, sufficient to reduce the entire Hwabang region to rubble. The airdrop was successful. All team members had landed safely. The communication channel reported their assembly. Fong observed the green dots on the screen as they dispersed and swiftly regrouped, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The efficiency and professionalism of this bioengineered Special Forces unit surpassed any terrestrial special forces on Earth. Execute the plan in 3 groups, Fong ordered. Group A will capture the target Wu Tian, Group B will rescue the target Lin Xiaoyu, and Group C is responsible for neutralizing the main forces of the Hwabang United Army. The operation commences. Understood. Northern Myanmar, a quaint town. Wu Tian. The live-streaming figure known as Xiao Ba lay on a rudimentary bed, flanked by 2 scantily clad young girls. The room was permeated with the stench of smoke, alcohol, and an indefinable odor. Damn it, Wu Tian muttered, taking a drag from his cigarette. That Fong, acting like a big shot. Yet here I am waiting for him for 24 hours. Let us see what he can do to me. Despite his bravado, his hands trembled slightly. The chilling gaze of Fong from the live stream had left an indelible impression on him. There was nothing feigned about that stare. Brother 8, don't overthink it. One girl snuggled close, speaking softly. In northern Myanmar, no one can do anything. You have the backing of the Hwabang United Army. What's there to fear? Exactly. The other girl chimed in, and besides, Heizhou is thousands of kilometers away. His armored vehicles and helicopters cannot possibly reach here. With the reassurance of the 2 girls, Wu Tian felt a measure of comfort. Indeed, what sort of place was northern Myanmar? A lawless zone. Warlords vie for power, armed factions abound. And even the Myanmar government forces find themselves powerless here. A man from the Dragon Kingdom in Black Africa. How could he possibly extend his reach into this chaos? The more he pondered, the more he regretted his earlier display of timidity in the live broadcast. It was utterly humiliating. He should have stood his ground before millions of viewers. Perhaps that would have garnered him some new followers. Damn it. Next time he connected, he would resolutely deliver fierce words. Suddenly, a few faint thuds echoed from outside. The sound was subtle, akin to something falling to the ground, or perhaps a silenced gunshot. What was that? Wu Tian sat up, alert. Probably just a rat, one girl dismissed nonchalantly. Yet, Wu Tian, having navigated the treacherous terrains of northern Myanmar for years, possessed an instinctive awareness of danger. He swiftly retrieved a handgun from beneath his pillow, leaping out of bed in his bare skin. Approaching the door, he pressed his ear against it, listening intently. Outside, there was an eerie silence, too quiet, almost unnaturally so. At this hour, his subordinates should still be downstairs, gambling and drinking. Why was it so still? Wu Tian's heart began to race. He slowly turned the doorknob, cracking the door open to peer outside. The corridor lay empty. Under the dim light, he discerned several dark shapes on the ground. Wait, dark shapes? As he focused, a chill coursed through him. Those were his subordinates. 3 of them lay sprawled in the corridor, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, clearly broken. Damn, Wu Tian gasped, slamming the door shut and frantically trying to lock it. But it was already too late. Bang! The heavy wooden door was kicked open, tearing from its frame and crashing to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, 3 shadowy figures surged inside like phantoms. Wu Tian barely registered their appearance before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Someone had kicked him forcefully. The impact was staggering, akin to being struck by a car. He was propelled several meters, crashing against the wall and sliding down to the ground. Gasping, he curled into a ball, retching painfully as if his intestines were twisted, struggling to breathe. 2 girls shrieked, but their mouths were quickly covered, rendering them unconscious. Wu Tian managed to lift his head, his blurred vision revealing 3 figures clad in black combat gear, their faces obscured by full helmets. Their equipment was impeccable, each wielding advanced firearms, their bodies wrapped tightly, with only their eyes glowing a haunting blue. Who are you? Wu Tian croaked. I have money, please don't kill me. One of the soldiers approached, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Another produced a tablet, displaying his photo and information. Target confirmed, Wu Tian, alias Xiaoba. The voice emitted coldly from a mechanical tone. Are you from Qinfeng? Wu Tian finally comprehended, terror filling his eyes. It's impossible. How could you be here so quickly? Take him away, commanded the lead soldier. Wu Tian struggled, but a punch to his abdomen silenced him, and he was dragged away like a lifeless dog. As he traversed the corridor, he beheld the lifeless bodies of his 6 subordinates sprawled upon the ground, each exhibiting an eerie death, felled by a single, lethal blow, without even a chance to defend themselves. Who were these assailants? Special forces, perhaps? Yet, where could one find such formidable operatives? Wu Tian was dragged downstairs and unceremoniously thrust into a black van. The vehicle ignited and glided silently into the night. The entire operation took less than 3 minutes, executed with precision and without attracting any attention. Chapter 30. The rescue of Lin Xiaoyu simultaneously, in the northern border of Myanmar. Within a certain cyber fraud enclave. This enclave sprawled across approximately 5 hectares, encircled by high walls and electric fencing, with watchtowers equipped with heavy machine guns. Inside, there were numerous buildings, some serving as dormitories, others as offices, effectively functioning as hubs for telecommunication scams. Late into the night, most of the lights within the enclave remained illuminated. The coerced fraudsters, known as pigs, continued their deceptive endeavors through phone calls and the internet to swindle their compatriots back home. Failure to meet quotas resulted in brutal beatings, electric shocks, confinement in water dungeons, and various other forms of punishment. Deep within the enclave, in a small building, even more sinister activities transpired. In a room on the 3rd floor, Lin Xiaoyu was bound to a bed, her mouth gagged with cloth, her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Her body bore numerous bruises and wounds, some fresh, others beginning to scab. At the bedside stood 3 men, conversing in Burmese, occasionally erupting into lewd laughter. Their chatter was incomprehensible to her. Yet Lin Xiaoyu could surmise the essence of their words. She had become numb, transitioning from initial fear, struggle, and pleas for mercy to a state of despair and apathy in just 3 days. 3 days prior, she and several classmates had been lured here under the pretense of high-paying customer service positions. Upon disembarking, their phones and identification were confiscated, and they were imprisoned within this enclave. The males were coerced into perpetrating fraud, while the fate of the females was even more tragic. She had witnessed a girl who dared to resist being beaten to death, her lifeless body dragged away, the fate of which remained unknown to her. Since that day, she had relinquished all hope of resistance. What does that sound outside? One man suddenly inquired. Gunfire? Another responded, straining to listen. Indeed, there was the sound of gunfire. Dense yet quickly silenced. Perhaps another enclave is dealing with disobedient pigs, the third man nonchalantly remarked. Come on, let us go see what is happening. The trio donned their attire, seized the AK-47s leaning against the wall, and left the room, grumbling amongst themselves. Only Lin Xiaoyu remained in the room, her eyes still open, yet her gaze was hollow, resembling a soulless shell. Suddenly, muffled thuds resonated from outside, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils flickered, yet she exhibited no further reaction. She had lost interest in any sounds. The door was gently pushed open, and 2 shadows slipped inside. They were clad in the same black combat gear as those who had captured Wu Tian, moving with agility and professionalism. One swiftly assessed the room, while the other approached the bed, his brow furrowing upon witnessing Lin Xiaoyu's condition. Target located, status critical, he reported via his communicator. Confirm identity. The man produced a handheld scanner, directing it towards Lin Xiaoyu's face for verification. Biometric verification confirmed the identity of Lin Xiaoyu. Take her away and ensure her protection. Acknowledged. The individual cautiously untied the ropes binding Lin Xiaoyu and removed the cloth gag from her mouth, then dressed her in clothing. Lin Xiaoyu remained unresponsive, resembling a lifeless puppet. Lin Xiaoyu, we are here to rescue you, the person softly uttered, striving to convey gentleness in his tone. You are safe now. We shall take you away from this place. At last, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze focused. She looked towards the speaker, her expression shifting from confusion to skepticism, and finally to a flicker of hope. Rescue me? Her voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. Indeed, your cousin Li Xiu has entrusted us with your rescue, the individual responded. Can you stand? Lin Xiaoyu attempted to move, yet excruciating pain coursed through her body, rendering her immobile. Without further inquiry, the person carefully wrapped her in a blanket and lifted her, his movements gentle to avoid her wounds. Meanwhile, another individual had cleared the passage, and they swiftly exited the room. In the corridor lay a gruesome scene, with numerous bodies of security guards sprawled haphazardly. They had perished swiftly, many without even drawing their weapons. Below, the battle had concluded. Over 50 armed guards within the compound had been eradicated, leaving no survivors. The imprisoned captives cowered in their rooms, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The special forces paid them no heed. Their sole mission was to liberate Lin Xiaoyu. As for the captives, if fortune favored them, they might escape amidst the ensuing turmoil. Otherwise, they could only resign to fate. The soldier cradling Lin Xiaoyu hastily retreated from the compound to rendezvous with his comrades outside. A modified off-road vehicle awaited at the roadside. Target secured, proceeding with extraction. The team leader reported. Acknowledged, proceed to Group C Assembly Point. The headquarters of the United Wa State Army is situated in a small town within the mountainous region of northern Myanmar. This area serves as the core of the United Wa State Army, housing over 2,000 armed personnel equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and other heavy weaponry. In northern Myanmar, this is a formidable force not to be underestimated. In the dead of night, the headquarters remained brightly illuminated. Within the command center, Several senior officers were engaged in discussions regarding recent operations. Recently, procuring goods has become increasingly difficult. The Dragon Kingdom has intensified inspections. Then we should explore options from Thailand and Laos. If all else fails, we could delve into organ trafficking. It's a lucrative venture. Just as they spoke, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed from outside. What is happening? One officer frowned. Uncertain. It may be a drill. Before he could finish, the windows of the command center exploded. A blinding flash and deafening roar rendering everyone momentarily sightless and hearing impaired. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. But it was already too late. For strategic bombers, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters, unleashed the first wave of bombs. These were not ordinary explosives. Rather, they were specially designed bunker-busting and thermobaric munitions. The initial barrage obliterated the command center, communication stations, ammunition depots, and other critical facilities. The shockwave generated by the thermobaric bomb swept across the entire base, claiming the lives of many soldiers in their slumber. The second wave of strikes targeted the heavy weaponry positions, tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery. These imposing machines parading in northern Myanmar were rendered as fragile as paper before the precision-guided bombs, transforming into heaps of scrap metal one after another. The bombardment persisted for a mere 15 minutes. When the echoes of explosions ceased, the headquarters of the Wa State Army was engulfed in flames. Over 2,000 soldiers suffered casualties exceeding 80%, with the survivors stripped of all fighting spirit. It was only at this juncture that the special forces of Group C made their formal entrance. Dozens of figures clad in black combat attire materialized like phantoms amid the ruins, wielding 191 assault rifles. The surviving soldiers attempted to resist, but their efforts were utterly futile. This was not combat, it was a massacre. The special forces coldly and efficiently purged every corner that still offered resistance. They spoke not a word, exchanged no communication, simply carried out their grim mission in silence. 20 minutes later, the gunfire finally subsided. The Wa State Army, a formidable armed force that had roamed northern Myanmar for years, was obliterated in less than an hour. Target neutralized, reported the team leader of Group C. Received. Proceed to the rendezvous point. In a clearing 20 kilometers from the Wa State Army headquarters, 2 Kunpeng transport aircraft had already landed. Groups A and B arrived in succession, escorting Wu Tian and Lin Xiaoyu. Wu Tian was unceremoniously thrown to the ground like a discarded rag. Lin Xiaoyu was carefully placed in the medical compartment of the transport aircraft, where 2 medics from the special forces were conducting initial examinations and treatments. Her injuries were severe, encompassing not only external wounds, but also critical internal damage and psychological trauma. Commander, mission accomplished. The leaders of all 3 groups reported simultaneously. Target Wu Tian has been captured. Target Lin Xiaoyu has been rescued, and the Wa State Army has been destroyed. Our side incurred 0 casualties. In the African Command Center, Fong observed the footage transmitted back, revealing Wu Tian sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, while Lin Xiaoyu lay in the medical compartment receiving treatment. The Wa State Army headquarters a blazing inferno. Excellent, Fong remarked with satisfaction. Proceed with the planned withdrawal. Yes. The transport aircraft's doors closed, engines roared to life, and it ascended slowly into the sky. 12 fighter jets regrouped for escort, while 4 bombers completed their mission and returned home. The entire formation vanished into the night sky as silently as it had come. Chapter 31. The plight of Lin Xiaoyu when Qin Yao awoke. She felt a slight heaviness in her head. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and pushed open the balcony door. The African morning air was fresh and cool, infused with the sense of grass and earth. The estate was already bustling with activity. In the distance, uniformed staff could be seen trimming the lawn, and further away, several helicopters awaited at the airport. Miss, you're awake. A gentle voice floated in from behind her. Qin Yao turned to see a young maid standing at the doorway, holding a tray with warm water and towels. Mr. Qin asked me to inform you that Miss Lin Xiaoyu has been rescued and is currently at the medical center, the maid said respectfully. Really? Qin Yao instantly perked up. How is she? Can I go see her? Mr. Qin said it is permissible, but you must be prepared. The maid hesitated. Miss Lin's condition is not very good. A heavy weight settled in Qin Yao's heart, and without a moment to spare for her morning routine, she hastily donned her clothes and dashed outside. In the corridor, she encountered the equally frantic Li Xiu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Yu. Yao Yao, you've heard the news? Li Xiu's eyes were swollen, clearly having endured a sleepless night. My cousin has returned. We must go see her. Qin Yao grasped her hand and sprinted towards the medical center. The medical center, located on the eastern side of the estate, was a standalone white building. Its exterior simple and modern, while its interior boasted state-of-the-art facilities. Upon their arrival, they found Fong already conversing with several doctors clad in white coats. Brother, Qin Yao rushed over. How is Xiaoyu? Fong turned to her, his expression grave. She has been saved, but her condition is dire. You must brace yourselves. He gestured for the doctors to lead the way. They traversed several corridors until they reached the entrance of a specialized ward. Through the glass walls, they beheld a room filled with an array of medical apparatus, where a frail girl lay in bed, tethered to various tubes and monitoring devices. Is that Lin Xiaoyu? Li Xiu gasped, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. The girl on the bed was nearly unrecognizable. Her face was swollen and bruised, her eyes tightly shut, and her lips cracked. Her exposed arms and neck were marred with contusions and wounds. Most alarming was her state. She convulsed violently on the bed. Her body contorted into unnatural angles, and anguished groans escaped her throat. What happened to her? Lin Xiaoxiao stepped back in fright. It's withdrawal symptoms from the drug. Fong replied calmly. The people from northern Myanmar injected her with it, and now that the effects have worn off, the withdrawal has set in. Drug? Li Xiu nearly faltered. How could they do such a thing? In that place, anything can happen. Qin Feng explained. The drug is a common method used to control the pigs. They first make them addicted, then use the drug to manipulate them, instilling fear of escape or resistance. As Qin Yao watched Lin Xiaoyu's agonizing struggle, an intense fury surged within her. She recalled the arrogant demeanor of the individual named Xiao Ba during the live broadcast, and his triumphant proclamation that even dragons must coil in northern Myanmar. Brother, what about that Xiao Ba? Qin Yao's voice turned icy. He has been captured, Qin Feng replied. He is currently detained in the underground interrogation room. I want to see him, Qin Yao declared suddenly. Qin Feng looked at his sister, taken aback by her calm, yet chilling demeanor. Are you certain? He inquired. Absolutely, Qin Yao nodded. I want to witness the face of the person who has inflicted such suffering upon an innocent girl. Qin Feng remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. All right. Once we finish here, I will take you. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu in the ward emitted a piercing scream, abruptly sitting up in bed and frantically tearing at the tubes and restraints binding her. Her eyes were wide open, yet vacant, as if she had seen something horrifying. Let me go? Let me go? She screamed. Help me. Help me. Several medical staff rushed in to soothe her, and though Lin Xiaoyu's strength was astonishing, it posed no challenge to the bioengineered nurses. Let her resist on her own. Qin Feng spoke through the communicator to the doctors in the ward, stating that this was a process she must endure. However, Commander, she may harm herself. Then restrain her, but do not administer medication, Qin Feng commanded. Only by enduring on her own can she truly break free. In the ward, the doctors followed the instructions, securing Lin Xiaoyu to the bed with specially designed restraints. She continued to struggle, scream, and plead, but her voice gradually weakened, leaving only painful moans and sobs. Li Xiyu was in tears, leaning against the glass wall, softly speaking to her cousin inside. Sister Xiaoyu, you must hold on. We are all here for you. Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yu were also beside her, wiping their tears. Being of the same age, they found it hard to imagine how they would cope if faced with such a situation. Qin Yao did not cry. She simply watched quietly, imprinting the scene deeply in her heart. Having witnessed many tragic stories in the live streaming room and heard of numerous unfortunate encounters, she realized that seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. In that moment, she finally understood why her brother was so merciless towards those in northern Myanmar. Some individuals simply do not deserve to be called human. Brother, what about those who harmed Sister Xiaoyu? Qin Yao inquired softly. They are all dead, Qin Feng replied calmly. In that compound, all 56 armed guards have been eliminated, including those who assaulted her. Their swift demise was too lenient. What about the others in that compound? The ones who were deceived? Those who could escape have fled. As for those who couldn't, Qin Feng paused. It is up to their fate. I am not a savior. I cannot rescue everyone. Qin Yao nodded, understanding that her brother spoke the truth. In such a place, rescuing Lin Xiaoyu was no small feat. It was unrealistic to expect the salvation of all. Let us go and see the little eight, Qin Feng said. He led the 4 girls away from the medical center, traversing the estate until they arrived before an unremarkable building. This structure had no windows, only a heavy alloy door. Behind the door lay a dimly lit corridor reeking of disinfectant. They walked down the corridor for about 50 meters, arriving at another door. Behind it was a small room that resembled an interrogation chamber. In the center of the room was a metal chair, upon which sat a man. It was Wu Tian, also known as Little Eight from northern Myanmar. He appeared far more disheveled than during the live stream, with bruises on his face, cracked lips, and one eye swollen shut. His hands were secured to the armrest of the chair with specially designed handcuffs, and his feet were shackled as well. His clothes were in a deplorable state. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up, and, upon seeing Qin Feng, his eyes instantly filled with terror. Boss Qin, his voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare my life. Qin Feng ignored him and simply turned to the girls behind him, saying, This is the arrogant one from the live stream. He deceived 138 citizens of the Dragon Kingdom into northern Myanmar, of which 23 girls were sold to entertainment venues, and 5 have been confirmed dead. Lin Xiaoyu is the 139th. Li Xiyu fixed her fiery gaze upon Wu Tian, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. It's you. You are the one who harmed my cousin. Wu Tian, sensing her wrath, hastily replied. Miss, I apologize. I truly had no idea that was your cousin. If I had known, even 100 lives wouldn't have sufficed for me to dare such an act. Is ignorance an excuse? Li Xiyu screamed. What about those others you deceived? What about their families? How could you be so heartless? Wu Tian lowered his head, rendered speechless. Qin Yao stepped before him, scrutinizing his face. During the live broadcast, this visage had exuded arrogance and pride, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. Yet now, all that remained was fear and despair. Do you regret it? Qin Yao suddenly inquired. Wu Tian paused, then fervently nodded. Yes, I regret it. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have acted as I did. I shouldn't have. You do not regret your actions. Qin Yao interjected. You regret provoking the wrong person. If I did not have a brother, if my brother lacked this power, would you still harbor regret? You would merely continue to deceive, to harm, and to flaunt your arrogance in the live stream. Wu Tian opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. For Qin Yao was correct. He felt no remorse for deceiving and harming others, only for having encountered a formidable opponent. Brother, how do you plan to deal with him? Qin Yao turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng regarded Wu Tian with a frigid gaze. Such a person deserves 100 deaths. However, a swift execution would be too lenient. Hearing the word death, Wu Tian trembled in terror. Boss Qin, Grandpa Qin, spare me. I can assist you. I have connections in northern Myanmar. I can. Silence. Qin Feng coldly interrupted. Your so-called connections have already departed for hell alongside your subordinates last night. The Wa State Army, over 2,000 men, should now be utterly extinguished. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng. The Wa State Army is one of the most formidable armed forces in northern Myanmar. Equipped with tanks and artillery, even the Myanmar government forces cannot contend with them. How could they be annihilated overnight? What manner of monster is this Chin Fong? Very well. Take him upstairs. Chin Fong commanded the guards. Let him wash up and change clothes. He is to appear on camera shortly. Appear on camera? Wu Tian was taken aback. Don't you enjoy live streaming? Chin Fong smiled, yet the chilling nature of his smile sent shivers down Wu Tian's spine. Let us do another live broadcast. To bid farewell to your fans. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chin Yao commenced the live stream punctually. The moment it began, millions flooded the chat room. Many had waited the entire night, eager to uncover the truth about the events in northern Myanmar. Hello everyone, I am Yao Yao. Chin Yao addressed the camera. I know you are all concerned about yesterday's events. Today, my brother has an old friend to introduce to you. The chat exploded instantaneously. An old friend? Who could it be? It can't be the northern Myanmar Xiaoba, can it? Brother Fong keeps his promises. He really captured someone? I don't believe it. Northern Myanmar is so far away. How could it happen so quickly? Waiting for the truth to unfold. Chin Yao adjusted the camera to focus on Chin Fong, who stood casually in black attire, exuding an air of nonchalance. Good morning, everyone. Chin Fong smiled at the camera. As I mentioned yesterday, within 24 hours, a surprise would be delivered to certain individuals. Now, the surprise has arrived. He waved his hand, and two fully armed guards escorted a man forward. The man was clad in clean clothes, his face washed, yet the bruises and scars were still evident. Most notably, his eyes were filled with terror, a stark contrast to the arrogance he displayed during yesterday's live broadcast. Allow me to introduce this individual, Mr. Wu Tian, also known to you as the infamous Xiaoba from northern Myanmar. Chin Feng's tone was gentle, yet each word pierced Wu Tian's heart like a needle. The camera focused on Wu Tian. The viewers in the live stream scrutinized his face, and soon someone recognized him. It's really Xiaoba? My goodness. Brother Fong truly captured him. Such efficiency, from Heizhou to northern Myanmar, in just one night? How many planes does Brother Fong possess? How has Xiaoba fallen to such a state? He must have been beaten. Rightfully so. Scum like him deserves it. Wu Tian gazed at the camera, his lips trembling. Unable to utter a word for a long while, one of the guards slapped him on the back of the head. Speak. Startled, Wu Tian quickly addressed the camera. I am Wu Tian, the Xiaoba from northern Myanmar. I was wrong. I should not have boasted online or provoked the esteemed Chin Fong. I beg for everyone's forgiveness. His voice quivered, and his speech was incoherent. Entirely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed the day before. The barrage of comments flooded in. So now you're afraid? Too late. Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? Claiming even the bull demon king would have to plow 2 acres? With Brother Feng's strength, northern Myanmar is nothing. What about those who were deceived? What about those girls? How does Brother Fong intend to deal with him? Upon seeing the comments, Chin Fong replied, regarding how to handle Mr. Wu Tian, I have an idea. He paused, then continued. Mr. Wu Tian has a fondness for animals, particularly large felines and reptiles. Thus, I intend to send him to a place where he can befriend his beloved lions and crocodiles. Though spoken gently, the content sent shivers down everyone's spine. A brief silence swept through the comment section, then erupted. Befriend lions and crocodiles? How does one do that? I see, it's through feeding, right? Isn't that a bit too harsh? Harsh. Consider those he deceived. Think of Lin Xiaoyu. She is still in the hospital. Such scum deserves it. Brother Fong is majestic. This is how it should be. Hearing Chin Feng's words, Wu Tian was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, wetting himself in fear. He crawled to Chin Feng's feet, clutching his legs. Boss Chin, Grandfather Chin, spare me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Chin Feng kicked him away in disgust. Take him away. The 2 guards dragged Wu Tian off like a lifeless dog. His cries gradually faded, ultimately disappearing at the end of the corridor. Chapter 33, Cleansing the Scammers. Chin Feng turned back to face the camera. Alright, the eyesore has vanished. I understand some viewers may find my methods too cruel, but I must assert that in this world, some individuals do not deserve to be called human. The things they do to others are more terrifying than death itself. Therefore, they are unworthy of compassionate treatment. His voice was calm, yet the undercurrents of that tranquility sent shivers through everyone present. As for those who continue to commit heinous acts in northern Myanmar, I grant you 24 hours. Chin Feng continued, within this time frame, release all the imprisoned citizens of the Dragon Kingdom and disband your fraudulent syndicate. Otherwise, the fate of the Wa State United Army shall be your own. His words were delivered with a veneer of nonchalance, yet the underlying threat was palpable to all. The barrage of comments erupted once more. Is Brother Fong declaring war on the entire northern Myanmar fraud industry? How imposing. But Brother Feng's influence lies in Africa. Northern Myanmar is so far away. Do they not understand? Brother Feng's reach is global. We await the unfolding drama. Those fraudsters are in for a rough time. Chin Feng refrained from elaborating further and merely nodded at Chin Yao. Understanding his cue, Chin Yao addressed the camera. This concludes today's live broadcast. I will inform everyone of any updates as soon as they arise. Goodbye. She ended the stream. Instantly, the room fell into silence. Chin Yao set down her phone, exhaling deeply. Throughout the live session, she had maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, she felt a twinge of anxiety, especially upon witnessing Wu Tian being taken away. A pang of reluctance surged within her. However, the thought of Lin Xiaoyu's suffering in the hospital extinguished any lingering sympathy. Brother, she whispered. Are you truly going to let the lion consume him? Chin Feng looked at his sister. Do you find it too cruel? Chin Yao hesitated before nodding. It is a bit harsh, although he deserves it. Yao Yao, Chin Feng interrupted. Remember, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards the victims. If I spare him today, tomorrow he may harm even more innocents. Those fraudsters in northern Myanmar have blood on their hands. They are unworthy of pity. He walked to the window, gazing out at the estate, Moreover, I intend to use this incident to make everyone aware that those who provoke my family and friends will meet this very end. Only in doing so can I compel those who covet your well-being to reconsider their actions. Qin Yao understood. Her brother's actions were not solely to punish Wu Tian, but also to establish his authority. He wanted the world to recognize that his family was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch them would meet a dire fate. I understand now, brother, Qin Yao said, though I still find it a bit hard to adapt. You will gradually acclimate. Qin Fong patted her head. This world operates on such principles. If you do not strike harshly, others will. What we must do is be more ruthless than anyone else, so that no one dares to bully us. At that moment, Qin Weidong entered. Commander, Miss Lin Xiaoyu's peak withdrawal symptoms have subsided. She is now in a weakened state. The doctor inquired whether we should administer medication to alleviate her suffering. Qin Fong pondered for a moment. Administer some mild supportive medication, but do not provide substitutes. She must endure through her own resolve. Understood. Qin Weidong added. Additionally, we have received news from northern Myanmar. Several smaller fraudulent groups have released the imprisoned citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, yet a few larger ones remain hesitant. Hesitant? Qin Fong scoffed. Let them hesitate. In 24 hours, they will have no opportunity to hesitate. He turned to Qin Weidong and commanded, order the bomber squadron and special forces to stand by. 24 hours later, if any of the fraud syndicates refuse to surrender, we shall eliminate them one by one according to the list. Understood. Qin Weidong saluted and then asked, what about Wu Tian? He will be dealt with as planned. Qin Fong replied, his expression impassive as he documented the process, sending it to those still in northern Myanmar. Wishing to convey that he was not jesting, Qin Weidong departed, leaving only the two siblings in the room. Qin Yao gazed at her brother, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The brother who used to prepare her breakfast, cheer her up, and protect her was now the same person issuing cold orders for death. Brother, she murmured, you've changed so much. Qin Fong paused for a moment before smiling. Indeed, I have changed. However, some things remain the same. He looked earnestly at his sister. I am still the brother who will protect you, still the Qin Fong who loves his family. But now, I possess the means to protect you and the unavoidable reasons to be ruthless. He approached her, placing both hands on her shoulders. Yao Yao, you must remember, in this world, to safeguard those who matter, sometimes one must undertake actions they would rather avoid. This is the price of growing up. Qin Yao nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. I understand, brother. I just need time. It's all right. Take your time, Qin Fong replied gently. Come, let us check on your roommates. They must have been quite frightened today. The two exited the room and returned to the main building. Li Siyu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Yu were seated in the living room, their expressions somber. Siyu, how is your cousin? Qin Yao approached. The doctor said she has survived the most difficult phase. Li Siyu replied, wiping her tears, but she still needs to be monitored. Thank you, Qin Fong, if it weren't for you. No need for thanks. Qin Fong interjected, you are my sister's friends, hence you are my family. It is my duty to protect you. He paused before adding, for the next few days. You should rest comfortably in the manor and not overthink things. Once Lin Xiaoyu's condition stabilizes, I will arrange for you to meet. The three girls nodded. After the events of the day, their feelings towards Qin Fong had grown complex, filled with gratitude, awe, and a hint of fear. This seemingly gentle young man possessed unimaginable power and means. He could rescue someone from thousands of miles away overnight, yet he could also coldly order a person's execution. How terrifying could such a person be? Nevertheless, they understood that as long as they did not become his enemies, he would be their finest protector. That was sufficient. In the following days, the manor remained tranquil. Qin Yao broadcasted snippets of her daily life, showcasing the beauty of Africa and introducing its local culture. Never once mentioning the events in northern Myanmar. Her follower count had surpassed 20 million, making her a top-tier streamer on the Douyin platform. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding the northern Myanmar incident intensified online. Photographs emerged depicting the aftermath of the bombing at the Hua State United Army headquarters, flames soaring and debris scattered. Reports surfaced that various fraud syndicates in northern Myanmar had suddenly released a multitude of imprisoned citizens from the Dragon Kingdom, with some even voluntarily escorting them to the border. These developments were attributed to the intervention of a mysterious force. Everyone is aware that this enigmatic force is none other than Qin Fong and his Huanyu group. 24 hours later, Qin Fong fulfilled his promise. The hesitant cyber fraud syndicates faced catastrophic strikes one after another. Bombers executed precise assaults on their bases, while special forces eradicated the remaining factions. The entire operation was executed with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace behind. The cyber fraud industry in northern Myanmar suffered unprecedented blows within just a few days. Those once arrogant fraud leaders either surrendered, vanished, or became the evening's feast for lions. Chapter 34. The grand film 2 hours and 17 minutes. This is the duration of the latest video released by Qin Yao on Douyin. The title was simple, complete record of the northern Myanmar operation for the skeptics. Within 10 minutes of its release, the view count surpassed 10 million. An hour later, it exceeded 100 million. After 2 hours, it reached 500 million. Within 24 hours, the cumulative view count across major social media platforms exceeded 3 billion, making it one of the fastest spreading videos in internet history. The video began innocuously, featuring a live segment of Qin Yao as Li Siyu tearfully recounted her cousin's deception in northern Myanmar. The live stream connected to the audacious Xiao Ba from northern Myanmar, where Qin Fong calmly vowed to resolve the matter within 24 hours. Then, the scene transitioned. In the dead of night at an African base, searchlights illuminated the runway as if it were daylight. Two massive Kunping transport planes gradually glided to the takeoff position, the Huanyu Group insignia clearly visible under the lights. Following this were 12 F-22 modified fighter jets ascending sequentially. With their streamlined bodies and sharp lines, the engines emitted a ghostly blue flame, a hallmark of nuclear fusion power. Although the video did not explicitly state it, keen-eyed military enthusiasts immediately discerned the differences between these jets and the standard F-22, larger vector nozzles, more advanced sensor arrays, and that eerily silent takeoff process. Next appeared 4B, 1B Lancer strategic bombers. These colossal machines accelerated down the runway, pulling up at an astonishing angle, swiftly disappearing into the night sky. My goodness, is this a private militia? This must be a national air force. Are those fighters really F-22s? Yet they appear somewhat different. Bombers. Strategic bombers. Huanyu Group possesses these as well. Is this video not a special effect? It seems too surreal. The barrage of comments briefly paused during the scene transition before erupting like a volcano. Following this was footage inside the transport plane. 108 fully armed Special Forces soldiers sat in perfect formation, checking their gear, their expressions stoic. Their equipment was exceptionally advanced, featuring exoskeletal armor, full-face helmets, multifunctional tactical goggles, and the iconic 191 assault rifles in their hands. Although the appearance of these rifles was deliberately modified in the video, those familiar with military arms could still discern shadows of the 191 assault rifle. Of course, it was a heavily modified version with an extended barrel, a more complex rail system, and a futuristic scope. Then came the airborne footage. The cargo door of the transport aircraft swung open, and the Special Forces leapt out in succession, spreading their wingsuits as they glided through the night sky like dark bats towards their designated target area. Aerial footage captured this breathtaking scene, revealing over 100 dark figures weaving through the clouds, deftly navigating towards a target several dozen kilometers away. Upon landing, the operation commenced. The process of capturing the notorious Xiaoba from northern Myanmar by Team A was meticulously recorded. From silently neutralizing the outer guards to breaking through the door, and finally subduing Wu Tian, the entire sequence unfolded in under 3 minutes. In the video, the movements of the Special Forces were executed with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible. Each maneuver was concise and effective, striking with precision. Such prowess exemplified the elite among the Special Forces. The guards scarcely had a chance to draw their weapons. It was astonishingly rapid. What caliber of training could produce such results? Conversely, the segment involving Team B's rescue of Lin Xiaoyu was considerably more somber. Although the gunfight within the compound was brief, it was intensely fierce. The Special Forces advanced rapidly through the complex environment, delivering precise shots, with each enemy falling to a single bullet. As the camera zoomed into the room where Lin Xiaoyu was held captive, viewers were confronted with the horrific sight of the girl, her body marred with bruises, her gaze vacant, bound to the bed. This scene incited an overwhelming wave of outrage, flooding the screen with cries of scum. Damn them. Annihilate them. Next came the segment featuring Team C's destruction of the Hua Gang United Army headquarters. This was one of the most shocking moments in the video. From a high-altitude perspective, four bombers released their payloads in succession, transforming the ground into a sea of flames. The shockwave from the thermobaric bombs was vividly apparent, as buildings crumbled like mere blocks and armored vehicles were reduced to scrap metal. This was war, true, unadulterated warfare. Over 2,000 armed forces, just like that, obliterated? The ferocity of these bombers was astonishing, yet against such vile beings, such measures were warranted. In the final segment of the video, the scene shifted back to Africa. Wu Tian, the former Xiaoba from northern Myanmar, was brought to a manor, where he pleaded for mercy from Fong during a live broadcast. Then came the infamous phrase about befriending lions. Naturally, the most gruesome footage was edited. Viewers only witnessed Wu Tian being dragged away, hearing the distant roar of a lion followed by a brief, chilling scream, before the scene cut away to another location. However, that was sufficient. Everyone grasped the profound implication of those words. The video concluded with Lin Xiaoyu receiving treatment at a medical center. She appeared significantly improved compared to before. Though still weak, a glimmer of light had returned to her eyes. Li Xiu sat by her bedside, holding her hand as both shed tears of reunion. Finally, a line of subtitles appeared. Some lines must not be crossed. Some individuals must not be provoked. Fong. The video concluded, but the storm it unleashed was merely beginning. In a military academy within Manhwa, a conference room was filled with high-ranking officers adorned with gleaming epaulets. As clips from the complete record of the Northern Myanmar operation played on the large screen. Stop. A general raised his hand, freezing the frame on a close-up of the rifle used by the Special Forces. Zoom in. The image magnified, revealing the intricate details of the rifle. Although modified, its basic structure remained discernible. This was a heavily customized version of the 191. A weapon expert remarked, observe this rail system, and examine the structure of the stock. There are numerous discrepancies. This scope, I have never encountered such a model before. Furthermore, the material of the barrel appears to be some form of composite material. What is its performance like? Inquired the general. From the video, the range, accuracy, and power far exceed that of the standard version 191. The expert adjusted his glasses. Moreover, pay attention to the soldier's shooting stance. The recoil is exceptionally well controlled, with scarcely any muzzle rise. This indicates either the firearm's design is extraordinarily superior, or the soldier has undergone rigorous training, or perhaps both. Another officer called up a different segment of footage. Look here. This soldier is firing continuously from a distance of 50 meters, with all bullet holes clustered within the span of a hand. Such precision can be achieved by our elite forces, but not with such ease. After a moment of silence, the general commanded, send the video to the equipment department for their analysis. Additionally, reach out to Fong through Yao to inquire whether these devices can be utilized collaboratively. Yes, similar scenarios unfolded across military institutions worldwide. Nations such as the Arctic bear, the British lion, the Gallic rooster, and the octopus country, all competent powers, were scrutinizing this footage, endeavoring to extract valuable intelligence from it. Chapter 35. The headache of America. The most troubled of all was America. In Washington, D.C., within the Pentagon, a highly classified conference room brimmed with palpable tension. Can anyone explain why F-22s and B-1Bs are in the possession of a private militia in the Dragon Country? The Secretary of Defense slammed his hand on the table, his expression one of fury. Silence enveloped the room, as several generals and senior officials bowed their heads, reluctant to speak. Intelligence Department. The Secretary turned to a bespectacled middle-aged man. What have you discovered? Sir, we have investigated all potential channels for leaks, the intelligence officer replied, his voice faltering, but we have found no leads. Lockheed Martin and Boeing both vehemently deny having sold any equipment to the Universal Group. And our examination of their production and sales records confirms this. What were those in the video? Models? The Secretary bellowed. Those are real machines capable of flight and bombing, and their performance surpasses that of our active models. Did you see those takeoff sequences? They were nearly silent. What kind of technology is this? We have analyzed it. Those aircraft may merely resemble our models superficially, a senior Air Force officer interjected. But their internal structures are entirely different. Notably, the standard F-22 employs two F-119 turbofan engines, yet the fighter in the video exhibited almost no jet engine characteristics during takeoff. Instead, it resembles a more advanced propulsion system. More advanced? The Secretary furrowed his brow. More advanced than the F-22? Indeed, the general nodded, and the bomber as well. The maximum speed of the B-1B is 1.25 Mach, yet the bomber in the video is evidently swifter. Based on satellite data, we deduce its cruising speed may have reached 25 Mach, if not higher. A collective gasp reverberated through the conference room. A bomber capable of 25 Mach? What does that even imply? And what of its endurance? The general continued, stating that the distance from Black Continent to northern Myanmar exceeds 7,000 kilometers. The standard B-1B requires at least 2 aerial refuels to accomplish such a mission, yet the footage indicates that these bombers made direct round trips. This implies their range exceeds at least 15,000 kilometers. 15,000 kilometers, the minister murmured. That's farther than the B-2. Thus, the intelligence officer concluded, the aviation technology possessed by the Universal Group may have surpassed our own. Those aircraft merely resemble the F-22 and B-1B in appearance, but in reality, they are entirely different entities. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. A private entity wielding more advanced aviation technology than that of the United States? It seemed utterly preposterous. Yet the video evidence laid bare before them left no room for disbelief. Who exactly is this Fong? The minister finally posed the question that lingered in everyone's mind. He hails from a small county in Yongnan Province, Dragon Country, an ordinary university graduate who ventured to the Black Continent 2 years ago, the intelligence officer reported. And in a remarkably short time, he ascended to establish a formidable influence. We speculate that he may have received unwavering support from a certain nation or organization. Or perhaps he possesses some extraordinary technology unknown to us, the officer cautiously suggested. Extraordinary technology? The minister furrowed his brow. Are you implying extraterrestrial technology or the legacy of some clandestine organization? Both are possibilities, the officer replied. Regardless of the truth, the fact remains that the Universal Group now boasts military capabilities on par with those of a mid-tier nation. Judging by this operation in northern Myanmar, their logistical capabilities, strike precision, and troop quality rank among the world's elite. The minister remained silent for an extended period. At last, he lifted his head, his gaze sharpening. We cannot permit a private armed group to possess such power, especially one comprising individuals from Dragon Country. The minister's implication was clear. Pressure must be applied to the Universal Group. He ordered that through diplomatic channels, they be demanded to surrender those aircraft and cease all military activities. If they refuse, he left the statement unfinished, but everyone understood his meaning. Should they decline, the United States might resort to drastic measures. Furthermore, notify the CIA. The minister added, I require all information on Fong and the Universal Group. The more detailed, the better. Understood. Following the meeting, a flurry of orders emanated from the Pentagon. The machinery of American diplomacy commenced its operation, with multiple departments simultaneously exerting pressure on the Universal Group. And all of this had been anticipated by Fong. On the Black Continent, at the Universal Group's base, Fong observed the ultimatum from the United States on the screen, a cold smile gracing his lips. The ultimatum was succinct. The Universal Group was to surrender all illegally acquired American equipment within 72 hours and disband its private forces, or face severe consequences. Commander, a U.S. Navy carrier strike group is moving towards the Indian Ocean, reported Chin Weidong. Additionally, their bomber units at Diego Garcia have also entered a state of readiness. Swift actions indeed. Fong thought dismissively. Yet do they believe this will intimidate me? How do you intend to respond? After a moment of contemplation, Fong declared, respond to the U.S. Department of Defense with a letter. Let it be known that those aircraft are of our own manufacture, bearing no relation to the United States. Should they dare to seize them, let them come and try. He paused momentarily, then added, furthermore, ensure that the Space Force is prepared. If the Americans make a move, we shall bring down their satellites that monitor us. Yes. Chin Weidong stood at attention, then hesitated. Commander, might this provoke a full-scale conflict? Conflict? Fong chuckled. Weidong, remember this. In this world, sometimes the more one retreats, the more others encroach. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one earn respect. He rose, making his way to the window, gazing at the base outside. If the Americans wish to test my might, let them come. It is a perfect opportunity for me to assess the combat readiness of our forces. Fong understood that a confrontation with the United States, and indeed the entire Western world, was inevitable. And he was prepared. This storm would test the true strength of the Universal Group and determine the future configuration of the world. Fong turned, his gaze resolute. Inform all units to enter a state of heightened readiness. Let us welcome our esteemed guests. Chapter 36, Standoff in the Indian Ocean, a certain maritime region. The U.S. Navy's Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group was deployed in a battle formation. On the carrier's deck, Fa-18 Super Hornet fighter jets were taking off and landing with alarming frequency, forming a dense patrol formation above the fleet. The escorting destroyers and cruisers had their Aegis systems phased array radar operating at full power, scanning every inch of airspace within hundreds of kilometers. In the command room, Fleet Commander Admiral Johnson looked gravely at the tactical screen. On the display, several light points were eerily circling the fleet. These were the Universal Group's fighter jets, which had been entangled here for a solid 6 hours, still unable to lock on. Johnson inquired. The technical officer wiped the sweat from his forehead. No, sir. Our radar can detect them, and the optical systems can capture images. But the fire control system cannot achieve a lock. They seem capable of interfering with our locking signals. Yet it does not resemble electronic jamming. Not electronic jamming? Johnson furrowed his brow. What does it resemble then? It's as if they do not exist at all. The officer struggled to articulate. The radar echoes are intermittent. The infrared signatures fluctuate unpredictably, and even optical tracking occasionally loses the target. I have never encountered such technology. Johnson fell silent. As a seasoned veteran who had experienced both the Gulf War and the Afghanistan conflict, he had witnessed various advanced military technologies. Yet the situation before him truly surpassed his comprehension. Outside the window, a Universal Group fighter jet swept past the carrier at an almost vertical angle, so close that the details on the pilot's helmet were discernible. The aircraft was painted in a matte black finish, adorned with a minimalist star emblem, the insignia of the Universal Group. Admiral, our aircraft need to return for refueling, the Air Operations Commander reported, but those jets seem not to require refueling. Johnson looked at the screen. The American Fa-18s had been patrolling the skies for 4 hours. Their fuel was nearly depleted, and they must return. The combat aircraft of the Universal Group have been circling above the fleet for 6 hours since their emergence, showing no signs of departure. Caution the returning planes. Ensure they are not followed onto the deck, Johnson commanded. However, the order came too late. As an Fa-18 prepared for its return, a fighter from the Universal Group closely trailed it, mirroring every maneuver with alarming precision. Damn it, I can't shake it off, exclaimed the Fa-18 pilot over the radio. Stay calm. It wouldn't dare collide with us, the command center attempted to reassure. Yet, the subsequent scene left everyone gasping in disbelief. The Universal Group's fighter suddenly accelerated, surpassing the Fa-18, then executed an astonishing maneuver. It pulled up vertically almost from a standstill, then inverted at an altitude of 500 meters, soaring mere meters above the Fa-18's fuselage. This action defied the principles of aerodynamics, rendering it impossible with current technology. The Fa-18 pilot nearly lost control, the aircraft shaking violently before stabilizing. It's toying with us, he said, his voice trembling. A profound silence enveloped the command center. Everyone understood that this was no longer a matter of technological disparity. It was a generational gap. It was akin to propeller-driven planes facing jets, or artillery meeting missiles, a confrontation entirely beyond the same dimension. Sir, the Defense Department is on the line, the communications officer reported. Johnson took the receiver, hearing the heavy voice of the Secretary of Defense. Johnson, what is the status? Dire, Mr. Secretary, Johnson replied candidly. We are at a significant disadvantage. Their aircraft far exceed ours in performance, and we cannot lock onto them. Should hostilities commence, our chances are slim. A long silence followed on the other end. The implication is to exert further pressure on the Universal Group. They cannot maintain this stalemate indefinitely. There will be a flaw. Sir, if I may, Johnson hesitated. I believe that continuing to apply pressure is ill-advised. They appear utterly fearless, and I suspect they possess unknown trump cards. Trump cards? What kind? I cannot say for certain, but my intuition suggests, Johnson gazed out at the still circling black fighter, that what they have shown us may merely be the tip of the iceberg. After the call ended, Johnson fell into deep contemplation. As a career military officer, he feared not battle, yet he loathed unnecessary sacrifice. Given the current situation, should conflict arise, his fleet could suffer devastating losses while the adversary might lose only a few aircraft, if any at all. Those bizarre maneuvering capabilities hinted at the possibility of some novel defensive technology. Just as Johnson wrestled with these thoughts, a message arrived. The Universal Group announced a live broadcast, with Qin Yao set to commence in half an hour, showcasing 2 significant treasures. Treasures? Johnson frowned, pondering what they intended to reveal. No one knew the answer. Yet, half an hour later, when the broadcast began, the world was about to discover the truth. In Africa, at the Universal Group base, Qin Yao's streaming room opened punctually. As the broadcast commenced, the online viewer count surged past 8 million, rapidly escalating by tens of thousands each second. Greetings, I am Yao Yao. Qin Yao, facing the camera, appeared somewhat anxious. Today, my brother has asked me to host a live stream to showcase 2 magnificent treasures. The barrage of comments flooded in. Magnificent treasures? What could they be? Are they new weapons? Yao Yao looks quite nervous. Of course, given that the American aircraft carrier is just offshore. Can the Universal Group withstand this? I have my doubts. After all, the U.S. is the world's foremost power. Ignoring the comments, Qin Yao shifted the camera to reveal an expansive area behind her. At the center stood 3 colossal cylindrical structures, each exceeding 30 meters in height and more than 3 meters in diameter, gleaming silver and reflecting a harsh light under the sun. Are these missiles? One viewer recognized. Intercontinental missiles. It must be. My goodness, the Universal Group possesses these. What are they planning? A launch? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao announced, my brother has instructed me to showcase 3 fireworks today. These 3 missiles are intercontinental ballistic missiles. But please rest assured, they are equipped with conventional warheads, devoid of explosives. This is merely a test launch. Chapter 37. How is this possible? Qin Yao paused briefly before continuing. The launch coordinates have been disclosed. They are situated in the high seas beyond the U.S. coastline. This is merely a routine missile test, not aimed at any nation, so please do not panic. Her words, though casually spoken, left everyone in utter disbelief. Launching intercontinental missiles off the U.S. coastline and not targeting any nation? This was an unabashed provocation. The comment section erupted. Fong is incredible. Launching missiles right at the doorstep of the U.S. Is this a confrontation with America? The U.S. aircraft carrier is still out there. Could this trigger a war? What is there to fear? If Fong dares to do it, he must have confidence. Let us sit back and enjoy the show. Military and intelligence agencies worldwide were glued to this live broadcast. When the coordinates were announced, chaos erupted within the Pentagon. Has he lost his mind? Launching intercontinental missiles off our coastline. This is an act of war, a blatant declaration of war. Immediately order the fleet to battle stations. Wait, let's see what they intend to do. In the live stream, preparations for the launch were already complete. The operators, clad in uniform, were bioengineered beings executing their tasks with precision and efficiency. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached 0, the 3 missiles ignited almost simultaneously. A tremendous blaze erupted from their tails, and thick smoke enveloped the entire launch site in an instant. The missiles ascended slowly, gaining speed and quickly transforming into 3 bright points in the sky. The live feed switched to a perspective from space, captured by a satellite from the Universal Group. The 3 missiles exited the atmosphere, commencing complex trajectory maneuvers. Their flight paths were exceedingly erratic, occasionally accelerating, decelerating, and making sharp turns, completely defying the conventional flight patterns of ballistic missiles. What kind of trajectory is this? It's more complex than Qian Lao's trajectory. How can this be intercepted? The trajectory is utterly unpredictable. If these missiles were equipped with nuclear warheads, military forces around the globe would be anxiously tracking their trajectories. However, they soon uncovered a terrifying reality. Once the missiles entered their mid-course flight, they vanished from radar. Not due to interference, nor because of stealth technology, but they simply disappeared, as if they had never existed. It was inconceivable that the commander of the Northern Command of the United States was staring at a blank radar screen, questioning the whereabouts of our early warning satellites and infrared detection systems. All had lost their targets, sir. The technical officer's face turned pale. The missiles seemed to have entered a state beyond our detection capabilities. 15 minutes later, the missiles reappeared on radar, having reached their predetermined targets. Almost simultaneously, they plunged into the sea off the coasts of the eastern and western United States, as well as the Gulf of Mexico, creating enormous splashes. The entire sequence, from launch to impact, transpired in less than 20 minutes, during which the U.S. missile defense system failed to mount any effective response. This indicated that if these missiles were indeed armed with nuclear warheads, 3 major American cities might have been reduced to ruins at this very moment. Inside the Pentagon, an ominous silence prevailed. Everyone comprehended the implications. The Universal Group not only possessed intercontinental missiles, but also wielded an invulnerable penetration technology. These missiles had traversed the most advanced U.S. missile defense systems with impunity. The first significant revelation had been unveiled. In the live broadcast, Qin Yao's voice resonated once more, announcing the arrival of the second demonstration. The camera shifted to an airport where 4B-1B Lancer strategic bombers were taxiing on the runway. Their bomb bays open, revealing an oddly shaped bomb within. Is that a nuclear bomb? Some viewers speculated. Observing its shape, it resembled a small nuclear warhead. Is the Universal Group preparing to test a nuclear weapon? Qin Yao confirmed this speculation. Next, we shall conduct a nuclear explosion experiment in a designated uninhabited area on the African continent. Rest assured, this experiment is not targeted at anyone. It is merely a routine procedure. Such remarks were delivered with a lightness that belied the astonishing content. A private entity conducting a nuclear explosion experiment? This was utterly unprecedented. As the bombers took flight, the live footage transitioned to a cockpit perspective. The pilot, in fact a bioengineered human, operated the aircraft with meticulous precision. The target area was reached, and preparations for release commenced. 3, 2, 1, release the bomb. A bomb descended from the bay, deploying a parachute midair for a gentle descent. As the broadcast camera zoomed out, a desolate desert came into view below, with no signs of life for hundreds of kilometers. This was the experimental zone pre-designated by the Universal Group. The bomb detonated at an altitude of 300 meters above the ground. There was no sound, as the live broadcast experienced a delay and the audio was processed. Yet the visuals were profoundly shocking. First, an exceedingly bright sphere of light instantly illuminated the entire screen. And even through the lens, one could sense the cataclysmic energy it radiated. The sphere swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal fireball, which ascended, forming the stem of a mushroom cloud. Then there was the head of the mushroom cloud, rolling upwards, growing larger and taller. Ultimately, the height of the mushroom cloud reached several thousand meters, with the upper cloud mass spreading out, forming a vast expanse of radioactive haze. This marked the first nuclear explosion conducted on the African continent in human history. However, the orchestrators of this nuclear detonation were not a nation, but rather a private consortium. A brief vacuum appeared in the live broadcast chat, as everyone was left in awe of this shocking spectacle. Soon after, the comments surged like a tidal wave. Oh my. Is that truly a nuclear bomb? Does the Universal Group even possess nuclear weapons? This is no longer a private militia. This is akin to a quasi-national entity. Does the United States dare to strike now? They have nuclear arms. The situation became increasingly tumultuous, prompting even more intense reactions from governments around the world. In Long Country, at Zhongbei Sea, a prominent figure furrowed his brow. What exactly does Qin Fong intend to do? The military representative stated, he is signaling to the world, particularly to the United States. I possess intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons. Do not provoke me. Are those technologies provided by us? The head of the intelligence department shook his head. We have investigated. All of Qin Feng's technologies and equipment are unrelated to us. He has developed everything entirely independently. How is that possible? In just 2 years? We do not comprehend it either, but the fact remains. His capabilities may even surpass ours, judging by this demonstration. The meeting room fell into a deep silence. In the Black Palace of the United States, the atmosphere in the Oval Office was so tense it could be wrung out for moisture. So, we are facing a private armed group equipped with intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons? Mr. President's voice remained calm, yet everyone could detect the underlying anger and helplessness. Indeed, Mr. President, the Secretary of Defense lowered his gaze, and technically, their missile penetration capabilities and nuclear miniaturization technology may have surpassed ours. What do they demand? There are no explicit demands. Qin Feng merely stated he desires peaceful development, but will not allow anyone to threaten his family and career. Peaceful development? Mr. President scoffed. Is he seeking peace through nuclear weapons? No one dared to respond. Silence persisted for a long time. Finally, Mr. President sighed. Withdraw the fleet. Mr. President? Do you wish to engage in combat? To wage a war that is guaranteed to be lost against an adversary with unassailable nuclear missiles? The Secretary of Defense was left speechless. Issue a statement. Mr. President wearily rubbed his temples and declared that previous misunderstandings had occurred. The Universal Group is a crucial force in maintaining world peace and regional stability. We are willing to coexist peacefully with them. This was articulated with great difficulty. Yet everyone understood it was the only option available. Fighting was futile. Negotiation was not desired by the other party. They could only concede, at least on the surface. After the broadcast concluded, Qin Yao switched off the equipment, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Brother, is this truly all right? She remained somewhat apprehensive. Qin Feng, seated casually on the sofa, leisurely sipped his tea. What could possibly go wrong? They dared not strike, thus they could only concede. Yet, could this not be deemed excessively audacious? Audacious? Qin Feng chuckled. Yao Yao, you must comprehend that in this world, at times, one must exhibit audacity to earn respect. If I yield today, they shall encroach further tomorrow. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one attain genuine peace. A prominent figure once remarked, dignity resides only upon the edge of the sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. He set down his teacup and gazed out the window. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. I intend to make the entire world aware that the Huanyu Group is not to be trifled with. In that way, no one shall dare to cast their eyes upon you in the future. Qin Yao nodded, half understanding. She was uncertain of how many cards her brother held, yet she knew that all he did was for the protection of their family. At that moment, Qin Weidong entered. Commander, the American fleet has commenced its withdrawal. Furthermore, the White House has issued a statement acknowledging that the previous situation was a misunderstanding, declaring us as a significant force for maintaining world peace. As anticipated, Qin Feng nodded. Let our aircraft return as well. Additionally, inform the research department that they may commence the next phase of their studies. Understood. After Qin Weidong departed, Qin Feng turned to his sister. Well, the crisis has been averted. You may continue your escapades in Africa without concern for your safety. Brother, Qin Yao hesitated. Just how many of these treasures do you possess? Qin Feng smiled enigmatically. Guess. Qin Yao could not fathom. Yet, she was aware that her brother's power likely surpassed her wildest imagination. Online, discussions regarding this incident had erupted. Military experts analyzed, from a technical standpoint, the missile evasion capabilities and nuclear weaponry technology exhibited by the Huanyu Group had reached a world-leading standard, especially the peculiar flight trajectories that utterly subverted existing ballistic missile theories. International relations scholars commented, this signifies a substantial shift in the global landscape. A non-state actor has, for the first time, acquired military strength capable of contending with major powers. This implies that the future world may no longer be dominated by nation-states, but rather influenced by multiple centers of power. Moreover, netizens jested. Little 8 from northern Myanmar must feel quite honored now. He may very well be the first fraudster to be sent off by intercontinental missiles and nuclear bombs in history, although he was actually devoured by lions. In an indirect sense, he indeed enjoyed extraordinary treatment. Little 8 exclaimed, I was merely boasting. Did you really need to scare me with a nuclear bomb? Fong replied, indeed. Reflecting on it now, Little 8's claims of having hundreds of men, armed with guns and cannons, seemed laughable in front of Fong, akin to a kindergarten child boasting about possessing a toy gun. To contend with a figure of such standing was a lifetime achievement for Little 8. If he could know in the afterlife, he would find solace in having left a mark. Little 8 remarked, you see, it's not that I am too weak, but that my opponent is too formidable. I could stand against the esteemed Qin Feng, who dares to contend with me. I simply wish to inquire, who else? After Little 8's demise, so many remembered him. He had indeed etched his name in history. Numerous netizens began to resurrect his memory for ridicule. Some prudent fraud groups in northern Myanmar secretly rejoiced, as they could only imagine the dire consequences had Qin Feng targeted them in silence. Certainly, many individuals expressed concern. With the formidable might of the Universal Group, could it become a new threat? Might Qin Feng harbor greater ambitions? Could the world find itself plunged into turmoil as a consequence? However, these discussions hold little significance for Qin Feng. He established all of this not to conquer the world. nor to reign supreme. His sole desire is to safeguard his family, to lead a life of freedom, and to live without the shadow of threat. And now, he has achieved that. The United States has conceded, and other nations dare not provoke him lightly. His family is secure, and his endeavors are solidified. That suffices. As for the future, Fong harbors his own plans. He gazes into the sky, his eyes profound. There, in a realm invisible to ordinary people, 12 interstellar warships are under construction in the vastness of space. A space force comprising 1 million personnel is undergoing training. Furthermore, at the edge of the solar system, more fleets are being built. Earth is merely the starting point. The stars and the oceans of the universe are his ultimate aspirations. Yet, the time is not ripe. Fong withdraws his gaze and says to his sister, "Let us go. It's time for dinner. The kitchen has prepared your favorite braised pork." "Great." Yao replies with a cheerful smile. The crisis has passed, and life must go on. Meanwhile, across various corners of the world, people continue to discuss today's shocking display, pondering the enigmatic power of the Universal Group, and reflecting on the sudden rise of the legendary figure, Fong. Nevertheless, one fact is indisputable. The Universal Group has established itself as an undeniable force in this world. And Fong, a young man hailing from a small county in the Dragon Kingdom, now stands at the pinnacle of the globe. What lies ahead? No one knows. Chapter 39. What does this mean in a confidential meeting room of the National Security Department of the Dragon Kingdom? The heavy soundproof door is firmly shut. The interior is softly illuminated, with a long conference table filled with attendees on either side. Before each individual lies a thick stack of documents, prominently marked with the word top secret. At the head of the table sits an elder with graying hair and piercing eyes, the host of this meeting. The Deputy Minister of National Security. Has everyone finished reading? The Deputy Minister surveys the room, his tone calm. The participants nod in unison. These individuals hail from various departments: the Military Intelligence Bureau, Technical Reconnaissance Bureau, Foreign Intelligence Bureau, Counterintelligence Bureau, and Cybersecurity Bureau. Each is a leading expert in their respective fields. "Let us commence," the Deputy Minister states, rapping the table lightly. "Regarding Fong and the Universal Group, please present your findings and analyses." The first to speak is a representative from the Military Intelligence Bureau, a military officer in his 40s adorned with a star on his epaulets. From a military perspective, the power demonstrated by the Universal Group has reached the level of a world superpower. They possess a comprehensive land, sea, and air combat system. In terms of the Army, mechanized infantry, armored units, and special forces. For the Air Force, fighter jets, bombers, transport aircraft, and helicopters. Although they have not showcased naval power, given their technological reserves, constructing warships should pose no challenge. He then presents a video clip, extracted from Yao's live stream. Pay attention to these pieces of equipment. The 191 assault rifle, the Warrior armored vehicle, and the WZ-10 helicopter are all current military assets or foreign trade equipment of our nation. Upon closer inspection, particularly when the image is magnified, the details of the rifle become strikingly apparent. This 191 model deviates from our standard version. It features a longer barrel, a more intricate rail system, and a newly designed scope. The armored vehicle, while resembling the Warrior, boasts a larger size and thicker armor. Most notably, the footage transitions to another segment showcasing these assets in combat scenarios. The visuals depict special forces operating in northern Myanmar from a first-person perspective. Soldiers maneuver swiftly through complex environments, exhibiting astonishing shooting accuracy, with every action executed with precision and efficiency. Such combat proficiency is challenging to attain, even for our elite special forces. Pay close attention to a particular freeze frame of a soldier engaged in continuous firing, despite his movement. All bullet holes are clustered within a remarkably small area. Achieving such precision demands rigorous training and the finest equipment in conjunction. A representative from the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau interjects. "We have analyzed all publicly available video footage, including missile launches and nuclear explosion tests. The flight trajectories of those missiles completely defy existing ballistic theories." He presents a 3D simulation of the missile's flight. Observe here, after entering the mid-phase of its flight, the missile executed 7 significant course changes, with its speed dropping from 15 Mach to 13 Mach in an instant, only to rapidly accelerate back to 20 Mach. Such maneuverability is unattainable with current materials science and propulsion technology. Furthermore, regarding the nuclear explosion, he shifts to images of the mushroom cloud, estimating the yield to be around 50 kilotons of TNT, categorizing it as a tactical nuclear weapon. However, the crucial aspect is the compact size of this nuclear device. Based on footage of its release from a bomber, its length does not exceed 3 meters, and its diameter is less than 0.5 meters. This level of miniaturization surpasses our capabilities, as well as those of the United States and the Arctic Bear. Low murmurs filled the conference room. The representative from the Foreign Intelligence Agency, a bespectacled middle-aged woman, adjusted her glasses. "We have investigated Feng's background. He hails from a small county in Hunan, where his parents run a convenience store, and his siblings are still in school. His family background is quite ordinary. He graduated from a regular undergraduate institution, majoring in computer technology, with average grades and no particularly outstanding attributes. 2 years ago, he abruptly decided to go to Africa, according to his family and classmates. The reason was a high-paying job introduced by a friend. However, upon investigating this friend, we discovered that this individual does not exist. After arriving in Africa, his trajectory became exceedingly peculiar. Within a mere 2 years, he transitioned from having nothing to establishing such a vast influence, which defies all logic." She paused briefly before continuing. "We also examined potential forces that might support him, including the United States, the Arctic Bear, Europe, and even some Middle Eastern countries. Yet we found no evidence. Conversely, judging by the United States reaction, they too are astonished and uneasy about the rise of the Universal Group. The representative from the Counterintelligence Bureau, a stern-looking middle-aged man, remarked, "The strangest element is those individuals." He displayed a close-up photograph of Qin Weidong. This man, who claims to be Qin Weidong, is the steward for Qin Fong. We retrieved information about him from the household registration system. Qin Weidong, 45 years old, a native of Jibei, Shandong Province. A graduate of a vocational technical college, with a complete work history and even social security records. Everything seemed perfectly normal. However, when we dispatched personnel for an on-site investigation, issues arose. His demeanor turned peculiar, while the residence listed in the registration indeed existed. It was occupied by another family who claimed to have lived there for 20 years and had never heard of Qin Weidong. Some of the companies he purportedly worked for had either gone bankrupt or had no record of his existence. His alma mater had documents on file. Yet none of his teachers or classmates could recall him. It was as if he existed solely on paper, entirely absent from reality. A young technician from the Cybersecurity Bureau added, "It is not just Qin Weidong. We employed facial recognition technology to compare all individuals appearing in videos associated with Qin Fong. The results revealed that over 300 individuals had corresponding identities in the household registration system. Each person possessed a complete history, from birth certificates to academic credentials, from work experiences to social security records, seamless and impeccable. Yet, the outcomes of the on-site investigations were uniformly the same. These individuals did not exist in reality. Their neighbors did not recognize them, classmates had no memory of them, and colleagues had never heard of them." A strange silence enveloped the conference room. "What does this imply?" The deputy minister inquired slowly. "There are two possibilities," the representative from the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau responded. "First, Qin Fong has mastered a form of forgery that we cannot comprehend. He could create thousands of entirely authentic phantom identities within a national database, identities that could withstand all forms of scrutiny." Chapter 40. Not real people? Second, he hesitated. "These individuals may not be real at all." "Not real?" Someone asked. "What does that mean? Robots? Clones?" "I do not know. However, based on their actions in the combat footage from northern Myanmar, those soldiers exhibited movements that were unnaturally precise. A normal person would display fatigue, make mistakes, and experience emotional fluctuations. Yet, these soldiers resembled machines programmed to perfection, terrifyingly flawless." A general from military intelligence interjected. "Furthermore, there is the matter of their equipment sources. The weapons showcased by Qin Fong are excessively diverse, featuring our 191, the Mengshi, and the American F-22 and B-1B, yet upon closer inspection, all had been modified, their performance far exceeding the original specifications. Such feats necessitate a complete industrial system and top-tier research and development capabilities. But where did he acquire this industrial system?" Someone questioned. "In a place like Black Africa, establishing a comprehensive military industrial system in just 2 years is impossible. Thus, the inquiry returned to its origin. Where do Qin Feng's technology and resources originate?" No one could answer this question. At that moment, a previously silent psychological analyst spoke. A scholar in his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, he suggested, "Perhaps we could shift our perspective, analyzing the essence of Qin Feng himself. Technology can be concealed, resources can be disguised, yet a person's character and motives often reveal themselves through subtle details." He retrieved several video clips, all excerpts from Qin Yao's live broadcasts. In the first paragraph, Li Xiu tearfully conveys that her cousin has been deceived in Myanmar, to which Qin Feng responds that rescuing someone is a simple task. Notice his expression and subtle gestures. The expert pauses the frame, observing that when he states it is simple, his demeanor remains remarkably calm, even somewhat indifferent. His gaze does not meet Li Xiu's. Instead, it is fixed on the horizon. His fingers lightly tap the table with a steady rhythm, indicating that he does not genuinely care about Lin Xiaoyu's fate. To him, the notion of simplicity is as casual as commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. In the second paragraph, Xiao Ba threatens Qin Feng's family during a live broadcast. As the scene shifts to Xiao Ba's warning about his family and the remark about his sister's beauty, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turns frigid. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitch slightly, and his fingers cease their tapping, clenching into a fist. Although he quickly regains his composure, the palpable aura of menace is discernible even through the screen. He then states, "Good, very good." This remark is directed not at Lin Xiaoyu, but rather at Xiao Ba, signaling his decision to take action, not out of a desire to save someone, but because his family has been threatened. The third paragraph delves into the interactions between Qin Feng and Qin Yao, which further elucidate the matter. In the footage, when Qin Yao playfully requests something from her brother, Qin Feng responds with a smile. When she grows weary during her live stream, he offers her water. His responses to his sister's needs are almost unwavering, displaying a profound protective instinct. This bond is authentic, not feigned. The expert analyzes that from a psychological perspective, Qin Feng's core motivation is the protection of his family. The primary purpose behind his establishment of a vast power is not conquest or domination, but rather the creation of an absolutely secure environment for his loved ones. Therefore, he concludes that essentially, Qin Feng is a familial devotee. His logic is straightforward: protect family, eliminate threats. He remains indifferent to unrelated individuals and unengaged in extraneous matters. However, when it comes to his family, he will go to any lengths. A silence envelopes the conference room once more. The deputy minister gradually speaks, asserting that Qin Feng is neither an unbridled lunatic nor an ambitious warlord. Rather, he is an individual who yearns for a peaceful existence, yet wields considerable power. This perspective is plausible. The expert nods, noting that based on his behavioral patterns, as long as no threat looms over his family, he is rather disinclined to meddle in others' affairs or expand his influence, even apathetic to clarifying his own motives. Yet, should anyone cross a red line, he will retaliate with utmost extremity. This indeed clarifies why he has intervened in Myanmar while remaining oblivious to other turmoil in Africa. A representative from the External Intelligence Bureau contemplates this, recognizing that the threat in Myanmar endangers his sister's friend, which in turn may jeopardize his sister. In contrast, he remains unconcerned with other issues in Africa as long as they do not directly affect him. The general from the Military Intelligence Bureau furrows his brow, stating that possessing such formidable power is inherently a threat. Even if he seeks to avoid conflict, trouble will inevitably find him, as evidenced by the recent standoff with the United States. Thus, the question arises, the deputy minister surveys the room. What course of action should we pursue? What stance should we adopt towards Fong and the Huanyu group? The conference room erupts into a flurry of discussions. After all, he is a citizen of our nation and has demonstrated formidable strength abroad, which benefits our strategic interests in Africa. Yet, he possesses nuclear weapons. That is illegal. According to international law and our national legislation, private ownership of nuclear weapons is unequivocally prohibited. Yet, who would apprehend him? A voice scoffed, questioning who would be dispatched and how to execute such a capture. Even the American aircraft carrier strike groups have been rendered powerless against him. Should we deploy a fleet to Africa? Let us not forget that his stronghold lies inland, and we lack the knowledge of how to infiltrate it. We could exert diplomatic pressure, demanding he relinquish his nuclear arsenal. Do you truly believe he would acquiesce? What has been the outcome of American pressure? Intercontinental missile test launches and nuclear detonation experiments, followed by American retreat. However, he holds his family in high regard. His parents, siblings, and relatives are all within the country, and they could be leveraged. Before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by the deputy minister. What do you intend to do? Threaten him using his family? Have you lost your mind? The speaker lowered his head, silenced by the rebuke. The deputy minister spoke gravely. Do not forget. Fong cannot tolerate threats against his family. If we proceed in this manner, we would be forcing him into enmity. He paused, adding, with his capabilities. If he truly wished to safeguard his family, he could easily whisk them away without a trace. His failure to do so may suggest he still harbors trust in this nation. The meeting room fell into silence. What do you mean? Someone ventured cautiously. What I mean is, thus far, Fong has not exhibited hostility towards our country, the deputy minister replied slowly. On the contrary, certain details indicate he acknowledges his identity as a citizen of Long Country. His subordinates all bear the visage of Long Country people. His equipment incorporates elements of our culture, and his sister has frequently mentioned our Long Country during her live streams. Most significantly, he has not changed his nationality. With his abilities, acquiring citizenship from any country would be effortless for him, yet he has chosen not to. This indicates that he at least does not reject his identity as a Long Country citizen. Chapter 41, Wherever I Wish. It is suitable, a representative from the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau nodded. Moreover, from a technological perspective, should he be willing to collaborate, it would present an extraordinary opportunity for us. The technologies he possesses, such as missile evasion, nuclear weapon miniaturization, material science, and artificial intelligence, could propel our scientific advancements to unprecedented heights. But is he willing to collaborate? Someone questioned, doubting his inclination to share. How can we know without attempting? The deputy minister replied. At the very least, he seems to fulfill nearly every request from his sister. Perhaps we should approach him through Yao. That would be unwise, the psychologist interjected, shaking his head. Utilizing familial ties to achieve our ends could lead to dire consequences if he discovers our intentions. Furthermore, I have observed Yao's live streams. She is quite innocent and lacks guile. Exploiting her would be unethical. What then should we do? Direct contact, the expert suggested. Engage in open dialogue. Convey our concerns while also expressing our goodwill. Clearly outline our boundaries, particularly regarding nuclear weapons, while simultaneously presenting avenues for collaboration, such as technological exchange and joint ventures in the African market. Would he agree? Uncertain. Yet it is certainly preferable to covertly scheming. The expert stated earnestly. With a person like Fong, sincerity may invite sincerity in return. If you attempt to manipulate him, he may respond with hostility. The deputy minister pondered for an extended period. All eyes in the meeting room were fixed upon him, awaiting his decision. Finally, he lifted his gaze. I consent to direct contact. However, not at this moment. Why not? At present, the United States has just conceded, and Fong finds himself at the pinnacle of vigilance. Engaging at this juncture may lead him to suspect ulterior motives. The deputy minister assessed that it would be prudent to wait for a while, allowing the current fervor to subside before making contact in a discreet manner. Who should be sent? I will go personally, the deputy minister asserted. The room erupted in astonishment. This is exceedingly perilous. You are a high-ranking official. How can you? Precisely because I hold such a position, it demonstrates sincerity, the deputy minister waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, if Fong truly intended me harm, I would not be safe domestically either. Let us not forget, he can strike a target from thousands of miles away. If he wishes to do me harm, my location would be irrelevant. No one could dispute this point. Thus, it is settled. The deputy minister concluded, instructing the formulation of a detailed contact plan. Take note. This is not about exerting pressure or making demands. It is about fostering friendship. Do you understand? Understood. The meeting adjourned, and one by one, attendees exited the conference room, leaving only the deputy minister and the psychological expert. Do you genuinely believe Fong will be willing to cooperate? The expert inquired. I do not know. The deputy minister candidly replied, but I understand that forcing him into enmity would be a loss for our nation. Therefore, even if there exists merely a 1% possibility, we must make the attempt. He softly mused. A person from the Dragon Kingdom wielding such formidable power in Africa is, in itself, a miracle. Should this miracle be harnessed for our benefit, it could alter many circumstances. What if he does not wish to be utilized? Then we must respect his choice. The deputy minister stated. As long as he does not undermine national interests or jeopardize public safety, we shall grant him space. After all, he is a person of the Dragon Kingdom, an immutable reality. The expert nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In late July, Africa basked in a sun so intense it seemed to threaten to melt the earth. Yet, within the Huanyu Group space, an advanced climate control system maintained a pleasant 24 degrees indoors. Fong occupied the principal seat in the manor's reception hall. Facing the visitors from afar, the Deputy Minister of National Security from the Dragon Kingdom and his team. The reception hall was spacious and elegant, with a floor-to-ceiling window revealing a meticulously tended tropical garden outside. On the opposite wall, a colossal display screen showcased live footage from various areas of the base. The Deputy Minister appeared a vigorous elder, though his hair was grizzled. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Dressed in a dark suit, he sat upright, exuding the quintessential demeanor of a military man. His accompanying team members were similarly attired in formal wear, comprising technicians, diplomats, and security experts, each bearing expressions of seriousness and anticipation. Mr. Qin, thank you for taking the time to meet with us amidst your busy schedule, the Deputy Minister began, his voice steady and commanding. I am the Deputy Minister of National Security, representing the Dragon Kingdom. Fong nodded slightly, his demeanor balanced between humility and pride. Deputy Minister, you are too kind. Please, have a seat, and I appreciate your efforts in traveling here. As they settled into their seats, refreshments were served. The atmosphere appeared relaxed, yet all were acutely aware of the significance of this discourse. Mr. Qin, you are young and accomplished, having established such a foundation overseas, which is truly commendable. The Deputy Minister initiated the conversation, his language cautious and formal. The nation takes pride in having individuals like you representing the Dragon Kingdom abroad. Fong smiled, but did not engage with the compliment. I merely pursued what I wished to do. The Deputy Minister's visit, undoubtedly, is not merely to exchange pleasantries. Direct, candid, and straightforward. This is Feng's trademark style. The Deputy Minister, not taken aback, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have come to explore the potential for collaboration with Mr. Qin and Huanyu Group. Collaboration? Fong lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it, and inquired, what specifically does this entail? First and foremost, it concerns the resource development in Black Continent, interjected a mineral expert beside the Deputy Minister. Our country's economic growth necessitates a substantial amount of mineral resources, and Black Continent is one of the richest regions in this regard. Having cultivated a strong presence here for 2 years, Huanyu Group wields considerable power and influence, making collaboration feasible. Fong, without allowing the other party to finish, readily acquiesced. Expressions of surprise flickered among the team at such a prompt agreement. Mr. Qin, aren't you interested in hearing the specific terms? The Deputy Minister asked. No need, Fong replied, setting down his teacup. Which region's minerals does the Deputy Minister desire? Or rather, which specific mineral? The mineral expert looked towards the Deputy Minister. After a moment of contemplation, the Deputy Minister candidly stated, to be frank, we have a demand for minerals across various regions of Black Continent. However, the most crucial aspect is a stable and secure supply chain. As for specific locations, which does Mr. Qin find suitable? Fong smiled. In Black Continent, wherever I deem fit, is suitable. His words, calm yet imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance, sent a shiver through all present. Do you mean to say? The Deputy Minister tentatively inquired. What I mean is that the Deputy Minister may designate any nation in Black Continent, any mining area, Fong affirmed. Huanyu Group can guarantee mining rights, transportation security, and a stable supply. If anyone dares to disrupt, he left the sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear, should anyone dare to interfere, the fate of those in northern Myanmar would serve as a cautionary tale. Chapter 42. Friendship Price. Mr. Qin has great confidence in the strength of Huanyu Group, remarked the Deputy Minister. It is not merely confidence, it is a fact, Fong corrected. In Black Continent, sometimes force is more effective than any other means. While rational discourse, collaboration talks, and contractual agreements are undoubtedly important, without the backing of power, all is mere talk. The Deputy Minister exchanged glances with his team. We hope to establish mineral cooperation projects with Huanyu Group across multiple nations in Black Continent. Specifically, this includes cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, copper mines in Zambia, bauxite mines in Guinea, as well as gold and platinum group metals in South Black. Upon hearing this, Fong nodded. Certainly, Huanyu Group maintains good relations with the governments of these countries. Mining rights, transportation routes, and security assurances are all manageable issues. What about the specific cooperation model? The Deputy Minister inquired. Huanyu Group will be responsible for ensuring the safety of mining and transportation, charging appropriate security fees, Fong articulated. Mining and smelting can be managed by Chinese enterprises, or we can also provide technical support. Regarding profit sharing, it will follow industry norms. The most crucial aspect, he paused, gazing at the Deputy Minister, is to ensure a stable supply, free from interference by other forces. The young diplomat beside the Deputy Minister asked, by other forces, do you mean the United States, Europe, the Arctic Bear, or anyone else who wishes to intervene? Fong spoke with a casual demeanor, asserting that in Huzhou, the Huanyu Group held the ultimate authority. Should anyone dare to challenge this, they were welcome to try. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. The Deputy Minister slowly nodded. Very well. Our team will engage in detailed discussions regarding the cooperation agreement with your group specialists. Preliminary estimates suggest that these collaborative projects will involve an amount exceeding 1 trillion long coins. Understood, Fong readily concurred. Is there anything else? Some members of the team hesitated, casting glances at the Deputy Minister. Taking a deep breath, the Deputy Minister broached the next topic. Indeed, there is one more matter. We have a keen interest in certain equipment from the Huanyu Group. Military equipment? Qin Fong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the deputy minister admitted, particularly strategic bombers. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted subtly. Strategic bombers were crucial assets for any major power, forming the core of a nation's strategic deterrence capabilities. Although Long Country possessed its own strategic bombers, their performance still lagged behind that of the United States, B-1B and B-2 models. Now, the Huanyu Group not only owned the B-1B, but also showcased performance far exceeding the original specifications. Are you seeking the B-1B? Qin Fong inquired. If possible. The deputy minister replied cautiously. We understand this is a bold request, but if these technologies could serve our nation. Qin Fong fell silent for a few seconds. The team members anxiously awaited his response. Yes, Qin Fong affirmed once more. This time, even the deputy minister was taken aback. Mr. Qin, are you serious? Do I appear to be jesting? Qin Fong retorted. However, there are a few points that require clarification. Please, go ahead. First, I am offering a redesigned conventional power version. Qin Fong stated, utilizing aviation fuel rather than nuclear fusion power. Nonetheless, its performance far surpasses that of the current B-1B in the United States. Second, I will provide complete blueprints, manufacturing processes, material formulations, and all relevant technical documentation. Third, the price is 200 billion long coins for 4 bombers, including the full suite of technology. This price was astonishingly low. To put it into perspective, a single B-1B from the United States costs over $500 million, equivalent to more than 30 billion long coins. Furthermore, this figure only accounted for the bare aircraft, excluding any technology transfer. 200 billion long coins for 4 of the world's most advanced strategic bombers along with complete technology? It was almost a gift. Mr. Qin, the deputy minister remarked. Somewhat incredulous, this price is a friend's rate. Indeed, Qin Fong replied. After all, I am also a citizen of Long Country. This seemingly simple statement resonated deeply with everyone present. However, a technical expert could not resist asking, will the conventional power version achieve the performance demonstrated in the video? Not entirely, but it will come quite close, Qin Fong explained. Its range is approximately 30,000 kilometers, maximum speed is Mach 2, and it has a payload capacity of 60 tons, with stealth capabilities surpassing those of the B-2. Most importantly, he paused, all core technologies, including engine technology, materials science, and flight control systems, will be fully provided. With Long Country's industrial foundation, it possesses the capacity to absorb and further develop these advancements. A low murmur of astonishment erupted among the team. If what Qin Fong claims is indeed true, the value of this transaction would be immeasurable. Mr. Qin, I need to confirm, the deputy minister stated solemnly. Are you truly willing to provide the complete set of technology? This includes material formulations, manufacturing processes, and even the source code? Absolutely, Qin Fong affirmed, nodding. The blueprints will be printed in hard copy for your review and archiving. The technical documentation will be provided in both electronic and paper formats. When can we expect delivery? In 3 days, Qin Fong replied. During this time, you may rest at the base. In 3 days, for brand new bombers along with a complete set of technical documentation will be delivered punctually. 3 days? To manufacture 4 strategic bombers from scratch and prepare a vast amount of technical documentation? How is that even feasible? Yet, observing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, no one dared to question his words. Very well, the deputy minister declared, 3 days it is. The price shall be as Mr. Qin stated, 2 billion dragon coins. The nation will ensure you do not suffer a loss, and should there be further collaboration, we will certainly offer the most favorable conditions. To a fruitful partnership. Qin Fong extended his hand. To a fruitful partnership. The deputy minister grasped it firmly. The meeting concluded in a congenial atmosphere. Qin Fong arranged for the deputy minister and his entourage to stay in the manor's VIP wing and dispatched personnel to show them around select non-core areas of the base. For the next 3 days, the deputy minister's team enjoyed certain privileges during their activities at the base, albeit with restrictions. They were permitted to tour the training grounds, some equipment display areas, and even witnessed flight demonstrations. However, access to deeper sectors, such as the underground base entrance, research centers, and manufacturing facilities, remained off limits. Nonetheless, what they observed was already sufficiently astonishing. On the training grounds, soldiers engaged in live-fire exercises. Their movements were so precise they seemed almost inhuman, with shooting accuracy that was frighteningly high. Even more surprising was that these soldiers bore the typical features of East Asians, many appearing to be ordinary young Chinese men. Chapter 43. The reaction of the Dragon Nation. Mr. Qin, are all these soldiers from the Dragon Nation? The deputy minister inquired during the tour, unable to contain his curiosity. One could say so. Qin Feng's response was deft. At least, they identify themselves as citizens of the Dragon Nation. This answer left the deputy minister contemplative. He refrained from probing further into the soldiers' backgrounds, realizing that knowing too much could be detrimental. On the evening of the 3rd day, Qin Fong invited the deputy minister's team to the airport. The airport, illuminated by lights at dusk, resembled broad daylight. On the runway, 4 silver-gray strategic bombers were aligned neatly, reflecting a cold, hard sheen under the lights. Their shape was reminiscent of the American B-1B, yet there were numerous distinctions: larger air intakes, smoother body lines, and a matte gray finish adorned with the Huanyu Group's emblem and the flag of the Dragon Nation. The Air Force experts within the deputy minister's team widened their eyes. These are brand new, not refurbished. Entirely new, Qin Fong replied, manufactured according to the blueprints and technical standards I provided, specifically produced for this transaction. 3 days? The expert murmured, how is that even possible? Yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to believe. Beside the bombers, a large transport aircraft stood parked, its cargo door ajar, revealing a hold brimming with metal boxes. Those are the technical documents. Fong introduced that there are a total of 852 boxes containing physical blueprints, technical manuals, material formulations, and process flowcharts. The electronic versions of these documents are securely stored on an encrypted hard drive, the password for which will be provided separately. The deputy minister approached an open box and casually picked up a stack of blue and white blueprints, characterized by clear lines and detailed annotations, representing professional-grade engineering schematics. Although he was not a technical expert, he could discern the value of these documents. He turned to Fong, asking if all of this was truly for them. Everything. Fong confirmed with a nod, adding, however, I suggest organizing an expert team to study them promptly upon your return. Some materials require specialized equipment and processes for production. But given our domestic technological capabilities, it should not pose a problem. The deputy minister took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude on behalf of the nation. No need for thanks, Fong replied. I merely hope that these technologies are utilized appropriately. He paused briefly before adding, additionally, I have arranged for 8 fighter jets to escort you, ensuring your safe return. The pilots of the bombers are also under my arrangement. They will fly the aircraft to the designated location and hand them over to your team. The deputy minister was somewhat taken aback, remarking on the thoroughness of Feng's considerations. It is only right, Fong responded. After all, the journey from Africa to the Dragon Country is extensive. While it is unlikely anyone would dare to target this shipment, it is better to be cautious. With all preparations in place, the deputy minister's team boarded a private jet, followed closely by a transport aircraft laden with the technical documents, while 4 bombers awaited on the runway. 8 upgraded F-22 fighter jets took to the skies, forming an escort formation overhead. Before departing, the deputy minister shook Feng's hand, asking, Mr. Qin, when will you return to visit your homeland? Your parents and family are there, and the country welcomes you back. Fong pondered for a moment, responding, in a few days, after I sort out matters here. I will return with my sister. It has been a long time since I last saw my parents. It is time I went back to visit. Excellent. The deputy minister nodded vigorously, assuring him that the country would arrange everything properly to provide the best reception for him and his family. Thank you, Fong smiled, wishing them a safe journey. As night fell, the fleet took off in succession, with the fighter jets leading the way, followed by the private jet and transport aircraft in the middle, and the bombers trailing behind, forming a colossal formation heading northeast towards the Dragon Country. Fong stood at the edge of the airport, watching as the fleet vanished into the night sky. Weidong approached him, questioning, Commander, is this truly wise? Those technologies. There is nothing wrong with that, Fong replied. Those technologies are already outdated for us. Bestowing them upon the nation can bolster our defense capabilities, which is beneficial for us as well. The country will be more inclined to safeguard our interests. But what about the Americans? Let them fret over it, Fong chuckled. After all, the planes were manufactured by us, and the blueprints were drawn by us. What can the Americans say? Sue us for infringement? Do they dare to come to Africa and take legal action against me? Weidong laughed in agreement. Indeed. Fong gazed up at the starry sky, declaring, this is merely the beginning. There will be more collaborations in the future. He turned to leave the airport, stating, let us go prepare for our return. Yao Yao must be waiting anxiously. 3 days later, at a military airport in the northwest of the Dragon Country, 4 silvery gray strategic bombers landed smoothly, taxiing to the designated area. As the cabin door swung open, pilots and technical specialists from the Dragon Country Air Force surged forward, gathering around the aircraft to scrutinize them closely. How exquisite are these lines, this craftsmanship. Look at the engine intake. It is twice the size of our H-6K. Is the cockpit canopy a single piece? What material could that be? The shape of the radar dome reflects an extraordinary stealth design. Meanwhile, in the airport hangar, over 800 boxes of technical documentation were being carefully unloaded. A team comprised of hundreds of elite experts had been awaiting this moment, dividing into smaller groups to commence preliminary organization and evaluation of the materials. Report. This is the complete blueprint for the engine. It encompasses the design of the turbine blades, material formulations, and manufacturing processes. We have located the source code for the flight control system, complete with detailed annotations. Here lies the formulation for the stealth coating, along with the spraying techniques. The structural materials of the fuselage. Goodness, this alloy strength is 3 times that of titanium, yet weighs only half as much. The experts became increasingly exhilarated and astonished. The value of these technical documents far exceeded their expectations. In a certain conference room, a group was convening. The situation is as follows. Fong readily agreed to the collaboration. On the screen, several expressions were grave. What are the results of the technical documentation assessment? One inquired. The preliminary evaluation has been completed. The expert group concluded that these technologies are authentic, comprehensive, and advanced, particularly in materials science and engine technology. They are at least 50 years ahead of us. What are Feng's conditions? Another asked. There are no additional stipulations. He merely expressed a hope that these technologies would be utilized appropriately. Furthermore, he mentioned that he would return to his homeland in a few days to visit his parents along with his sister. Upon his return, what are your thoughts on this individual? Frankly, I find him inscrutable. He possesses power and technology that we cannot comprehend, yet simultaneously exhibits profound affection for his family and a strong sense of national identity. He does not seem to harbor political ambitions. Rather, he resembles someone seeking a tranquil life but burdened with excessive power. What is his stance towards the country? At least for now, it is amicable, the deputy minister remarked. This collaboration is evidence of that. Moreover, he made it clear that he identifies as a citizen of the Dragon Country. I believe that as long as we do not threaten his family or interfere with his endeavors, he is willing to maintain a positive relationship with our nation. Let us preserve this relationship. During his return, he should receive the highest level of hospitality, but let us refrain from excess to avoid inciting his displeasure. Simultaneously, We must enhance the protection of his family, not through surveillance, but through genuine safeguarding. We must expedite the absorption and assimilation of those technologies. Remember, this is both an opportunity and potentially a challenge. Our task is to seize the opportunity and confront the challenge. Indeed. Chapter 44. A return in glory. On the morning of August 6th, the runway of the African base airport glimmered with a soft golden sheen under the rising sun. The air was imbued with the scent of morning dew, while in the distance, a few antelopes cautiously observed before swiftly vanishing into the underbrush. On the tarmac, a sleek, massive private jet stood quietly, awaiting its occupants. Its dimensions far exceed those of a typical private jet, measuring over 80 meters in length and approaching 70 meters in wingspan. Cloaked in a resplendent silver-white livery, the understated star emblem on its fuselage glimmers under the sunlight. This is Qin Feng's personal aircraft, powered by nuclear fusion technology, theoretically offering limitless range, with an interior space akin to a mobile luxury villa. At this moment, the boarding stairs have been lowered, and the uniformed crew is conducting final checks. Nearby, a larger Kunping transport aircraft stands with its rear cargo doors wide open. Mechanical arms are gently loading vehicles and other supplies into the hold. First, a white Bentley Continental, designated as Qin Yao's chosen vehicle, gleams stunningly under the morning light with its streamlined body. Following that are two black Maybach GLS 600S, one for Qin Feng's personal use, and the other a gift for his parents. Next is a deep blue Audi S8, a delightful surprise for his younger brother, Qin Yang. Further back, 10 all-black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, their windows treated for privacy, serve as the transport for the 36-strong personal security detail. Finally, several wooden crates filled with fine wines, cigars, and other gifts from around the globe complete the load. Adjacent to the transport aircraft, 36 fully armed security personnel stand in neat formation. Dressed in casual black tactical pants, gray polo shirts, and tactical vests, their equipment remains top-notch. Each individual is armed with both rifles and handguns, these weapons having been specially authorized by the Dragon Kingdom for entry. Qin Weidong stands at the front of the line, reporting to Qin Fong. Commander, all supplies are loaded. The security team is prepared. All matters at the base have been arranged meticulously. Qin Wanjun is in charge of the underground facility while I oversee the surface estate and external communications. Qin Fong nods. During my absence, the base will operate under a level 2 alert. Should anyone dare to disrupt, they will be dealt with ruthlessly. Qin Weidong responds, understood. Very well, Qin Fong says. Patting him on the shoulder, I leave the base in your capable hands. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Qin Weidong stands at attention and salutes. Meanwhile, Qin Yao, along with her 3 roommates and Lin Xiaoyu, has already boarded the private plane. The girls excitedly explore the cabin, exclaiming in wonder. My goodness, this aircraft is larger than my home. Lin Xiaoxiao stands in the spacious cabin's center, marveling at the luxurious decor, leather sofas, a marble coffee table, exquisite artwork on the walls, and even a small bar. Look here. Zhang Yu pushes open a door to reveal a fully equipped gym. There is a gym on the plane. This way is the bedroom. Li Xiu enters a room featuring a grand bed, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering breathtaking views. This is simply extravagant. Qin Yao pulls Lin Xiaoyu around the cabin, saying, Sister Xiaoyu, look at this. This massage chair was specially prepared by my brother. He said it would be very comfortable for long flights. Lin Xiaoyu's complexion has returned to a healthier hue, though shadows linger in her eyes. Overall, she appears much improved. Gratefully, she looks at Qin Yao. Yao, thank you, and thank your brother as well. We're all good friends. There's no need for such formalities. Qin Yao replies with a smile. The crew, composed of service-oriented bioengineered individuals, busies themselves preparing drinks and snacks for the passengers. They were clad in impeccably tailored uniforms, their movements exuding professionalism and grace. Ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. Came the gentle yet magnetic voice of the captain over the intercom. Qin Feng conducted a final check, ensuring everything was in order before boarding the plane. Brother. Qin Yao approached eagerly. Are you all set? Yes, Qin Feng replied as he took a seat beside his sister. How does it feel to be flying home on your own plane for the first time? A bit nervous, yet immensely excited. Qin Yao confessed. It's been so long since I last saw Mom and Dad, and that silly boy, Qin Yang. The cabin door slowly closed. Outside the window, 8 upgraded J-20 fighter jets ascended into the sky, forming an escort formation. Commander, all aircraft are ready. The captain's voice resounded once more. Take off, Qin Feng commanded. The engines roared to life with a deep, powerful rumble. The private jet glided smoothly, gaining speed before gracefully lifting off the runway and soaring into the azure sky. The transport aircraft followed closely behind, with the 8 fighter jets splitting into 2 groups, 4 leading the way and 4 providing flank protection. This grand formation adjusted its course over Africa, heading northeast towards the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the cabin, Qin Feng gazed through the window at the base receding below. The land he had cultivated for 2 years had transformed into a formidable center of power. Now, he was returning home, imbued with the strength to change the world. The flight was remarkably smooth, almost beyond belief. The fusion-powered aircraft experienced minimal turbulence, and the noise was kept to a minimum. Initially, the girls were filled with excitement, but they soon succumbed to the comfort of the flight experience. Qin Feng occupied the window seat, watching the clouds drift past outside. His thoughts wandered back to the moment he departed 2 years ago, when he was merely a freshly graduated student, bewildered about the future. Who could have foreseen that he would return in such a manner 2 years later? Brother, what are you thinking about? Qin Yao asked as she settled beside him. I was just reflecting on how swiftly time passes, Qin Feng replied, turning to look at his sister. Do you remember how you cried when I left? I did not. Qin Yao's face flushed. Didn't he cry? Who was it that clung to my suitcase, insisting on coming with me to Africa? I was just worried about you. Qin Yao defended herself. Who knew how you would fare in Africa? And now you know? Qin Fong inquired with a smile. I do, Qin Yao murmured. Brother, you've changed so much. Really? Yes. You were impressive before, but you seemed like an ordinary person. Now, she hesitated. You feel like a superhero from a movie or the leader of some mysterious organization. Qin Fong remained silent for a few seconds. Yao Yao, do you think this version of your brother is acceptable? Absolutely. Qin Yao replied without hesitation. You've protected us, safeguarded Sister Siyu, and accomplished so much. Though your methods can be a bit intimidating at times, I know it's all for family. Chapter 45. A triumphant return. Qin Yao paused, speaking earnestly. Brother, no matter how you change, you will always be my brother. That is enough for me. Qin Fong felt a warmth in his heart as he ruffled his sister's hair. Silly girl. However, brother, Qin Yao suddenly pondered. Is it not a bit excessive for our return this time? With a private jet, an escort, and luxury vehicles, will our parents not be overwhelmed? They certainly will be. Qin Fong conceded, yet some matters must be allowed for them to gradually acclimatize. I can no longer let them worry about me. Indeed, Qin Yao nodded. Over these past 2 years, Mother has secretly wiped away tears during every phone call, and though Father remains silent, I know he too lies awake at night, troubled. Therefore, this time we return, I wish to assure them that their son is not only safe, but thriving. Qin Fong declared, I want them to take pride in me. They have always taken pride in you, Qin Yao softly remarked. Even when you were merely an ordinary office worker, they were proud of you. Qin Fong smiled, but said nothing. He understood that his sister was correct. A parent's love is unconditional. Nonetheless, he yearned to provide his parents with a better life. Free from financial woes, liberated from the early mornings and late nights spent managing that small convenience store, allowing them to enjoy their twilight years. This is one of the meanings behind his relentless striving. The flight continued for approximately 10 hours. As the aircraft began its descent, the landscape below transformed into the lush green farmlands of the Hunan province in Dragon Country, with meandering rivers and villages and towns scattered like stars. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at Shenyang Mingang Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts and stow away your tray tables, the captain announced. Qin Yao and her roommates excitedly pressed against the windows. Is that Shenyang? It looks so grand. My home is right over there. WVE finally returned. The plane landed smoothly. As the cabin door opened, Qin Fong beheld a meticulously arranged scene. On the dedicated tarmac of Mingang Airport, several rows of people awaited. There were local officials in suits, airport personnel in uniforms, and several distinguished individuals evidently dispatched by the National Security Department to welcome them. Beside the tarmac, a red carpet was laid from the aircraft steps to the entrance of the terminal, flanked by a ceremonial guard in neatly pressed uniforms, their expressions solemn. What a spectacle! Qin Yao whispered, Brother, did you arrange this in advance? It was not me. Qin Fong shook his head. It was organized by the state. He was the first to descend the steps. Immediately, a refined gentleman in his 50s approached him. Mr. Qin, welcome back to your homeland. The man greeted warmly. Extending his hand, I am Chun, the Director of Special Affairs at the National Security Department. This is Mayor Wang of Shenyang. And this is County Chief Li of Huai County. After a series of introductions, Qin Fong exchanged pleasantries with the gathered officials. His demeanor was both gracious and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, prompting the officials present to nod in quiet approval. This young man is indeed remarkable. Simultaneously, the transport aircraft landed, the rear door opened, and vehicles began to roll out. As a white Bentley, 2 black Maybachs, a blue Audi S8, and 10 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles lined up on the tarmac. Qin Yao gasped, goodness, those cars. The Bentley Continental must be worth 5 to 6 million, right? The Maybach GLS 600, also 2 to 3 million each. The convoy of 10 top-of-the-line G-Class vehicles, each valued at no less than 2 million, totals an impressive 30 to 40 million. Onlookers, including airport personnel and travelers, eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle. Soon, these photographs and videos began circulating on social media. After a brief exchange with the welcoming party, Qin Fong graciously declined the city's invitation to a banquet, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but having been away from home for 2 years, I wish to return and see my parents first. Let us gather another day. Of course, Mr. Qin, your filial piety is commendable, Mayor Wang responded promptly. We have arranged for police escorts from the airport to Huaixin to ensure your safety and that of your family. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Fong nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Yao's roommates and Lin Xiaoyu approached to bid farewell. Yao Yao, brother Qin Fong, we are heading home now, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Thank you for bringing us back. Indeed, this journey was truly breathtaking, Zhang Yu added with a smile. I will never forget it. Li Xiu held Lin Xiaoyu's hand and remarked, my cousin promised to visit and express her gratitude once she fully recovers. Please be careful on your way. Qin Fong said gently, feel free to reach out if you need anything. The girls waved goodbye and, under the guidance of the staff, made their way to the regular terminal to catch their flight home. Meanwhile, the convoy was ready. 36 members of the security team swiftly and professionally took their seats in the vehicles. Director Chun of the National Security Ministry, accompanied by a 4-member team, boarded a business vehicle to provide continuous support and coordination. Mr. Qin, please, Director Chun gestured to the door of a Bentley. Qin Fong shook his head. I will take the Maybach. The Bentley is for Yao Yao. Huh. Qin Yao was taken aback. I get to drive? Weren't you always eager to do so? Qin Fong chuckled. Today, indulge yourself. There's a driver, so you can just sit in the passenger seat. Fantastic. Qin Yao exclaimed, eagerly hopping into the passenger seat of the Bentley. Qin Fong then entered the first Maybach, where his brother Qin Yang was already waiting. Brother, this car is so cool. Qin Yang exclaimed excitedly as soon as he entered. As long as you like it, Qin Fong smiled. It will be yours in the future. Really? Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. You are so good to me, brother. The convoy gradually exited the airport, led by 2 police motorcycles, flanked by 2 patrol cars, with the luxury vehicles in the center and 2 additional police cars at the rear. The entire procession stretched nearly 100 meters, majestically making its way onto the highway. At the highway entrance, all lanes had been cleared in advance, exclusively opened for their passage. Traffic police were stationed at every exit along the route to ensure an unobstructed journey. As Fong sat in the car, he gazed out at the familiar scenery. After 2 years, the landscape had changed little. It resembled the memories he held dear. However, the observer had transformed entirely. Brother, Yang said beside him. Do you know what people online are calling you now? What do they say? The king of Black Continent, the big shot of Black Continent. The real-life version of Long Ao Tian. Yang counted on his fingers. Some even claim you are the heir of a hidden family, possessing extraterrestrial technology or some kind of system host. Fong chuckled. What do you think? I think, Yang pondered, you are my brother, and that is enough. No matter how formidable you may be, you will always be my brother. The words were simple, yet they stirred a warm current within Feng's heart. Indeed, regardless of his identity or power in the outside world, upon returning home, he was simply Fong, the eldest son of the Qin family, the brother of Qin Yao and Qin Yang. That was enough. Chapter 46. A glorious return. The convoy traveled along the highway for over an hour before exiting at Huai County. Awaiting them at the exit were numerous police vehicles and local officials. Upon entering the urban area of Huai County, the scene became even more magnificent. Along the main roads, traffic police were stationed at intervals, while officers in hats maintained order at intersections to ensure a smooth passage for the convoy. Meanwhile, throngs of onlookers had gathered along the streets. Look, the convoy is arriving. My goodness, so many luxury cars. Is that a Bentley? I've seen it online. A Maybach. Each one costs millions. With police clearing the way, which notable figure is arriving? I heard it's Fong, the one who made a fortune in Huzhou. Fong. That kid from the old Qin family. Has he really become so impressive? People eagerly pulled out their phones to take pictures and record videos. Their discussions rising and falling like waves. Some young individuals recognized the models of the cars in the convoy and excitedly explained their worth to those nearby. The convoy traversed the main thoroughfare of the county, turning onto a relatively narrow yet tidy street. This was the old district, where small shops, convenience stores, barbershops, eateries, and hardware stores lined the streets. In the middle of the street, a small shop with a sign that read convenience store was surrounded by a crowd. A police cordon had been established, with several officers maintaining order, yet they could not quell the curiosity of the people. They're coming. That's the store run by Fong's parents. The old Qin family has struck it rich this time. Look at those cars. My goodness. The convoy slowly came to a halt in front of the store. The first to exit were the members of the security team, who swiftly formed a protective circle around the vehicles. Then, the door of the Bentley swung open. Qin Yao stepped out from the passenger seat, instantly eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. It's Yao Yao, the daughter of the old Qin family. She has become even more beautiful. Is that car hers? A Bentley. Next, the door of the first Maybach opened. Fong emerged, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, exuding an understated yet composed demeanor. It was not the aura of an ordinary wealthy individual. It was that of a masterful presence. Fong. A trembling voice called from the store. Fong turned to see his parents stepping out. After 2 years apart, his father's hair had turned grayer at the temples, and the wrinkles around his mother's eyes had deepened, yet the warmth of their smiles was unmistakable. Father, mother. Fong hurried over, embracing his parents tightly. His mother held him close, tears streaming down her face. It's wonderful that you're back. It's wonderful. His father patted his back with some emotion. His voice slightly choked. Good boy, good boy. Yang stepped out from another vehicle. Dad, Mom, I'm back too. You rascal, his father chuckled, ruffling the younger son's hair. Learn from your brother and be a bit steadier. Turning towards the gathered townsfolk, Fong smiled and waved. Hello, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. I am Fong, and I have returned. Welcome back, Fong. You've done well. You've brought honor to our county. The people responded with enthusiasm. Many here recognized him or were acquainted with his parents. Now, witnessing his splendid return, they genuinely rejoiced for him. Thank you all for coming to see me. Fong continued. I just got back today, and I wish to spend some time with my family first. When I have some free time, I will have a proper chat with everyone. After a brief exchange with the villagers, Fong expressed his gratitude to the police officers maintaining order. Thank you for your hard work. I have prepared some small gifts for everyone. They will be delivered shortly. You are too kind, Mr. Qin. It is our duty, the leading officer quickly replied. Fong nodded and, accompanied by his family, entered the convenience store. The store appeared much as he remembered it. Not too large, around 60 square meters, shelves filled with various daily necessities and food items. Against the wall stood a small cash register, atop which rested an old computer. However, today, the store had clearly been meticulously cleaned, and the goods on the shelves were neatly arranged. In the center, a round table was laden with dishes, braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried greens, and chicken soup, all homely fare. Mom, you prepared so many dishes? Qin Yao exclaimed. Your brother hasn't returned in 2 years. Of course, I had to make something special, his mother replied, wiping her tears and smiling. Come, sit down quickly. The family gathered around the table. As Fong gazed at the spread of dishes, a wave of long-lost warmth surged within him. This was the taste of home. Simple, unpretentious, yet profoundly genuine. Here, Fong, try this braised pork, your favorite, his mother said, placing a generous piece into his bowl. Mom, I can serve myself. Fong promptly replied. His father chuckled. You don't know, for the past 2 years, your mother has been constantly lamenting that you weren't eating or sleeping well in Africa. Now that you're back, she'll take good care of you. Feeling a lump in his throat, Fong lowered his head and took a bite of the braised pork. It tasted just as he remembered, Rich, yet not greasy. Sweet and savory. Delicious, he said sincerely. If it's good, eat more. His mother urged, serving him more dishes. Qin Yao, laughing from the side, chimed in, Mom. You're biased. I want some too. There's plenty for everyone. His mother joyfully served each person at the table. Qin Yang, unable to contain his excitement, asked, Brother, are those cars outside really for us? Yes, Qin Feng nodded. The Bentley is for Yao Yao. I'll take one of the Maybachs. And the other is for Mom and Dad. The Audi S8 is for you. The G-Class vehicles are for the security team. You needn't worry about them. After a moment of hesitation, his father inquired, Xiao Feng, you brought so many people back with you, and they're armed, aren't they? Dad, rest assured. Qin Feng reassured him. They are all licensed security personnel, and their weapons are specially approved. I brought them back to ensure the safety of our family. His mother's expression changed. Xiao Feng, did you offend someone out there? Mom, please don't worry, Qin Feng comforted her. It's nothing serious, with these guards around. No one would dare to cause trouble. He paused before adding, moreover, the government has also dispatched personnel to protect us. Some of those vehicles outside contain officials from the National Security Bureau. The government has sent people? His father was taken aback. Yes, Qin Feng affirmed. Some of the work I did in Africa was beneficial to the country, which is why they place great importance on our safety. This statement was half-truth. Yet it sufficed to reassure his parents. That's good, sighed mother, relieved. Xiao Feng, I do not ask for your great success, only for your safety. I will, Mom. Qin Feng replied earnestly. The family engaged in lively conversation over dinner, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Qin Feng recounted some experiences from his time in Africa, of course. Embellished versions, such as starting a company, conducting some business, and making friends. His parents listened with rapt attention, occasionally expressing their astonishment. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with envy at his brother's adventures. Brother, can I go with you to Africa? Qin Yang asked tentatively. You want to go? Qin Feng looked at him. Yes. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. I want to see the kingdom you built. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng replied, sure, after a while. I'll take you to see it. Once the meal was finished, Qin Feng instructed the security team to unload the gifts from the car. In addition to the red wine, there were clothes for his parents, electronic gadgets for his younger brother, and various specialties brought back from abroad. Why did you buy so many things? Mother gazed at the mountain of gifts. It must have cost a fortune. Mom, your son is well off now. You can rest assured, Qin Feng smiled. No more hard work for you. If you want to run the convenience store, do it for fun. If not, just close it. I will take care of you. That won't do. Father shook his head. We are still young and capable. Besides, after running a store for a lifetime, we wouldn't know what else to do. Then it's up to you, Qin Feng said without pressing, but don't overexert yourselves. Hire a clerk to help. You can just manage the accounts. We'll see, Mother smiled. Come, try this tea. Aunt John sent it. She says it's very good. The family continued chatting for a long time, well into the night. Chapter 47. Visiting the grave at 6 o'clock in the early morning. As dawn broke, the roller shutter door of the Qin family convenience store was pushed open. Qin Feng's father, Qin Zhengwo, dressed in dark clothing, held a bamboo basket containing joss paper, firecrackers, incense, candles, and offerings. His expression was markedly more serious than usual, befitting the solemnity of visiting the grave. Dad, so early? Qin Feng descended from upstairs, wearing a simple outfit. We must leave early for the grave, Qin Zhengwo replied. Qin Yang, rubbing his eyes, joined them downstairs. Dad, I want to go too. All of us will go, Qin Zhengwo nodded. Your mother and Yao Yao are at home preparing breakfast. The three of us will go. Outside, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class was already running. A member of the security team, seated in the driver's seat, got out to open the back door upon seeing Qin Feng. I'll drive myself, Qin Feng said. The security team member hesitated, glancing at the bamboo basket and firecrackers in Qin Zhengwo's hands, which were flammable items. Don't worry, I'll drive carefully. Qin Feng took the keys. Just follow behind. As Qin Feng drove the G-Class, his father sat in the passenger seat, and Qin Yang occupied the back seat. Another G-Class followed, carrying 4 security team members. Maintaining a respectful distance, the vehicle left the county town, heading east along the county road. The morning roads were sparsely populated, occasionally revealing elderly individuals riding electric tricycles. On either side of the road lay expansive cornfields, the corn stalks towering over a person's height, gently swaying in the morning breeze. This road, I have traversed for decades. Qin Zhengwo gazed out of the window and softly reminisced about his childhood journey to the county town for school, which took 2 hours on foot. Later, with the advent of a bicycle, the travel time was reduced to an hour. Now, with a car, the same distance could be traversed in merely 20 minutes. The changes are indeed remarkable, Qin Feng remarked. Yes, indeed, Qin Zhengwo sighed, yet some things remain unchanged. He pointed towards a distant village, that is Qinjia village. Your grandfather and his generation lived there, and your father and I grew up in that very place. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the village. In the morning light, the outline of the village gradually came into focus. Rows of 2-story houses with white walls and gray roofs, adorned with solar water heaters. Surrounding the village were farmlands, with several concrete roads extending from the village, connecting to the county road. It appeared to be an ordinary northern village, yet it was the very essence of his roots. As the car turned into a village lane, the road was well maintained, paved with concrete. Occasionally, they spotted early risers sweeping in front of their doors or sitting on stone benches smoking. That is your third grandfather. Qin Zhengwo pointed to an elderly man sitting at the entrance. He dotes on you, often giving you candies when you were little. Qin Feng slowed the car and rolled down the window. Good morning, third grandfather. The old man squinted and eventually recognized Qin Zhengwo. Zhengwo, you've returned? Yes, I have come back with the children to pay our respects, Qin Zhengwo replied as he stepped out of the car and handed the old man a cigarette. Third grandfather accepted it, scrutinizing the vehicle and the young ones inside. Is this little Fong? Little Yang? How you've grown. Hello, Third grandfather. Qin Fong and Qin Yang greeted as they also exited the car. Good, good. Third grandfather observed Qin Fong with a somewhat dazed expression. You've all grown into adults. The last time I saw you, you were still in university, so thin, but now you're quite sturdy. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Fong and the others resumed their journey. The car navigated through the village, which was serene in the early morning, punctuated only by the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. The roads were flanked by two-story houses, which, though not new, were not dilapidated either. Some households had electric bikes parked in front, while others cultivated flowers and plants. Not many young people remain in the village, Qin Jiangwo remarked. Most have gone out to work. Those who stay are either from my generation or your grandfather's. What about the children? Qin Yang inquired. There are few children as well. Qin Jiangwo shook his head. Young people either take their children with them when they go to work or leave them at home with the elderly. During summer vacation, some children will visit the cities where their parents work, leaving the village even emptier. Qin Fong silently drove on. The village appeared tidy, with concrete paths reaching each doorstep, streetlights lining the roads, and some families even owning small cars parked out front. Yet, from the tightly shut gates and the solitary elders sitting at doorways, he sensed a profound solitude. The vehicle wound through the village, eventually halting at an open space at the western end. Adjacent to this clearing lay a graveyard, where dozens of graves were arranged, some marked with tombstones, while others were mere mounds of earth. We have arrived, Qin Jiangwo announced as he alighted from the car, carrying a bamboo basket. The graveyard was situated at the village's edge, bordered by fields of crops. The morning dew dampened the grassy ground, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of soil and fresh grass. Qin Fong followed his father to two adjacent graves. The graves were modest, with simple stone tablets inscribed with Tomb of Qin Gong XX and Tomb of Qin Mu XX. These are his grandparents. He never met his grandmother, who passed away before his birth. His grandfather died during his elementary school years, remembered as a taciturn old man who would often sit in the yard smoking. Dad, Mom, I have brought the children to see you. Qin Jiangwo knelt before the grave, lighting incense and arranging offerings. Qin Fong and Qin Yang followed suit, kneeling down as well. According to the customs of their hometown, visiting the grave required bowing, burning paper, and conversing with the departed loved ones. As he burned the paper, Qin Jiangwo softly murmured, Dad, Mom, Xiao Feng has returned. He is doing well out there and has achieved success. Rest assured, we are all fine. The paper money gradually turned to ashes in the fire, wisps of blue smoke rising and drifting in the morning breeze. Qin Fong gazed at his grandfather's name on the tombstone, recalling many memories, his grandfather stroking his head with rough hands, telling him stories of their hometown, and how he cried deeply when his grandfather passed away. Time has flown by. In the blink of an eye, it has been over a decade since his grandfather's departure, and he himself has transformed from a weeping child into the person he is today. Grandfather, grandmother, Qin Fong whispered, I have returned. I am doing well out there. Do not worry, I will take good care of Dad and Mom, and look after my younger siblings. His words were simple, yet heartfelt. No matter how great his achievements may be outside, here he remains a descendant of the Qin family, a descendant returning to pay respects to his ancestors. After finishing the paper burning, Qin Jiangwo took out firecrackers. It is customary to set off firecrackers at grave sites to inform the ancestors of their descendants' arrival and to drive away unclean spirits. However, firecrackers are no longer permitted. Qin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, as there were regulations in the county. Go ahead, Qin Fong said, it's fine. He stepped forward to take the firecrackers and lit them. The crackling sounds of the firecrackers echoed loudly through the quiet village in the morning. Soon, several households opened their doors, peeking out to see. However, upon noticing it was Qin Fong and his group, they retreated back inside, evidently. The news of Qin Feng's return had already spread throughout the village. Once the firecrackers were done, Qin Jiangwo stood for a while longer with his two sons before gathering their belongings to leave. Chapter 48. Never forget one's roots, let us visit the old residence. Qin Jiangwo suggested. The old house is located at the other end of the village, where Qin Jiangwo lived during his childhood. Later, their family moved to the county town, leaving the old house vacant, with occasional visits for cleaning. It is a very old structure, made of brick and tile, only 1 story tall, appearing smaller and more dilapidated compared to the 2-story houses in the village. The yard is overgrown with weeds, the wall paint is peeling, and the wood of the door is chipped. This house has stood for over 40 years. Qin Jiangwo pushed open the creaking wooden door, saying, We lived here when I married your mother. You and your siblings were all born here. Qin Fong stepped into the yard, which was not large, roughly 30 square meters. Against the wall stood a rusty well, its opening covered in rust. The main house consists of 3 rooms, all of which are closed, with thick dust covering the glass. As a child, I would sleep in the yard during summer, gazing at the stars, Qin Jiangwo reminisced, and in winter, the family would huddle together for warmth. We were poor back then, but quite happy. Qin Yang, curious, looked around. Shortly after he became aware, the entire family moved to the county town, leaving him with little impression of the old residence. Qin Fong was reminded of much more. He recalled the courtyard, the hand pump, the summer baths taken here, and his grandfather sitting on the threshold smoking. This house is in need of repair. Qin Jiangwo sighed. But even if it were fixed, it would remain unoccupied. A waste of money. It can be restored, a cherished thought, said Qin Fong. Let us discuss it later. Qin Jiangwo waved his hand and suggested they head to the ancestral hall. The Qin family ancestral hall is centrally located in the village, a relatively large structure that appears rather dilapidated. With its blue bricks and gray tiles, wooden doors and windows, a plaque hangs above the entrance inscribed with the words Qin Clan Ancestral Hall, though the characters have become indistinct over time. The door to the hall was unlocked, and Qin Jiangwo pushed it open. Inside the main hall stood several offering tables adorned with some memorial tablets, most of which were covered in dust. On the walls hung a yellowed portrait of their ancestors, the figures within appearing blurred and lacking detail. The Qin family is not a prominent lineage. Qin Jingwo lit a cigarette, noting that their ancestors were simply ordinary farmers, with no notable figures emerging from their ranks. This hall was constructed before the liberation and nearly demolished during the Cultural Revolution, saved only through the clandestine efforts of his great-grandfather. He approached the offering table, wiping away the dust with his sleeve. According to custom, the ancestral hall should be regularly maintained and rituals conducted. However, the Qin family lacks funds, with the younger generation having left, leading to its gradual neglect. As Qin Fong gazed at the dilapidated hall, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. This was his root, the source of his lineage. Though humble and ordinary, it represented the authentic essence of the Qin family. "Dad, how many people are there in our village now?" he inquired. "Approximately 30 households, over 100 individuals," Qin Jingwo contemplated, "but most of the youth have departed. Those remaining are primarily over 50. There are no more than 10 people your age in the entire village. They all went to work elsewhere?" "Yes. Factories in the south are plentiful and wages are higher. Farming in the village barely yields any income throughout the year. Who among the young would wish to stay?" Qin Jingwo took a drag from his cigarette and continued, "It's not that they don't wish to return, but what would they do upon returning? Farm? Start a small business? There is no future in that. Thus, they must leave, bringing their children along. Gradually, the village is becoming emptier and older." A sense of helplessness tinged his voice. This reflects the plight of countless villages in the Dragon Kingdom, youth departing while the elderly remain, leading to a hollowing out of the communities. Qin Fong remained silent, contemplating the dusty memorial tablets and the ancestral portraits on the walls, suddenly feeling compelled to take action. "Dad," he began, but his words were interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside the ancestral hall. Several elderly individuals entered one after another. "Jingwo, is that really you?" exclaimed an elder with graying hair, his face lighting up with surprise. "Uncle Lu, how are you?" Qin Jingwo hurried to greet him. "Very well, very well." Uncle Lu surveyed Qin Fong and Qin Yang. "Is this Xiao Fong? Xiao Yang, you've both grown so much." "Hello, Uncle Lu," Qin Fong and Qin Yang greeted respectfully. "Wonderful." Uncle Lu grasped Qin Fong's hand, his eyes misty. "The last time I saw you, you were just a child. In the blink of an eye, you've become adults and are achieving great things." Other elders gathered around, all relatives of the Qin family. They looked at Qin Fong with expressions of concern, curiosity, and anticipation. "Is it true that you have achieved great success out there?" inquired an elderly man. "Not particularly," Qin Fong modestly replied. "Do not be so humble," chuckled another elder. "We have all heard the news of your grand return, driving a fine automobile, accompanied by bodyguards. It seems the Qin family has finally produced a remarkable individual." Indeed, indeed. Our ancestral graves are finally flourishing." The elders exchanged lively banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Qin Jingwo introduced his son to the venerable relatives, saying, "This is your second granduncle, this is your fourth granduncle, and this is your seventh granduncle." Qin Fong greeted each one respectfully, showing deference. Some of these elders were familiar to him, while others were not, yet they all shared a common bond as his elders, belonging to the Qin lineage. "Ah, little Fong," his sixth uncle grasped his hand. "How long do you intend to stay this time?" "I'm uncertain for now, but I should be here for a while," Qin Fong replied. "Excellent, excellent." His sixth uncle nodded repeatedly. "Take your time to truly appreciate our homeland. Although Qin family village may be impoverished, it is indeed a wonderful place." "Your words ring true," another elder interjected. "Little Fong, now that you have found success outside, do not forget your roots. Our Qin family relies on the younger generation." Though this statement was quite candid, it was infused with sincerity. The elders gazed at Qin Fong, their eyes reflecting both hope and concern, fearing that this promising young man might venture forth and forget his origins. Observing the wrinkles etched upon their faces and the anticipation flickering in their eyes, Qin Fong felt a resolute determination arise within him. "Dear grandfathers," he declared earnestly, "I am a member of the Qin family, and this place is my foundation. I shall not forget." The elders beamed with smiles. "That is wonderful news. Our Qin family has hope. Little Fong, make sure to visit often." After a brief conversation in the ancestral hall, Qin Jingwo glanced at the time and said, "Esteemed uncles, we must take our leave. Breakfast awaits us at home." "Indeed, do return swiftly." His sixth uncle patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "When you have the chance, do visit our home. Your sixth aunt's cooking is exquisite." "Certainly," Qin Fong nodded. As they departed the ancestral hall and walked along the village's concrete path, Qin Fong felt a transformation in his emotions. He was no longer merely a transient visitor. He reconnected with the land that was his heritage. On the way, they encountered several more elders, who greeted them warmly. Some even offered homegrown fruits and vegetables, insisting they take them. "Take this, it's homegrown and pesticide-free. Little Fong, try this peach. It is incredibly sweet. Jingwo, do bring your children over for a meal sometime." Qin Fong graciously accepted their offerings, promising to visit soon. Jingwo reflected, "The warmth of our hometown remains unchanged." Qin Fong remained silent, gazing out at the village. It appeared tranquil and beautiful, yet beneath this serenity lay the loss of youth, the loneliness of the elderly, and the gradual decline of a traditional village. "Dad," he finally spoke, "I wish to do something for our hometown." Qin Jingwo turned to his son. "What do you have in mind?" "I'm still contemplating," Qin Fong replied, "but I cannot bear to watch our hometown age slowly. I aspire to bring the youth back and rejuvenate the village." After a moment of silence, Jingwo nodded. "Your intentions are commendable, but it will not be easy. The village lacks industry. What will the youth return for?" "Industries can be created," Qin Fong remarked. "Investing in factories, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Yet, It requires substantial capital. Money is not the issue. Qin Feng continued. The real challenge lies in determining how to genuinely assist my hometown, rather than causing more harm. Qin Jiangwo gazed at his son, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He recognized that his son was now affluent and influential, and the fact that he was willing to contribute to their hometown filled him with pride. If you wish to pursue this, I support you, Qin Jiangwo said. But take your time. First, gain a deeper understanding of the situation. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. As their vehicle exited the village and returned to the county road, Qin Feng glanced back at the gradually receding Qin family village. This unremarkable yet ordinary village was the starting point of his life. Now that he possessed the means, he felt a responsibility to give back to this land and to these fellow villagers, not for the sake of ostentation or fame, but simply because this place was home. One's roots are here. Even as the leaves flourish, one must never forget their origin. Chapter 49, Reconstructing the Homeland in the Early Evening. On the second floor of the Qin family convenience store, the street outside gradually quieted, the onlookers having dispersed. Only a few black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles remained parked by the roadside, with security personnel stationed nearby. The Qin family gathered on the living room sofa, a pot of chrysanthemum tea brewed by their mother steaming gently on the coffee table. This marked the first genuine reunion of the family in 2 years. Brother, you plan to invest in our hometown. What exactly do you intend to do? Qin Yang asked, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Munching on an apple with bright eyes fixed on Qin Feng, leaning back against the sofa. Qin Feng held his teacup and pondered for a moment. I aim to venture into high technology. Qin Yang nearly choked on his apple, exclaiming, what? High technology? Are you joking? Do I appear to be jesting? Qin Feng retorted. Setting his apple down, Qin Yang scrutinized his brother's expression and soon realized he was serious. Scratching his head, he said, Brother, I'm not trying to discourage you, but our Huai County, Shenyang, and even the entire province of Hunan seems somewhat disconnected from the realm of high technology, don't you think? Why do you say that? Qin Feng inquired. Well, Qin Yang began, counting off on his fingers. First, our infrastructure is lacking. We are far from the coast, logistics costs are high, and transportation is inconvenient. Second, there is no industrial foundation. We have minimal traditional industry, let alone high-tech sectors. Third, and most critically, we lack talent. His voice grew more animated as he continued. Brother, do you understand the current state of our province? It is a populous province, with millions of candidates for the college entrance examination each year. Yet there is only one 211 university within the province. Just one. With 1 million candidates vying for such limited spots, it's a fierce competition. Those who excel either go to the prestigious universities in Beijing, Shanghai, or other provinces, and upon graduation, they tend to remain there. Who returns? Qin Yang's tone was tinged with frustration. Many of my high school classmates who performed well are now studying in Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. When we occasionally chat and they ask where I am from, I tell them Hunan, and their first reaction is, oh, that place. He paused, his voice dropping. Sometimes, when I see comments online about Hunan people, labeling us as poor or lacking in quality, even associating us with manhole covers, it deeply pains me. But what good does it do to feel hurt? We reside in a region marked by poverty, slow development, and an inability to retain talent, perpetuating a vicious cycle. The living room fell into a hushed silence. My mother sighed softly while my father silently smoked. Qin Yao whispered, I attend school in Zhejiang province, and at times I can sense peculiar gazes upon me. Qin Feng listened quietly, fully understanding his younger brother's sentiments. As a major province in central China, Hunan was once the cradle of Chinese civilization. However, due to various reasons, it has regrettably fallen behind in modern times. The outflow of population, industrial lag, and scarcity of educational resources are stark realities. Furthermore, Qin Yang continued, currently, our nation is embroiled in a fierce competition with the United States over chips, a stranglehold that is suffocating. We cannot even manufacture a 28-nanometer lithography machine, let alone 7 or 5 nanometers. The disparity in foundational materials is immense. The issues surrounding electric vehicle batteries, endurance and safety, are considerable. He forced a smile, adding, brother, it's not that I doubt you. But high-tech endeavors cannot simply be solved with money. They require top-tier talent, a complete industrial chain, and decades of technological accumulation. Here, we lack everything. Upon hearing his brother's words, Qin Feng gently set down his teacup. You are correct. Under traditional paradigms, this place is indeed unsuitable for high-tech development. But that is a traditional mindset, Qin Feng interjected. Yang, you seem to forget one thing. I, Qin Feng, have never followed the conventional path. Qin Yang was taken aback. Qin Feng rose to his feet, declaring, you say there is no talent. Yet I possess the finest scientists and the most elite engineers. I can acquire as many as I desire. You claim there is a lack of technology, but I have access to cutting-edge technology in chips, materials, energy, and artificial intelligence. Whatever technology you seek, I have it all. You assert there is no industrial foundation. That is inconsequential. I can construct a comprehensive industrial chain from the ground up. He gazed at his brother and continued, as for finances, I am far from lacking. Thus, all the concerns you harbor are, for me, mere trifles. Qin Yang opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, his brother had already demonstrated remarkable capabilities, transporting special forces from Africa to northern Myanmar overnight, possessing intercept-proof intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons. What was impossible for such a brother to achieve in high technology? Yet, Qin Yang couldn't help but ask, even if you have talent, technology, and wealth, why pursue it here? Would it not be easier in Shenzhen, Shanghai, or Beijing, where the foundations already exist? Because this is my hometown, Qin Feng replied simply. I do not wish for the youth of Hunan to leave their homes in search of survival, to be subjected to the scrutiny of strangers. I want those who claim that Hunan only has manhole covers to witness that we too can give birth to world-class high technology. He returned to the sofa. His tone calm, yet resolute. Yang, you are right. Hunan lacks a good university. So, let us establish one, or several. If we lack high-tech enterprises, we shall create them to be world-class. If there are insufficient job opportunities, we will generate them, ensuring that young people can find quality work right at their doorstep. Qin Yang was profoundly shaken by his brother's words. He had certainly heard similar grandiose declarations before, but when they emerged from his brother's lips, they resonated with an entirely different gravity. It was not mere empty rhetoric. It was a plan on the verge of realization. So, from which domain do you wish to commence? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. The issue his younger brother had just raised was, in fact, the very shortcoming of Manhwa. Chips, fundamental materials, and new energy batteries. These were all critical technologies that posed significant challenges. Yet, his knowledge system encompassed all these technologies. Let us begin with chips, Qin Feng stated. Chips, Qin Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening. Brother, do you comprehend the intricacies of the chip industry? The design, manufacturing, packaging, and testing. Just a single lithography machine has stymied countless enterprises. I am aware, Qin Feng nodded. However, I also understand that our predicament is not due to a lack of intelligence or diligence. Rather, it stems from our late start and insufficient accumulation, having been ensnared by patents and technological barriers. And how do you propose to break through? By employing an entirely new technological route, Qin Feng asserted. Silicon-based chips are nearing their physical limits, and everyone is seeking the next generation of chip technology. Carbon-based chips, quantum chips, photonic chips. These represent the future. He paused briefly. And I possess all the technologies of that future. Qin Yang gasped in astonishment. Carbon-based chips? Quantum chips? These are still in the experimental phase. How can you claim to possess all these technologies? Moreover, Qin Feng continued, it is not solely chips that we must focus on. Materials are equally paramount. Superconducting materials, high-strength lightweight alloys, and new semiconductor materials are the foundation of industry. With superior materials, we can fabricate excellent equipment and produce outstanding products. And then there are new energy batteries. Presently, lithium batteries suffer from low energy density, poor safety, and slow charging times. I can create a new battery with tenfold energy density, tenfold charging speed, and no risk of fire or explosion. He enumerated various fields: artificial intelligence, biotechnology, aerospace. His tone as calm as if he were merely discussing what to have for dinner. Yet, each term represented the cutting edge of contemporary technology. Qin Yang listened, utterly bewildered. It felt as though he were not conversing with his brother, but rather absorbing lines from a science fiction film. Do you truly possess all this? He asked cautiously. Indeed. Qin Feng affirmed confidently, and not merely theoretical concepts from the laboratory. These are mature technologies ready for mass production. Silence enveloped the living room once more. Their father, Qin Zhengwo, extinguished his cigarette and regarded his son earnestly. Xiaofeng, do you truly intend to pursue these ambitions? I genuinely intend to, Qin Feng nodded. Father, this is not a fleeting impulse. I have a comprehensive plan. What will be the financial requirements? Their mother inquired anxiously. This all sounds exceedingly costly. Money is not an issue, Qin Feng replied. I cannot specify an exact figure at this moment, but I can assure you it is far more than you might anticipate. Moreover, this investment is not aimed at profit, at least not in the short term. My goal is to transform our hometown and alter the destiny of this province. Qin Zhengwo remained silent for an extended period. As a father, he felt immense pride in his son's achievements, yet simultaneously harbored concerns about his son's seemingly reckless ambitions. High technology in a place like Huaixin? It sounds utterly fantastical. However, he understands his son. Since childhood, Qin Feng has never been one to boast. If he dares to speak, he must have confidence. What do you need from home? Qin Zhengwo eventually inquired. For now, nothing is required, Qin Feng replied. Mom, Dad, you should focus on living your lives without worrying about these matters. Since I have decided to undertake this, I will ensure all preparations are made. He turned to his younger brother, Yang, are you interested in this? Not at the moment, brother, but we shall see in the future, came the response. Qin Yao also raised her hand, saying, brother, I want to help. You just focus on your live streaming, Qin Feng smiled. That is part of the promotion. In due course, you can broadcast our factory and research institute, allowing the world to witness the changes occurring in Hunan province. Great. Qin Yao nodded vigorously. The family continued their conversation for quite a while. Qin Feng elaborated on his preliminary vision of establishing a high-tech industrial park in Huaixin. Divided into several sectors: chip design and manufacturing, new materials research, renewable energy technology, artificial intelligence, and robotics. Each sector would feature world-class laboratories, cutting-edge production lines, and the finest expert teams. But brother, where will you find the talent? Qin Yang posed the crucial question. Even if you have the technology, you need people to implement it. I have that covered, Qin Feng replied mysteriously. You will meet them in due time. In truth, Qin Feng planned to employ bioengineered individuals. These research-oriented bioengineered beings possess the most advanced knowledge and technology, coupled with loyalty and reliability, making them ideal candidates for executing these plans. Naturally, he would also recruit genuine human scientists and engineers, but the core team must consist of bioengineered individuals. And what about universities? Qin Yang interjected. If you truly intend to develop high-tech in Huaixin, a supporting university is essential. Otherwise, local talent cannot be cultivated, relying instead on outsiders. Well said. Qin Feng remarked appreciatively at his brother. Thus, I intend to establish not just a university, but a university town. A university town? Qin Yang exclaimed, astonished. In Huaixin? Brother, do you comprehend the challenges of building a reputable university? Faculty, facilities, student enrollment, all critical components. I have the finest professors for faculty, As for facilities, I possess the most advanced laboratories. The province has 1 million candidates. Do we need to worry about enrollment? He paused. The university I envision is not an ordinary institution. It will be a research-oriented university, directly aligned with industrial needs. From their first year, students will engage with cutting-edge research and participate in real projects. Upon graduation, they can directly join our enterprises. Qin Yang was left speechless, overwhelmed by this grand vision. If realized, Huaxian, and indeed, the entire Hunan province, would undergo a monumental transformation. But brother, such a vast investment requires government involvement, he cautioned. I will discuss this with them, Qin Feng affirmed. Tomorrow, I will reach out. This is not solely my endeavor. It necessitates governmental support. Qin Zhengwo nodded in agreement. Indeed, communication with the government is essential. Such a significant undertaking cannot proceed without their backing. I understand, Qin Feng responded. Thus, my return is not merely for family visits, but also to discuss collaboration. As night deepened, the family continued their conversation for a while longer before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Qin Feng returned to his chamber, leaving the lights off as he stood by the window. Outside the window, the night in Huaxian is remarkably serene, with only a smattering of distant lights twinkling. In stark contrast to the sleepless cities of Shanghai and Shenzhen, this place feels like an entirely different realm. Yet, Qin Feng is acutely aware that soon, this landscape will undergo a profound transformation. He envisions establishing a world-class semiconductor factory here, one that will produce chips surpassing those of TSMC and Samsung. He plans to innovate new materials, shattering foreign monopolies. He aspires to construct a university town, nurturing the exceptional talents that belong to Hunan Province and the Dragon Nation. His ambition is to transform this locale into a high-tech hub, enabling the people of Hunan to realize their dreams without having to venture far from home. This endeavor is not solely motivated by profit, though profit is inevitable, but rather by a desire for change, for validation, and to breathe new life into this ancient land. Qin Feng recalls the elderly individuals he encountered earlier in Kanjiakan, their eyes filled with hope. They yearn for a better hometown, a desire to see the youth return, and to witness Kanjiakan, Huaxian, and Hunan Province no longer viewed through disparaging lenses. He possesses the capability to bring this vision to fruition. It is time to act. In his own manner, wielding his own influence, he aims to demonstrate to the world that Hunan is not merely characterized by manhole covers, but possesses the potential to change the world. He wishes for those from Hunan who have ventured abroad to proudly declare, I hail from Hunan, where the finest high-tech enterprises flourish, where world-class universities abound, and where boundless opportunities await. This is his mission. Chapter 51. Investment in Semiconductors. Brother, have you truly made up your mind? Qin Yang inquired while transporting a case of bottled water into the store, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively, stating, yes, I have a meeting at the county government this morning. Qin Zhengwo looked up from behind the counter, his expression complex as he regarded his eldest son. Xiao Feng, what you are undertaking feels exceedingly grand. Chips, materials, a university town. How much will this all cost? Money is not the issue, Qin Feng replied calmly. The true challenge lies in time. Their mother peeked from the kitchen, a cloth in hand. Your Uncle Wang's younger son just returned from the south last month, reporting layoffs at his factory. He worked in electronics for 8 years, and just like that, he was let go. And then there's the daughter of old Li, who is studying at a 211 university in the provincial capital. She graduated 2 years ago and is still renting while searching for work. Last month, she returned, expressing a desire to take the civil service exam. Yet our county has so few positions available. These mundane familial anecdotes reflect the plight of countless households in Huaxian and the broader Shenyang region. Listening to these concerns, Qin Feng's resolve only deepens. At 8:30 a.m., several black sedans came to a slow halt outside the convenience store. The first vehicle was Qin Feng's Maybach, followed by 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs, from which 8 security personnel disembarked. Dad, Mom, I'm off to the meeting, Qin Feng announced as he stood and adjusted his attire. Qin Zhengwo and his wife approached the store entrance, where neighbors and passers-by whispered amongst themselves. Isn't that Qin Zhengwo's eldest son? I've heard he made a fortune in Africa. Just look at that car. It must be worth millions. More than that. I heard he returned with a fighter jet escort. Qin Feng nodded to his parents and, accompanied by his security team, entered the vehicle. The convoy gradually departed from the convenience store, heading towards the county government. On August 9, 2025, at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the Huai County Government Conference Room was filled with attendees. On one side sat representatives from the national level, including Director Chun, whom they had previously met, along with several officials at the departmental level from the National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. On the opposite side were the leaders of Shenyang City and Huai County, with all key officials in attendance, including the municipal party secretary, the mayor, the county party secretary, and the county magistrate. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat delicate. The national officials wore serious expressions, while the local officials appeared both excited and apprehensive. They had been informed the day prior of an important meeting concerning significant investments. Yet only upon witnessing the presence of national ministry leaders did they realize this was no ordinary investment promotion. The door to the conference room was pushed open, and Qin Feng entered, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Following him were 10 team members, 5 chip specialists and 5 materials experts, all bioengineered humans, with appearances ranging from 30 to 50 years of age. Greetings to all the leaders. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Qin Feng said with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement to everyone present. Director Chun was the first to rise. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Allow me to introduce Mr. Qin Feng, the founder of Huanyu Group. Following a round of polite applause, the meeting commenced formally. The county party secretary of Huai County was the first to speak. adhering to convention by introducing the fundamental details of Hwai County. Hwai County spans an area of 1,200 square kilometers, with a resident population of 680,000, of which 42 are engaged in agriculture. In 2024, the county's GDP reached 28.6 billion yuan, with primary industries including agriculture, food processing, and light textiles. Fong had already familiarized himself with these figures and listened quietly. Once the introduction concluded, a leader from the National Development and Reform Commission turned to Fong. Mr. Qin, we have heard of your intention to invest in your hometown. Could you elaborate on your plans? All eyes turned towards Fong. He surveyed the room and began slowly. Before discussing specific plans, I would like to share a brief story. The conference room fell silent. In the year I graduated from university, I traveled south to seek employment. During one interview, the company's HR reviewed my resume and inquired about my hometown. When I mentioned I was from Hwai County in Shenyang City, he chuckled and remarked, "Ah, that place." He then asked, "Isn't it true that many people from there become migrant workers?" Feng's tone remained calm, yet the local official's expression soured. I was not angered, for he spoke the truth. Indeed, many from Hwai County, Shenyang, and even the entirety of Hunan province are engaged in construction and renovation work as migrant laborers. However, this should not define our hometown, nor should it become the inescapable fate of our younger generation. I have spent 2 years in Africa, witnessing much and contemplating even more. Fong continued. What we lack is not diligence or intelligence, but rather opportunities, platforms, and an industrial foundation that enables everyone to realize their potential. He paused, casting his gaze upon each official present. Therefore, I have decided to invest in my hometown. To be candid, it is not for profit. Huanyu Group does not lack for funds. My intention is to instigate change. A director from the Ministry of Science and Technology adjusted his glasses and inquired, Mr. Qin, could you elaborate on the specific sectors you intend to invest in? Fong raised 2 fingers, stating, the primary focus is on 2 areas. First, the chip industry. Second, the foundational materials industry. A murmur rippled through the conference room. Chips and advanced materials are indeed the most pressing sectors in need of breakthroughs for our nation. However, can a county truly support such high-tech industries? The director could not restrain himself, asking, Mr. Qin, the chip industry demands high levels of talent, supporting infrastructure and supply chains. Given Hwai County's current facilities and talent pool, I fear these may pose challenges. Fong interrupted him, his tone resolute. Huanyu Group possesses a comprehensive technological system encompassing design, manufacturing, and packaging testing, all based on proprietary technology. As for talent, we will cultivate it ourselves. An official from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology leaned forward, asking, Mr. Qin, what specific chip technology are you referring to? We are currently striving to catch up in the 28-nanometer to 14-nanometer processes, and the 7-nanometer technology is still a work in progress. It is not silicon-based, Fong calmly replied, causing the room to fall silent. We are developing carbon-based chip technology. He continued, which has already achieved mass production with performance exceeding that of traditional silicon chips by over 100 times. With a 70% reduction in power consumption and costs amounting to only 1/3 of that of comparable silicon chips. 100 times performance. The director of the Ministry of Science and Technology nearly leaped from his chair. Mr. Qin, are you certain it's 100 times? This surpasses the limits of Moore's law. Fong nodded and turned to a biochemist expert beside him, saying, Dr. Qin, please provide a brief introduction. The biochemist, known as Dr. Qin, stood up, appearing to be in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with an elegant demeanor. Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Qin Wenyuan, the head of the Chip R&D Center at Huanyu Group. We have developed a carbon-based chip that employs a novel carbon nanotube array architecture, effectively suppressing quantum tunneling effects. The currently mass-produced Huanyu Type 1 chip achieves a main frequency of 120 GHz, with 256 cores supporting 1024 thread parallel processing. A series of technical jargon and astonishing parameters left the officials present utterly astonished. In Chapter 52, titled University City, officials from the National Development and Reform Commission hurriedly noted down the details, their hands trembling slightly. If this technology is verified, it will completely transform the global chip industry landscape. Mr. Qin, what do you intend to do with this technology? I will situate it in Hwai County, Fong interjected. With a complete industrial chain encompassing carbon nanotube material preparation, chip design, wafer manufacturing, and packaging testing, all conducted in Hwai County. It is anticipated that the chip industry alone will generate over 5 trillion in GDP for Hwai County. 5 trillion? The county mayor murmured, repeating the figure. Last year, Hwai County's entire GDP was merely 28.6 billion. What does 5 trillion even signify? It is 20 times the current GDP of the entire Shenyang City and constitutes 70 of the total GDP of Hunan Province. The county party secretary's hands trembled slightly beneath the table as he struggled to contain his excitement. Mr. Qin, what about the materials industry? He asked. Materials are the foundation of chips, and they also underpin modern industry as a whole. Fong turned his gaze towards the material expert on the other side. We have mastered a series of cutting-edge material technologies, including ultra-lightweight alloys, high-temperature resistant ceramic matrix composites, flexible display materials, and superconductors. These technologies not only serve the chip industry, but can also be broadly applied across aerospace, new energy vehicles, and medical devices. Another bioengineering expert stood up, introducing himself as Qin Wenba, the head of material research and development. Take our soon-to-be mass-produced graphene titanium alloy composite as an example. Its strength is 8 times that of aviation aluminum, weighs only half as much, and exhibits corrosion resistance that surpasses stainless steel. Once this material enters mass production, it will revolutionize the aerospace and automotive manufacturing sectors. Qin Fong added, the materials industry will similarly contribute trillions to GDP. More importantly, it will drive the upgrading and development of dozens of downstream industries. The conference room fell silent, filled only with the hum of the air conditioning and the slightly labored breaths of the officials present. The secretary of the Shenyang City Committee inhaled deeply. Mr. Qin, your plan is indeed astonishing. But I must pose a question. Why have you chosen Huaxian? From a commercial standpoint, the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta possess superior industrial foundations and talent reserves. Qin Fong smiled, a complex expression crossing his face. Your question is quite astute. However, from a commercial perspective, I do not need to consider the industrial foundation, as Huanyu Group itself represents that foundation. As for the talent reserve, he paused, his voice deepening. My parents hail from Huaxian, and I was raised here. I understand how intelligent and hardworking the young people are. They merely lack opportunities. Among my high school classmates, there are prodigies who gained admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, as well as those who excelled in provincial mathematics competitions. But what happens after graduation? They either remain in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen without returning or come back home to find no suitable employment. I am not merely looking to establish a few factories. Qin Feng's voice resonated in the conference room. What I aim to build is a complete, world-class industrial cluster. The core competitiveness of this cluster does not lie in cheap land and labor, but in technology, innovation, and the world-class research and development platform we can provide. He looked at the local officials present. Thus, I have a third undertaking, to plan for a university town in Huaxian. A university town? The secretary of the Shenyang City Committee's eyes brightened. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. An applied university in deep collaboration with Huanyu Group, with programs directly aligned with industry demands. Students will engage in practical projects upon enrollment, and upon graduation, they can join Huanyu Group through assessments. We will also establish research institutes and postdoctoral stations to attract top global talents. He turned to the officials from the national ministries. I am aware that the government has been advocating for a balanced distribution of higher education resources. With a population of 100 million in Henan province, there is only one 211 university. This is neither reasonable nor fair. The university town in Huaxian will fill this void. The director of the Ministry of Science and Technology excitedly slapped the table. Excellent. Mr. Qin, if you can truly achieve this, it will not only be a boon for Huaxian, but for the entire central region. Meanwhile, the officials from the National Development and Reform Commission were more concerned with practicalities. Mr. Qin, such a massive investment will undoubtedly require significant land. What are your considerations regarding site selection? Qin Feng was well prepared. I intend to locate the Chip Industrial Park in Kanjiakan and the surrounding areas. The terrain in that area is relatively flat, primarily consisting of farmland and villages, with minimal demolition activities, and it is conveniently located near a provincial highway. He projected the map from his phone onto the conference room screen. The region surrounding Kanjiakan, approximately 30 square kilometers, can be planned as a comprehensive industrial park for the entire chip industry chain. The materials industrial park, however, requires further site assessments. The county mayor promptly assured, Mr. Qin, rest assured, we will fully cooperate with the land acquisition and demolition efforts. We will establish a dedicated working group, led personally by myself, to ensure the timely provision of project land. The county party secretary added, we will also concurrently plan the expansion of supporting infrastructure, including road upgrades, power grid enhancements, water supply guarantees, and wastewater treatment, all constructed to the highest standards. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Additionally, regarding the university town, I suggest locating it in the western part of the county. The environment there is favorable for campus construction, and it can leverage the existing living facilities of the county. The mayor of Shenyang City immediately interjected, Mr. Qin, the construction of the university town involves approvals at the provincial and even national levels. We will promptly initiate the application process, striving for expedited handling to secure approval as soon as possible. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours, transitioning from initial shock to detailed discussions and specific implementation arrangements. Officials from each department raised their questions and suggestions, which Qin Feng and his team addressed one by one, providing solutions that were both professional and feasible. At noon, as the meeting drew to a close, the secretary of the Shenyang Municipal Committee delivered a summary speech. Today's meeting has revealed to me the patriotic sentiments of a private entrepreneur and the capacity of a world-class technology enterprise to transform regional development patterns. Relevant national departments will fully support Huanyu Group's investment projects in Huai County, offering maximum convenience in terms of policy, approvals, and support. He gazed at Qin Feng with gravity, stating, Mr. Qin, what you presented today is not merely an investment plan. It is a blueprint for regional revitalization. On behalf of the relevant national departments, I extend my gratitude for your profound affection for your hometown and your country. Qin Feng rose and shook hands with the secretary, replying, this is what I ought to do. After the meeting concluded, the officials departed one after another. The county party secretary and the county mayor intentionally lingered, hoping to invite Qin Feng to lunch, but he politely declined. Let's skip the meal, gentlemen, Qin Feng said. Time is of the essence, and it is not easy to execute this matter well. We must ensure that everyone understands and supports it. Of course, we understand. The county party secretary nodded repeatedly. We will dispatch a working group to assist you in engaging with the community. Exiting the county government building, the sun shone brightly. Qin Feng gazed at the familiar county town before him. The streets were narrow, the buildings modest in height, and the attire of the people was not particularly fashionable. Yet there was a simplicity and warmth here that a metropolis lacks. Chapter 53. A 500 billion investment in the finest villa area of Bihui Huading in Huai County. Qin Feng had just finished breakfast. Though touted as the best villa, it merely met the standards of the county town. A 3-story detached house with small yards in the front and back, The decor was relatively refined, yet compared to his sprawling estate in Africa, which spans several square kilometers, this felt like a temporary lodging. Nevertheless, Fong was unconcerned. He purchased a dozen adjacent villas in one go, choosing one for himself while allocating the others to his accompanying team of bioengineered individuals. In the spacious living room, Fong leisurely watched the morning news. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, several members of the security team patrolled the courtyard. Dressed in casual attire, their keen gazes and upright postures revealed an extraordinary aura. Brother. Yao rushed down from upstairs in her pink loungewear, her phone still displaying the backstage page of her Douyin account. Look, my followers have increased by 500,000. I now have over 72 million. Fong smiled as he took the phone to glance at it. Not bad, keep it up. Got it. Yao leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. Brother, there hasn't been much fresh content for the live streams lately, and the fans are asking what we'll be broadcasting next. How about we take a trip to Li Family Village? Li Family Village? Fong raised an eyebrow. Yes. Didn't TU mention that the materials company is planning to set up nearby? Yao shook his arm playfully. The government is currently conducting land requisition work there. Let us go check it out. Think of it as an inspection. Fong pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had been rather unoccupied these past few days. The company's registration in Huaixin had been completed, and the business license for Huanyu Group, Manhwa Company, Limited had been obtained just the day before. The 500 billion in startup funds had also been transferred into the corporate account through a special channel, causing quite a stir in the banking system. However, with coordination at the national level, all procedures had gone remarkably smoothly. The specific coordination tasks were being handled by the team of bioengineered assistants he had brought along, who diligently managed interactions with government departments and project planning with meticulous precision. Fong only needed to oversee the broader direction. The finer details required no concern on his part. Very well, let us go for a stroll, Fong remarked as he stood up. I also wish to see the situation in Li Family Village. Yay, Yao exclaimed, jumping with excitement. 20 minutes later, 3 vehicles departed from Bua Huading. Leading the convoy was a black Maybach GLS 600, with Fong and Yao seated in the back. Following closely were 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, each carrying 4 members of the security team. The convoy moved steadily out of the county town, heading towards Li Family Village. Yao had already initiated her live stream. Almost instantly, the viewer count skyrocketed, tens of thousands, then 30,000, 50,000. Within a mere 5 minutes, it surpassed 800,000 online viewers. Hello, everyone. Yao beamed at the camera. The comments exploded in a flurry. Good morning, Miss Yao Yao. Finally, the stream is live. We've been waiting all day. Where are you? In the car? Is that Mr. Chin beside you? Please have Mr. Chin show his face. What will today's content be? Yao adjusted the phone holder to capture the scenery outside the window. Today, we're going to take a look at the situation in Li Family Village. My brother is planning to invest in Huaixin, and Li Family Village is the selected site for the materials company. The comments erupted with excitement. Investment? What kind of investment? Is it that Li Family Village in Huaixin, a materials company? Is Mr. Chin going to set up a factory in his hometown? Please share the details, Yao Yao. Fong chuckled softly beside her, remaining silent. Understanding the moment, Yao continued to engage with her fans. As for the specifics of the investment, it's quite substantial. The company has been established in Huai County, under the auspices of Huanyu Group Longwa Company, with funds amounting to 500 billion already transferred. What? 500 billion? Am I miscounting a zero? Goodness, 500 billion? Is the currency Longwa coin, or Mi Yuan? Yao observed the barrage of astonished emojis and chuckled. It's Longwa coin. The 500 billion has already been deposited into the company's account, specifically earmarked for investment projects in Huai County. The live stream erupted in excitement. The announcement of such a staggering investment in a small county town felt like a nuclear bomb dropped on the internet. 500 billion invested in Huai County. The county is about to take off. The people of Huai County are truly fortunate. I'm envious. Why isn't at my hometown? Where is Huai County? I must buy a house there. Forget it. The housing prices in Huai County have already surged by 30. The barrage scrolled by so quickly that it was nearly indecipherable. Yao could only highlight some key responses. The specific industries for investment include semiconductors and materials. In short, they are all high-tech industries. She paused and added, however, this is just the initial investment. There may be further additions later. This statement ignited another wave of messages. A Maybach smoothly cruised along the county road. Yao turned the camera towards the window. Let me show you the scenery of our Huai County. Although it cannot compare to the bustling metropolises, this is my hometown. Local netizens began to chime in. I'm from Huai County. The county has gone wild recently. My hometown is adjacent to Chin Family Village. And I've heard the demolition compensation is 2 to 3 million. Is that true? 2 to 3 million? The netizen claiming to be from near Chin Family Village continued. Absolutely true. My family of 5 will receive cash compensation of 2.8 million, plus a 120 square meter resettlement apartment. I'm already preparing to resign and return home. This comment sparked a new wave of envy and jealousy. 2.8 million plus an apartment? This compensation standard is extraordinary. In Huai County, 2.8 million could buy 5 houses, right? And the rest also work. I've heard Huanyu Group promises to arrange a job position for every household. I'm so envious. In my hometown, the compensation is only 8,000 per square meter. Yao glanced at the barrage and softly remarked to Fong, brother, everyone is quite interested in our investment. Fong nodded, indeed. Such a substantial investment is a once-in-a-century opportunity for Huai County. At that moment, another barrage mentioned Chin Family Village. The compensation for Chin Family Village is truly enviable. Not only cash subsidies, but every household also receives a villa. A villa? Is that true? I'm a relative from Chin Family Village. It's absolutely true. Chairman Qin has promised to build a villa for each household in Qin Family Village. With unified planning and construction, this treatment certainly highlights the special attention given to my hometown. It's normal for one to give back to their roots. If I were wealthy, I would certainly prioritize benefiting my hometown. Observing the discussion, Qin Yao addressed the camera. Qin Family Village is where my brother grew up, and the villagers are elders who watched him grow up. It is only fitting they receive special consideration. Chapter 54, Li Dalong. Qin Yao's tone was lighthearted, but the audience in the live stream could discern her deep affection for her hometown. The convoy continued onward, having already traveled more than 10 kilometers from the county town. The road gradually narrowed, transitioning from a dual carriageway accommodating 4 lanes to a 2-lane thoroughfare. The condition of the road was also inferior to that surrounding the county town, with potholes evident in several areas. Qin Yao's camera captured these scenes. Look, this road surely requires renovation. Once the materials company is established, the influx of transport vehicles will be substantial. The current roadway will undoubtedly be inadequate. Insightful comments from knowledgeable netizens surfaced in the live chat. This road was constructed to meet the standards of a secondary highway, yet it can accommodate a maximum of 2,000 vehicle trips per day. If a large materials enterprise truly emerges, the daily influx of trucks could easily exceed 1,000. Therefore, infrastructure must keep pace, for even the finest enterprises would struggle to thrive without it. With an investment of 500 billion, the supporting infrastructure would likely require an additional several hundred billion, wouldn't it? Qin Fong gazed out the window, contemplating. Indeed, the infrastructure for roads, power grids, water supply, and sewage treatment necessitated an upgrade. Nevertheless, he remained confident that financial resources and technology were not issues. The critical factor was time. Qin Yao continued to engage with her fans. Feel free to pose any questions. I will answer those I can. The live chat erupted with inquiries. Yao, when will the chip factory commence construction? What materials will the company primarily produce? Has the location for the university town been decided? Is the Huanyu Group's investment in Huaixin supported by the state? Why did Qin choose Huaixin over a larger city? Qin Yao selected a few questions to address. The chip factory is currently in the preparatory stages, with the site located near Qin Village. As for the materials company, today we are assessing potential sites. The university town is still in the planning phase, and the exact location has yet to be fully determined. Regarding why we chose Huaixin, she turned to Qin Feng. Brother, would you like to respond to this one? Qin Feng nodded at the camera. We chose Huaixin because it is my hometown. I am aware of the diligence of the people here. They merely lack opportunities. My investment is not motivated by profit. Huanyu Group does not lack funds. My aim is to provide the youth of my hometown with choices, options that allow them to realize their dreams without having to leave their home. Upon hearing these words, the live chat momentarily paused, followed by an outpouring of admiration. Vision. This is the true spirit of entrepreneurship. Mr. Qin, I respect you as a man of integrity. As a native of Huaixin working elsewhere, your words brought me to tears. I hope wealthy individuals across the nation can take a leaf out of Mr. Qin's book. The convoy traversed a stone bridge, beneath which flowed a tributary of the Huai River, its waters gently murmuring. Qin Yao aimed her camera at the river. Look, this is our mother river of Huaixin. I often fished in these waters as a child. The scenery was indeed beautiful, with sunlight shimmering on the river's surface and willows gracefully lining the banks. However, upon closer inspection, the water was not as clear as one might hope, with floating debris visible in certain areas. A local netizen commented in the chat, there are several small factories upstream that do not adhere to proper waste disposal standards. Indeed, the river was much clearer in her childhood, and now Qin Feng observed these comments as well. He kept this in mind, recognizing that environmental management must be integrated into the planning. High-tech industries must not come at the expense of the environment. At that moment, Qin Yao glanced at the navigation system. Brother, we are nearing Li Village. We have about 5 kilometers left. The convoy entered Li Village precisely at 10 o'clock in the morning. Sunlight cascades upon the neatly paved cement village path, flanked by newly constructed 2-story buildings adorned with white walls and red tiles, their facades embellished with ceramic tiles. Electric tricycles are parked in front of every household, with some families even possessing small sedans. The Village Connectivity Initiative has indeed transformed the rural landscape, providing smooth cement roads that extend right to the gates of each home. Qin Yao captures this transformation through her lens, softly addressing her audience in the live stream. Look, our rural Huai County has been developed quite well, hasn't it? Most homes are 2 stories, and the roads are excellently constructed. The comments section burst with agreement. Indeed, it's far better than my hometown. Rural areas in Henan province are all like this now. The government has invested significantly over the years. The roads are remarkably smooth, even superior to our provincial highways. Yet, in such a commendable village, how could there be bullies? Just as this thought wafted by, an unexpected scene unfolded on the screen. At the first intersection near the village entrance, a black Audi Q7 was parked askew, surrounded by a dozen young men, dressed flamboyantly. With some sporting dyed yellow hair and others smoking, they laughed boisterously, starkly contrasting the clean and serene village ambience. Upon noticing Qin Feng's convoy approaching, the group abruptly ceased their revelry and hurried into the road, blocking the path. The convoy came to a gradual halt. 2 bodyguards disembarked from the first Mercedes G-Class. Clad in black casual attire, their postures upright and their gazes sharp. One of them approached the group, his voice calm, yet commanding. Why are you stopping the vehicles? A young man in his late 20s stepped forward, his strikingly dyed yellow hair and a chunky gold chain around his neck marking him as a figure of bravado. A half-burnt cigarette dangled from his lips. He scrutinized the bodyguards, then glanced at the Maybach behind them, grinning. This must be Boss Qin's convoy, right? In our Huai County, who else could command such presence besides Boss Qin? The bodyguards remained silent, observing him intently. The young man flicked away the cigarette, but, crushing it underfoot, I'm looking for Qin Fong. I have a business proposition. Let him step out to talk. At that moment, the rear door of the Maybach swung open. Qin Fong emerged first, dressed simply in a white shirt and dark trousers, resembling an ordinary young man. Qin Yao followed closely, naturally directing her camera towards the scene. Boss Qin, it's not easy to see you. Upon spotting Qin Fong, the young man instantly donned a welcoming demeanor, though the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. I came to find you at Bihue Huading yesterday, but your people stopped me. Really, we're all from Huai County. Why the cold shoulder? Qin Fong regarded the brash young man with a slight frown. What do you want? Allow me to introduce myself. The young man puffed out his chest. I am Li Dalong, the village chief's son from Lijia village. In this territory of ours, my words carry a bit of weight. Qin Fong's expression remained stoic. State your business. Li Dalong, caught off guard by the indifferent response, looked somewhat dismayed but feigned a smile. I've heard that Boss Qin intends to acquire land in our Lijia village for a company. What is the situation? Qin Feng's voice remained composed, and if so, Li Dalong rubbed his hands together, contemplating the matter of land acquisition. It is simple, yet complex in equal measure. With over 500 households and more than 2,000 souls in Li family village, the land is the lifeblood of the community. However, with just a word from me, this issue can be resolved seamlessly. Chapter 55, demanding 10% equity, and what of it? Qin Feng's voice remained unwavering. Li Dalong chuckled, rubbing his hands once more. As I mentioned, the land acquisition is both straightforward and challenging. The land is essential for the livelihood of our over 500 households and 2,000 residents. But with just a word from me, I can ensure this matter is handled efficiently. Pausing to gauge Qin Feng's expression, Li Dalong continued, my demand is modest. I am willing to invest 1 million for 10% equity in your company. In return, I will take responsibility for the land acquisition, guaranteeing its completion within a month without causing you any inconvenience. This declaration resonated through Qin Yao's live broadcast, reaching the ears of over 1 million viewers. The comments exploded. 1 million for 10% equity? Madness. In a company valued at 500 billion, 10% equates to a staggering 50 billion. This is outright robbery. A classic village tyrant. Recording this is going to be juicy. I can't wait to see how President Qin handles this. After listening to Li Dalong's proposition, Qin Fong did not respond immediately. He regarded the arrogant young man before him and suddenly smiled, not in joy, nor in anger, but with a hint of derision and resignation. Li Dalong felt uneasy at this expression. President Qin, what are you laughing at? Let me tell you, in Li family village, without my approval, you won't be able to acquire that land. Do you believe I can have the elders sit at your construction site every day? Qin Feng's smile faded as he averted his gaze, pulling out his phone to dial a number. The call was swiftly answered, and a respectful voice from the head of the Huai County Land Acquisition Office came through. Mr. Qin, what directives do you have? Qin Feng spoke clearly and calmly, audible to all present. The site selection for the materials company must be reconsidered. What? The director of the Land Acquisition Office seemed taken aback. Mr. Qin, is there a problem? We have already commenced preliminary work in Li family village. Investigate the issue yourselves. Qin Feng interjected, ending the call abruptly. He then instructed his security team, get in the car, let's go. The entire exchange was brisk and efficient, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. Li Dalong stood in stunned silence. He had envisioned various responses from Qin Feng, bargaining, angry refusals, or seeking to exert pressure, but he never anticipated the other party would simply walk away. Wait. Li Dalong rushed to the front of the Maybach. You can't leave. You must acquire this land. His entourage of young men surrounded the vehicle, some banging on its sides, others blocking its path. Qin Feng had already entered the car, not bothering to roll down the window. The captain of the security team glared at Li Dalong coldly. Step aside. I won't. Li Dalong shouted, his face flushed with anger. Until this matter is clarified, no one leaves. Let me tell you, in Li family village, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. Before he could finish, the captain of the security team took action. No one perceived his actions clearly. All they heard was a dull thud, and Li Dalong was sent flying over 3 meters, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground, grimacing in pain. He is hitting people. Qin Feng is hitting people. The young man accompanying Li Dalong immediately shouted, help! Outsiders are bullying our people from Lijia village. Stop them. We cannot let them escape. The clamor reverberated throughout the village, quickly attracting the attention of the villagers. The first to emerge were a few households along the roadside. Several elderly individuals and women opened their courtyard gates, peering out with curiosity. Soon, more people converged from all directions, middle-aged men returning from the fields wielding hoes, women holding children, and young people who had been resting at home. Within a few minutes, over 100 people gathered at the intersection. What is happening? Who has been hit? Isn't that Li Dalong? Has he stirred up trouble again? Whose vehicles are those? They look quite impressive. I heard they belong to a big boss planning to invest in our village. The villagers chattered among themselves. Li Dalong staggered to his feet, limping toward the crowd, and pointed at Qin Feng's convoy, exclaiming, villagers! This Qin Feng claims he wants to expropriate land to build a factory in our village. I am fighting for our interests, yet he not only refuses but also resorts to violence. Let everyone judge. The villagers, unaware of the truth, began to stir, their gazes toward the convoy turning hostile. Inside the vehicle, Qin Yao observed the unfolding scene, capturing everything on her phone. The audience in the live stream had surpassed 1 million, with comments flooding in. The wicked first complained. Li Dalong truly knows how to incite the masses. Mr. Qin, please explain. I'm so anxious. Don't let these villagers be misled. At that moment, an elderly man in his 60s pushed through the crowd. Clad in faded blue work attire, his hair speckled with gray, yet his posture remained erect. The old man stood before Li Dalong, scrutinizing him for several seconds before turning to the head of the security team. Comrade, could you enlighten me on what exactly is happening? The head of the security team glanced at Fong inside the vehicle, receiving a nod of approval, and addressed the gathered villagers with a clear voice. We are the team of Mr. Fong from Huanyu Group. Mr. Qin initially planned to invest in a materials company in Lijia village, with total investments exceeding 100 billion, which could provide numerous job opportunities for the village. The compensation standards for land acquisition are the highest in Huaixin. He paused, gesturing toward Li Dalong. This Mr. Li just proposed that he would invest 1 million for a 10% stake in the company. Otherwise, he would obstruct the progress of the land acquisition. When Mr. Qin declined, he attempted to block our vehicles, and we were left with no choice but to take measures. After his explanation, there was a brief silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar. 1 million for 10%? Is he out of his mind? 10% of 500 billion is 50 billion. This is robbery. So that's why he suddenly seems so eager to fight for our interests. He wanted to monopolize. Li Dalong, are you trying to drive our village's benefactor away? The villagers' sentiments shifted dramatically, with several middle-aged men's eyes reddening. Having worked outside for many years, they understood how challenging it was to secure a good job. Now, an opportunity lies right at the doorstep, offering a lucrative salary while allowing for family care. If such a fortunate event were to be disrupted by Li Dalong, the villagers would harbor resentment towards him for eternity. A woman in her 40s rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Dalong, exclaiming, Li Dalong, you despicable scoundrel. My son has just graduated from university and is anxiously seeking employment. After much difficulty, a chance has finally arisen, and you wish to ruin it? I will not let this go. Indeed, we cannot allow him to spoil our village's good fortune. Boss Qin, do not listen to his nonsense. The majority of us from Li family village are honest people. We agree to the land acquisition. 100% agreement. A wave of indignation surged among the crowd. Several hot-tempered villagers had already rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action, only to be restrained by those nearby. Chapter 56. A single rat's dropping spoils the whole porridge. Sensing the escalating tension, Li Dalong retreated while stubbornly asserting, what do you understand? I am striving for greater benefits for everyone. Why should Fong, with all his wealth, not share more with us? Enough of your nonsense. An old man raised his smoking pipe as if to strike, declaring, his wealth is his own affair. The government has standards for compensation. Who are you to demand exorbitant sums? This is extortion. Exactly. You have tarnished the reputation of Li family village. Where is the village chief? Where is Li Fuguwei? How can you allow your son to behave like this? As they spoke, a portly man in his 50s hurriedly approached. It was Li Fuguwei, the village chief of Li family village. He had clearly rushed over upon hearing the news, perspiring profusely. What is happening? What is going on? Li Fuguwei squeezed into the crowd, his gaze falling upon his son's disheveled appearance and the luxurious vehicles surrounding them, surmising the situation. Dad, Li Dalong exclaimed. Seeing a glimmer of hope, they are attacking me. You must stand up for me. Before Li Fuguwei could respond, a villager interjected, Village chief. Your son is trying to extort Boss Qin for 1 million in exchange for 10% of the shares. He has angered Boss Qin, and the materials company is considering relocating. What? Li Fuguwei felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. As village chief, he understood better than the average villager the significance of this investment for Li family village and the entire Huai County. During county meetings, the secretary and mayor had repeatedly emphasized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. Anyone who dared to jeopardize it would be considered a sinner throughout the county. In a sudden fury, he turned and slapped his son across the face. You wretched fool. Who permitted you to act in such a manner? The force of the slap caused Li Dalong's face to swell immediately. Dad, you hit me, he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. I did indeed. Li Fuguwei trembled with rage. Do you understand what Boss Qin's investment could bring to our village? Do you comprehend how much importance the county and city place on this project? How dare you attempt extortion? Are you tired of living? He then turned to face Feng's vehicle, bowing deeply. Boss Qin, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure as a parent. Please do not hold this scoundrel against all of us. The entire village of Li family welcomes your investment. We will fully cooperate with the land acquisition. The car window slowly descended, revealing Feng's face. He regarded Li Fuguwei, then surveyed the expectant faces of the villagers, remaining silent for several moments. Village chiefly, let the law handle your son's actions. Feng's voice was calm. As for the materials company, they have already decided to relocate. With that, the window rose once more. The convoy slowly departed, leaving Li family village under the watchful gaze of the villagers. Li Fuguwei slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Li Dalong attempted to speak, but was encircled by several furious villagers. It's all your fault. You're the one who caused this trouble. I'll make you pay, you scoundrel. You've ruined our village's fortune. Beat him. The scene descended into chaos until the wailing of police sirens approached. 3 police vehicles arrived, led by the deputy director of the Huai County Public Security Bureau. After surveying the scene, he approached Li Fuguwei directly. Li Fuguwei, your son is suspected of extortion, involving a significant sum. You are hereby summoned to cooperate with the investigation. I didn't do anything, Li Fuguwei stammered in defense. Whether you did or not, the investigation will reveal the truth. With a wave of his hand, the deputy ordered, take them away. Li Dalong and Li Fuguwei were escorted into the police car. As the vehicle pulled away, the villagers spontaneously applauded. Some shouted at the police car, serves him right, while others shook their heads in dismay, lamenting, what a splendid opportunity. Now gone. In the live stream, viewers witnessed the entire farce unfold. The comments flooded in, a just retribution. Such village bullies should be dealt with. Mr. Qin is formidable. No leniency. Yet, some speculated, did the materials company really change locations? The villagers of Li family village are so unfortunate. Those who suffer often harbor their own faults. What led them to have such a village bully? Suddenly, someone posted a link to a freshly released news article from the official website of the Shenyang municipal government. Notice on deepening the special campaign against organized crime and optimizing the business environment. The announcement explicitly stated, recently, some areas in our city have witnessed malicious acts attempting to disrupt major investment projects through illegal means. The municipal party committee and government attach great importance to this and will severely punish any actions that undermine the business environment or extort investors. Within 10 minutes of the announcement, the clicks surpassed 100,000. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Huai County Public Security Bureau released a report. This morning, our police swiftly handled a case involving extortion related to a significant investment project. Suspect Li Dalong, male, 28 years old, and his accomplices attempted to extort substantial shares from the investors by obstructing land acquisition efforts. Currently, Li Dalong and 12 others have been criminally detained, and the investigation is ongoing. By 3 o'clock, the Shenyang Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision issued a statement. Li Fugawei, the party branch secretary and village committee director of Li Family Village, is suspected of condoning and shielding his son's criminal behavior, using his position to secure illegal benefits for him. He is currently undergoing disciplinary review and supervision investigation. The efficiency was astonishing. In the Bihui Huading Villa, Fong was on the phone. On the other end was a direct call from the secretary of the Shenyang Municipal Committee, Mr. Qin. We have taken serious measures regarding today's events. The municipal party committee and government have initiated a special campaign to rectify the business environment throughout the city, firmly preventing such incidents from occurring. We hope you will not lose confidence in your hometown due to the actions of a few. Fong calmly replied, rest assured, Secretary. Our commitment to invest in Huai County remains unchanged. However, the location for the materials company does indeed require adjustment. I appreciate your understanding. The secretary promptly stated that they had requested each county and district to report suitable candidate plots, which would be delivered to your office tomorrow. Feel free to choose. The city will fully cooperate. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yao leaned in. Brother, are you really going to change locations? The villagers of Li Family Village are quite innocent. Fong gazed out the window. I am aware. However, the rules cannot be broken. If Li Dalong dares to demand 10% today, tomorrow Zhang Xiaolong might ask for 20%. I must make it clear to everyone that the investment from Huan Yu Group is a mutually beneficial endeavor, not a target for extortion. He paused, nevertheless. If the villagers of Li Family Village are willing, they may have the opportunity to work at the company in the future. That is a separate matter. Qin Yao nodded and opened her phone. Her live stream room was still active. Although there was no content being streamed, the chat was lively. Many netizens were speculating about the new location. Where do you think it will be moved? I believe it will likely be somewhere more accessible. The villagers of Li Family Village must be regretting their decisions now. Thus, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Chapter 57. Li Dalong's judgment that evening. The local television station dedicated 10 minutes of their evening news to report on the matter. In the footage, several villagers from Li Family Village were interviewed, each lamenting, what a wonderful opportunity, just gone like that. It's all Li Dalong's fault. We hope that Boss Qin will reconsider our village. We truly need this chance. At the end of the news segment, the anchor solemnly stated, a project worth 500 billion, capable of transforming the destiny of an entire region, nearly fell through due to the greed of a few individuals. This serves as a wake-up call to all of us. The business environment is not solely the responsibility of the government, but of each and every one of us. Only through collective effort can we truly retain investors and develop our hometown. The next day, a new site selection proposal was presented to Fong. The 5 candidate locations were all villages in Huaixin, known for their convenient transportation and simple, honest folk. Each village's basic information, land characteristics, and a survey of villagers' willingness were attached to the documents. Fong meticulously reviewed the materials and ultimately paused at the dossier for a village named Yonglu Village. This village, located by the banks of the Huai River, boasted fertile land and a warm community spirit, with over 300 households primarily engaged in agriculture and livestock. Most importantly, the village secretary was a retired veteran, highly respected in the community, fostering strong cohesion among the villagers. This will do. Fong signed the document. News of the decision spread swiftly. Upon learning of the news, the villagers of Yonglu Village spontaneously organized themselves, cleaning the village paths and hanging a banner at the entrance warmly welcoming Huan Yu Group's investment in Yonglu Village. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the final site had been determined to be Yonglu Village, many villagers from Li Family Village wept. They had lost a chance to change their fate, all due to the presence of a greedy bully within their midst. A week later, the trial for Li Dalong commenced. The court established that Li Dalong had long been gathering idle individuals from society, engaging in bullying and extortion in Li Family Village and surrounding areas, thereby constituting the crime of organizing and leading a criminal gang. His demand for company shares from Fong involved an extraordinarily significant amount of money. Ultimately, Li Dalong was sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment and fined 5 million yuan. The members of his gang received varying sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years. Li Fugawei was also sentenced to 15 years for crimes including harboring, abetting, and accepting bribes. On the day of the verdict, many villagers from Li Family Village attended the court to observe. As the gavel struck, some silently wept, uncertain whether it was for lost opportunities or for the distorted order that once plagued their village. Meanwhile, in Yonglu Village, the land acquisition process was progressing smoothly. The compensation standards were transparent, with representatives from the villagers participating throughout the supervision. Fong additionally pledged that, once the factory was completed, local residents would be given priority in employment, and he would fund the construction of a cultural activity center, a nursing home, and a standardized elementary school for the village. A month later, the material industry park in Yonglu village officially broke ground. At the groundbreaking ceremony, Qin Feng gazed upon the land poised for revival and said to Qin Yao, "Remember this day. We are building not merely a factory, but a paragon, a testament to what fairness, justice, and true development entail." Qin Yao nodded vigorously, capturing the moment on her phone. In the live broadcast room, 3 million viewers were simultaneously online. A comment floated by in the chat. This is the essence of an entrepreneur: warmth, principles, and responsibility. This sentiment subsequently became the headline for media coverage. The story of Li Family Village gradually evolved into a case study for fostering a favorable business environment in Huaixin and even the entire Shenyang city. Each year, the training for new officials included the tale of how a greedy heart could obliterate opportunities for an entire village. Within just 2 weeks, rows of steel structures had risen where farms and old village sites once stood. At this pace, the main project would be completed within 3 months, with the first production line slated for trial operation in 6 months. Yet, the orchestrator of all this, Qin Feng, was leisurely seated by the banks of the Huai River, fishing rod in hand, savoring the gentle breeze of early autumn. Less than 2 kilometers from the construction site, at a river bend where the water flowed gently and willows swayed, the bobber on the surface of the water danced lightly, though Qin Feng's gaze wandered. This period marked the most leisurely days he had experienced in years. His company was managed by a team of bioengineered personnel, his family was by his side, and investment projects were advancing smoothly. He had even begun to grasp the sentiments of those who retired early. "Brother," a crisp voice called from behind. Qin Yao approached, carrying a small basket filled with freshly washed fruit and a thermos. "What brings you here?" Qin Feng asked, taking a bite of the apple she handed him. "I came to see if you caught any fish," Qin Yao replied, sitting beside him and gazing at the tranquil river. "Mom said she wants to make fish soup tonight, so I came to check your haul." Qin Feng pointed to the fish basket, which contained only 2 small crucian carp. Qin Yao laughed. "Just this? Not enough to fill a gap between the teeth. The essence of fishing lies in the process," Qin Feng remarked as he rebaited the hook and cast his line back into the water. As the siblings conversed, the captain of the security team approached and whispered, "Boss, we have guests at home. Miss Li Xiu and her cousin Lin Xiaoyu's family." Qin Feng nodded. "Understood. I will return right away." After tidying up their fishing gear, the siblings took their seats in the car waiting by the roadside. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Bihue Huading Villa district. The atmosphere in the villa's living room was somewhat tense. Lin Xiaoyu sat on the sofa with her parents, while Li Xiu remained by her side. Lin Xiaoyu's father, a simple and honest middle-aged man, nervously rubbed his knees, and her mother had reddened eyes, clearly having cried before their arrival. Lin Xiaoyu herself kept her head down, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, the family quickly stood up. "Mr. Qin," Lin's father stammered, We are here to express our gratitude." Lin's mother attempted to kneel, but was swiftly supported by the quick-witted Qin Yao. "Auntie, please don't." Qin Yao gently guided Lin's mother back to the sofa. Qin Feng sat opposite them, his tone warm. "Uncle, Auntie, Xiaoyu, there is no need for such formality. Xiu is Yao Yao's roommate, and when I encountered your situation, it was only natural to lend a helping hand. That was a life-saving grace," Lin's father exclaimed. "If it weren't for you, Xiaoyu, she might not have returned." Lin Xiaoyu lifted her head, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. "Brother Qin, thank you. Truly thank you." After returning from northern Myanmar, she had spent over a month recuperating at home, while her physical wounds could heal. The shadows in her heart were not so easily dispelled. In the stillness of the night, she would still dream of that hellish place. It's all in the past. What you need to do now is to live well and look forward. Chapter 58. Time in September in Huai County. September brought a gradual relief from the summer heat, with a subtle hint of autumn permeating the air. On the terrace of the Qin family's villa, Qin Yao was setting up her phone for a live stream. "Good morning, my lovely viewers." She beamed at the camera, holding a bowl of steaming hot spicy soup. "Today, I'm introducing you to the most authentic breakfast from Huai County, spicy soup paired with fried dough sticks." The number of viewers in the live stream had stabilized at over 1 million, and at that moment, the comments flooded in. "Yao Yao, good morning. What delicious food do you have for us today?" "Spicy soup, my favorite. Please share the address. I must try it next time in Huai County." "Aren't you supposed to be in school? It's already late September." Upon reading this comment, Qin Yao scooped a spoonful of spicy soup and blew on it. "I've taken a leave from school. Given the current circumstances, there is so much to take care of at home. My brother is investing in our hometown, so I need to showcase the delicious food and beautiful scenery of Huai County to help promote it, don't you think?" She spoke with ease. Yet the reality was far more complex. At the university, the school leaders had personally approved her extended leave. The director of the Academic Affairs Office had stated, "Qin Yao's contributions to her hometown are more significant than her studies at school." By promoting Huai County through her live streaming platform, she was stimulating the local economy, which constituted the best form of social practice. Naturally, everyone understood that a top-tier influencer with 80 million followers and a brother abroad with a private militia investing billions in their hometown could not be constrained by the conventional attendance policies. Such is the nature of the world. Money resolves 99% of issues, and when wealth intertwines with influence, the remaining 1% becomes insignificant. Qin Yao saw nothing amiss in this arrangement. She cherishes her current life, one filled with freedom and fulfillment, while also contributing to her hometown. "Allow me to elaborate on the exquisite hula tang from Huai County." She directed the camera towards the bowl, revealing a light brown broth, less dense than that found in certain other regions. "Here, our hula tang possesses just the right level of spiciness, not overly harsh on the stomach." With a spoon, she stirred the contents and lifted a piece of potato. "My favorite is the tender, flavorful potato chunks. The seaweed is particularly fresh as well." In the comments, someone inquired, I heard that Hula Tang varies across different places in Hunan province. Indeed, Qin Yao's eyes sparkled as she began to recount the unique characteristics of the 8 counties in our city of Shenyang. Huai County's version is relatively mild, with seaweed and potatoes being staples. In contrast, the neighboring Huang County emphasizes generous ingredients, incorporating meat slices and vermicelli, making a bowl substantial enough to serve as a meal, albeit at a higher price of around 10 yuan. After sipping her soup, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. I believe each has its own merits. Huai County S is perfect for breakfast, refreshing and appetizing. Huang County S is ideal for lunch, quite filling. In the comments section, netizens from various parts of Hunan began to share their local favorites. In Zhengzhou, we pair Hula Tang with pan-fried buns. It's a match made in heaven. The beef soup in Luo City is unparalleled. The soup dumplings from Kaifeng refuse to be outdone. Stop arguing. My Hula Tang from Yuzhou is ready to compete. Qin Yao chuckled at these comments. Exactly. Our Hunan cuisine is abundant. That's why I am dedicated to live streaming. So friends nationwide can know that we have more than just manhole covers. We have an array of delicious dishes. This statement garnered a flurry of likes. After breakfast, Qin Yao changed into comfortable attire and addressed the camera. Come. Today I will take you to see the progress at the construction site my brother has invested in. I've heard the factory buildings are already half constructed. She shook her phone, announcing, Brother, I'm heading to the site. Qin Fong glanced up. Be careful. Have the security team follow you. Understood. Half an hour later, Qin Yao's convoy arrived at the construction site in Yanglu village. In just a month, the transformation was remarkable. Across 30 square kilometers, hundreds of steel structure factories had risen, their blue roofs shimmering in the sunlight. Construction vehicles moved in an orderly fashion, and workers were busy and efficient. Qin Yao's camera captured the vibrant scene, eliciting awe in the live stream. Isn't this speed astonishing? So much has been built in just a month. Is this the power of capital? An investment of 500 billion truly speaks for itself. The site manager, engineer Qin Feng from the biochemical team, approached to report on the progress. Currently, the main structures of 30 factory buildings have been completed, and we are now working on interior decoration and equipment installation. According to the plan, the first production line will commence trial operations early next month. Well done. Qin Yao addressed the camera. Did you see? This is the speed of the Dragon Country combined with the efficiency of the Huanyu Group. She toured the construction site and interviewed several local villagers who are currently temporary workers at the site, earning 300 to 400 yuan daily. A man in his 40s beams pleasantly at the camera, working from the comfort of his doorstep, able to care for both the elderly and children. Earning a salary that surpasses what he would receive elsewhere, a fortuitous arrangement he once could scarcely imagine. Viewers from Huai County flood the live chat with comments. I am also from Yanglu village. My father works at the construction site. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the opportunities you have brought us. May the Huanyu Group flourish. As she reads these remarks, Qin Yao feels a warm glow within her heart. Meanwhile, her second brother, Qin Yang, is living a life starkly different hundreds of kilometers away in the bustling metropolis. In a VIP room of a high-end bar on the Bund, the deafening music seems poised to lift the ceiling off. Qin Yang lounges on a leather sofa, surrounded by 4 or 5 friends, both male and female. All affluent signs he has met in the city. In one corner stand 3 security personnel, clad in casual attire, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Brother Yang, this toast is for you, exclaims a young man with silver-tinted hair, raising his glass. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have the chance to be in this VIP room. Qin Yang grins and clinks his glass with his companion, downing the drink in one go. A month prior, Qin Feng had bestowed upon him a card with no spending limit, merely stating, enjoy yourself, but stay safe. Thus began Qin Yang's extravagant escapade, with Shanghai as his first destination, followed by Hangzhou, and plans for Shenzhen and Hong Kong thereafter. Money is indeed a wondrous entity. It can instantly command respect and render all obstacles trivial. Brother Yang, I've heard your brother has a private army in Africa? A girl in a strapless dress leans in, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Qin Yang shrugs nonchalantly. Something like that. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. My brother seldom discusses such matters. That's incredibly cool. Another young man exclaims excitedly. More thrilling than a movie. Qin Yang chuckles softly, choosing not to engage further. He recognizes that the enthusiasm directed towards him derives from the stature of his elder brother. Yet, he remains indifferent. Why not revel in life's pleasures while youth and wealth permit? Come, let us drink on. He raises the bottle, declaring, tonight, we shall not return sober. Chapter 59. It is time to attend to serious matters in the western suburbs of Yanjing. A discreetly elegant clubhouse nestles beneath the shade of ancient locust trees. Its gray-green walls are adorned with climbing ivy. The heavy black door stands firmly shut, devoid of signage, with only 2 plainclothes security guards standing watch, poised and vigilant. Clearly professionals, trained for their roles. Upon entering, one is transported to a different realm. Passing through a shadowy corridor, one encounters a meticulously crafted Suzhou-style garden, complete with artificial hills, flowing water, pavilions, and winding corridors. As autumn sets in, several venerable osmanthus trees are in full bloom, their sweet fragrance subtly wafting through the air. In a tea house nestled deep within the garden, 5 young individuals are gathered around an exquisite Zetan tea table. Though modest in size, approximately 30 square meters, every detail exudes an air of the extraordinary. The walls are adorned with authentic works by the Ming Dynasty painter Wen Zhengming. An ancient Song Dynasty celadon graces the shelves. Even the teacups are fine porcelain from the imperial kilns of the Qing Dynasty. The air is suffused with the aromatic essence of premium Da Hong Pao tea. Strangely, today the tea house was occupied solely by these 5 men, devoid of the young women in kipayos who would typically grace the setting. Each man's expression bore a semblance of solemnity, somewhat discordant with the elegant ambience. These 5 individuals, all aged between 28 and 32, appeared casually attired. However, a discerning eye would immediately recognize the pale gray cashmere sweater as a bespoke piece from a niche Italian luxury brand, priced no less than 6 figures. The seemingly ordinary watch on one wrist was, in fact, a limited edition from Patek Philippe, with only 10 pieces available worldwide. Even the sneakers upon their feet were a collaborative creation between a trendy brand and a luxury house, fetching exorbitant prices on the secondary market. They hailed from the upper echelons of society in the Dragon Nation, their forebears' names often mentioned in reports of significant meetings. From the moment they drew breath, their destinies were intertwined with a realm beyond the imagination of the ordinary populace. "What have you gentlemen been up to lately?" inquired the young man seated at the head of the table. He sported a sharp crew cut, his features well defined, yet his gaze always held a hint of playful mischief. Within their circle, he was known as Young Master Chun. "What else can we do but idle away our time?" replied the young man across from him, sipping his tea. "I play some ball, tinker with cars, and have recently developed a penchant for sailing. I acquired a small yacht over in Sanya." The speaker, surnamed Lin, was young Master Lin, his skin a healthy tan, adorned with a bracelet of small leaf red sandalwood passed down from his grandfather. "Sailing, you say? Quite the endeavor," remarked a young man beside him, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "I've been busy establishing a private art gallery, acquiring works from contemporary artists. If any of you are interested, perhaps you could visit sometime?" This was young Master Wang, the most academically accomplished among them, holding a doctorate in art history from Oxford University. Yet, his gallery was less a passion than a form of investment. The value of the contemporary pieces he collected often multiplied after acquisition. "Count me out. I can't make heads or tails of abstract art," interjected another slightly portly young man, waving his hand dismissively. "I've been investing in an esports club lately. It's quite entertaining." This was young Master Zhao, the one considered to come from a relatively ordinary background, which in their context meant a family fortune of merely several hundred million. He was forthright in nature, eschewing pretentiousness in favor of more grounded pursuits. The final member of their assembly, young Master Zhou, had remained silent. Positioned closest to the window, he gazed out at the artificial rockery and flowing water, his fingers lightly tapping against the table, seemingly lost in contemplation. "What occupies your thoughts, young Master Zhou?" asked young Master Chun, turning his attention to him. Zhou returned to the present with a smile, saying, "Oh, nothing much. I was just reflecting on how aimless our current existence seems." A momentary silence enveloped the tea house. As Zhou's words resonated with each of them, they had all returned from studying abroad just a few years prior, having secured diplomas from prestigious institutions such as Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, and MIT. Yet, upon returning to their homeland, they discovered that the knowledge they had acquired felt somewhat impotent in the face of the domestic game rules. Initially, they had been filled with ambition, eager to apply their modern management expertise to make a mark. However, they were soon educated by reality. In this circle, connections far outweigh competence, and family background serves as the greatest passport. Thus, they began to indulge in extravagance, luxury cars, yachts, private jets, high-end clubs, and glamorous models, all that ordinary people dream of, easily within their grasp. Initially, it was thrilling and novel, yet over time, it became tiresome. More importantly, they were acutely aware that such indulgence could not last a lifetime. Their families required them to take the reins, to explore new domains, and to maintain and expand the vast and intricate web of relationships. Indeed, it was time to find something substantial to engage in. Lin sighed, pondering what could be done. If only it were 10 years earlier, dabbling in real estate would have yielded effortless riches. But now, the real estate market had faltered, and the internet ventures were beyond their grasp. The competition possessed genuine expertise. What could they offer in return? Expertise? Wang adjusted his glasses. "We do not need to possess technical skills. We merely need to invest in companies that do." He paused before continuing. "I heard that a certain member of the Li family joined a startup focused on artificial intelligence last year, taking on a consultant title and acquiring a 5 stake. This year, the company's valuation soared by multiple times, allowing him to earn billions while lounging." Light laughter resonated in the tea room. Such occurrences were commonplace in their circle. The so-called consultant position was merely a facade, while the real negotiations leveraged familial influence to resolve policy, approval, and resource challenges in exchange for equity. The businesses received protection, and they garnered wealth, a win-win situation. "My father has arranged something for me as well," Zhao remarked. "To join a new energy company, also in a nominal role, with annual dividends not less than this amount." He held up 2 fingers. 20 million? Lin inquired. 200 million, Zhao replied calmly. The tea room fell silent once more. Although they were seasoned individuals, the prospect of 200 million in annual dividends was undeniably enticing. Chen slowly sipped his tea, casting his gaze across everyone present. "Of course, these are feasible ventures. But do you not feel that these are mere trifles?" "Mere trifles?" Wang raised an eyebrow. "What insights do you possess, Chen?" Chen set down his teacup, leaning forward, lowering his voice. "Have you heard of the Huanyu Group?" The mention of this name abruptly shifted the atmosphere in the tea room. Huanyu Group, Qin Fong. Over the past few months, this name had become a hot topic among their circle. From the Myanmar North incident to the nuclear tests in Black Africa. From the 500 billion investment in Huaixin to carbon-based chip technology, every move had been astonishing. Chapter 60. What if Qin Fong disagrees? Of course, I have heard of it. Zhou finally spoke, his voice calm. Qin Fong, 25 years old, hailing from Huaixin. He has a base in Black Africa, possesses private armed forces, and owns nuclear weapons. Now he has returned to invest, aiming to develop the chip and materials industry in his hometown. What is the matter? I have recently conducted a thorough study of the Huanyu Group's information, Chen said, retrieving a tablet from his bag, pulling up several documents. According to reliable sources, The Huanyu Group's investment in Huaixin was merely the tip of the iceberg. At their base in Africa, they possess a complete industrial system and research capabilities. The carbon-based chip technology they have mastered, once mass-produced, will utterly revolutionize the global semiconductor industry. He swiped the screen to bring up a market analysis report, conservatively estimated. The chip and materials sector under the Horizon Group will generate annual revenues exceeding 5 trillion, with a net profit margin of 30%. That equates to 1.5 trillion. This is merely the initial phase. As technology evolves and the market expands, these figures will multiply exponentially. 5 trillion in revenue and 1.5 trillion in profit. These figures echoed in the tea house, causing everyone's breath to quicken slightly. 1.5 trillion. Lin murmured repeatedly. What does this signify? The combined profits of Ali, Xuanting, and Huawei do not even reach such heights. Moreover, this is sustainable. Chun continued to elaborate, stating that chips and high-end materials will be the core industries for the coming decades. As long as we maintain technological superiority, profits will flow endlessly. Wang's glasses reflected the light from the screen. What does Chun mean? What I mean, Chun surveyed the crowd, is that rather than acquiring shares in those small companies, it would be wiser to invest in the Horizon Group. If we can secure a portion of the equity, we will be set for this life, the next, and even beyond. A profound silence enveloped the tea house. Outside, the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind could be heard, and the fragrance of osmanthus seemed to intensify. Investing in the Horizon Group? Zhao broke the silence. Qin Fong has invested 500 billion. What do we have to invest? Even if we pool our resources. How much can we gather? 100 billion? 200 billion? This amount is negligible in the presence of the Horizon Group. His question was pragmatic. Although their families possessed substantial assets, most were tied up in real estate, equity, and resources, with actual cash flow being limited. It was nearly impossible to muster funds that could compete with the Horizon Group. Chen smiled, a smile laden with significance. Zhao, do you think we need money to invest? This statement seemed to lower the temperature in the tea house by a few degrees. If not money, then what is required? The answer was understood without words. Chen. Zhou spoke slowly. I have heard that the higher-ups are paying close attention to the Horizon Group. The National Security Agency, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, several departments are monitoring the situation. Will our actions attract unwelcome attention? The higher-ups are concerned with the technology of the Horizon Group. Chen interrupted. As long as the technology remains domestic, who owns the Horizon Group matters little. If Qin Feng can do it, why can't we? If we take action, it may even be better. At least we understand the rules and know what is permissible and what is not. He paused before continuing. Moreover, our collaboration represents a portion of the strength of the Dragon Country. No matter how formidable Qin Feng is, does he dare to confront the entirety of the Dragon Country? This logic may appear absurd, yet within their cognitive framework, it held a certain validity. For a long time, they had become accustomed to conflating familial interests with national interests, justifying personal actions in the name of the greater good. However, Lin still harbored some hesitation. Qin Feng's influence abroad was considerable, possessing nuclear weapons and intercontinental missiles. What if you also mentioned he is abroad? Qin's voice turned steely. What is his influence to the Dragon Country? A private armed force, no matter how powerful. Can it truly challenge the state apparatus? As for nuclear weapons, would he dare to use them? Should he dare to deploy nuclear weapons within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, he would be branded a traitor to his nation, a sinner for the ages. He cannot bear such a responsibility. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, turning his back to the others. Qin Feng possesses some influence abroad. Yet this is the Dragon Kingdom. On our soil, he must abide by the rules. If he is a dragon, he must coil. If a tiger, he must lie low. This is a truth he must grasp. Silence enveloped the tea room once more. Each individual contemplated the weight of the situation, deliberating carefully. Although Qin's words were domineering, they were not devoid of reason. In this nation, the power that underpins them indeed holds significant sway. What specifically shall we do? Wang inquired, posing the pivotal question. Qin turned around, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now is not the time. The investment from Huanyu Group has merely commenced. The technology has yet to fully materialize. We must wait. Wait for their factory to be completed, wait for the technology to mature, wait for everything to fall into place. At that point, we shall engage Qin Feng regarding the matter of shares. He returned to the tea table and resumed his seat. We can clarify to him that once we acquire shares, Huanyu Group will operate without hindrance within the Dragon Kingdom. Policies, approvals, resources, whatever is needed will be readily available. This is a win-win situation. And if Qin Feng refuses? Zhou pressed further. Qin's smile took on a chilling edge. Refusal? That can be easily managed. We shall arrange for the relevant departments to conduct inspections. Environmental, safety, tax, fire regulations, issues can always be found. If one attempt fails, we shall make two. If two fail, then three. We will render his operations untenable, making it clear that in the Dragon Kingdom, wealth and technology alone are insufficient for business. He sipped his tea, his tone nonchalant. In the end, he will acquiesce. Moreover, our demands are modest. A coalition of several parties acquiring 40 to 50% of shares suffices. We will leave him 5%, allowing him to retain the title of chairman, maintaining the facade of being the wealthiest man in the Dragon Kingdom. This arrangement benefits all parties. What if he still refuses? Zhou pressed on. Qin set down his teacup, producing a soft clink. His gaze sharpened, as cutting as a knife. Then let him face the consequences. We will find any charge, smuggling, tax evasion, endangering national security. Suitable accusations will always be available. At that juncture, Huanyu Group will be left leaderless, and we shall assume control under the pretext of safeguarding national industry, a seamless transition. His words flowed with an unsettling calmness, as if discussing the evening's meal. The air in the tea room felt almost stagnant. Outside, The sweet fragrance of osmanthus, at this moment, seemed rather cloying. Lin hesitated, struggling to voice his thoughts. Isn't this going too far? Chun interjected, completing his sentence. Lin, you must understand, this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Fong possesses technology. We possess resources. His technology combined with our resources forms the optimal alliance. Should he fail to recognize this, he cannot fault us for our lack of compassion. Chapter 61. National Day Tourism. He surveyed everyone present. Consider this. What are the profits of Huanyu Group? Even securing a mere 10% translates to how much? 150 billion. Annually. If we divide this among ourselves, each company would garner hundreds of billions in pure profit each year. What does this signify? We could not exhaust it over generations. The allure of wealth is immense, particularly when the figures involved are staggering beyond imagination, causing all moral concerns and risk assessments to wane. I concur. Wang was the first to voice his agreement, emphasizing the need for discretion to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Indeed, Chen nodded in affirmation, asserting, we are not bandits. We are civilized individuals. Everything must be lawful and compliant. I share this sentiment, Zhao added, although we must await the opportune moment and not act rashly. Naturally, Lin hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding in agreement. All eyes then turned to Zhao. He remained silent for an extended period, gazing out the window at the bamboo swaying in the autumn breeze and the trickling spring water cascading down the artificial mountain. Eventually, he turned back to meet the gazes of his companions. I have but one request. Zhou's voice was soft yet clear. If we truly reach that juncture, allow Fong a means of escape. Do not annihilate him completely. Chen chuckled. Zhou, you still have a soft heart. Fear not. We seek only wealth, not lives. As long as Fong remains sensible, he may continue to thrive in his affluence. Zhou nodded in silence, tacitly agreeing. The atmosphere in the tea room relaxed. Chen refilled the teacups, beaming. Come, let us toast with tea, wishing for a pleasant collaboration. The 5 cups clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Once the tea was consumed, Chen put away his tablet, his demeanor turning serious. This matter is to remain solely among us 5. Until the opportune moment arises, do not mention it to anyone, including our elders. Once we succeed, we shall surprise them. Everyone understood the gravity of discretion. The fewer who knew, the better. So what shall we do next? Wang inquired. Wait, Chen replied. Monitor the developments of Huanyu Group closely and gather all pertinent information. Simultaneously, we must begin positioning our people within the relevant departments, preparing a force of inspectors ready for immediate action. The moment Huanyu Group commences production will be our cue to act. He glanced at his watch. Let us conclude for today. Remember, from this day forth, we are united as one. The 5 gradually rose and exited the tea room. In the garden, the autumn wind began to stir, scattering a shower of osmanthus petals. The sweet fragrance lingered, yet there seemed to be an undercurrent of something else. Chun, trailing behind, looked up at the overcast sky of Yanjing, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Huanyu Group, Fong, a suddenly rising grassroots figure wielding world-altering technology. Such an entity represents an opportunity to some and a threat to others. However, in the eyes of Chun and his companions, it is a sumptuous prize. A bounty so vast it defies imagination. Far away in Huai County, Fong stood on the construction site of the material industry park, observing the factories under construction. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy targeting him and Huanyu Group was quietly brewing in a tea room in Yanjing. Yet, even if he were aware, Fong might not be overly concerned. To him, these so-called families and factions are but ripples in a pond compared to the power he wields. True storms never rage upon the surface, but rather brew beneath the depths. As autumn's essence deepens, the waters of the Huai River remain deceptively tranquil. Yet, beneath this calm, currents of unrest begin to stir. Fong gazes skyward, observing the ominous clouds gathering on the horizon, heralding an impending change. In the final week of September, an unusual restlessness permeates the air of Huai County. This disquiet first manifests in the digital realm. Within Yao's livestream, discussions regarding travel to Huai County during the National Day holiday have persisted for several days. Initially, a handful of fans inquired, Yao, what would you recommend for a visit during the holiday? At that moment, Yao, savoring the local delicacy of hot dry noodles, responded to the camera, indeed, while we might lack renowned attractions, the culinary offerings are abundant. Hot dry noodles, spicy soup, soup dumplings, and marinated dishes will surely delight you. She enumerated with her fingers. You can stroll by the Huai River, where the autumn waters are crystal clear, visit the old town, which still retains some architecture from the Republic era. And if you're interested in industry, you can tour the chip industrial park my brother is constructing, although it's still under construction and inaccessible for now. What began as casual banter unexpectedly resembled a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring ripples of intrigue. I truly want to see it. Where's Huai County? Is it far from Wuxi City? I crave authentic Shenyang hot dry noodles. Are there any group tours? The barrage of comments grew increasingly animated, and Yao keenly sensed an opportunity. That evening, she approached Fong for a discussion. Brother, many fans have expressed a desire to visit Huai County during the holiday, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Do you think this is an opportunity? Fong, engrossed in reviewing the progress report of the material industry park, lifted his gaze. What opportunity? An opportunity to promote our hometown, Yao exclaimed. We've never had so many visitors from outside. If they come, enjoy their time, and share their experiences, wouldn't that pave the way for a tourism industry? Pondering her words, Fong nodded. That makes sense. However, an influx of tourists raises concerns about our capacity to accommodate them. Please inform the Culture and Tourism Bureau to prepare accordingly. The following day, Yao visited the Huai County Culture and Tourism Bureau, housed in an aging office building with fewer than 20 staff members. The director, surnamed Sun, in his 50s with graying hair, personally descended to greet her upon learning of her arrival. Miss Chin, welcome. Director Sun beamed. In the meeting room, Chin Yao outlined her purpose. Director Sun, my livestream fans are eager to travel to Huai County during the National Day holiday. I have tentatively estimated that there could be around 20 to 30,000 visitors. How many? Director Sun nearly dropped his teacup in astonishment. 20 to 30,000 as a starting point, Chin Yao clarified. If we promote effectively, it could be even more. Director Sun stood in stunned silence for several seconds before his hands trembled with excitement. 20 to 30,000. My goodness. Our total tourist count for last year barely reached 5,000. 20 to 30,000 over the 7 days of National Day. Is this truly possible? His astonishment was understandable. Huai County is a quintessential agricultural region with scant tourism resources. Chapter 62. Preparations in Huai County. The so-called attractions consist of a segment of embankment along the Huai River, a Confucian temple dating back to the Ming Dynasty, and a historic street that allegedly boasts several centuries of history. However, this old street has long fallen into disrepair, with only a few dilapidated houses remaining. Each year, the budget for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau is woefully inadequate, primarily devoted to drafting materials to appease inspections. Director Sun has held his position for 8 years, with his most notable achievement being the organization of a Huai River Cultural Festival, which featured performances from local troops, attended mostly by nearby villagers. Now, upon hearing that 2 to 3 tens of thousands of tourists might visit during the National Day holiday, he feels as though he is dreaming. Miss Chin, are you certain? Director Sun still harbors doubts. Absolutely, Chin Yao replied, opening her phone to show him the lively discussions in the livestream chat. Look, the conversation is quite vibrant. Furthermore, I plan to host an event in the livestream to encourage everyone to come. What kind of event? Chin Yao smiled mysteriously. We will be giving away luxury cars to our tourism fans. 10 Porsche Panameras, Chin Yao stated casually, explaining that any fan visiting Huai County during the National Day holiday would have a chance to win. The selection would be random based on phone numbers, requiring real name registration, and the individual must be present in Huai County. Director Sun gaped, struggling to find his voice. 10 Porsches, each worth no less than $1 million, amounting to a staggering 10 million. You are giving them away just to attract tourists to Huai County. Is this the realm of the affluent? However, she noted that this strategy might indeed bring in even more visitors. I estimate it could reach several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? Director Sun felt his blood pressure rising. A county with a permanent population of 6 to 70,000 suddenly flooded with hundreds of thousands of tourists? What does that even mean? The entire county would be incapacitated. Therefore, we must be well prepared, Chin Yao asserted seriously. My brother emphasized that this is a splendid opportunity to promote our hometown. But we must ensure that the reception work is well executed, so that visitors leave with joy rather than disappointment. Director Sun inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Yes, we must prepare adequately. I will report to the county immediately. That afternoon, Huai County convened an urgent meeting to deploy tourism reception measures. The primary leaders of the county committee and government were all present, along with heads from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Transportation Bureau, Market Supervision Bureau, Health Commission, and Urban Management Bureau. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Director Sun briefed the attendees. According to the information provided by Ms. Chin Yao, we anticipate tens of thousands of tourists visiting our county during the National Day holiday. This is unprecedented in our county's history. We must be thoroughly prepared to ensure the safety and satisfaction of our visitors, while also showcasing the positive image of Huai County. The figure of hundreds of thousands caused a collective gasp among the leaders present. The county secretary rapped the table. Comrades, this is both a challenge and an opportunity. Huai County has never received such attention. If we handle this well, we can kickstart our tourism industry, create jobs, and increase revenue. However, if we fail, it is not just Huai County's reputation at stake, but also that of Shenyang City and Henan Province. He turned to the public security chief. Oldly, safety is paramount. With hundreds of thousands of people, you must be acutely aware of the immense pressure on public order. Director Lee of the Public Security Bureau rose to his feet, assuring the secretary, rest assured, I have already made the necessary arrangements. During the National Day holiday, all personnel will be on duty without rest. Additionally, we will reallocate police forces from various township police stations to ensure that key areas and critical time periods are adequately patrolled. We are also preparing to establish a tourist police squad, specifically tasked with addressing incidents related to visitors. What about transportation? The secretary inquired, turning his gaze towards the director of the Transportation Bureau. The director of transportation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, Secretary, the most pressing issue is parking. With hundreds of thousands of tourists, even if only 1/10 drive, that amounts to several thousand vehicles. Our county has fewer than 10,000 parking spaces in total. Then we shall open temporary parking lots, the secretary decisively declared. School playgrounds, government courtyards, and any vacant land will be made available. The traffic police must ensure proper guidance to prevent disorderly parking that could lead to congestion. And accommodations? The county governor interjected. The hotels in our county barely offer 5,000 beds combined. With so many people, where will they stay? Director Sun of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau suggested. We are considering mobilizing homestays. Many families in Huai County have spare rooms that can be temporarily converted. Additionally, neighboring townships could help divert some of the tourists. What about dining? The director of market supervision raised a concern. Can the catering supply keep pace with such a large influx of visitors? How do we ensure food safety? The meeting lasted for 3 hours, with issues arising one after another. Accommodations, dining, transportation, safety, hygiene, and communication, each presenting its own challenges. Yet, no one voiced dissent. Everyone recognized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Huai County. After the meeting adjourned, all departments sprang into action. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau worked through the night to produce a letter to the people of the county, disseminated widely through television, radio, WeChat, and village loudspeakers. Dear fellow villagers, during the National Day holiday, we anticipate hundreds of thousands of tourists will visit our Hwai County. This is a splendid opportunity for us to showcase Hwai County's image and develop our tourism industry. We hope every resident of Hwai County will greet our guests with enthusiasm, integrity, and kindness. No business is permitted to engage in price gouging. Any violations will be met with severe penalties. Let us work together to ensure that visitors come with joy and leave with satisfaction. This letter caused a sensation in Hwai County. On the streets, in tea houses and restaurants, people buzzed with excitement. Have you heard? Hundreds of thousands are coming for National Day. My goodness, can our small county accommodate them? That Chin girl is truly remarkable. Her words can draw in so many people. Do I have spare rooms? Can I prepare them as a homestay? I'm planning to set up a small stall at my door to sell snacks. The Market Supervision Administration organized a mobilization meeting for the entire catering and accommodation industry. At the meeting, the director spoke candidly. This is our chance for Hwai County to turn the tide. Anyone who dares to exploit customers, substitute inferior goods, or engage in deceitful practices will not only face financial ruin, but will also find it impossible to remain in Hwai County. Conversely, those who perform well and operate with integrity will receive rewards and publicity from the county. The Public Security Bureau conducted 3 emergency drills, simulating scenarios of crowd congestion, vehicle blockages, and sudden illnesses. The Transportation Bureau worked through the night to create a traffic diversion map for the National Day period, setting up signage at major intersections. The Health and Wellness Department inspected the hygiene conditions of all hotels, mandating corrective actions for those that did not meet requirements. Even the Urban Management Bureau has taken action, organizing a comprehensive cleanup throughout the county, clearing unsightly corners and repairing damaged roadways. The entire Hwai County resembles a machine that has suddenly sprung to life, with each gear whirring at a remarkable pace. Chapter 63, 500,000 tourists simultaneously. Chin Yao officially announced the National Day activities in her live stream. That evening, she deliberately chose to broadcast by the banks of the Hwai River. Behind her, the shimmering waters glistened, with willows swaying gracefully along the shore, while the sunset painted the sky in warm hues of orange and red. Good evening, dear friends. Chin Yao waved at the camera. I have an important announcement to make today. Instantly, over 200,000 viewers flooded into the stream. Regarding tourism in Hwai County during the National Day, I have coordinated with the county. Chin Yao smiled. To express my gratitude for your attention and support towards our Hwai County, I have decided that fans visiting Hwai County during the National Day will have the chance to receive gifts. The bullet comments flooded the screen. What gifts? Could it be local specialties? I want a signed photo of Yao Yao. Chin Yao winked. The gifts are divided into several tiers. For the first tier, every visitor to Hwai County can collect a gift bag containing local specialties at designated locations, including our Hwai County Maojin tea, peanut brittle, and a postcard designed by me. Wow, that's wonderful. I must go for the specialties. For the second tier, Chin Yao continued. We will randomly select 1,000 fortunate tourists to receive gifts sponsored by local businesses, including household appliances, smartphones, and a year of free delivery of Hwai County specialties. The live stream erupted with excitement. Yet, Chin Yao was not finished. For the third tier, the grand prize is 10 Porsche Panameras. She paused deliberately for a few seconds to let the news sink in. The comments momentarily fell silent before erupting into chaos. What? A Porsche? 10 of them? Yao Yao, are you joking? I'm in it for the Porsche. I'm booking my ticket right now. Watching the frenzied comments roll by, Chin Yao smiled even more brightly. The rules for the event are as follows. During the National Day period, October 1st to October 7th, as long as you arrive in Hwai County and check in using your real name registered phone number on the designated mini program, you will automatically enter the lottery pool. On October 8th, we will randomly select 10 lucky tourists, under notarization, to win a Porsche Panamera. She added, to ensure fairness. We will collaborate with the service providers to verify the real name registration of phone numbers and confirm your presence in Hwai County through base station location services, eliminating any potential cheating. This announcement detonated like a bomb across the internet. Weibo's trending topic. Chin Yao gives away 10 Porsches for National Day. Douyin's hot topic. Going to Hwai County for a Porsche. Search volumes for Hwai County on various travel platforms skyrocketed by 300. Hwai County, a small town most Chinese have never heard of, became an overnight sensation. However, challenges soon followed. In Chin Yao's live stream, many fans raised practical questions. Yao Yao? I checked. There are no direct trains to Hwai County. The nearest airport is in Shenyang, and we need to transfer. Is the road easy to drive? How about accommodations? I checked. All the hotels are fully booked. Chin Yao responded, stating that transportation issues indeed pose a significant challenge. The train station in Hwai County is relatively small, and many trains do not make stops there. However, the county is coordinating efforts to increase the number of train services during the National Day holiday. For those traveling by car, temporary parking lots will be established. As for accommodations, the county is organizing homestays, which can be reserved through the official mini program. She thoughtfully provided several route suggestions. Friends coming from the north can first travel to Shenyang City and then transfer to Hwai County. Those arriving from the south may stop at Wushi or Shenyang. Those from the east can initially reach Fushi, while travelers from the west may head to Luoqing first. Although transfers are necessary, the scenic views along the way are quite delightful. One fan shared their meticulously planned route, departing from Haisheng province, requiring 3 transfers and lasting 2 days and 1 night. I'm determined to win that Porsche, exclaimed the fan, eliciting an outpour of admiration in the comments section. However, as the number of registrants surged, the Hwai County authorities grew increasingly anxious. The initial estimate was around 20 to 30,000, but after Chin Yao announced the Porsche giveaway, Director Sun received the latest forecast, at least 500,000 attendees. 500,000. Hwai County's permanent population only numbers around 60 to 70,000. Trembling as he held the report, Director Sun reported the situation to the city overnight. The leaders of Shenyang City took the matter seriously and convened an emergency meeting. It was decided to extend the tourism reception area from Hwai County to encompass all of Shenyang City. If Hwai County cannot accommodate the influx, the entire city will join in the effort. The city party secretary declared this an opportunity for Shenyang's collective showcase. Thus, the event plan was revised. Anyone who arrives within the boundaries of Shenyang City, including Hwai County and the other 7 counties and 2 districts, during the National Day holiday will have a chance to participate in the lottery. The prizes have also been expanded to include not only 10 Porsches, but also 100 domestically produced electric vehicles, 1,000 of the latest smartphones, and 10,000 gift packages featuring local specialties. The Shenyang City Cultural and Tourism Bureau launched a Douyin account to release promotional videos. Shenyang welcomes you, a millennial-old city. A culinary capital, the warm and hospitable people of Shenyang await your arrival. Although the video showcased only a few scenic spots, it was thoughtfully produced. Featuring the morning mist over the Hwai River, the cobblestone streets of the old town, the red walls and yellow tiles of the Confucian Temple, and an array of steaming delicacies. Simultaneously, Shenyang City announced a tourism supervision hotline, promising that any malpractice would be dealt with severely upon verification. Every complaint will be taken seriously. To manage the enormous influx of visitors, Shenyang City coordinated to increase train services passing through Hwai County, established tourist information service stations at highway entrances, and organized a large number of volunteers. The Public Security Department initiated the highest level of security measures, reallocating police forces from across the city to support Hwai County. The Market Regulation Department conducted comprehensive inspections of the catering and accommodation industries citywide, while the Health Department devised medical emergency plans, setting up temporary medical points at major tourist attractions. The Transportation Department formulated detailed traffic diversion plans and even simulated responses to various emergencies. The entire Shenyang City mobilized for this occasion. With only 3 days left until the National Day holiday, the streets of Hwai County are already infused with a festive atmosphere. The main streets are adorned with red lanterns, and welcoming slogans grace the entrances of shops. Volunteers are undergoing final training in every corner of the streets. Qin Yao strolls down the thoroughfare, capturing all of this on her mobile device. She arrives at a hot dry noodle shop, where the owner is busy wiping down the tables. Boss, how are the preparations for National Day going? Qin Yao inquires. The owner looks up, recognizing her, and smiles, his face crinkling with joy. Ah, it's Yao Yao. Everything is going splendidly. I've prepared 5 times the usual amount of noodles, and even hired 2 temporary workers. Rest assured, the visitors will be thoroughly satisfied. As she continues her walk, she stops by a hotel where the receptionist is practicing Mandarin. Hello, welcome. Do you have a reservation? Upon seeing Qin Yao, the receptionist blushes slightly. Miss Qin, I'm practicing. I'm worried that the out-of-town visitors might not understand our dialect. That is wonderful. Qin Yao encourages her. She proceeds further, witnessing city management officers clearing away flyers, sanitation workers washing the streets, traffic police rehearsing their commands, and volunteers putting up directional signs. This small county is preparing with utmost enthusiasm and sincerity to welcome an unprecedented challenge. In the evening, Qin Yao edits the footage she captured during the day into a video and posts it on Douyin. At the end of the video, she stands by the Hwai River, addressing the camera. Dear friends, my hometown and I are ready. How about you? Within half an hour of posting, the video surpasses 10 million views. The comments section fills with messages from netizens far and wide. Tickets booked, arriving on the 1st, driving down with 3 friends, going all out for the Porsche. Even if I don't win the car, meeting Yao Yao will be worth it. The people of Hwai County are warm, and we must not let them down. Let us ensure civilized tourism. Qin Yao feels a warmth in her heart as she reads these comments. She recalls her brother Qin Fong's words. If you're going to do something, do it well. Either don't do it at all, or do it to the best of your ability. Now, she and her hometown are striving to achieve excellence. As night falls, the lights of Hwai County illuminate one by one. This ordinary small county awaits a grand arrival. An arrival that will transform many aspects, not merely the tourism statistics, but also the perceptions and aspirations of this county and its people regarding the future. In Zheng City, within the provincial government conference room, the table is filled with attendees. In addition to provincial leaders, heads of various departments including cultural tourism, publicity, transportation, and public security are present. The large screen on the wall showcases several startling statistics. Estimated visitors for Hwai County during National Day, 800,000 to 1 million. Estimated visitors for Shenyang City during National Day, 5 million to 2 million. The increase in train ticket reservations passing through Hunan Province, 1,200. Hotel booking rates within the province during National Day, 98. 7. Comrades, the governor surveys the room, his voice steady and powerful. The tourism boom sparked by Hwai County transcends the boundaries of a single county or city. This represents a historic opportunity for the entire Hunan province to showcase our image to the nation and indeed the world. He paused for a moment and continued. In the past, many people's impressions of Hunan province were limited to its status as an agricultural powerhouse and a major labor exporting region, often accompanied by some less favorable stereotypes. However, this time, we aim to demonstrate to the people of the nation that Hunan boasts a rich cultural heritage, hospitable citizens, and remarkable achievements in modernization. The director of the Department of Culture and Tourism took over the conversation. According to our monitoring, discussions online regarding Hunan's National Day activities have already exceeded 300 million posts. Keywords such as Hunan National Day and Spring Festival Gala Team have consistently dominated trending searches. This unprecedented level of attention compels us to ensure that Huai County and Xinjiang do not stand alone in this endeavor. The provincial party secretary spoke up, urging a united effort from the entire province to transform this National Day event into a grand showcase of Hunan's culture and a means to establish its image. The meeting swiftly reached a resolution to form a leadership group for the National Day cultural tourism activities in Hunan, co-chaired by the provincial party secretary and the governor, to coordinate resources across the province. The first task, to gather the most outstanding performing arts teams from around the province to support Huai County and Xinjiang. The Department of Culture and Tourism of Hunan issued a notice that very night. By the following morning, a fleet of performance vehicles from various parts of Hunan was en route to Xinjiang, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Luoyang, a city steeped in history as the capital of 13 dynasties, was abuzz. In the rehearsal hall of the Municipal Song and Dance Theater, over 50 performers were engaged in their final preparations, dressed in splendid Tang Dynasty attire and hanfu, their makeup meticulously applied and their postures graceful. They were led by the theater's director, a venerable artist in his 60s. Children, he boomed, this task is of great significance. We represent Luoyang, and indeed all of Hunan. We must convey the grandeur of our ancient capital and the opulence of Central Plains culture to visitors from across the nation. The performers responded in unison. Among them were 20 male actors, each standing over 6 feet tall, handsome, and well-proportioned. They were set to perform The King of Qin Breaks the Array, a revival of a Tang court music and dance program, showcasing their bare torsos and muscular physiques, harmonizing with the thunderous drum beats and stirring music to create a magnificent spectacle. Clips of this dance had previously gone viral online, with netizens dubbing them the muscle-bound male idol group in Mongolian attire. This time, they would perform live. Especially you. The director pointed at the male actors. Many female fans online have specifically requested to see you. Remember, the performance must embody not only grandeur, but also cultural depth. What you present is not mere muscle, but the virility of Tang Dynasty men, the profound richness of Central Plains culture. Yes, the male actors straightened their backs in affirmation. Simultaneously, the rehearsal at the Hunan Opera House in Kaifeng was progressing with great intensity. Kaifeng is one of the crucial birthplaces of Hunan opera. For this event, the Opera House dispatched its strongest ensemble, including 3 national first-class actors, 8 second-class actors, and over 30 young performers. They were set to present classic excerpts from Hunan opera such as Mu Guiying Takes Command, Chaoyang Ditch, and Hua Mulan. Hunan opera is our province's cultural calling card. The old troop leader stated earnestly. During our performance in Huai County, there may be young people in the audience who have never heard Hunan opera before. What you are about to perform is not merely a play, but a profound cultural heritage. We must instill a love for you opera and our traditional culture in the hearts of the youth. A young actor inquired, Captain. Many people online are expressing a desire to hear the segment 3 cannon shots outside the Yuanmin from Mu Guiying Takes Command. Should we prepare for it? Of course. The veteran captain responded decisively. Not only should we prepare, but we must also perform it better than ever before. In addition to professional troops, various folk art groups across Hunan province are enthusiastically responding. In Nan City, there will be palanquins and lion dances. In Nan City, demonstrations of clay sculptures and paper cutting. In Xinjiang, shadow puppetry. In Jiaozuo, Tai Chi performances. And in Xuchang, exhibitions of the craftsmanship involved in making opera helmets. Most notably, the Hunan Spring Festival Gala team has gained recognition in recent years for its innovative program formats and rich cultural connotations, often making waves online and earning the title of the gala that understands the youth best. This time, the gala's directorial team has personally led the charge, selecting the most popular programs and performers. Chapter 65. This is the correct way to open cultural confidence. The program features the internet sensation Dance Tang Palace Night Feast, where performers don costumes reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty, showcasing the opulent atmosphere of a grand court banquet in the midst of heaven and earth, which melds Tai Chi with modern dance to illustrate the philosophical essence of harmony between heaven, earth, and humanity. National beauty and fragrance, a medley of local operas including Yu Opera, Chu Opera, and Yu Opera, highlighting their unique allure. And the underwater dance prayer, which captivated the internet last year, with dancers embodying the goddess of the Luo River, graceful as a startled swan and fluid as a swimming dragon. These performances have garnered hundreds of millions of views online, and now they will all be presented live in Huai County and Xinjiang. After the news spread through Qin Yao's live stream, the internet erupted with excitement. That evening, Qin Yao donned traditional Han attire for her broadcast. In a light green, intricately embroidered long dress, her hair elegantly styled into a simple bun adorned with a jade hairpin. Her already exquisite features were further enhanced by the classic elegance of the attire. Good evening, everyone. Qin Yao smiled at the camera. I have some exceptionally exciting news to share. Instantly, over 3 million viewers flooded into the live stream regarding the upcoming National Day tourism in Hunan province. The provincial government is taking it very seriously. Qin Yao spoke with pride. The Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism has gathered the finest artistic teams from across the province to conduct a series of performances during the National Day celebrations in Huai County and Xinjiang. She pulled up the program list on her phone. Let me share with you what we have. The Luoshi Song and Dance Theater will present Qin Wang Pe Zhen Yu, that particularly popular ancient costume dance online. The comments section was soon overwhelmed by female fans. I can finally see it live. For the sake of the muscular men, I'm all in. I'm already drooling. Ladies, let us keep it together. Though I'm just as excited. Qin Yao continued. The Bianjing Yu Opera Theater will showcase classic Yu Opera segments like Mu Guiying Takes Command and Hua Mulan. The Hunan Spring Festival Gala team will present Tang Palace Night Feast, in the midst of heaven and earth, and prayer. Plus, we will have lion dances from Nan City, clay sculptures from Nan City, and Tai Chi performances. In short, the cultural essence of the province will be on display during the National Day celebrations. Male fans were equally exhilarated. Tang Palace Night Feast. That dance that recreates the Tang Dynasty makeup. Can the underwater dance of Qi be viewed live? You opera. I long to hear Brother Lu's captivating speech in person. Qin Yao, observing the rolling barrage of comments, smiled and said, I understand everyone is eagerly anticipating this. Thus, the provincial government has arranged numerous performances to ensure that all friends visiting can witness the shows they desire. A fan inquired, Yao Yao, where are the specific performance times and locations? The Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism is developing a mini-program called Yujian National Day. Qin Yao explained that it will provide a detailed schedule of performances, location maps, and a reservation feature for certain popular shows that may require booking to avoid overcrowding. This mini-program will be launched in the coming days, so please follow my updates, as I will share the link promptly. Following the live broadcast, the related topics surged back into trending discussions. The province of Yu is mobilizing its entire strength to welcome National Day visitors. The ancient costume muscle man troupe from Yu province is set to make an appearance. Qin Yao's stunning ancient costume design has captivated many. The cultural tourism efforts of Yu province have been remarkably successful. Netizens from other provinces express their envy. Yu province is truly going all out this time. Even the Spring Festival Gala team has been deployed. It seems they are organizing a miniature cultural festival. I wish to attend, but I have already booked a flight to Sanya. I should cancel and choose Yu province instead. It is worth it. I heard that Yu province has mobilized all its artistic troops, demonstrating exceptional execution. This is the proper way to embody cultural confidence. Amidst the accolades, preparations by various departments in Yu province are progressing swiftly. The Transportation Department coordinated with the railway authorities to add temporary trains passing through Huai County and Shenyang during National Day. Previously, many trains that did not stop at Huai County will now include it as a stop. The Public Security Department has devised a detailed security plan, dispatching 3,000 police officers from across the province to support Shenyang, focusing on ensuring the safety of performance venues and densely populated areas for tourists. The Market Supervision Administration has mobilized resources to conduct thorough inspections of the dining and accommodation sectors in Shenyang, Huai County, and surrounding areas, ensuring food safety and price transparency. The Health and Wellness Department has formulated an emergency medical plan, establishing medical points at major performance venues and allocating sufficient ambulances and healthcare personnel. The Communications Management Bureau has coordinated with the 3 major operators to increase temporary base stations in Huai County and Shenyang, ensuring smooth communication during National Day. Even the Meteorological Bureau has initiated special services, providing weather forecasts to the leadership team 3 times daily to assist in decision-making for outdoor performances. In Zheng City, at the command center of the Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism, the big screen displayed real-time data. Ticket reservation numbers, hotel booking rates, performance reservations, and online engagement. All metrics are on the rise. The director stood before the screen, addressing the staff. This is a crucial battle for the revival of our culture and tourism in Yu province. Success is our only option. He turned to the technical team. The Yujian National Day mini-program must ensure stability. The reservation system must be fair, and on-site verification must be convenient. We absolutely cannot allow system crashes or unfair reservations. The director expressed confidence, stating, we have conducted 3 stress tests and can accommodate 5 million online reservations simultaneously. Replied the technical leader. What about the performance arrangements? The director inquired of the deputy director responsible for scheduling performances. A total of 128 performance teams have been mobilized, comprising over 5,000 performers. The deputy director reported that 3 primary performance venues have been established in Huaixin, 5 in the urban area of Shenyang, and 12 in the surrounding counties. The performances are set to commence at 8 a.m. on October 1st and conclude at 10 p.m. on October 7th. With over 200 shows scheduled each day, he adjusted the performance schedule. Popular programs such as the Qin King's Breakthrough and Battle Music and Tang Palace Night Banquet will be showcased 3 to 5 times daily at various locations, aimed at maximizing visitor satisfaction. The director nodded, emphasizing that maintaining order on-site is crucial. With such a multitude of visitors and performances, it is imperative to avoid any safety incidents such as stampedes. The Public Security Department has already devised a comprehensive plan. Each performance venue will be equipped with crowd monitoring and management measures, while popular shows will implement staggered reservations to control attendance. The deputy director added that we have prepared alternative venues to accommodate overflow if any site becomes overly crowded. Everything is being organized meticulously, from Zheng City to Luo City, from Bianjing to Shenyang, from urban areas to rural locales. Countless individuals are working diligently to prepare for this grand event. This is a citywide engagement, an invitation from Hunan province to the entire nation. It represents a passionate collision of millennial-old culture and modern tourism, a magnificent declaration of revival for this ancient land. Chapter 66. The arrival of tourists at 3:50 a.m. on October 1st, Huaixin Railway Station. This small station, built in the 1990s, was illuminated brilliantly tonight, resembling daylight. Temporary lighting in the station square illuminated every inch of the ground with clarity. Red lanterns swayed gently in the night breeze, reflecting on the freshly cleaned concrete floor like warm-colored stars scattered across the ground. Qin Yao stood beside the exit, adorned in a vibrant Ming-style horse-face skirt that shimmered under the lights. The begonia-red woven gold horse face complemented her moon-white cross-collared jacket, with the collar and cuffs embroidered with exquisite intertwining lotus patterns. Her hair was elegantly styled in a traditional Ming bun, secured with a jade hairpin, and pearl tassels dangled from her ears, swaying gently with her movements. Beside her stood 3 equally resplendent young women, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu, Qin Yao's university roommates. Each donned a distinct style. one in a Tang Dynasty chest-high skirt, another in a Song Dynasty robe, and the last in modern Han-inspired attire, all breathtakingly beautiful in their unique ways. Together, the four girls appeared as classical beauties transported through time, capturing the admiration of the surrounding staff, who couldn't help but steal glances. Qin Yao held a phone stand, broadcasting live. Although it was still early morning, the online viewership in her live stream reached an astonishing 150,000, with fans en route or preparing to depart, eager to catch the first glimpse of the situation in Huaixin. Hello, everyone. I am currently at Huaixin Railway Station. Qin Yao's voice resonated clearly through the microphone. Although the sun hasn't risen yet, look, the station is fully prepared. The camera slowly panned across the station square. The temporary tourist service center was brightly lit. With over 20 volunteers already in position, a line of orderly buses awaited along the roadside, adorned with slogans welcoming visitors to Huaixin and offering free shuttle services. More than a dozen uniformed staff members, equipped with walkie-talkies, stood ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Most strikingly, the officers from the Huai County Public Security Bureau are all on duty, stationed throughout the train station. Some are standing guard while others patrol, each displaying an invigorated spirit. Yao Yao, aren't you tired? Someone in the comments asks. Qin Yao chuckles, not at all. The thought of meeting so many friends from across the nation fills me with excitement. She approaches a middle-aged officer on duty. Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work. Officer Wang turns, and upon seeing Qin Yao, his face breaks into a warm smile. Yao Yao, what brings you here at this late hour? I'm here to greet the first batch of arriving friends. Qin Yao aims her camera at the officer and introduces him. This is Officer Wang, a longtime friend of my father. Uncle Wang, please say hello to everyone in the live stream. Officer Wang shyly waves at the camera. Hello everyone, welcome to Huai County. We will ensure your safety so you can enjoy your time here. The comments section erupts in praise. Thank you, officer. Working through the night is truly commendable. Huai County has prepared so well. Yao Yao looks stunning in traditional attire, as if she stepped out of a painting. Lin Xiaoxiao leans into the frame, making a cute face. Hello everyone, I'm Yao Yao's roommate, Xiaoxiao. We're currently at the train station awaiting your arrival. The first train will be here shortly. Zhang Yu joins in. I'm Zhang Yu, welcome to Huai County. Yao Yao and I have prepared plenty of delicious treats and fun activities to share with you. Li Siyu, the most demure of the group, simply smiles and waves. I'm Li Siyu, welcome everyone. The four ancient-clad beauties together send the live stream into a frenzy. For celestial maidens. Screenshots taken from my wallpaper. Xiao Xiao is so adorable, Yeya is so lively, Siyu is so graceful, and Yao Yao is so beautiful. What a heavenly dormitory. On the train, there are still 20 minutes until arrival. Soon, they will meet the maidens. Qin Yao glances at the time, 3:55 a.m. Everyone listen, the announcement is ringing out. She points her phone towards the station's loudspeaker. Attention passengers, the K8521 train from a certain location to Huai County is approaching the station. Stopping at platform 1. Please prepare for the arrival. The announcement resonates clearly in the stillness of the early morning, and the station's lights seem to shine even brighter. Officers adjust their positions, volunteers pick up guiding signs, and bus drivers start their engines in anticipation. The entire station operates like a finely tuned machine, seamlessly transitioning into action. Qin Yao's heart races uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she addresses the camera. The first group of friends is about to arrive. Let us head to the exit. The four girls glide towards the exit, their skirts swaying gracefully. Passengers and staff along the way cast admiring glances. At exactly 4 o'clock a.m., the train's whistle echoes near and far. They're coming. The comments section explodes. I'm on the train. Almost there. I envy those who have already arrived. I flew over from Shenzhen and have to transfer. I want to get there until noon tomorrow. The exit gate opens, and the first wave of passengers surges forth. The majority of the crowd consisted of young individuals, burdened with backpacks and dragging suitcases, their faces reflecting the fatigue of long-distance travel, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Yao. Someone instantly recognized the striking splash of red on the platform. Indeed, it was Qin Yao. Alongside her was her roommate. They looked stunning in their traditional attire. The crowd quickly gathered around them. Qin Yao greeted everyone with a smile. Welcome to Huai County. I hope your journey was pleasant. A young man in his 20s blushed with excitement. Yao Yao, I'm your longtime fan. I've been following you since your very first live stream. I can't believe I'm actually seeing you in person. Thank you for your support. Qin Yao shook his hand, inquiring, where are you from? Harbin. I traveled on the train for over 20 hours. His voice trembled slightly, but he declared it was worth it. She was even more beautiful in reality than on screen. Lin Xiaoxiao teased from the side. This young man, your face is quite red. Laughter erupted among the crowd. More and more people approached, some asking for photos, others seeking autographs, and many simply wishing to catch a glimpse of the girls in their traditional garments. Qin Yao and her roommates graciously accommodated everyone's requests with patience. Meanwhile, fans still en route in the live stream expressed their envy. I want a photo too. That guy from Harbin is so lucky. Yao Yao is so gentle. Responding patiently to everyone. Miss Siyu looks adorably shy. The photo session continued for over 10 minutes until a police officer arrived to maintain order. Please do not crowd. Exit in an orderly fashion. Miss Qin Yao will be here for quite some time, and everyone will have the opportunity for a photo. For now, please clear the passage. Many other travelers need to exit. The crowd finally began to disperse slightly, yet people continued to approach with greetings and requests for photos. Qin Yao noticed that among the first batch of arriving travelers, many were also dressed in hanfu or garments featuring Chinese elements. There were girls in cheap house skirts, boys in flying fish attire, and middle-aged women in cheongsams. Look, so many fellow compatriots. Qin Yao directed her camera towards those in traditional clothing, showcasing the allure of our cultural heritage, as more individuals embraced and perpetuated it. A young man in a Ming-style Taoist robe approached, performing a standard bow. Fellow compatriot, greetings. Qin Yao paused momentarily before responding with a traditional gesture of respect. Fellow compatriot, greetings. This moment was captured in the live stream, igniting a flurry of excitement in the comments. Such a sense of ceremony. This is cultural confidence. That young man is quite handsome. He carries the robe with such grace. Yao Yao's greeting is impeccable. The young man straightened up, smiling. I'm from the Jinling Hanfu Society. Over 30 of us have come this time. All fans of Yao Yao. In addition to watching the performance, we also plan to conduct some Han culture promotional activities in Huai County. That sounds wonderful. Qin Yao's eyes lit up. Is there anything we can assist you with? Not at the moment. We've brought our own materials. However, if Yao Yao has time, you are welcome to join our activities. Absolutely. As they spoke, the second and third waves of travelers began to exit the station. At the small station of Huai County, which typically sees only a few hundred passengers daily, an astonishing influx of over 1,000 individuals occurred within a mere half hour tonight. Outside the exit, volunteers held up signs to guide the crowd. Travelers in need of accommodation, please proceed to the left. Those with pre-booked hotels. Free buses are available to take you to your lodgings. Tourists requiring travel guides, please collect them on the right. Everything was meticulously organized. A young woman, struggling with a large suitcase, looked visibly distressed. A volunteer promptly approached her, inquiring, "Hello, do you need assistance?" "The hotel I booked said they are fully booked." She replied anxiously, "I couldn't secure a room." "Don't worry, follow me." The volunteer reassured her, leading her to the service center. "We have an emergency accommodation plan to ensure you have a place to stay." Inside the service center, staff members were diligently attending to various tasks. Some were registering guests. Others were coordinating logistics, while others distributed informational materials. A massive map of Huai County adorned the wall, marking all performance venues, gourmet streets, and parking locations. The young woman was soon assigned to a local resident's home, part of a government-organized homestay initiative where many residents willingly offered their spare rooms at reasonable prices to host visitors. "This is your key, the address, and the landlord's phone number." A staff member handed her a card. "The landlord has prepared a clean bed and toiletries for you. The bus will stop at the door, and the driver will remind you when to disembark." "Thank you so much." The girl expressed her gratitude profusely. "You're welcome. Enjoy your time in Huai County." Such scenes unfolded in every corner. For the elderly with mobility issues, volunteers brought wheelchairs. For crying children, staff provided candy. And for travelers burdened with heavy luggage, the police offered assistance. Every detail was captured by Qin Yao's lens. In the live broadcast room, viewers were filled with admiration. The service in Huai County is 5-star. The staff are incredibly patient. That elderly lady asked 3 times, and the volunteers still responded gently. They've even prepared wheelchairs. How thoughtful. This is what a truly civilized city should look like. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky began to lighten. Qin Yao had been standing for over an hour. Her legs weary, yet her spirit remained invigorated. At that moment, several private cars approached from a distance, parking outside the station square. 7 or 8 young people emerged, heading straight for Qin Yao. "Yao Yao, we drove all the way from Hangzhou. It took us 12 hours. The leading young man exclaimed excitedly. "We headed straight to the train station as soon as we got off the highway. We wanted to see you as soon as possible." Qin Yao was taken aback. "You drove all night?" "Yes. We took turns driving without a moment's pause." Another girl chimed in. "Yao Yao, can we take a photo together? We have a few more friends in the car who are coming over." Of course, these individuals were quintessential road trip enthusiasts. Their car adorned with humorous stickers such as "I've arrived in Hunan" and "Fighting for Porsche." They looked travel-worn yet wore radiant smiles. While posing for a photo, one young man suddenly knelt, holding up his phone. "Yao Yao, my girlfriend is working in Hangzhou and couldn't make it. She insisted I take a photo with you on her behalf, as she is a huge fan." Laughter erupted around them. Qin Yao playfully bent down, posing with the young man for his phone's camera. "All done. Mission accomplished." The young man leapt with joy, undoubtedly making my girlfriend envious. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "This boy is so adorable. Truly a devoted fan." I had encouraged my boyfriend to join, but alas, he could not secure a ticket. A 12-hour drive. Now that is true love. As dawn broke, the foot traffic at the train station reached its zenith. Trains arrived in succession, with waves of travelers spilling forth. The square thronged with people, yet there was a remarkable orderliness. Volunteers and police officers wove through the crowd, guiding, assisting, and answering queries. Qin Yao and her roommates hardly paused, taking pictures, seeking autographs, greeting fans, all while managing the live stream. Despite the fatigue etched on their faces, the 4 girls maintained radiant smiles. At 6 in the morning, Qin Yao finally found a moment to rest. She approached the volunteer service point for a sip of water. "You must be tired," a concerned volunteer lady inquired. "Sit for a moment. I'll fetch you a chair." No, standing is fine." Qin Yao waved her hand. "You all are the ones who have worked hard, arriving so early." "We're all right. We're on shifts," the lady replied with a smile. "Yao Yao, you are truly a great contributor to our Huai County. My son works in Guangzhou, and he called last night to say his colleagues all know about Huai County now and praise our place." A warmth blossomed in Qin Yao's heart. It was the result of everyone's collective efforts. Just then, a commotion arose from afar. Qin Yao looked up to see a unique procession emerging from the station. Over 20 young individuals adorned in various styles of Hanfu, both male and female, wielding round fans, paper umbrellas, and lanterns, their garments billowing like a scene from an ancient garden fair. It was the Jinling Hanfu Society. Qin Yao recognized them immediately. Indeed, the young man in the robe led the way, and upon spotting Qin Yao, he smiled and waved. Qin Yao quickly picked up her phone. "Look, everyone. The members of the Jinling Hanfu Society have arrived. They are stunning." In the frame, the Hanfu members walked gracefully in the morning light, creating a striking yet harmonious contrast with the modern architecture of the small county station. Many newly arrived travelers pause to watch and take photos. Chapter 68. Hwai County awakens a little girl, around 5 or 6, tugged at her mother's hand, pointing at the Hanfu Society procession. Mommy, those sisters are so beautiful. Like princesses. The mother knelt down. That is our traditional Chinese attire, called Hanfu. Would you like to wear one? Yes. The girl replied eagerly. Then I shall buy you a set. Such heartwarming dialogues unfolded throughout the station. Traditional culture permeated every arriving soul in the most natural of ways. By 6:30, the sun had fully risen. Qin Yao glanced at the time and addressed the camera. Dear ones, I am taking you to a special place. Can you guess where? The comments flooded in with guesses. Are we going for breakfast? To see a performance? To rest at home? Qin Yao smiled mysteriously. Follow me. She led the camera out of the station, heading towards the nearest street in the old town of Hwai County. The street had awakened. With all the breakfast shops flinging open their doors, steam rising from the bamboo steamers, and the sizzle of frying oil filling the air, while the aroma of spicy soup wafted down the entire street. The scene on the street left everyone in the live stream utterly astonished, as nearly every breakfast shop had long queues forming at their entrances. A diverse assembly of individuals clad in modern attire, traditional Hanfu, and elegant Qipao coexist in harmonious order. The sounds of conversation, laughter, and the clinking of bowls and chopsticks intertwine to create the most vibrant symphony of the morning. Behold, this is the breakfast street of our beloved Hwai County. Qin Yao directs her camera towards a popular spicy soup stall, one that has been a staple of my childhood. Renowned for the exceptional culinary skills of Uncle Zhao. Approaching the entrance, she finds Uncle Zhao, drenched in sweat, yet perpetually smiling amidst the bustling activity. Uncle Zhao? Business is thriving. Yao Yao, welcome. He responds, his hands never pausing in their work. It's fantastic. Since we opened at 4, we've been nonstop. Look at this line. Indeed, the queue stretches from the shop and spills into the street, comprising no less than 30 or 40 patrons. Yet, the waiting crowd exhibits a remarkable patience, engaging in lively conversation. Where are you from? From Shidu. And you? I'm from Liaodong. All here for Yao Yao? Yes. Also for the cultural performance from Henan Province. Qin Yao inquires of a girl in line. What do you think of our Hwai County breakfast? The girl, cradling a bowl of spicy soup and a couple of fried dough sticks, responds with satisfaction, delicious, and incredibly affordable. This large bowl of spicy soup is just 3 yuan, and 2 fried dough sticks cost 1 yuan. Back home, it would be at least 10. How wonderful. Qin Yao smiles. Take your time and be careful. It's hot. She then strolls over to a hot, dry noodle shop, where the proprietors, a middle-aged couple, work seamlessly together, with the husband boiling noodles and the wife preparing the toppings. Aunt Wong, are you tired? Qin Yao asks. Not at all. Quite the opposite, I'm thrilled. Aunt Wong beams, her eyes crinkling with joy. Yao Yao, guess how much noodles we've prepared today? How much? 200 jin. On a regular day, we only sell about 20. In a conspiratorial whisper, she continues. Your uncle says, at this rate, we'll need to add another 100 jin. Qin Yao captures the scene inside the shop. 7 or 8 small tables are filled with patrons, comprising families, friends, and solitary travelers, all engrossed in their meals. Their faces reflecting sheer delight. A young man gives a thumbs up to the camera. These hot dry noodles are exceptional, different from those in Wushi, but with a unique character. Delicious. Another lady chimes in. These soup dumplings are delightful too. Thin skin, generous filling, and bursting with broth. Only 5 yuan for a basket. Such value. After visiting several more shops, she finds a similar pattern of booming business, yet prices remain consistent with the norm. Customers are content, and vendors are jubilant. In the live stream, those who have yet to have breakfast express their envy. I'm starving just watching. That spicy soup looks delectable. Hot dry noodles, my favorite. The prices are truly reasonable. What honest vendors. The people of Hwai County are so genuine. At 7 o'clock, Qin Yao concludes her live broadcast from the breakfast street. My dear viewers, I shall change my outfit and then take you to the first performance. The Qin King breaks the formation. She announces to the camera, informing them that the show commences at 8:30 at Hwai County Stadium. Friends who have arrived can follow the travel guide they received, while those still en route need not worry, as there are 3 performances daily. Upon shutting off the live stream, Qin Yao and her roommates board the vehicle back to their villa. Inside, the 4 girls finally relax. Lin Xiaoxiao rubs her cheeks, which are sore from smiling, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, my face is almost frozen in laughter. Zhang Yu reclined in her seat, exclaiming, But I am so happy. Witnessing so many people appreciating our Hwai County makes every effort worthwhile. Lisa Yu softly remarked. That boy from Harbin traveled over 20 hours by train just to come and see us. It suddenly dawned on me that what we are doing is truly meaningful. Qin Yao gazed out at the swiftly passing streets, observing that the flow of people and vehicles was noticeably multiplied compared to usual. Out-of-town license plates were ubiquitous, and tourists with cameras were everywhere. Traffic police directed vehicles at intersections, while volunteers provided information along the roadside. Everything was bustling yet orderly. This city, her small hometown where she was born and raised, was undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and she was not only a witness to this metamorphosis, but also an active participant. Her phone vibrated. A message from her brother, Qin Fong, read, You've worked hard. Come back, rest a bit, and change your clothes. I will pick you up at 8 to see the performance. Qin Yao replied, It's not hard at all. Brother, have you seen the scene on the streets? Qin Fong quickly responded, I have seen it. Hwai County has awakened. At 8:20 a.m., Hwai County Sports Stadium was filled to capacity. This venue, which could accommodate 8,000 people, was now overflowing with a crowd estimated at over 15,000, far exceeding its design capacity. Yet, the atmosphere remained orderly, with spectators seated or standing, quietly anticipating the event. Many donned traditional hanfu, fanning themselves with handheld fans, creating a fascinating juxtaposition with the modernity of the stadium's architecture. As Qin Yao entered through a side door, a small commotion ensued. She had adorned herself in a splendid Tang Dynasty attire, a crimson upper garment paired with a cobalt blue long skirt, complemented by a light gold half-sleeve cloak. Her hair was styled high, embellished with a golden hairpin and silk flowers, while a delicate floral design graced her forehead. This ensemble was meticulously prepared for the performance of the king's breakthrough in music. In the Tang Dynasty, this was one of the most formal dresses for women. Yao Yao is here. Look, she's wearing Tang attire today. How beautiful, like she stepped out of a mural. Qin Yao smiled and waved to the audience as she made her way to the front row, where a seat had been reserved for her. She activated her live stream, directing the camera towards the stage. Dear viewers, I have arrived at Huai County Sports Stadium. Her voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the online audience, who could see that numerous attendees had gathered. There were only 10 minutes left until the king's breakthrough in music commenced. Chapter 69, The King's Breakthrough in Music. The camera swept across the audience, elderly individuals with their grandchildren, young couples holding hands, groups of friends in hanfu, alongside professional photographers carrying long cameras. Every face radiated anticipation. The comments flooded in. So many people. Yao Yao looks stunning today. I'm at the scene. I'm in the third row. For those envious of being here, I can only watch the live stream. When does it start? I can't wait. Qin Yao adjusted the camera and began to explain. Before the performance begins, I would like to share some insights about the king's breakthrough in music. Some of you may not be familiar with its special significance in the history of the Tang Dynasty. She paused momentarily, her voice taking on a solemn tone. In the year 619 AD, shortly after the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, the nation found itself besieged on all fronts. The formidable Turkic army threatened the borders, while internal rebellions erupted. In this dire hour of life and death, Prince Qin, Li Shimin, led his troops to a resounding victory against the son of Xueju, the western Qin overlord, Shui Ringgao, at the Qinshui Plain. To commemorate this triumph, the court musicians composed the Qin Wang Pezhunyu, the Qin King's victory music. Subsequently, this musical performance evolved into the military and national anthem of the Tang Dynasty. Each rendition stirred the soldiers' fighting spirit and instilled fear in their adversaries. Historical records indicate that the original Qin Wang Pezhunyu was grand in scale. Performed by 120 armored dancers wielding halberds, their sounds reverberating across vast distances and unsettling the valleys. Within the live broadcast room, a history-savvy fan interjected. It is said that this music and dance extended the life of the Tang Dynasty by 30 years. Li Shimin was indeed the dominant figure in 7th century Asia. The title of Eternal Emperor is not mere hyperbole. The authentic Qin Wang Pezhunyu has been lost to time. What we witness today is a modern reconstruction. Qin Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the true Qin Wang Pezhunyu has vanished. What we are about to experience is a meticulously restored version, crafted by the artists of the Luoshi Song and Dance Theater, based on historical accounts and the characteristics of Tang-era music and dance. While a perfect recreation is unattainable, it will undoubtedly allow us to feel the grandeur of that prosperous era. No sooner had she finished speaking than the stadium lights abruptly dimmed. A wave of gasps arose from the audience, quickly followed by an enveloping silence. In the darkness, deep drum beats resonated from all directions. Thud, 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 slow and heavy, each beat striking the heart. The rhythm intensified, transitioning from languid to urgent, from sparse to dense. Accompanying the drums, the sound of horns emerged, both desolate and powerful. A beam of light illuminated the center of the stage, revealing 20 dancers. They stood bare-chested, clad only in leather battle skirts, their feet unshod. Their sun-kissed skin gleamed under the lights, showcasing well-defined muscles that, rather than appearing fierce, possessed a sculptural beauty. Most striking were their visages, painted in ochre, with yellow adornments on their foreheads, strong brow shapes, and piercing gazes. This was the reconstructed appearance of Tang Dynasty soldiers. Oh my! Someone in the audience gasped. The live broadcast chat exploded. They've arrived. Look at those muscles. The presence is astounding. The makeup is so well done. I have goosebumps. Qin Yao lowered her voice to explain. Observe how the dancers' makeup and attire are based on Tang Dynasty murals and figurines. The Tang era celebrated martial prowess, favoring strength in men. This bare-chested dance not only showcases muscle, but also embodies the masculine spirit and martial ethos of the time. The drum beats quickened. The dancers sprang into motion. Their movements were devoid of flamboyance or complexity. They wielded replicas of Tang Dynasty halberds with vigorous precision. Each step, marching, turning, thrusting, and blocking, exuded strength while maintaining the grace of dance. Their feet struck the ground in synchronized thuds, blending seamlessly with the drum beats and horn calls. Wind. The lead dancer suddenly cried out. Wind. All the dancers echoed in unison, their voices resounding mightily. Great wind. Great wind. This was the battle cry of the Qin army. In the Tang Dynasty, the Qin Wang Pezhunyu preserved this element, evoking the grandeur of the Qin and inspiring the troops. In the audience, many instinctively straightened their backs. Qin Yao continued her commentary. Pay close attention to the dancers' steps and movements. This choreography is based on historical records of formations. Left circular and right square, advancing and retreating, fish entwined with geese, and wings spread like a fan. It simulates the dynamic shifts of battle formations, circular, square, conical, and in a line like migrating geese. On stage, the dancers indeed exhibited a continuous transformation. At times, they stood as firm as a city wall, at others, as sharp as blades, or as tumultuous as surging waves. The drumming grew more urgent, and the sound of horns rose in fervor. The dancers' movements accelerated, becoming increasingly intense. Sweat cascaded from their bronze skin, shimmering under the stage lights. Their muscles bulged, veins prominent. Yet they exuded no savagery. Instead, there was a sublime fusion of strength and beauty. The audience fell into a profound silence, holding their breath, their eyes riveted. Suddenly, the drumming and horn sounds ceased abruptly. The dancers froze in a charging stance upon the stage. Silence. An oppressive stillness lingered for 5 seconds. Then, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami, relentless and overwhelming. Bravo! What an astonishing performance. This is the spirit of the Tang dynasty. In the live stream, comments flooded the screen. My heavens, this makes my blood boil. Is this the grandeur of the prosperous Tang? I feel as though my soul has been shaken. The dancers were phenomenal. How long must they have practiced? I wish I could time travel back to the Tang dynasty. The applause continued for 2 minutes before the dancers gradually concluded their performance and took their bows. Breathless and drenched in sweat, their eyes sparkled, and their postures remained dignified. Qin Yao's voice trembled with excitement. Dear viewers, this is the Qin King's breakthrough in the battle, although it is merely a restored version. We can already sense the spirit and grandeur of the Tang dynasty that drew visitors from all directions. As the performance concluded, the audience lingered, reluctant to depart. Many surged toward the stage, eager for a closer look at the dancers and to capture moments in photographs. The dancers graciously engaged with the audience, patiently interacting with them. Qin Yao noticed that among the spectators were many young women, their gazes toward the dancers filled with admiration, a pure appreciation of strength and beauty, devoid of any vulgar connotation. This indeed highlighted the dance's brilliance. It showcased the masculine beauty of vigor without descending into crudeness. It brimmed with power, yet was imbued with artistry. This epitomized a healthy aesthetic. Qin Yao softly addressed the viewers in the live stream. Men can embody masculinity, and women can exude femininity. Every form of beauty deserves respect and appreciation. Leaving the stadium, Qin Yao swiftly made her way to the next performance venue, the Huai County Cultural Palace, for a special showcase of Yu opera. The Cultural Palace, a structure of Sioux-style architecture with red walls and yellow tiles, exuded an air of ancient dignity. A long queue had already formed at the entrance, comprising mostly middle-aged and elderly spectators, along with a fair number of young people. Chapter 70. Echoes of a Flourishing Age. Yu opera is an art form deeply ingrained in our province. As Qin Yao waited in line, she elaborated. It sings of the myriad facets of human experience, telling tales of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. Some younger audiences may find Yu opera to be rustic, but if you take a moment to listen, you will be captivated by its charm. Upon entering the theater, the grand hall, which accommodates 1,000 people, was already filled to capacity. On the stage, the backdrop features a simplistic landscape painting, accompanied by a table and 2 chairs, a quintessential arrangement for traditional opera. The first performance today is an excerpt from Mu Guing Takes Command. As the sound of gongs and drums fills the air, Mu Guing makes her entrance. The performer, a woman in her 40s, is adorned with exquisite makeup and possesses a graceful stature, rendering her age indiscernible. The 3 cannon blasts outside the gate rumble like thunder, and as she begins to sing, her high-pitched, resonant voice captivates the audience. Qin Yao lowers her voice to explain. Listen to this singing style. Its soaring intensity is one of the hallmarks of Yu opera. It emphasizes a powerful vocal delivery, utilizing one's true voice, which is particularly moving. On stage, Mu Guing's rendition outside the gate is deeply stirring. Armed with a command flag and draped in battle attire, she exudes a heroic spirit. Although she stands alone, her voice conveys the might of 1,000 troops. In the audience, numerous seasoned opera enthusiasts hum along softly, while younger viewers remain focused, perhaps not comprehending all the lyrics, yet sharing in the palpable energy. Next is an excerpt from Chaoyang Ditch, a modern piece that narrates the tale of educated youth sent to the countryside. The witty lyrics and lively plot evoke continuous laughter from the audience. Yu opera is not solely confined to traditional narratives. It encompasses modern stories as well. Qin Yao elaborates. It continually evolves, reflecting the lives of the people. This is why Yu opera endures. It is rooted in the populace and serves them. The third performance is Hua Mulan. As the iconic segment featuring Brother Lu's dialogue resonates, the entire audience begins clapping along. Qin Yao notes a few foreign faces among the crowd. Despite their inability to grasp the lyrics, they are fully engaged, often conversing with nearby translators. Yu opera is making strides on the global stage. She mentions in the live stream. In recent years, the Yu opera troupe has performed in numerous countries, receiving an enthusiastic reception. Art knows no borders. That which is good is appreciated by all. As the performance concludes and the actors take their bows, the audience rises in applause, which lasts a full 5 minutes. Exiting the cultural palace, Qin Yao reflects, Dear friends, did you know? Yu opera is one of the few genres that can sustain itself without government subsidies. It has its own audience base and market. This is a testament to the vitality of traditional culture. In the live stream, many viewers express their emotions. My grandparents love Yu opera. I never understood it before, but now I do. Art must be rooted in the people to thrive. The dedication of Yu opera performers is remarkable. The training is arduous. I've already bought tickets. I'll bring my parents to see it tomorrow. In the afternoon, Qin Yao arrives at the open-air stage by the Huai River, the venue for the Spring Festival Gala team from Yu Province. In contrast to the solemnity of the morning, the atmosphere here is relaxed and lively. The stage design is modern and exquisite, with professional-level lighting and sound. The audience is predominantly young, many ready with their smartphones to capture photos and videos. The first performance is the night banquet of the Tang Palace, which became a viral sensation during last year's Spring Festival Gala. As the music begins, over 20 dancers take the stage, adorned in meticulously restored Tang Dynasty ladies' attire, their figures full and graceful, their makeup exquisite, featuring the renowned Xiaohong style. with red embellishments on their cheeks and floral adornments on their foreheads. The dancers wield an array of musical instrument replicas, pipa, kongho, flute, and shao, exhibiting lively and playful movements, their expressions vivid and endearing. At times, they frolic and jest, while at others, they harmonize in melody, embodying a vibrant group of spirited young women from the Tang Dynasty court. The program's success lies in its ability to shatter preconceived notions regarding traditional dance. Qin Yao elucidates that it seeks not the complexity of technique, but rather the pursuit of vivacity and amusement, allowing the audience to witness that Tang women were not merely dignified and serene, but also exuberant and charming. Indeed, the audience is captivated, their laughter resounding throughout. Next is In the Midst of Heaven and Earth, a piece that melds Tai Chi and contemporary dance. The dancers, clad in flowing white garments, execute movements that balance strength and grace, accompanied by ethereal music and lighting that conjure a sense of unity between humanity and the cosmos. The most breathtaking segment is prayer. Although it cannot entirely replicate the underwater filming effects of the Spring Festival Gala, the dancers gracefully sway amidst the mist created by dry ice, still evoking an awe-inspiring beauty. The dancers transform into the goddess of the Luo River, their garments billowing, moving like startled swans and swimming dragons. This performance draws inspiration from Chao Zhi's Luo Shenfu. Qin Yao softly narrates, like startled swans and swimming dragons, adorned with autumn chrysanthemums and spring pines. This encapsulates the essence of feminine beauty within our traditional culture, not fragile, but resilient, not passive, but actively pursuing one's own worth and love. As the performance concludes, thunderous applause erupts. Qin Yao retreats backstage to interview several of the actors, all of whom are quite youthful, primarily born in the 1990s and 2000s. We create these programs to encourage young people to embrace traditional culture, one female dancer explains. Traditional culture is not an antique. It can be trendy, cool, and fashionable. A male actor adds, we do not merely replicate, we innovate, showcasing the allure of traditional culture in a manner that resonates with modern audiences. Qin Yao conveys these sentiments to the viewers in the live stream. Dear friends, did you hear that? This is the perspective of the new generation of cultural workers. They are revitalizing and igniting traditional culture. After a full day of performances, though fatigued, Qin Yao is moved at heart. In the evening, she sits by the banks of the Huai River, delivering her final livestream summary. As the sun sets, the river glimmers with golden waves, and the lights of the old city across the water begin to illuminate one by one. Today, she has presented 3 performances, each showcasing a different facet of traditional culture. Facing the camera, her voice gentle yet resolute, she states, the Qin Wang Paizhong reveals the grandeur of the flourishing Tang Dynasty. The Yu Opera showcases the enduring essence of folk art, and the Spring Festival Gala team's performance exemplifies the contemporary expression of traditional culture. She pauses, then continues. Yet their core remains the same. They embody the spiritual legacy of our Chinese nation, the boldness that stirs the winds and clouds, the steadfastness of loyalty and righteousness, and the aesthetic grace akin to startled swans and swimming dragons. Today, in Huai County, we have witnessed that traditional culture is not extinct. It is innovating, inheriting, and winning the affection of a new generation. The river breeze stirs her skirt and hair. In the distance, the faint strains of opera can still be heard, accompanied by flickering lights. This small town remains awake tonight, as traditional culture finds a new stage, a new audience, and renewed vitality within its embrace. At last, Qin Yao declared, dearest friends, there are merely 6 days until National Day. I hope you all will come to Huai County, to Henan Province, to personally experience this cultural feast. You will discover that our roots lie here, our souls reside here, and our future is also anchored in this place. The live stream concluded. This cultural banquet is destined to sow seeds in the hearts of countless individuals. These seeds will take root and blossom into resplendent flowers. This is precisely the vision that she, along with her brother Qin Fong and the myriad of those who cherish their homeland and culture, yearn to witness. The echoes of a prosperous age resonate, their reverberations enduring. A millennium of culture thrives perpetually. Chapter 71. Zhu Yuanzhang is not a shoehorn face at 7 o'clock in the early morning, in the Wenmiao Square of the old city of Huai County. The early autumn sun filtered through the branches of ancient cypress trees, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The air was crisp, imbued with the freshness following last night's rain. Yet, the scene in the square seemed to transport time back several centuries. Hundreds of young individuals adorned in a variety of hanfu gathered here, their garments flowing gracefully, their attire dignified. Crimson, royal blue, canary yellow, and moon-white silks shimmered magnificently in the morning light. The sounds of tinkling accessories and the gentle flutter of fans filled the air with laughter, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand celebration transcending time. By the time Qin Yao arrived, a considerable crowd had already assembled. Today, she donned not her usual elegant attire, but rather the vibrant crimson flying fish robe, a standard costume of the Ming Dynasty's imperial guard. The scarlet fabric was embroidered with golden flying fish patterns, cinched at the waist with a black belt, from which hung a spring knife prop. Her hair was styled in a male bun, adorned with a black net cap, and a forehead band was secured in place. This outfit exuded a striking aura, contrasting sharply with her customary gentle appearance. Wow, Yao Yao looks splendid today. The imperial guard, so dashing. The flying fish robe looks incredible on her. The moment Qin Yao appeared, she drew the attention of onlookers. She greeted everyone with a smile, and simultaneously commenced the live stream. Good morning, dear friends, she said, performing a martial salute towards the camera. Today, I will take you all to the gathering of hanfu comrades in Huai County. Look, I have changed into a new outfit. The camera gradually panned across the square, There were Tang-style maidens in chest-length skirts adorned with golden hairpins, cultured scholars dressed in robes, wielding folding fans, valiant warriors clad in armor, swords sheathed at their sides, and individuals of all ages in various Ming-style hanfu. The most striking were several young men donned in full armor, which was a reproduction of Ming Dynasty artifacts, lightweight, yet intricately designed, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Instantly, over 200,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. My heavens, what a divine spectacle. That young man in the armor looks so handsome. So many comrades in attire. Yao Yao's Imperial Guard outfit is so chic. Where can I get one? As Qin Yao exchanged greetings with her comrades, she elucidated, as you can see. Today's gathering predominantly features costumes from the Tang and Ming dynasties. There is a reason for this. She approached a young man dressed in a Tang-style round-collared robe and inquired, "Could you share with everyone why you chose the Tang attire?" The lad, slightly shy, but his eyes brightened at the mention of hanfu, replied, "The Tang dynasty represents the pinnacle of our Chinese civilization, where nations from afar came to pay tribute, embodying cultural confidence. The Tang costume exudes an air of grandeur and magnificence, embodying the open-minded spirit of that era." Standing beside her, a young woman clad in a Ming-style horse-faced skirt interjects, "I am fond of the Ming style for its dignified elegance and meticulous design. Moreover, the Ming dynasty is renowned for its admirable historical figures who valiantly defended the nation, with rulers who sacrificed their lives for their country. Such moral integrity is worthy of our remembrance." Qin Yao nods in agreement and addresses the camera. "Have you noticed? Today's youth are increasingly drawn to traditional culture, particularly hanfu. This trend signifies a resurgence of cultural confidence." She moves among a group of young individuals adorned in various styles of hanfu, encouraging them to showcase their garments. "Look at how beautiful these outfits are. We see the opulence of the Tang, the grace of the Song, and the dignified charm of the Ming. Each stitch and seam encapsulates the wisdom and aesthetic sensibilities of our ancestors." A young man dressed in a blue Taoist robe and holding a scroll speaks up. "The revival of hanfu is not merely a nostalgic endeavor. We don the attire of our forebears while leading contemporary lives. It represents a cultural inheritance and an assertion of identity." "Well said," praises Qin Yao. "This embodies the true essence of the term huaxia. The beauty of attire is called hua, and the grandeur of etiquette is referred to as ya. By reviving hanfu, we are restoring that sense of cultural confidence and national identity." At that moment, a group of tourists approaches, eager to take photos with the individuals in hanfu. The wearers readily cooperate, striking various poses and sharing insights about their garments. A middle-aged woman pulls the girl in the horse-faced skirt aside and asks, "Dear, your outfit is truly beautiful. Is it expensive?" The girl replies with a smile, "Auntie, this set is a daily wear and not too pricey." The hanfu industry has matured significantly. Options range from a few dozen to several thousand yuan, catering to all budgets. "If you're interested, I can recommend some reliable shops." The woman nods enthusiastically. "Great. My daughter also loves these. I'll have her take a look when I get home." Such dialogues are happening throughout the square. Hanfu has transcended its previous status as an eccentric attire, becoming a bridge of communication that allows individuals of varying ages and backgrounds to experience the allure of traditional culture. Qin Yao continues her live broadcast, approaching several young individuals dressed in armor. These comrades are impressive, donning reconstructed Ming dynasty armor. "Could you share some insights with us?" A tall young man removes his helmet, revealing a youthful face. "I wear a fabric armor, which was commonly used by border troops during the Ming dynasty. It consists of thick cloth on the outside and iron pieces on the inside, providing both lightness and protection." He gestures towards a friend. He is wearing the shaman armor, characterized by its layered plates resembling mountains. Its craftsmanship is intricate, typically reserved for high-ranking generals. "Is it heavy to wear?" Qin Yao inquires. "It's manageable. Ours is made from lightweight materials, weighing about 10-odd pounds. Authentic iron armor would weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. The young man chuckles. Yet even this replica becomes tiring after prolonged wear. One can only imagine the hardships faced by ancient soldiers clad in genuine armor during warfare. The audience in the live stream is captivated, exclaiming, "We've learned so much. Who knew there was such depth to armor?" These comrades are remarkably knowledgeable. Their expertise in history is impressive. This is true passion, not mere cosplay. Qin Yao interviews several more comrades, and they engage in a lively discussion about history. A girl clad in a Ming-style gown remarked, "What I admire most about the Ming dynasty is its integrity. The emperor guarding the nation's gates. The monarch sacrificing for the state. Emperor Chongzhen's resolute refusal to retreat even in the face of death embodies a spirit that is truly rare." Another girl chimed in. "And let's not forget Empress Ma. She truly was a paragon of virtue throughout history. The many regulations she established, such as allowing Ming women to don phoenix crowns and embroidered robes on their wedding day, and permitting grooms to wear official attire, reflect a deep sense of humanity. This approach is far more progressive than the rigid distinctions upheld by European aristocracy and commoners." As Empress Ma was mentioned, the conversation naturally shifted to Zhu Yuanzhang. A young man, adorned with a square cap and dressed in traditional attire, adjusted his glasses and interjected, when discussing the founding emperor of the Ming, "I must assert that the widely circulated image of his shoehorn face is nothing short of slander." His passion was palpable as he continued, "Think about it. If Zhu Yuanzhang truly looked like that, would a refined lady like Empress Ma have ever taken notice of him? Would renowned generals like Su De and Chang Yuchen have followed him? Would a strategist as astute as Liu Bowen have chosen to assist him?" A girl nearby nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Exactly. The aesthetic sense of our ancestors has always been profound. From the murals of the Han dynasty to the terracotta figurines of the Tang and the portraits of the Song, which era did not value appearance. The chronicles are replete with descriptions praising beauty and remarkable stature. It is a truth that without a pleasing visage, even the most talented individuals may struggle to rise. Qin Yao sees the moment to contribute. This comrade speaks wisely. In fact, it is not just Zhu Yuanzhang. Many historical figures have had their images distorted. For instance, Qin Shi Huang has often been depicted as a tyrant, yet he is the one who standardized scripts, coordinated transportation, and unified measures, laying the foundation for 2 millennia of Chinese civilization. Without him, there may not have been a modern China. She surveyed the audience. Her voice resonant. We often proclaim, those who offend our strong Han shall face retribution, no matter the distance, which reflects the spirit of the Han. We assert, one person can bring down a nation, which epitomizes the glory of the Tang. We declare, the sun, moon, and mountains shall endure, and the Ming's dominion shall persist, showcasing the fortitude of the Ming. All of these represent our remarkable historical legacy. In the live stream, comments flooded in. Well said. This is the correct perspective on history. I've always wondered, if Zhu Yuanzhang truly looked like that, how could he have ascended to the throne? The recently replaced portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang in Jinling was maliciously defaced. Such actions are unforgivable. Our aim is not to beautify historical figures, but to restore their authentic representations. A young man clad in a flying fish robe, with a decorative spring knife at his waist, approached Qin Yao and clasped his fists in salute, saying, Miss Qin, your insights are commendable. Our revival of Hanfu and historical studies is not intended to glorify the past at the expense of the present, but rather to reclaim that cultural confidence. Understanding where we come from is crucial to knowing where we are headed. Qin Yao returned the gesture, affirming, indeed. The revival of our nation begins with the revival of our culture. Our own traditional culture is so exceptional. Why should we seek to idolize foreign influences? She then turned to the camera, addressing the audience. Dear friends, observe the youth of today. They don Hanfu and delve into history, not to stand out, but to genuinely embrace their cultural roots. This awakening is more precious than anything else. At that moment, music wafted from the other end of the square. The crowd turned to see a Hanfu dance troupe commencing their performance. The music is an adaptation of Lanling Wang Enters the Battle, with dancers adorned in a kaleidoscope of Hanfu, gracefully wielding folding fans, paper umbrellas, and long swords. Their movements, though not on par with professional dancers, exuded a passion and earnestness that touched every spectator. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The leader of the dance troupe, a young woman in her 20s, approached Qin Yao with a hint of nervousness. Yao Yao, could we take a photo together? Of course, Qin Yao replied with enthusiasm. During the photo session, the girl whispered, Actually, our dance troupe has been established for 3 years. We used to rehearse in the park and often face criticism. However, in the past 2 years, more people have come to understand us. Everyone is particularly delighted to participate in this event in Huaixin. Qin Yao patted her shoulder. Keep persevering. You are doing something incredibly meaningful. At 10 in the morning, the Hanfu event at the Confucian Temple Square reached its zenith. Participants spontaneously organized a Hanfu parade. Hundreds donned various Hanfu, forming an orderly procession that slowly traversed the bluestone streets of the old town, departing from the Confucian Temple. Qin Yao led the way, her crimson flying fish robe strikingly vivid under the sunlight. She held a live-streaming device, narrating as she walked. Visitors along the streets paused to watch, capturing photographs and videos. Many children excitedly pointed at the procession. Look, mommy, ancient people. As the parade passed the banks of the Huai River, they encountered a group of foreign tourists who were evidently taken aback by the spectacle, raising their cameras in awe. A blonde girl, with limited proficiency in Chinese, asked, What festival is this? Qin Yao halted and responded, This is not a festival. It is a showcase of our traditional attire. It's so beautiful, the girl exclaimed. These garments are even more exquisite than we imagined. Her companion, a tall young man, inquired, May I take a photo? Certainly, Qin Yao smiled. We welcome you to explore Chinese culture. The foreign tourists snapped pictures incessantly, exclaiming amazing and incredible. In the live stream, viewers brimmed with pride. Look how astonished the foreigners are. This is cultural export. Hanfu is undeniably beautiful. Those who see it understand. We hope that one day, Hanfu will become a cultural symbol of our nation. After the parade concluded, Qin Yao and her companions rested by the Huai River. They sat on the ground, sharing insights on Hanfu and historical perspectives. A young man clad in a Ming-style cloak remarked, In fact, the most significant change in the revival of Hanfu over the past few years has been the shift in people's understanding of history. Previously, when discussing the Ming dynasty, many only knew of Chongzhen's hanging. Now, an increasing number of people recognize the Yongle Encyclopedia, Zhang He's voyages to the west, and Yu Qian's defense of Beijing, along with our cultural achievements. A young woman added, works like Tiangong Kaiwu, Benxiao Gongmu, and Nongjing Chuanshu are all scientific texts from the Ming dynasty. Our ancestors were not technologically inferior. Listening to these discussions, Qin Yao felt a surge of emotions. Nowadays, Hanfu has become a daily attire choice for many young people. This transformation, seemingly a mere change in clothing, reflects a profound shift in the national mindset. From an infatuation with foreign cultures to a burgeoning cultural confidence, this journey has spanned decades. And now, the dawn of a new era is upon us. As noon approached, the event took a brief respite, and Qin Yao bid farewell to her companions. Before departing, a young man clad in scholarly attire called out to her, Miss Qin, thank you for today. Qin Yao turned around, puzzled. What do you thank me for? The young man replied earnestly, Thank you for allowing so many people to witness and comprehend our passion. Many perceive Hanfu as mere ostentation or performance. Yet, your live broadcast today has enlightened numerous individuals, demonstrating that we are sincere in our endeavor. We are dedicated to preservation and revival. Qin Yao shook her head. It is I who should express gratitude. It is you ardent lovers of tradition that have breathed life into our culture. I am merely a chronicler. The young man smiled. No, you are a guide. You have illuminated this path for many. After bidding farewell to her fellow practitioners and returning to her villa, Qin Yao did not immediately terminate the live stream. She addressed the camera. Dear viewers, what are your thoughts on today's Hanfu event? A torrent of comments flooded in. I am moved, truly moved. I have seen hope, the hope of culture. I too wish to purchase Hanfu and join the ranks of practitioners. History should not be distorted. We must understand the true history ourselves. The term Huaxiao is most deserved. Indeed. The term Huaxiao is most deserved, Qin Yao softly echoed. Our ancestors created such a splendid civilization. We have no reason to lack confidence. No reason to feel anything but pride. Dressed in splendid garments, we do not seek to flaunt, but to proclaim. The attire of Huaxiao has endured for a millennium. Our cultural roots are ever vibrant. Chapter 73, Cultural Confidence and the Pain of Distortion. On the 7th day of National Day, the statistics from Huai County were released. Over the span of 7 days, this small county in central Hunan welcomed 17 million tourists, a figure exceeding 4 times its permanent resident population. The entire Shenyang city surpassed 5 million visitors, setting a historical record. Online discussions regarding Huai County and the cultural feast of Hunan during National Day continued to gain momentum. Countless videos of performances, photographs of delectable cuisine, and images of Hanfu circulated across major platforms, accumulating over 5 billion views. The cultural confidence of Hunan and the revival of Hanfu were trending topics, with discussions regarding the enduring legacy of the Tang dynasty still dominating the headlines. However, amidst this chorus of praise, dissonant notes began to emerge. A netizen returning from Gansu commented in Qin Yao's live stream, "Friends who visited Huai County are truly fortunate. I went to Gansu to see that so-called statue of Emperor Wu of Han, and it left me feeling utterly uncomfortable." This comment quickly rose to prominence. What statue? I'll search it up. Upon discovering it, I was appalled. What on earth is this? An increasing number of people began to search, returning with indignation. Qin Yao also noticed the comment. She instructed her assistant to fetch relevant images, which revealed a colossal head sculpture, allegedly of Emperor Wu of Han. However, as the netizen had articulated, the brows were furrowed, eyes tightly shut, head bowed, and lips pressed. The entire statue was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression, anguish, and even despair. This starkly contrasted with the image of the formidable ruler who, although far, would punish those who dared to offend the strong Han. The comments in the live stream grew intense. What is this? This is clearly a tortured prisoner. It makes me physically ill. What intentions did the creators have? An insightful netizen adept in feng shui has analyzed. Observe the angle and position of the statue. It exemplifies the typical reverse bow calamity. Moreover, the protrusion atop symbolizes the soul-stabilizing nail in feng shui. The entire layout resembles a variant of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper soul-locking formation. Its intent appears to be the eternal suppression of the spirit of Emperor Wu of Han. Even more astonishing are the subsequent revelations. This statue is not a government project, but rather a self-funded endeavor by an art academy. It is evident that no rational individual would conceive such a design. Some art institutions have become utterly degenerate. Such individuals deserve condemnation. Additionally, netizens have unearthed the designer's public statements and portfolio, which consist of numerous works that distort and vilify the historical figures and traditional culture of the Dragon Nation, yet have garnered numerous accolades in the West. In the live broadcast, a wave of indignation began to spread. Qin Yao silently absorbed these comments. She recalled the words of a fellow participant at a Hanfu event just days prior. History should not be distorted. Yet now, the distortion laid bare before her, so blatant, so malicious. A comment from a netizen captured her attention. Huai County showcases true cultural confidence. We boldly display the grandeur of the Tang dynasty and the spirit of the Ming. Conversely, that statue embodies distortion, inferiority, and a loathing of one's own culture. The two stand in stark contrast. Indeed, they are at odds. The Qin Wang Pezhenyu from Huai County exudes the masculine vigor of the Tang men, the boldness of winds rising and clouds soaring. In stark contrast, the subdued figure of Emperor Wu of Han conveys oppression and anguish, a sense of being fettered. The former stirs one's blood, while the latter leaves one choking. The former signifies revival, while the latter symbolizes castration. Qin Yao took a deep breath and spoke in the live stream. Dear friends, I have observed your discussions. Regarding that statue, I do not wish to elaborate excessively. However, I must assert, she paused, her voice resolute. True cultural confidence lies in confronting history, in taking pride in our ancestors' brilliance, while also drawing wisdom from historical lessons. It is not about distortion, nor vilification, nor self-deprecation. In Huai County, we present Qin Wang Pezhenyu because it embodies the spirit of the Tang era, openness, inclusivity, confidence, and strength. We showcase Yu opera because it expresses genuine human emotions, loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. We present Hanfu because it represents our nation's millennia of attire and cultural heritage. All of this is to empower us today to draw strength from traditional culture as we stride toward the future. The comments began to take on a rational tone. Yao Yao is right. We must focus on positive energy. The success of Huai County proves that the masses cherish true beauty and authentic culture. That statue becomes increasingly repulsive. I shall not view it again, but rather indulge in our Qin Wang Pezhenyu. I urge the relevant authorities to investigate how such a distorted cultural work came to be. Qin Yao continued. In recent days, over 3 million people have visited Huai County and Shenyang. What did they witness? They encountered warm and hospitable people, affordable and delicious cuisine, captivating cultural performances, and witnessed the younger generation's love for and inheritance of traditional culture. This is the authentic China. This is genuine cultural confidence. It is not reliant upon a few distorted sculptures or so-called avant-garde art, but rather on the recognition and practice of countless ordinary individuals. She revealed a photograph from her phone, capturing the poignant moment of an elderly man shedding tears as he observed the parade. This gentleman expressed his astonishment at witnessing young people donning the attire of their heritage in his twilight years, declaring, "This is our root." Cultural confidence is not an ethereal construct. It resides within these minutiae, within the glistening tears of the elderly man. The earnest pleas of a little girl requesting to wear a beautiful dress, the focused dedication of comrades diligently studying historical forms, and the applause of visitors appreciating the performances. The live stream fell silent, with everyone listening intently. Thus, there is no need for ire towards that statue, Qin Yao concluded. For true cultural confidence is defined not by one or two works, but by the choices and recognition of countless individuals. The 3 million tourists in Huai County stand as the most compelling testament. They came, they witnessed, they felt. They will carry this sentiment back, sharing it with many more. This embodies the most potent force of cultural heritage, the power of the people. As the live stream ended, Qin Yao remained in her room, unable to find peace. She recalled her brother Qin Feng's words. Our task is not to berate those who distort culture, but to demonstrate through action what true culture and beauty are. Indeed, action speaks louder than criticism. The grand spectacle of Huai County over these 7 days serves as the finest demonstration. 3 million people cast their votes with their footsteps, affirming genuine cultural confidence. Conversely, that distorted statue will increasingly be scorned, for in matters of beauty and ugliness, the hearts of the people possess a balance. In terms of truth and falsehood, history will render its judgment. Chapter 74. Money that cannot be spent on October 7th, the final day of the National Day holiday. The sky over Huai County was a brilliant blue, with sunlight filtering through thin clouds, casting a gentle golden hue over the county that had been bustling for 7 days. Yet, the atmosphere within the city starkly contrasted with the tranquility of the weather. From 5 in the morning, Huai County Railway Station operated at maximum capacity. In the square before the station, tourists dragging suitcases formed long serpentine lines that snaked out onto the street. Volunteers, clad in bright orange vests and wielding megaphones, maintained order. Passengers headed to Zheng City, please queue on the left. Those going to Wu City, this side, please follow me for transfers. Police officers navigated through the crowd, assisting the elderly and children while directing the flow of people. Despite the throngs of humanity, order was well maintained. After 7 days of acclimatization, Huai County's reception system functioned remarkably smoothly. At 8 in the morning, the first batch of departing trains sounded their whistles and set off. Inside the carriages, many tourists pressed against the windows, waving farewell to the platform. Some held back tears, while others raised their phones to capture the final moments. Goodbye, Huai County. We'll return next year. Thank you. On the platform, volunteers lined up to wave their farewells. This scene was recorded by numerous tourists and shared online, accompanied by the caption, "The warmth of a city is most palpable at the moment of parting." The highways were similarly bustling with traffic. As the traffic police were fully deployed, directing vehicles at the key intersections, a convoy of vehicles stretched several kilometers toward the outskirts of the city. Yet the flow of traffic remained relatively smooth. Huai County had made prior arrangements, opening all emergency lanes and establishing multiple temporary exits. A black SUV slowly emerged from the toll station, inside which a family of 3 was bidding their final farewells. "Daddy, when will we come back next time?" The little girl in the back seat asked, leaning on the car window with a sense of reluctance. "During the winter break, I'll take you again," the father promised. "Really?" "Indeed, my little darling." The mother perused photos on her phone, reflecting, these 7 days felt like a dream. Such beautiful performances, delectable food, and so many warm-hearted people. Yes, it was like a dream. For Huai County, this was an unprecedented feast, and for the visitors, an unforgettable journey. The climax of this grand event arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning. In the sports center square of Huai County, 10 brand-new Porsche Panameras gleamed under the sunlight, their metallic sheen dazzling. Beside the cars stood 10 fortunate individuals, each displaying a distinct expression. They had been randomly selected from millions of tourists. The lottery ceremony was straightforward, yet sufficiently solemn. A notary public read the notarization, confirming the legality and validity of the drawing process. Subsequently, the county mayor personally handed the car keys to each winner. "Congratulations," the mayor said as he shook hands with the first winner, a young man in his 20s, whose hands trembled with excitement. Thank you. I came here just for the Porsche, and I never expected to actually win." The second winner, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, remained composed. "Whether I win a car or not is inconsequential. This trip was worth it. The people of Huai County are so warm, and the performances were spectacular. This car is merely the icing on the cake." The third winner, a university student, addressed the live stream. "Thank you, Yao. Thank you. Huai County. My parents initially didn't want me to come, claiming it was a waste of money. Now, they have nothing to say, right?" The most touching moment came from the fourth winner, a lady in her 70s, who was accompanied by her granddaughter to collect her prize. "Grandma, you've won." The granddaughter exclaimed in excitement. The grandmother, however, waved her hand dismissively. "What would an old lady like me do with such an expensive car? Donate it to the county, so they can buy some books for the children." Everyone present was moved. The mayor grasped the grandmother's hand, saying, "Elderly lady, this is rightfully yours. Keep the car. You could use it to drive the children around. We appreciate your kind intentions." Ultimately, after much persuasion from the staff, the grandmother accepted her fortune but insisted on donating 50,000 yuan to purchase school supplies for the left-behind children of Huai County. This heartfelt episode resonated throughout the internet via live stream. This exemplifies the grace of the older generation. May the grandmother enjoy a lifetime of peace. The event in Huai County was meticulously planned and executed, with attention to every detail. Those tourists who did not win were not disheartened. In the waiting room of the train station, a group of young people exchanged their experiences. Did you win? No, but it doesn't matter. That performance of the Qin King breaks the formation was worth the ticket price alone. Me too. And the Hanfu event allowed me to meet many fellow enthusiasts. I purchased a plethora of local specialties, including Maojian tea, peanut brittle, and sesame candy, sufficient to last me for half a year. I captured over 3,000 photographs, filling my phone's memory to capacity. Their conversation was overheard by a passing journalist who approached for an interview. Hello, I am a reporter from the Yuxing Daily. Could you share your impressions of this trip? A bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and replied, my experience has exceeded expectations. Before arriving, I wondered what a small county could offer. Upon my arrival, I discovered an abundance of culture, exquisite cuisine, warmth, and most importantly, genuine sincerity. A young woman beside him added, the service has been exceptional. My grandmother has difficulty walking, and volunteers accompanied us throughout, pushing her wheelchair. At the snack street, every stall thoughtfully provided disposable utensils. Another girl, adorned in traditional Han attire, chimed in, as a Hanfu enthusiast. My greatest reward from this visit was attending a gathering of like-minded individuals. The sense of camaraderie was more exhilarating than winning a lottery. Just then, a fashionably dressed middle-aged man, dragging a designer suitcase, approached and, upon hearing the interview, interjected, excuse me, I have a suggestion to make. The reporter responded, please, go ahead. The man, visibly troubled, exclaimed, everything in Huai County is wonderful, but the prices are far too low. A meal costs only a few yuan, and performances are often free. I brought tens of thousands with the intention of spending generously, yet I only managed to spend 2,000 or 3,000, and that was with numerous purchases of local specialties. He gestured to the large bags at his feet. Look, I bought 10 pounds of Maojian tea, 20 boxes of peanut brittle, sesame slices, yam flour, and various pickled vegetables. Yet my money remains largely unspent. The reporter was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Laughter erupted among those nearby. The man continued, I'm not joking. I came to travel with the intention of spending money, yet you have not provided me with the opportunity. This needs improvement. The reporter finally regained his composure, suppressing a laugh, and said, very well, sir, we will certainly convey your suggestion. Next time you visit, we will find a way for you to spend more. Chapter 75. Preview of Hua Xiaochang Go. After this interview video was uploaded online, it sparked a wave of discussion. The Versailles of the common man. The struggles of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. Yet what he stated is indeed a reality. Huai County's consumption levels are remarkably low. This represents genuine, affordable tourism. Unlike certain places where tourists are overcharged without hesitation, we hope Huai County maintains this simplicity and does not stray from it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, tourist numbers surged to their peak. The live data on the Huai County Cultural and Tourism Bureau's command center screen continuously updated. Total visitors received 31,785,000. Total tourism revenue 82.76 billion yuan. Visitor satisfaction rate 98.7. Complaint rate 0.03. Success. Director Sun gazed at these figures, his voice somewhat choked with emotion. In 7 days, 3.17 million visitors and 8.2 billion in revenue is astronomical for Huai County. Last year, the county's total tourism revenue was a mere 3 million. More importantly, the ripple effect of this tourism feast. The county's restaurant industry saw a year-on-year revenue increase of 150, retail grew by 80, and accommodations surged by 120. Over 50,000 jobs were directly or indirectly created. Yet, this is merely the beginning. At the summary meeting, the county party secretary stated that we must develop tourism into a pillar industry for Huai County. This national day, we have demonstrated our potential. Moving forward, we need to enhance our infrastructure and develop more tourism products, ensuring that visitors are eager to return. The county governor added that particularly in the realm of culture, the most popular aspect this time was the cultural performances. We should regularize and brand events such as the Qin King breaking the formation music, opera, and Hanfu activities. The meeting continued until evening. As the leaders exited the conference room, the sun was setting in the west. On the streets, the number of tourists had significantly dwindled. Shops were gradually closing, and sanitation workers began to clean the streets after a week of festivities. Huai County needed a respite. Yet, some individuals could not afford to rest. In Qin Yao's villa, a small gathering was underway. Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu, 3 roommates, were all present. They were returning to school tomorrow. As the National Day holiday had come to an end and normal life beckoned, Yao, these 7 days felt like a dream. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned against the sofa, looking exhausted yet fulfilled. I never imagined I would participate in such a large-scale event. Zhang Yu scrolled through her phone, exclaiming, my Douyin followers have increased by 500,000. Many people are asking me for travel tips about Huai County. Li Siyu softly added, my cousin, Lin Xiaoyu, also came. She said this trip healed her psychological wounds. Seeing so many people and smiles made her feel that the world is still beautiful. Qin Yao poured each of them a cup of tea, saying, thank you for your hard work. Without your help, I could not have managed alone. What are you saying? We are roommates. We are sisters. Lin Xiaoxiao embraced Qin Yao's shoulders. But Yao, what do you plan to do next? Continue live streaming? Qin Yao smiled mysteriously. I have a grand plan to unveil during tonight's live stream. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yao began her broadcast punctually. As soon as the live stream started, the online viewer count surged past 3 million. After 7 days of the National Day festivities, she had truly become a top-tier influencer. Good evening, everyone. Today, I am wearing simple loungewear and no makeup, which gives me a neighborly charm. The National Day holiday has ended. Has everyone returned home safely? The comments flew by. I'm home. Organizing photos. On the train, arriving tomorrow. Already missing Huai County's spicy soup. Yao, you must be exhausted. You hardly rested this week, right? Qin Yao smiled. Not at all. Seeing everyone having fun brings me joy. Today's live stream is primarily to thank you all for visiting Huai County, and I have an important announcement. She adjusted her seating, her expression becoming serious. After this National Day event, my brother Fong and I have deeply felt the public's passion for traditional culture far exceeds our expectations. Thus, we have decided to undertake a larger project. She paused for 3 seconds to build suspense. We will produce a series of television dramas, tentatively titled The Long Song of Huaxia, from the mythological era of Pangu creating the world and Nuwa repairing the sky, through the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, up to modern times. We aim to authentically recreate history and showcase the 5,000-year civilization of Huaxia. This announcement landed like a bombshell. The comments momentarily paused, then erupted. Oh my goodness. Such a grand endeavor? From mythology to modernity? How many episodes will that entail? What astronomical investment will be required? And what about the cast? Casting is crucial. As Qin Yao allowed everyone to regain their composure, she continued, I understand that many of you have numerous inquiries. I will address each one in turn. Firstly, how much are we investing? The preliminary budget stands at 300 billion. Money is not an issue. My brother has stated that this is a cultural project, and every penny is worthwhile. The figure of 300 billion sent the live stream into a frenzy once again. Secondly, how long will filming take? This is a long-term endeavor, anticipated to span a decade or even longer. We are not rushing the process. Our sole focus is on quality. Thirdly, how will the actors be selected? This is the crux of today's discussion. Qin Yao displayed a PowerPoint presentation on her computer. We will adopt a nationwide voting system. Each significant historical figure will have an open voting channel. Fans can recommend actors or even put themselves forward. The final selection will be based on the voting results, as well as professional evaluations and historical relevance. More importantly, she magnified a slide of the PowerPoint, stating, we welcome all who are passionate about history and traditional culture to participate as extras, even in minor roles. No professional background is required. Only a heartfelt passion is needed. This decision sparked another wave of excitement. I can do it. I want to portray a Qin soldier. I wish to play a Tang Dynasty palace maid. I want to be a scholar from the Ming Dynasty, not for the remuneration, but for the sentiment. Seeing these comments, Qin Yao's eyes glistened with emotion. Thank you all. I know that many of you, like us, have a deep love for this land. What we are doing is providing everyone with an opportunity to personally participate in the reenactment of history. She continued with her presentation. The filming locations will primarily be across various sites in Shenyang. Although established film bases like Hongdian and Xiangshan are more mature and cost-effective, my brother has insisted that for the development of our hometown, spending a little extra is inconsequential. We will construct a series of film bases in Shenyang according to the needs of the storyline. Ancient tribes, cities from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, palaces from the Han and Tang dynasties, and markets from the Song and Ming dynasties. Once filming is complete, these bases will be open to tourists, transforming into new attractions. Visitors will be able to tour the sites, take photos, and even experience a day as an extra in ancient attire, immersing themselves in the daily lives of those from bygone eras. This grand vision was both monumental and alluring. This equates to the creation of a complete cultural tourism industry chain. An astute netizen analyzed. Filming is content production, film bases are tangible entities, and tourism experiences are consumer endpoints. If successful, Shenyang could truly become China's cultural Hollywood. Qin Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, for a place to thrive, population is key. With more visitors, the economy flourishes, employment opportunities increase, and young people need not leave their homes. The live stream continued for 2 hours, during which Qin Yao thoroughly addressed fans' various questions: filming schedules, script development, the historical advisory team, costume and prop restoration, and special effects production. Every detail demonstrated that this plan was not mere fantasy, but a meticulously crafted initiative. Currently, the scriptwriting team has been assembled. Qin Yao revealed, we plan to invite the country's leading historians, literary figures, and playwrights to prepare the first draft of the script for the inaugural season, Mythical Era. The casting process will commence next month, and we welcome everyone to recommend actors for the major roles: Pangu, Nuwa, and Fuxi. At the conclusion of the live broadcast, the online audience exceeded 5 million. Huaxia Changgu is not merely the title of a television series. It is a heartfelt declaration of this nation's profound connection to its own civilization. From the primordial chaos of Pangu's creation to the unified realm of Qin and Han. From the grandeur of the Tang dynasty welcoming emissaries from around the world to the enduring cultural legacy of the Song and Ming. From the struggles of the past century to the resolute strides of contemporary rejuvenation, the epic of 5 millennia demands to be sung. The stories of 5,000 years crave narration. The spirit of 5,000 years yearns for inheritance. In the conference room of the provincial government of Honan, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that of the meeting held prior to National Day. Then, there was tension and anticipation. Now, there is fervor and excitement. On the screen before the governor, the final data for Huai County's National Day tourism was displayed. Comrades, the governor surveyed the room, his voice steady and commanding. The tourism success of Huai County is not merely an event, it is an epiphany. It reveals to us that culture is the soul of tourism, while tourism serves as the vessel for culture. The synergy of the two can unleash tremendous energy. He proceeded to present another set of figures, the provincial tourism data during the National Day period, benefiting from the ripple effect of Huai County. The overall tourism numbers in Henan province surged by 300 year-on-year, with revenues increasing by 280. More importantly, he paused. The positive evaluations from netizens across the nation regarding Henan province have risen by 1,200. A low murmur of astonishment resonated in the conference room. The director of the Cultural and Tourism Department took the floor, stating, "What matters more is our reputation. Previously, many viewed Hunan as backward and rustic. Now, it is seen as a land rich in culture, warmth, and hospitality worth visiting. This transformation in image is priceless. Thus, the governor tapped on the table, asserting, when Mr. Fong proposed investing in the production of Hua Xiaochang, and establishing a film and television base, we must extend our utmost support. This is not merely a commercial venture. It is a cultural initiative, a project for the betterment of the populace, a development endeavor. The provincial party secretary then spoke, his voice deliberate. Each word weighted with significance. What impact could an investment of hundreds of billions have on employment? Once the film base is established, how many tourists could it attract? How many talents in the film industry could it cultivate? How many related industries could it incubate? Have we contemplated these questions? The director of the Development and Reform Commission promptly responded, Secretary, we have conducted preliminary calculations. With the investment scale of Hua Xiaochang, it will directly create over 100,000 jobs. The construction and operation of the film base will also stimulate related industries such as construction, services, and tourism, potentially leading to indirect employment exceeding 300,000. 300,000, someone murmured. This is merely regarding employment, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Department added. Once the film base is completed, it will become a filming location known across the nation and even the world. More production crews will settle here, forming an industrial cluster. At that time, it will invigorate not just tourism but also film production, cultural creativity, education, and training industries. Much like Hengdian, someone interjected. No, it will be larger than Hengdian. The director of the Cultural and Tourism Department countered, shaking his head. Hengdian primarily features architecture from the Ming and Qing dynasties, whereas Hua Xiaochang aims to construct a comprehensive series spanning from ancient times to the modern era. This means that historical dramas from any period of Chinese history can find suitable settings here. This is truly unique. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds as everyone absorbed this information. So what are we waiting for? A vice governor spoke up, stating that such a project is something other provinces can only dream of. Now that it has landed in our Hunan province, we must seize the opportunity. The issue at hand is how to provide support. The governor remarked that Mr. Fong is not in need of financial resources. Rather, he requires policies, land, talent, and supporting systems. Our task is to eliminate all obstacles to ensure the smooth implementation of this project. The meeting swiftly reached several resolutions. First, the establishment of a provincial coordination leadership group for the Hua Xiaochang project, with the governor serving as the leader and the vice governor responsible for culture, tourism, development, land, and construction as the deputy leader. Heads of relevant departments will be members. Second, a province-wide site selection will be conducted to provide the highest quality land resources. The preliminary plan includes establishing 3 major film and television-based clusters in Huai County, Huang County, and Gu County, representing the eras from ancient times to the Qin and Han dynasties, from Wei and Jin to the Tang and Song dynasties, and from the Yuan and Ming to modern times. Third, a green channel will be opened, with all approval procedures expedited and completed as swiftly as possible. Fourth, the construction of supporting infrastructure will be prioritized. The Provincial Department of Transportation will plan and construct a highway network connecting the 3 major bases, while departments responsible for electricity, water conservancy, and communication will ensure supply. Fifth, a talent cultivation plan will be instituted in collaboration with universities both within and outside the province to train professionals in film production, costume props, scene design, and performance. Sixth, supportive policies will be implemented, including tax reductions for the first 10 years, preferential land transfer fees, and subsidies for talent recruitment. The resolutions were formulated with unprecedented efficiency. Additionally, the provincial party secretary emphasized that the core of this project is culture. We must assemble a top-tier team of historical consultants to ensure that the content is authentic and rigorous. Fabricating stories for the sake of aesthetics is unacceptable. They must withstand the test of history. Mr. Fong has already considered this. The director of the Cultural and Tourism Department mentioned that he has invited numerous historians from various universities, along with experts from the Academy of Social Sciences. The lineup is formidable. That is excellent, the secretary nodded. Our role is to provide unwavering support from behind the scenes, refraining from interfering in the creative process while offering all necessary assistance. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already noon. Yet, the work was only just beginning. At 2 in the afternoon, the provincial government's official website published an announcement titled Decision to fully support the construction of the Hua Xiaochang cultural project. The announcement delineated the various supportive policies in detail, concluding with the statement that this project is a significant initiative in Hunan Province's strategy to strengthen its cultural prowess, promote the integration of culture and tourism, facilitate industrial upgrades, and enhance the well-being of the populace. The entire province must unify its thoughts, collaborate, and ensure the project's successful implementation and prompt results. Within half an hour of the announcement's release, the readership surpassed 1 million. Netizens erupted in excitement. Hunan Province has truly responded swiftly. This is an endeavor to establish Hunan as the cultural center of China. Mr. Qin is formidable. Hunan Province is impressive. I am already contemplating which film base to join as an extra. If this project succeeds, Hunan's economy will surely take flight. Simultaneously, various departments within Hunan Province began to take action. The Provincial Department of Natural Resources convened an emergency meeting to devise a land supply plan for the 3 major film and television bases. The Provincial Department of Transportation organized an expert team to conduct an overnight survey in Shenyang and plan the highway routes. The Provincial Department of Education established connections with local universities to prepare for the launch of film-related programs. The Provincial Department of Human Resources and Social Security formulated a talent recruitment plan, targeting nationwide recruitment efforts. The administrative machinery of the entire province of Yu has sprung into efficient operation for a singular project. Chapter 77. The True Wealthy in late October. The plains of southern Yu enter the most picturesque season of the year. Golden rice fields stretch towards the horizon, and as the autumn breeze sweeps through, the waves of grain roll, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of ripening crops. Yet within the tranquil pastoral tapestry of Huai County, Huang County, and Gu County, vibrant scenes of construction are interwoven. 30 kilometers northeast of Huai County, the ancient film and television base, covering an area of 50 square kilometers, has commenced groundbreaking. Bulldozers roar as they level the land, while the rhythmic thumping of pile drivers echoes, and construction vehicles traverse the makeshift roads. Surrounding the site, bold slogans emblazon the blue construction barriers, forge the epic of Huaxia, recreate ancient myths. At the site entrance, a temporary command center, a 3-story building, has already been put into operation. Fong stands at the window on the second floor, observing the bustling activity outside. Behind him, several biochemical engineers are reporting progress. Mr. Qin, Chief Engineer Qin Wenhan states, pointing to the planning map. The primary construction phase focuses on the 3 core scenes, the Purple Cloud Palace of Mount Buzhou and the Kunlun Ruins, built to a scale of 111. With internal structures designed for virtual reality interfaces, as per your directives. Fong nods. What is the timeline? The first phase is expected to be completed in 6 months. The main structure of Mount Buzhou will be finished before the Spring Festival, with interior decoration and digital system installation commencing afterward. Quality comes first. The timeline can be relaxed if necessary, Fong emphasizes. We are not merely constructing a filming site. We aim to create a cultural landmark that will endure for a century. Understood. At that moment, a commotion arises outside the construction site. Fong moves to another window and sees a group of villagers negotiating with the site security. What is happening? He inquires. A staff member responds. It's the villagers from the nearby community. They want to know if there are job openings at the site. Fong contemplates briefly. Let us go take a look. At the gate of the construction site, over 30 middle-aged men gather. Their sun-kissed skin is calloused from labor, embodying the quintessential image of farmers. Upon seeing Fong, they appear somewhat hesitant. What brings you here, fellow villagers? Fong asks. An elderly man, in his 50s, gathers his courage to speak. Mr. Qin, we are from the nearby Li family village. We heard that you are hiring and wanted to inquire if there are still positions available. Have you worked in construction before? Yes, indeed. The old man replies eagerly. We have all worked outside, building houses and repairing roads. This year, upon hearing of work available close to home, we returned. A middle-aged man beside him adds, Mr. Qin, we don't demand much. 300 a day is sufficient. The main thing is being able to work near home, so we can return to care for our elderly and children. As Fong gazes upon their earnest faces, a resolution forms in his heart. He turns to the site manager, instructing, assess how many laborers are needed, prioritize hiring local villagers. The wages will be at market rate, for 100 a day, including meals and accommodation. However, formal contracts must be signed, insurance provided, and salaries paid monthly. The villagers are momentarily taken aback, then erupt in cheers. Thank you, Mr. Qin. 400 a day. That is more than I earn in the south. And I can return home every day? How wonderful. The elderly man's eyes glistened with excitement. Boss Qin, you are truly a living Buddha. Many young people from our village are working far away. If they knew there were opportunities at home, they would surely return. Then let them know to come back, Fong replied. The construction site will require several years of work, and there will be plenty of positions available in the film studio afterwards. As the news spread, nearby villages buzzed with anticipation. Wang Laoan from Lijiazwang called his son, who was working in Guangzhou. Come home. Boss Qin's site is hiring, 400 a day, plus meals and lodging. It's fantastic to work right at our doorstep. On the other end of the line, his son hesitated. Dad, is that for real? 400 a day? And they pay on time? Absolutely. Several people from the village have already gone, and contracts are signed. Boss Qin promised no salary delays. Then I'll quit my job and come back. Such conversations unfolded continuously in Huai County, Huang County, and Gu County. Within a week, the 3 major film studio construction sites had recruited over 5,000 local workers, alongside the material industry park, chip factories, and other projects. Huanyu Group had directly created over 30,000 job opportunities in Henan province. What moved the workers even more was Huanyu Group's commitment to their promises. On the 5th of every month, salaries were deposited punctually, without fail. The canteen provided 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, with ample rice and steamed buns. Workers resided in newly constructed modular housing, equipped with air conditioning and hot water. After years of working construction, I've never encountered such a benevolent boss. An older worker remarked while dining in the canteen. In the past, contractors often delayed payments, and we had to pay for our meals ourselves. Here, Boss Qin takes care of everything exceptionally well. Another worker commented, I heard Boss Qin has an army and missiles abroad, yet he carries no airs with us common folk. Just yesterday, I saw him on the site, wearing a safety helmet and crouching down with the technicians to review plans. This is what a true wealthy person should be, capable and benevolent. The workers' testimonials proved more effective than any advertisement. Soon, Huanyu Group's reputation for high wages, excellent treatment, and timely payments spread throughout Henan province. Not only locals flocked to work, but even laborers from neighboring provinces came seeking opportunities. However, Huanyu Group maintained a hiring principle. Locals were prioritized, followed by those from within the province, and finally from outside. This policy garnered unanimous praise from the local government and citizens alike. Near the construction site, once quiet villages began to buzz with life. At the entrance of Lijiazwang, Wang Laoan's small shop reopened, shelves stocked with cigarettes, alcohol, beverages, and daily necessities. after returning from Guangzhou. His son Erwa not only worked at the site, but also helped manage the store. Dad, we received another 30 cases of beer today, Erwa said while moving products. Those workers enjoy a drink in the evenings. We need to be well stocked. Indeed. Stock up. Wang Laoan chuckled, delighted. Not just beer, instant noodles, ham sausages, peanuts, everything must be prepared. With over 2,000 people on site, think of the daily consumption. It wasn't just the small shop around the construction site, small eateries, barbershops, mobile recharge points, and fruit stalls sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The once silent village was rejuvenated by the presence of a mere construction site. The local government recognized an opportunity and organized various departments, including commerce, health, and taxation, to provide on-site services for these small shops, assisting them in obtaining licenses and conducting food safety training. Concurrently, discussions with Huanyu Group led to the planning of a small commercial area near the construction sites to standardize operations. In a meeting, the county mayor of Huaixin expressed that unlike previous investment attraction efforts where enterprises focused solely on their own interests, Huanyu Group was different as it fostered regional development. Workers gain income, businesses thrive, the government collects taxes, and the populace sees hope. This is the essence of true win-win cooperation. While the 3 construction sites buzzed with activity, another endeavor was also underway, the casting call for the characters in the mythological era of Huaxiaochangge. On October 25th, the Huanyu Group's official website and Qin Yao's live stream simultaneously released the character recruitment announcement. The announcement began by clearly outlining the casting principles. Huaxiaochangge aims to recreate the grandeur of ancient Chinese mythology. Selected actors must embody the character's essence. Male roles should exude strength and valor, showcasing the martial spirit of the Chinese nation since ancient times, while female roles should be dignified yet gentle. The announcement explicitly rejected the aesthetics associated with fragile, youthful appearances and any semblance of weakness or excessive embellishment. It listed the principal characters for the first season of the mythological era. Pangu, the progenitor of creation, must portray a commanding presence. Hongjun, the Taoist ancestor, should embody an aura of profound authority. Luo Hu, the demon ancestor, needs to exude a captivating and fierce demeanor. Nuwa, the mother of humanity, must radiate compassion and grace. Fuxi, the cultural progenitor, should be wise and dignified, and Emperor Jun, the celestial ruler of the demon race, must convey imperial majesty and dominance. Each character was accompanied by detailed descriptions and historical mythological backgrounds. The announcement concluded with an invitation for professional actors to submit their materials, as well as for amateurs to recommend themselves. A jury composed of historians, mythologists, costume designers, and martial arts instructors would evaluate candidates based on their appearance, temperament, acting skills, and martial arts foundation, selecting the best-suited individuals. Upon its release, the announcement ignited excitement across the internet. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. A call to resist the trend of fragile young actors and support a robust aesthetic. Pangu must be portrayed by a strong man over 2 meters tall. The character of Nuwa must embody an aura of maternal grace. A plea was made to avoid casting those who resemble slender reeds as warriors. In her livestream, Qin Yao further elaborated on the casting philosophy. Dear viewers, my brother often says that a nation's aesthetic reflects its spiritual state, she stated earnestly. Why was plumpness considered beautiful in the prosperous Tang dynasty? Because the nation was strong and its people confident. Now, we must showcase ancient mythology, which represents the pinnacle of human imagination and the dawn of civilization. These deities symbolize the reverence of our ancestors for strength, wisdom, and courage. How could they possibly be frail or effeminate? She retrieved some historical materials. Observe the murals from the Han dynasty, the ceramic figurines from the Tang dynasty, and the portraits from the Song dynasty. Are not the men depicted therein robust and imposing, with broad shoulders and strong builds? In ancient times, the standards for selecting officials included physical appearance, with great emphasis placed on a magnificent visage. Our ancestors have always revered the beauty of masculinity. The comments echoed in agreement. Yao Yao is correct. Look at the depictions of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei in ancient paintings. That is the true visage of a valiant general. In contrast, the protagonists of contemporary fantasy dramas appear gaunt, as if afflicted by malnutrition, easily toppled by a gust of wind. It is hoped that the long song of Huaxiao will rectify this misguided trend. Once the casting call was announced, applications poured in like snowflakes. Among professional actors, many renowned for their tough guy personas eagerly submitted their materials. Some actors, previously limited by their perceived lack of attractiveness or slenderness, saw a glimmer of opportunity. Mr. Qin, I am actor Zhao Gang. A call reached Qin Feng's office. I stand at 1.88 meters tall and weigh 100 kilograms. I have trained in Sanda for 10 years. I wish to audition for the role of the great shaman of the Wu tribe. Qin Feng instructed his assistant to retrieve the materials. Zhao Gang, aged 35, graduated from a drama academy, yet due to his rugged appearance, had consistently been relegated to supporting roles and villains. Nevertheless, he possessed solid acting skills and a strong martial arts foundation. An interview was arranged, as per Qin Feng's directive. Even more touching were the submissions from amateurs. A wrestler from Inner Mongolia sent a video, standing at 1.95 meters and weighing 120 kilograms. His body was a mass of sinewy muscle. In the video, he spoke in somewhat halting Mandarin. My name is Bader, of the Mongolian ethnicity. I may not know how to act, but I possess strength. If the production requires, I can portray a warrior of the Wu tribe. A martial arts school instructor submitted his information, aged 42, proficient in various weapons, capable of wielding a 30-kilogram Qinglong Yinhua Dao. I have taught martial arts for 20 years, and it pains me to see the youth today gravitating towards street dance and K-pop. If the long song of Huaxia needs martial arts guidance or specialized actors, I am at your service. A graduate student in archaeology sent a lengthy self-recommendation letter. I have studied ancient mythology for 5 years, delving into the images, attire, and artifacts of each deity. I would forego payment, merely seeking to participate in this project, to present mythology in its truest form. Fong meticulously reviewed each submission. He understood that these individuals were not merely seeking employment. They were driven by a profound sentiment. As one applicant articulated in his letter, Mr. Qin, I do not care what role I play, even if it is a nameless soldier without lines. I simply wish to convey to all, the sons of Huaxia ought to embody such grandeur. The deities of Huaxia ought to exude such majesty. A scholar specializing in ancient attire penned a lengthy analysis, from the Taotai patterns on Shang and Zhou bronze vessels to the robust warriors depicted in Han murals and the vigorous figures of nomads in Tang ceramic figurines. Huaxia civilization has historically revered strength, power, and dignity. The descriptions of valiant generals, characterized by their pronounced jaws and fierce expressions, are not mere literary exaggerations, but rather a genuine acknowledgement of male beauty in that era. Another history blogger incisively pointed out, the recent trend towards femininity in film and television is fundamentally a manifestation of cultural insecurity. When we diminish our own robust attributes, we are, in essence, castrating the masculine essence of our civilization. The casting standards of Huaxiachanggu serve as a robust counterattack against distorted aesthetics. What is most touching is the multitude of heartfelt messages from ordinary individuals. One veteran expressed, I stand at 6 feet tall and weigh 200 pounds. Having served 8 years in the military, after leaving the army, I sought to enter the film industry as a stuntman, only to be told that I was too muscular for the camera. Is the image of a soldier who protects the homeland deemed inferior to those so-called idols smeared with cosmetics? A martial arts instructor shared videos of his pupils training. These children practiced tirelessly for 6 hours daily, capable of breaking bricks with their bare hands and wielding 20-pound broadswords with grace. Yet, the heroes depicted in television dramas appear frail and weak. The true spirit of martial valor deserves to be recognized. As discussions deepened, an increasing number began to reflect. What kind of image of Huaxia do we wish to present to the world? Is it the delicate and fragile illusion, or the robust and formidable heritage? Fong candidly stated in an internal meeting, what we aim to create is a Pangu who can uphold the heavens and the earth, an ancestral shaman who conquers the primordial wilderness, an Emperor Jun who commands myriad beings, not a decorative vase for mere admiration. Each character must possess substance, vitality, and soul. We want the audience to leave with a profound realization. This is our deity. This is our ancestor. This discourse has transcended the realm of casting, evolving into a nationwide contemplation on cultural confidence, national spirit, and aesthetic orientation. Every application received by the Huaxiachanggu production team resembles a weighty promise to jointly safeguard the vigorous essence of Huaxia that flows through our veins. Chapter 79. Technical support. While the casting progresses in an orderly manner, scriptwriting and special effects development are concurrently underway. A whole office building has been leased, adorned with the sign of the Huaxiachanggu Scriptwriting Center. A team of over 300 individuals, including historians, mythologists, literary scholars, playwrights, and storyboard artists, is diligently working here, divided into several groups, each responsible for a specific era or narrative arc. In the largest conference room, a vigorous discussion is taking place. The scene of Pangu creating the heavens must be awe-inspiring. Chief screenwriter Mr. Chin states, it cannot merely conclude with a flash of lightning and a boom. We must depict the entire process of chaos unfolding, of the separation of the pure and the turbid, and of the formation of heaven and earth. I suggested utilizing holographic projection technology. The special effects director responded, we could create a spherical projection screen with a diameter of 50 meters, allowing the audience to feel as though they are witnessing the creation firsthand. And what about Pangu's height? Someone inquired. According to mythological records, he underwent transformations daily, being divine in the heavens and sacred on earth. As the heavens rose a yard and the earth thickened a yard, Pangu's height increased by a yard each day. Calculating this, a young researcher deduced that Pangu's final height should be 45,000 miles. The room fell silent for a few seconds. How could such a height be represented? By means of comparison, Feng's voice resonated from the doorway. He entered the conference room, followed by several bioengineering engineers. Mr. Qin, the crowd rose. Feng gestured for everyone to sit. Pangu's height cannot be expressed merely in numbers. Through a striking juxtaposition, we envision him standing tall beneath the vast heavens, with his feet grounded in the depths of the abyss. As he breathes, his very essence transforms into swirling clouds. When he opens his eyes, his gaze shines as brightly as the sun and moon. Upon his collapse, his form metamorphoses into mountains and rivers. He retrieves a conceptual illustration from his tablet, a pre-visualization crafted by our special effects team. Observe the screen, where chaos reigns, a void of nothingness. Gradually, the silhouette of a giant emerges, wielding a colossal axe that rends the chaos asunder. Pure essence ascends to the skies, while the impure descends to the earth. The heavens and earth stretch further apart, and the giant grows ever taller. Ultimately, the heavens become unattainable, the earth immeasurable, with the giant standing majestically between them, a beacon of existence. When he finally succumbs from exhaustion, his left eye transforms into the sun, his right into the moon, his limbs and body into the 4 cardinal directions and 5 sacred mountains, his blood into rivers, his veins into landscapes, his muscles into fertile fields, his hair into celestial bodies, his skin into flora, his teeth and bones into precious stones, his essence into jewels, and his sweat into nourishing rain. The entire process employs a cutting-edge amalgamation of virtual reality and holographic projection technology. Audiences don VR goggles, immersing themselves in the chaos. witnessing the genesis of heaven and earth firsthand. Meanwhile, those in the cinema watching the holographic version feel as though Pangu stands before them, within reach. How utterly breathtaking, murmurs Mr. Chun. Yet, this is merely the beginning. What follows? The battle between Tao and Demon, the cataclysm of Longhan. The war of witches and demons. Each is a cataclysmic event capable of annihilating the world. Our task is to authentically depict these grand scenes from mythology. He turns to the special effects director. What challenges does your team face? Primarily technical, the director candidly replies. Certain effects, such as altering the heavens and the earth, or manipulating the stars, are exceedingly difficult to portray convincingly with current cinematic techniques. Technical issues are not a concern, Fong assures, nodding at the bioengineering technician behind him. The technician steps forward, opening a portable case. Inside lies a sleek set of equipment, glasses, gloves, and a sensor suit. This is the latest augmented reality system. The technician explains. When actors don the sensor suit and wear the glasses and gloves, they can perform within a virtual environment. The system will capture their movements and expressions in real time, rendering them into special effects. Demonstrating, he puts on the glasses and performs a magical gesture. On the connected screen, the audience witnesses a giant-like apparition rising from him, standing tall and proud, representing the alteration of heaven and earth. The special effects director is taken aback, exclaiming, "This technology is at least a decade ahead of our time." "Not just a decade," Fong replies calmly. "This is proprietary technology of the Huanyu Group. We will utilize it to film all mythological scenes." The meeting room erupts in astonishment. The screenwriters engage in excited discussions. The sword array of Zhurong can be depicted realistically. The constellation array can be recreated, and the 12 capital heavenly god array. The technical challenges that have long plagued them are swiftly resolved. The subsequent meeting transforms into a feast of creative inspiration, as the mythology team's writers propose. We must design exclusive artifacts for each principal deity. The axe of Pangu, the jade plate of Hanjun, the god-slaying spear of Luo Hu, and the map of mountains and rivers by Nuwa are far more than mere instruments. They must become integral to the characters, each possessing a rich history, a compelling narrative, and formidable power. The head of the costume department remarked that the attire of the deities must be meticulously crafted, although the mythological era lacks precise records. Inspiration can be drawn from oracle bone inscriptions, bronze decorations, and ancient rock paintings. The garments must be splendid yet not ostentatious, sacred yet not rigid. The martial arts team proposed that the combat of the deities should not merely consist of simple strikes. It must reflect the various levels of Taoist practices. The battle between Hanjun and Luo Hu should symbolize the clash of great principles. The confrontation between the ancestral shaman and the demon saint should showcase the competition of physical prowess and divine abilities. Every suggestion was attentively considered by Fong, who understood the enormity of the undertaking. Yet, it is precisely this vastness that renders it worthy of pursuit. The meeting extended from morning until dusk, concluding with all participants feeling both fatigued and exhilarated. "Mr. Qin, I am confident," said Teacher Chun, grasping Feng's hand. "The great song of Huaxiao will become a milestone in the history of Dragon Kingdom cinema. No, a landmark in the annals of global film history. Let us strive together." Fong replied. As they exited the creative center, the city was aglow with lights. Standing on the street corner, Fong gazed at the transforming metropolis. In the distance, the construction site glimmered with scattered lights, where the 3 major film bases were working through the night. Farther still, the factory buildings of the materials industrial park had illuminated, with the first production line undergoing testing. Beneath him, this city, this province, this nation, was uniting thousands of individuals, all striving for a singular dream. Among them were workers, farmers, scholars, artists, youth, and elders. They hailed from diverse backgrounds and regions, yet at this moment, they shared a common goal: to recreate the magnificent epic of Huaxia civilization. This endeavor transcended mere television production. It represented a cultural renaissance, a quest for spiritual roots, and a grand celebration for the entire populace. Pangu awakened from chaos. Wielding his axe to carve the heavens, Nuwa fashioned humanity from the earth, mending the sky with stone. The Yellow Emperor clashed with Chiyu Juelu, guiding through the mists. Do you govern the floods, passing by his home thrice without entering? The scroll of 5,000 years slowly unfurls, and he, along with all who participate, is a scribe of this grand narrative. The brush is poised, the ink ground. All that remains is to inscribe it, thus immortalizing a tale for the ages. Chapter 80. Completion of the Starship on January 17, 2026, at 3 in the morning, the winter night in Huai County was profoundly silent, with frost blanketing the ground and stars twinkling vividly in the clear sky. On the terrace of Feng's villa, a barely perceptible glimmer flitted by. An optical cloaked shuttle had completed its hover and descended in a pre-cleared area. Dressed in a simple dark coat, Feng boarded the shuttle accompanied by 4 bodyguards. The cabin door closed silently, and the engine emitted a soft hum as it started. In the next moment, the shuttle ascended vertically, accelerating and breaching the atmosphere within seconds, leaving behind the blue arc of Earth. Inside the vessel, Feng gazed through the porthole at the diminishing planet. From the vantage point of space, this planet appears both beautiful and fragile, with the contours of its continents faintly discernible beneath the clouds, and the lights of civilization coalescing into luminous patches against the encroaching darkness. "Captain, we are expected to arrive at the asteroid belt base in approximately 3 hours, reported the officer, a bioengineer being designated as QB7. Feng nodded, reclining in his seat with his eyes closed, yet his mind remained restless. 6 months prior, he had dispatched Qin Zhanjuan to lead the initial construction team to the asteroid belt. At that time, it was merely a concept, a blueprint. Now, 12 interstellar warships had been completed, each stretching 10 kilometers in length. Such a pace of shipbuilding would be deemed fantastical in any nation on Earth. However, the Huanyu Group possessed advanced energy material conversion technology, fully automated nanofabrication arrays, and tireless bioengineered workers. More significantly, they had access to a resource-rich asteroid belt. Far removed from Earth's scrutiny, time drifted in silence. The shuttle cruised at sublight speed, the starlit expanse outside seemingly frozen, with only the occasional passing asteroid reminding them of their voyage through deep space. 3 hours later, a remarkable sight unfolded outside the viewport. Dozens of modified asteroids floated in the void, their surfaces adorned with metallic structures, pulsating with the glow of indicator lights. Amidst these celestial factories, 12 colossal ships hovered. The interstellar warships. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of witnessing them took Qin Feng's breath away. From a distance, they resembled 12 black swords suspended in the cosmos, their lines stark, their forms menacing, cloaked in energy-absorbing coatings that reflected almost no light, as if 12 rifts had torn the very fabric of the universe. Yet, as the shuttle drew nearer, the sense of scale began to distort. When the bow of one warship filled the entire viewport, Qin Feng experienced for the first time what it meant to suffer from megalophobia. It was no longer a vessel but an endless expanse of steel, a metallic mountain floating in the void. The shuttle appeared insignificant, as diminutive as a speck of dust before it. "Captain, we are approaching the flagship Huanyu," the officer reported. Qin Feng observed as an entrance on the side of the warship opened. An aperture measuring 300 meters in width and 500 meters in height, ample enough to engulf an entire stadium. The shuttle flew into it, akin to an insect burrowing into a cavern. Inside lay an entirely different realm. Along the sides of the entrance corridor, countless indicator lights stretched like a galaxy towards the horizon. Engineering vehicles, or rather, engineering spacecraft, moved methodically through the corridor. Further along, layers of decks, pipes, and arrays of equipment formed an incredibly intricate labyrinth of steel. The shuttle ultimately docked at a berth near the central bridge. As the hatch opened, Qin Feng stepped onto the deck of the Huanyu. Gravity was normal. The warship was equipped with a simulated gravity system that adjusted the internal environment to resemble Earth through rotation and gravitational fields. The air was fresh, the temperature comfortable, entirely unlike being ensconced within a closed metallic structure in the void of space. "Salute." A resonant voice echoed through the expansive docking hall. Qin Feng lifted his gaze, and before him stood a meticulously arranged formation of 5,000 bioengineered soldiers, standing in disciplined rows, clad in uniform deep gray space combat suits, adorned with the insignia of the Universe Group. At the forefront of the ranks, General Qin Zhangjuan strode forward. This commanding officer of the space forces was of imposing stature, his visage resolute, and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He approached Qin Feng, came to attention, and saluted. "Commander, the first fleet of the Universe Group is assembled and ready for inspection." Qin Feng returned the salute and proceeded along the red carpet towards the review stand. His footsteps resonated steadily upon the metallic floor. On either side, 5,000 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, their gazes filled solely with loyalty and determination. Each of these bioengineered soldiers had undergone genetic optimization and combat training, their physical capabilities 100-fold that of ordinary humans, with learning abilities equally enhanced. They required no sleep, sought no entertainment, and felt no need for emotional solace. They were the epitome of military perfection, absolutely loyal and unfailingly efficient. Ascending the review stand, Qin Feng surveyed the army he had single-handedly forged. "Soldiers." His voice echoed through the hall via the sound system. 6 months ago, this was a desolate asteroid belt. Today, 12 interstellar warships have been constructed, and a formidable space fleet has taken shape. This is your achievement. This is the glory of the Universe Group. After a brief pause, he continued, "But I must tell you, this is merely the beginning. In the Kuiper Belt, a larger shipbuilding base is already under construction. In the future, we shall possess hundreds, even thousands of warships. Our fleet will patrol the entirety of the solar system, and even venture into the depths of the cosmos." The soldiers stood attentively, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "I know some may ask, why do we build such formidable power?" Qin Feng's voice deepened. "To conquer? To dominate? No." He surveyed the assembly. "We build our fleet to protect, to safeguard our homeland from any threat, to ensure our civilization can flourish freely, to uphold our right to choose our own path. The universe is vast and filled with the unknown. We do not know whether other civilizations exist, nor do we know what challenges the future may hold. But we do know one thing. Only those who wield a sharp sword may rightfully speak of peace. Today, we stand here not to flaunt our might, but to demonstrate that Huaxia civilization, that humanity itself, possesses the capability to emerge from its cradle, to thrive, survive, and prosper among the stars." Applause erupted thunderously. Though the emotional fluctuations of the bioengineered soldiers were deliberately suppressed, in this moment, their applause still conveyed a palpable excitement. Following the review, General Qin Zhangjuan accompanied Qin Feng on a tour of the Universe vessel. They first arrived at the bridge. This was a hemispherical space, 200 meters in diameter, with a panoramic observation window crafted from countless high-strength transparent composite materials, capable of displaying electromagnetic signals across any spectrum, and also switching to tactical views. At the center of the bridge was the captain's command seat, surrounded by dozens of control consoles, each manned by an operator. A colossal holographic projection hovered in the air, displaying the real-time status of the warship, the surrounding spatial situation, and the operational data of various systems. Chapter 81. A surge of confidence. The cosmic vessel, known as the Huanyu, stretches an impressive 102 kilometers in length, with a maximum width of 18 kilometers and a height of 0.9 kilometers. Commander Qin Zhangguo reported that the hull is constructed from a composite material of nanocarbon tubes and titanium alloy. boasting a strength 50 times that of aerospace steel while weighing merely a third of it. Its exterior is enveloped in an energy-absorbing and scattering coating, providing exceptional protection against radar, lasers, and particle beams. He displayed a schematic of the weapon systems. The primary armament is a Genesis-class energy cannon situated at the bow, capable of outputting a maximum power equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT, with a range extending up to 1 million kilometers. The secondary weapons include 32 electromagnetic railguns, each capable of accelerating a 1-ton projectile to 1 times the speed of light. The closed defense system comprises 1,200 arrays of lasers and particle beams, adept at intercepting any approaching missiles or aircraft. As Fong absorbed the specifications, he fell into contemplative silence. 100 million tons equivalent. Considering that the Hiroshima atomic bomb had a yield of 150 kilotons, this power is akin to over 6,000 Hiroshima bombs detonating simultaneously. Furthermore, it is not a nuclear weapon but a pure energy weapon, devoid of radioactive contamination and capable of precise power control. What about the energy supply? He inquired. The battleship's core consists of 12 antimatter reactors, complemented by an energy storage system that can sustain full power operations for 30 years, Jongwa replied. Additionally, we possess a matter-energy conversion system as a backup, allowing us to directly transmute reserve materials into energy if necessary. Subsequently, they proceeded to the hangar. This vast expanse measures 2 kilometers in length, 800 meters in width, and 300 meters in height, divided into 5 levels. Each level accommodates 2,000 unmanned spacecraft, totaling 10,000. These aircraft, resembling majestic eagles in flight, are entirely black, with a wingspan of 15 meters and armed with laser cannons and particle beams. The AI systems of these vessels are capable of independent operations as well as collaborative engagements. Their maximum acceleration reaches an astonishing 50 G, far exceeding the limits of manned aircraft. They are suited for space combat and can also penetrate the atmosphere to execute missions, Jongwa stated. Each aircraft possesses stealth capabilities. With a radar cross-section no larger than a sparrow, navigating through the hangar, they arrived at the living quarters. This area bore little resemblance to a military installation. Rather, it resembled a modern urban community. It featured a lighting system that simulates natural sunlight, landscape parks, gyms, libraries, entertainment rooms, and even small farms cultivating fresh vegetables. Although the personnel do not require rest in the traditional sense, a conducive recreational environment aids in maintaining cognitive agility. We have simulated Earth's circadian rhythms, incorporating cultural learning and skills training courses, Jongwa explained. After all, we are not merely soldiers. We are also custodians of civilization. Fong nodded in approval. He held this principle in high esteem. The bioengineered beings he created were not mere tools but individuals endowed with thought, culture, and aspirations. They deserved a fulfilling life. Finally, they reached the most critical area of the warship, the command center. This highly confidential spherical space, with a diameter of only 50 meters, is adorned with numerous display screens and control panels. At its center lies a holographic projection platform, currently showcasing a real-time model of the entire solar system. Boss, please take a look, Jongwa said, operating the control console as the projection transitioned to display the outer reaches of the solar system, specifically the Kuiper Belt region. There, countless asteroids are undergoing transformation, and dozens of shipyards have begun to take shape. More astonishingly, 30 larger warships are currently under construction, each measuring at least twice the length of the Cosmic Voyager. The Kuiper Belt base commenced operations 3 months ago and is progressing smoothly. The Qin military reports plans to construct 36 Guardian-class warships, each measuring 20 kilometers and equipped with more formidable weaponry and defense systems. All expected to be completed by the end of 2027. He paused for a moment, retrieving another set of data simultaneously. We have established outposts at the edge of the Oort cloud, initiating explorations of exoplanetary space. Preliminary scans indicate no signs of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations within 50 light-years of the solar system. Fong observed all of this quietly. In a mere 6 months, from nothing to a fleet of 12 interstellar warships and a space force of 1 million personnel, a new base has also been established in the Kuiper Belt. Such rapid advancements would incite panic if any nation on Earth were to discover them. Yet, Fong remained untroubled. These bases are distanced from Earth and equipped with comprehensive stealth and defensive measures, rendering them undetectable by terrestrial observation methods. Boss, there is a matter requiring your decision. The Qin military stated. According to plan, the fleet should conduct live-fire drills, but there are no suitable targets within the solar system. I suggest selecting an asteroid as a target to test the main weapon's power. Fong pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not for now. The energy cannon's power is too immense and might attract the attention of Earth's observation agencies. Let's first conduct conventional training, fleet maneuvers, aircraft combat, and system coordination. Live-fire testing can wait until the fleet in the Kuiper Belt is completed and we venture into more distant space. Understood. The inspection lasted for 8 hours. As Fong boarded the shuttle for his return journey, he stood beside the Cosmic Voyager's docking bay, casting one last glance at this steel colossus. The lights shimmered like a sea of stars, its structure resembling a mountain range, where millions of soldiers live, train, and prepare. An unusual emotion surged within him. Such formidable power could conquer Earth in a single day. All nations, all armies, would appear as fragile as children before this fleet. If he so desired, he could easily become the sole ruler of this planet. Boss. The Qin military noted his silence. Fong shook his head, suppressing that perilous thought. Power corrupts the heart. Absolute power breeds absolute arrogance. He created this fleet not to dominate, but to protect. If he were to succumb to the corruption of power, everything would lose its significance. Remember our principles, he said to the Qin military. The existence of the fleet is a deterrent, not an act of aggression. The fleet shall not intervene in earthly affairs unless faced with an insurmountable external threat or if someone attempts to use force to interfere with the development of the cosmic group. Yes, the principles have been encoded into the core programs of all personnel, the Qin military responded, standing at attention. Qin Fong boarded the shuttle. The hatch closed, and the engines ignited. As the shuttle departed the cosmic Voyager and re-entered the boundless expanse of space, Qin Fong gazed through the porthole at the 12 warships gradually diminishing against the backdrop of the starry sky. They hovered silently, akin to slumbering behemoths. Yet, when the moment arises, they can awaken at any time, unleashing a roar that reverberates through the stars. On the journey back, Qin Fong was lost in contemplation. With this fleet, many plans could be accelerated. The advancements in the chip industry, material sector, and film production bases could be expedited. No longer must he be concerned with external pressures or any form of interference. If anyone dared to threaten him with force, he could simply respond, "You possess an aircraft carrier, yet I command interstellar battleships. You wield nuclear weapons, while I have orbital cannons. Take your issues to my orbital cannon." This was not a threat, but merely a statement of fact. Of course, he would not proactively display such power unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, his confidence was indeed bolstered. Chapter 82, Genetic Optimization Serum. On January 19th, in the Bihue-Huading Villa district of Huai County, 3 black sedans entered the parking area of the Qin family villa. The middle vehicle, a Maybach, opened its rear door, and Qin Yang emerged, adorned in trendy attire, sunglasses shielding his eyes, and a Richard Mille watch glinting in the winter sunlight. "Brother, what's the rush? I was surfing with friends in Sanya," he exclaimed, removing his sunglasses with a smile. After months of leisure, Qin Yang exuded an air of confidence and relaxation, a charm bestowed by wealth and freedom. Qin Fong stood at the villa's entrance, clad in simple loungewear. "Come inside, and we shall discuss it." In the living room, their parents and Qin Yao waited. Qin Zhengwo and his wife sat on the sofa, beaming at their youngest son's return, while Qin Yao, dressed in a cozy loungewear, was engrossed in watching short videos on her tablet. With everyone gathered, Qin Fong gestured for them to take a seat and turned to Qin Yang. "Did you enjoy yourself?" "Absolutely. It was fantastic. You wouldn't believe it. But at the yacht club in Sanya, the owner recognized me and insisted on gifting me a yacht. I declined, but he kept trying to get close." Qin Yang replied animatedly. "Enough," Qin Fong interjected. "I called you back for a serious matter." He clapped his hands, and 4 composed bioengineered medical personnel, clad in white uniforms, entered from the side hall, each carrying a silver metallic box. Qin Yao curiously leaned forward. "Brother, what's this?" Qin Fong did not respond directly, but instead looked to their parents. "Mom, Dad, do you remember when I mentioned conducting some special research in Africa?" Qin Zhengwo nodded yes. "You spoke of high technology, which we do not quite understand, but we trust your judgment. What I am about to present today is one of those breakthroughs." Qin Fong opened one of the boxes, revealing 5 transparent syringes filled with a pale golden liquid that shimmered softly under the light. "This is the Genetic Optimization Serum." "Genetic Optimization Serum?" Qin Yang's eyes lit up. "Is it like the kind found in novels? The one that transforms you into a superhuman?" Qin Fong nodded. "In a similar vein, but more refined and safer." Qin Yao set aside her tablet and leaned in for a closer look. "Brother, please don't tell me you truly have some kind of system?" Qin Fong chuckled, gently patting his sister's head. "What are you thinking? Have you been reading too much science fiction?" "But this seems so fantastical," Qin Yao murmured. Qin Fong spoke earnestly, in simple terms. "This is a biopharmaceutical based on gene editing and nanotechnology. It can repair human deficiencies at the molecular level, optimize genetic sequences, and unleash potential." He picked up a syringe. The first injection primarily enhances physical attributes. Upon completion, metrics such as strength, speed, endurance, and recovery capabilities can exceed human limits by more than tenfold. "Tenfold?" Qin Yang exclaimed. "Does that mean I would become like Captain America?" "Quite so," Qin Fong nodded. The second optimization focuses on the brain. Memory, learning capacity, and information processing ability will experience exponential enhancement. "Do you know why I am able to manage so many complex affairs now? This is one of the reasons." Qin Yao recalled her brother's astonishing decisions and strategies. Deep in thought, the third optimization, Qin Fong paused, has yet to reveal its limits. "I have personally undergone 3 optimizations. Ordinary firearms are now ineffective against me, not because they cannot hit me, but because even if they do, it is of no consequence." A profound silence enveloped the living room. Qin Zhengwo and his wife exchanged glances. They had encountered much in their lives, yet this matter surpassed their comprehension. Suddenly, Qin Yang pondered something, his expression peculiar. "Brother, what if I need an appendectomy after the optimization? Wouldn't the surgical knife become dull?" This unexpected question caught everyone off guard, and Qin Yao burst into laughter. Qin Fong chuckled as well, beckoning the medical personnel beside him. "Come, let's remove my brother's appendix first. No anesthesia required." Wait. Qin Yang waved his hands repeatedly. "I was just joking." After the laughter subsided, the atmosphere became somewhat lighter. Qin Fong turned to his parents, his tone sincere. "Mom, Dad, I understand this sounds implausible. But please trust me, this technology is entirely safe. I have personally tested it, and it has undergone long-term validation. Once the optimization is complete, your bodies will become healthier, more youthful, and your lifespan will significantly extend." Qin Zhengwo and his wife exchanged glances. They perceived the sincerity and confidence in their eldest son's eyes, as well as the professionalism of the medical staff present. "Xiao Feng, you are right. We trust you." Qin Zhengwo finally nodded. "But could this be too exaggerated? At our age, what more is there to strive for?" "Father, it is precisely because of your age that it is even more necessary," Qin Feng replied. "I want you to live healthily for many years, to witness my achievements, to see Yao Yao marry and have children." and to watch Qin Yang establish his own family and career. I wish for you to enjoy life, rather than be troubled by aging and illness. These words struck a chord with Qin Zhangwo. He glanced at his wife, then at his 3 children, ultimately resolute. Very well, let us give it a try. Qin Yao raised her hand. I want in. I want to become more beautiful. Qin Yang, unwilling to be outdone, declared, I want to become stronger. No, wait. I'm already quite strong. I want to become smarter. Qin Fong laughed. You will all have your share. However, I must forewarn you that the optimization process is not without its challenges. After the first injection, your bodies will undergo a reorganization, resulting in intense pain lasting approximately 3 days. The second and third injections will be somewhat easier, but discomfort will still be present. You must be mentally prepared. I'm not afraid of pain. Qin Zhangwo puffed out his chest. When your mother gave birth to you, I was outside the delivery room hearing her scream. That was real pain. What is this little discomfort in comparison? Qin's mother shot her husband a playful glare, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Preparations commenced swiftly. The medical team transformed the villa's basement into a temporary medical center, equipped with state-of-the-art monitoring devices, life support systems, and 4 independent optimization pods that resembled the hibernation chambers of a science fiction film. Everyone donned medical attire before entering the optimization pods. Dr. Qin, the leading bioengineer, directed the proceedings, explaining that the initial optimization would require 72 hours. During this period, we would maintain constant surveillance to ensure safety. The Qin couple appeared somewhat apprehensive. Yet upon seeing Qin Feng's encouraging gaze, they complied. Qin Yang, on the other hand, was eager. Brother, after the optimization, will I be able to dismantle a tank with my bare hands? Theoretically, yes, Qin Feng replied solemnly, but I wouldn't recommend trying. Tanks are quite expensive. Qin Yao was the last to enter the optimization pod, as she reclined on the soft mattress and watched the transparent pod cover slowly close. A wave of fear washed over her. Brother, will it really hurt? Chapter 83, How to Explain. It will hurt, Qin Feng answered honestly, but it is worth it. Just think of how beautiful, healthy, and long-lived you will be afterward. Qin Yao bit her lip. Then you must wait for me outside. I will always be here. The pod cover sealed completely. A pale blue liquid began to flow from the openings in the pod's walls, gradually filling the interior. Qin Yao felt her body float as her breathing was sustained through a mask. Then, she observed the medical personnel connecting a syringe to the pod's infusion port. The injection commenced. Dr. Qin's voice resonated through the communicator. 3, 2, 1. A chill spread from her arm's vein. Initially, there was nothing remarkable about it. However, a few minutes later, the transformation began. It started with a mild warmth, akin to the onset of a cold. Then, the heat escalated rapidly, as if every cell in her body were ablaze. Qin Yao gritted her teeth, enduring the sensation. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The true agony arrived half an hour later, a torment that penetrated to the marrow, tearing apart every cell. It felt as though countless small knives were slicing, reconfiguring, then slicing again, only to reconfigure once more within her body. Her muscles twitched, her bones creaked, and her blood vessels expanded and contracted, unable to suppress her moans. She heard her father's restrained growls, her mother's hurried breaths, and Qin Yang's muffled grunts from the adjacent pod. Hold on. Qin Feng's voice came through, steady and powerful. Embrace the pain, do not resist it. This is your body evolving, becoming stronger. Qin Yao endeavored to heed her brother's advice. She ceased to fight against the pain and instead attempted to feel it, to sense the muscle fibers reconnecting with newfound resilience after their rupture, to perceive the increasing density of her bones, to experience her heart beating with renewed vigor. This process felt interminable. Each minute stretched like a century. On the monitoring screen, the vital signs of the 5 individuals fluctuated dramatically yet remained within safe parameters. Dr. Qin and the medical team stood vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Qin Feng remained steadfast outside, watching over his family through the observation window. His gaze remained calm, yet the clenched fists betrayed the tension within. The first day was the most arduous. Qin Yao nearly succumbed to the pain several times, only to be drawn back by an unseen force. She began to comprehend the implications of her brother's assertion regarding the tenfold limits of humanity. Such a degree of transformation indeed necessitates a sacrifice. The following day, the pain had diminished somewhat, yet a new sensation emerged. Itchiness, a deep-seated itch that penetrated to the very marrow. It was the burgeoning of new cells and the repair of tissues, more intolerable than pain itself, for it could not be scratched or alleviated. Qin Yao overheard Qin Yang cursing in the chamber. Although his words were somewhat indistinct, it was evident he was venting his frustrations. She nearly chuckled, but the act of laughing triggered a cascade of discomfort throughout her body, both pain and itchiness. On the third day, changes began to manifest. Monitoring data indicated a steady enhancement in the muscle density, bone strength, and cardiopulmonary function of the 5 individuals. Their body temperature gradually returned to normal, and vital signs stabilized. The most conspicuous alterations were in their appearances. Despite the barrier of the chamber and the liquid, it was apparent that the wrinkles on Qin Zhangwo and his wife's faces were diminishing, and their gray hair was reverting to black. Qin Yang's muscle definition became more pronounced, while Qin Yao's skin transformed into a more delicate and smooth texture. At long last, the 72 hours had elapsed. The liquid within the optimization chamber slowly drained away, and the chamber lid opened. Qin Yao sat up gradually, feeling as though she had shed an immense burden, her entire being feeling weightless. She glanced down at her hands. The skin was fair and luminous, her nails smooth and healthy. Even the scars from her childhood had vanished. How do you feel? Qin Feng approached her, handing her a towel. Quite peculiar, she replied. As she dried herself, she felt buoyant, yet brimming with strength. She attempted to clench her fist, and was astonished to produce a satisfying crackling sound effortlessly. A gentle leap nearly brought her head in contact with the ceiling. She quickly moderated her force and landed lightly. Strength requires acclimatization, Qin Feng advised, steadying her. Take your time. Meanwhile, Qin Zhengwo and his wife emerged as well. They gazed at one another, momentarily speechless. In the mirror, they appeared to be in their 30s. Qin Zhengwo's once graying hair had transformed into a thick, raven hue. His wrinkles and under-eye bags had disappeared, standing tall and upright. Qin Mu was even more astonishing. Her skin was taut and smooth, her facial contours more refined. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes entirely vanished, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Is this truly me? Qin Zhengwo mused, touching his chin. Her skin had once been somewhat loose, but was now firm and elastic. Zhengwo, we have become younger, Qin Mu remarked, gazing at her reflection. Qin Yang was the most exhilarated. He dashed to the gym and delivered a punch to the sandbag. Bang! The bag flew across the room, bursting against the wall, its contents scattering across the floor. My goodness! Qin Yang marveled at his fist, devoid of even a hint of redness. Brother, this is incredible. Qin Feng approached. This is merely the beginning. There will be a second and third optimization to follow. The second optimization would occur 2 days hence, primarily targeting the brain. After the injection, the 5 individuals experienced another peculiar sensation, not pain, but an overwhelming influx of information. A torrent of knowledge, memories, and sensory data flooded their minds, as though their brains had been connected to the internet. Initially chaotic, they soon learned to filter, organize, and catalog the information. Qin Yao discovered she could contemplate 3 different matters simultaneously without confusion. Qin Yang discovered that he could almost memorize every book he read. Qin Zhengwo found himself able to recall details from decades ago, even the scents and temperatures of those times vividly etched in his memory. The third optimization was completed a week later, achieving a new equilibrium between body and mind. As the 4 emerged from the optimization pod, their demeanor had transformed entirely. Qin Zhengwo stood at a height of 1.8 meters, weighing 80 kilograms, with a well-proportioned and upright physique, his facial features sharply defined, appearing to be 30 years old. Although he was actually 53, Qin Mu, standing at 1.68 meters and weighing 55 kilograms, possessed fair and smooth skin, delicate features, and bright, clear eyes that could easily convince others she was 25. Qin Yang reached a height of 1.86 meters and weighed 95 kilograms, not in an exaggerated muscular way, but with a robust physique characterized by well-defined muscles and explosive power. He stood like a tiger poised to pounce. Qin Yao underwent the most significant transformation. Already beautiful, she now radiated astonishing beauty. Standing at 1.72 meters and weighing 55 kilograms, her proportions were perfect, her skin flawless, and her eyes sparkled like stars. More importantly, she exuded an aura that combined youthful vivacity with wisdom and composure beyond her years. The family stood before the full-length mirror in the living room, gazing at their reflections. Speechless, is this really me? Qin Yao softly inquired, feeling as if she had become a different person. Qin Mu gently caressed her cheek, pondering how to explain this to Xiao Feng. Chapter 84. Dressed to impress on February 3rd, at 8 a.m., Mingang Airport lay shrouded in a thin mist. A silver-gray large private jet quietly rested on the tarmac, its streamlined body reflecting the rays of the rising sun. Beneath its wings, 4 black cars were loaded, 2 Maybach GLS 600S and 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. As the Qin family emerged from the VIP passage, airport staff could not help but steal glances. Not due to the grandeur of the occasion, but because of their splendid Ming Dynasty attire. Leading the way was Qin Feng, adorned in a vermilion brocade flying fish robe, a spring knife at his waist, and wearing a black gauze crown. His newly optimized height of 1.86 meters, combined with his well-built physique, rendered this outfit of a Ming Dynasty commander both imposing and dignified. He walked with steady strides and deep-set eyes, resembling a powerful statesman from the Ming era. Qin Yang followed closely behind, similarly dressed in a flying fish robe, though in a dark azure adorned with silver fish patterns. He was of similar height to his brother but exuded a more outgoing aura, his youthful vigor evident in his features. The genetic optimization had further enhanced his already robust physique, which appeared subtly defined beneath the fitted robe. Qin Yao and her mother walked in the middle, both wearing vibrant red phoenix coronets and robes. Qin Yao's robe was intricately embroidered with a pattern of phoenixes in harmony, the golden threads glimmering in the morning light. Adorned with a jeweled crown, the cascading pearls accentuated her snow-white complexion and picturesque features. The genetic optimization had added an ethereal quality to her already remarkable beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting of a Ming Dynasty noblewoman. Qin Mu's robe was more dignified, embroidered with peonies and auspicious clouds, symbolizing wealth and good fortune. She wore her hair in a lofty bun adorned with a pearl crown, her visage gentle and her demeanor regal. Optimized, she appeared scarcely 30, standing beside Qin Yao, resembling not a mother and daughter but rather sisters. 10 guards clad in the standard attire of the Jinui, dressed in green embroidered robes, each wielding a Yenling knife and donning black gauze hats without wings, stood tall, each over 6 feet, their physiques well-proportioned and their gazes sharp, uniformly accompanying the Qin family. This entourage resembled a procession of Ming Dynasty Jinui escorting royal nobility on an outing. My heavens, is this a film shoot? A young colleague murmured nearby. It's the Qin family. I hear they're going on a trip. It's so atmospheric. The costumes, the elegance. Qin Feng and his party boarded the airplane. As the cabin door closed and the engines roared to life, the aircraft glided slowly toward the runway. Inside the cabin, Qin Yao settled into a window seat and eagerly initiated a live broadcast. Good morning, darlings. She beamed at the camera, the jewels of her crown gently swaying. Instantly, millions flooded into the live stream, the numbers rapidly escalating. Yao Yao, good morning. My goodness, what an outfit. the phoenix crown, and splendid attire. You look stunning today. Where are you? On a plane? Is it possible to live stream from a plane? The barrage of comments filled the screen. Qin Yao adjusted the camera to better capture herself and the cabin's ambience. Indeed, I am on my brother's private jet. Today, I'm heading to Ming Shaoling with my family to pay respects to the Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. The camera panned across the cabin. The spacious interior was lavishly decorated, featuring genuine leather seats, wooden paneling, and dedicated areas for entertainment and work. Qin Fong and Qin Yang were seated, while their mother gazed quietly out the window. Wow. A private jet. Qin Zong, your lifestyle is enviable. Someone exclaimed. Wait, Yao mentioned going to Ming Shaoling? Paying homage to Zhu Yuanzhang? Recently, Ming Shaoling has indeed been popular, with many visiting. The rivers and mountains endure. The Ming dynasty endures. The foundation of a nation is best represented by the Ming. Discussions about the Ming dynasty rapidly filled the screen. Seeing these comments, Qin Yao smiled knowingly. It appears everyone has a keen interest in history. The Ming dynasty certainly boasts many points of pride. The Hongwu Emperor expelled the Tartars and restored China. The Yongle Emperor made 7 voyages to the west, earning tributes from myriad nations, and the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the most comprehensive encyclopedia of its time. She paused before continuing. Moreover, the integrity of the Ming dynasty is commendable. The emperor guarded the nation's gates, and Emperor Chongzhen chose to hang himself rather than flee south. Such spirit is worth remembering. In the comments, someone added. Also, Yu Qian defended Beijing, saving the Ming from peril. Qi Jiguang fought against the Japanese pirates, showcasing the might of Huaxia. Zheng He's voyages preceded Columbus by decades, and his fleet was far more substantial. The Ming's firearms were also advanced. The Divine Machine Camp was one of the earliest independent firearms units in the world. Qin Yao nodded. Thus, our choice to wear Ming attire for this homage is also a form of respect. The legacy left by our ancestors is something we must inherit and remember. At that moment, a keen-eyed fan noticed Qin's mother. Yao, who is this stunning beauty in the phoenix crown beside you? Is she your sister? I hadn't heard you had a sister. Qin Yao smiled and turned the camera towards her mother. This is my mom. The comments instantly exploded. What? Mom? She doesn't look old at all. Auntie is so young. She looks like she's in her 30s. She and Yao look like sisters. The phoenix crown and embroidered dress are so traditional, so dignified and graceful. Auntie has such a great temperament. Qin's mother, a bit shy, smiled and nodded at the camera. Hello everyone. Her smile accentuated her gentle demeanor. With her enhanced beauty complemented by exquisite attire, she was indeed stunning. Hello Auntie. You are so beautiful. May I ask for your secret to maintaining your youth? Qin Yao answered on behalf of her mother. When you're happy, you naturally look younger. My brother is successful, our family is doing well, and my mom is cheerful every day, so of course she appears youthful. This explanation was reasonable, and the fans believed it. After all, it is quite normal for those with wealth to maintain their youthful appearance. The camera then panned over to Qin Fong and Qin Yang. This time, female fans went wild. Mr. Qin looks so handsome today, like a commander of the Imperial Guards. What an aura. Qin Yang is also so handsome. The flying fish attire gives off a youthful general vibe. These brothers were indeed striking in appearance, physique, and charm. The guards accompanying them were equally handsome, all dressed in the attire of the Imperial Guards. Is this an Imperial Guard boy band? Qin Yao playfully pointed the camera at one of the guards. This young man, would you like to say hello to everyone? The guard, called upon, remained expressionless and merely nodded slightly. With his chiseled features and sharp gaze, combined with the Imperial Guard attire, he exuded a cool, stoic handsomeness. Wow, so cool. A true ice-cold gentleman. What an extraordinary presence. Qin Yao then interviewed another guard. Young man, how tall are you? 183 centimeters. The answer was concise and powerful. Have you practiced martial arts? Yes. Wow. Qin Yao turned to the camera. Did you hear that? They are all trained fighters. So if you see us on the road, don't provoke us lightly. The comments erupted in laughter. Who would dare to provoke Mr. Qin's guards? Haven't they learned from the lesson of the Northern Myanmar Little Eight? These guards clearly radiated expertise. Chapter 85. The status of Nangu. As discussions about the guards came to a close, the topic shifted back to the itinerary. A fan from Anhui province sent a comment. Welcome Yao to play in Huijing. Immediately, someone retorted. Nangu is the capital of Su province. Okay. How did it become Huijing? Isn't the capital of Su province Su city? You can't fool me. I read a lot. The geography teacher must have taught you, right? And you read a lot. Nangu is a direct-controlled municipality. Direct control my foot. Nangu is clearly Huijing. The age-old mystery regarding the affiliation of Nangu replayed in the comments. Qin Yao couldn't help but smile. Alright, regardless of which province Nangu belongs to. It is an important historical and cultural city in our dragon nation. The Ming Shaoling is there, and we're going to pay respects to Emperor Hongwu. Not to debate administrative divisions. A fan asked, Yao, how do you plan to pay respects at the Ming Shaoling? Is there any ceremony? Qin Yao pondered for a moment. We brought some offerings like wine, fruits, and pastries. Upon arrival, we will conduct the traditional rituals. After all, when honoring our ancestors, sincerity is of utmost importance. Support. Nowadays, not many young people understand traditional etiquette. The Hongwu Emperor is indeed worthy of worship. Had he not expelled the Mongol invaders and restored China, one can only speculate how history might have unfolded. Although the later years of the Ming dynasty were marred by corruption, the founding emperors displayed remarkable talent and vision. Engaging in discussions of history, time seemed to pass swiftly. As the airplane entered a phase of smooth flight, the cabin crew served breakfast. While enjoying her meal, Qin Yao continued her live broadcast. Her fans watched with envy as she dined from exquisite porcelain, wondering if breakfast on a private jet was always this lavish, with plates resembling antiques. The elegance with which Yao consumed her food was striking. Noticing the comments, Qin Yao smiled and remarked, "These were all prepared by my brother. He has a high standard for quality of life." She spoke no falsehood. The tableware was indeed a meticulous replica of Ming Dynasty official kiln porcelain, crafted from the finest materials. The food was also thoughtfully prepared, balancing nutrition and flavor. After breakfast, Qin Yao offered her audience a tour of the aircraft's interior. While she could not showcase every area, she highlighted the cabin, entertainment room, and small bar. "How many people can this plane accommodate?" one fan inquired. "In a standard layout, it can seat over 30. However, this time we've only brought family and our security team, so it feels quite spacious," Qin Yao explained. Once the tour concluded, she returned to her seat and began discussing the clothing culture of the Ming Dynasty with her fans. "The outfits we are wearing are reconstructed based on actual artifacts and images from the Ming era." She adjusted her xiaopai, explaining that the phoenix coronet and xiaopai were ceremonial attire for noble women, worn exclusively by those of high rank. Wearing this is somewhat presumptuous, but in this new era, it should be acceptable to don it for fun. The patterns on the xiaopai also held significance. The pairing of the phoenix and the dragon symbolized marital harmony. Peonies represented wealth, and auspicious clouds denoted good fortune. Every stitch carries meaning. She then pointed to Qin Feng's flying fish robe. The flying fish robe is a type of granted attire from the Ming Dynasty, second only to the dragon robe, and was reserved for high-ranking officials of the Jinyue. The flying fish motif features a dragon's head and fish body with wings, representing a mythical creature that symbolizes imperial favor. Qin Yang leaned in and asked, "What about my outfit?" "Yours is a standard flying fish robe with a simpler design." Qin Yao chuckled, "But on you, it conveys a sense of youthful ambition." Comments from the audience flowed in. "Yao Yao knows so much. Is she studying it specifically?" Qin Yao replied candidly, "I've been catching up on historical knowledge lately because my brother is producing the great song of Huaxia. I started my studies from the mythical era and have now reached the Ming Dynasty. The more I learn, the more I realize how rich and captivating our traditional culture is. Support Yao Yao. Looking forward to the great song of Huaxia. I hope it authentically portrays history without excessive alterations." Qin Yao assured, "Rest assured, my brother has enlisted the most professional historical advisory team. They will strive to authentically restore the historical landscape." As their conversation continued, the airplane began its descent. Through the window, the outlines of the city of Nange became visible. "We are almost there, my dear fans," Qin Yao announced to the camera. "Once we arrive at the Ming Shaoling, I will resume the live broadcast to share the experience with you all. But now, we must prepare for landing, so I will sign off for now. Goodbye, Yao Yao. See you at Ming Shaoling. I hope to encounter you." With the broadcast concluded, Qin Yao gazed thoughtfully out the window. The airplane descends, revealing the city below with increasing clarity. This ancient capital, steeped in history, is about to honor the emperor who established the Ming Dynasty and laid the foundation for its 3 centuries of glory. Qin Feng gazes out the window, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, a legendary figure who rose from the depths of poverty to the pinnacle of power. He is a subject of much debate and has his share of shortcomings, yet it is undeniable that he expelled the Mongol Yuan and restored the Han Dynasty, solidifying the Ming's legacy. Such a man deserves reverence from future generations, deserving to be remembered. The aircraft lands smoothly, the cabin door opens, and the staircase is lowered. Qin Feng is the first to step out, sunlight glistening on his vermilion flying fish robe. Passengers and staff at the airport are taken aback. Is this a film shoot? However, upon witnessing the imposing private jet and the formidable presence of the Imperial Guards, along with the elegantly dressed family descending the steps, they realize this is no mere production, for vehicles are already parked neatly beside the staircase. The security detail swiftly assumes their positions, inspecting the vehicles and confirming the route. Qin Feng and his family enter 2 luxurious Maybachs, while the guards split into 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, one leading and the other following closely. The convoy slowly departs the airport, heading towards the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum. Qin Yao gazes at the passing streets and softly remarks, "Brother, do you think we are being too ostentatious?" Qin Feng chuckles in response, "What of ostentation? We don our traditional attire to pay homage to our ancestors, with utmost pride. If anyone perceives it as excessive, that is their concern, not ours." Qin Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaims, "I think it's splendid. Let everyone see the beauty of our Huaxia garments and the pride of our history." Their mother clasps her husband's hand, smiling silently as she gazes out at the city, a city once ruled by Zhu Yuanzhang, feeling a profound sense of connection. 6 centuries have elapsed, dynasties have risen and fallen, and time has transformed the landscape. Yet, some things remain unchanged: the reverence for ancestors, the commitment to cultural heritage, and the love for this land. The convoy traverses the streets of Nanjing, weaving through modern skyscrapers towards the mausoleum where the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty lies. Chapter 86. Honoring the Hongwu Emperor. On either side of the sacred path leading to the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum, ancient pines and cypress trees stand solemnly, and stone statues silently guard the way. The warm sunlight of early spring filters through the branches, casting dappled shadows that imbue this 600-year-old path with the essence of time. As the Qin family enters the mausoleum area, they draw myriad gazes, not due to their grandeur. For visitors to the Ming Shaoling are well-versed, but because their exquisitely crafted Ming Dynasty attire harmonizes so perfectly with the tomb of the emperor. As if time itself has converged at this moment. My heavens, is this a film crew? Someone whispers. It doesn't seem like it. Look at their demeanor. That one in the flying fish robe looks like Qin Feng. Qin Yao. It's Qin Yao. Recognition spreads among the onlookers. For Qin Yao boasts an astonishing fan base of 100 million, making her easily identifiable. Soon, visitors gather around, raising their phones to capture the moment. Qin Yao smiles and nods in greeting to the crowd, yet does not pause in her stride. 10 members of the Jinjui, clad in their distinctive attire, skillfully parted the crowd, creating a passageway for the Qin family. At the end of the divine path stood the majestic hall of sacrifice. Within, a newly replaced portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang hung prominently. The image depicted the Emperor Hongwu adorned with a feathered crown and dressed in the 12-chapter ceremonial robe, his countenance imposing. With eyes that blazed like torches, an authentic portrayal of imperial grandeur, dispelling the shadows of previous misrepresentations. Qin Zhengwo stood solemnly before the portrait. Once the proprietor of a convenience store, he now stood tall and dignified, his stature enhanced by genetic optimization. Clad in the garb of a Ming scholar, he exuded an air reminiscent of a great Confucian. Kneel, he softly commanded. Qin Fong, Qin Yang, Qin Yao, and their mother obediently knelt on the mat. Behind them, the 10 guards knelt on one knee, a gesture of reverence in the presence of the emperor. Qin Zhengwo lit incense, 3 sticks wafting fragrant smoke through the hall. He held the incense high above his head with both hands and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, Emperor Hongwu, I am Qin Zhengwo, a descendant of the Qin family, accompanied by my wife and children, here to pay our respects. 600 years ago, Your Majesty expelled the barbarian invaders, restored the Chinese nation, and established the enduring foundation of the Ming dynasty. Despite the vicissitudes of time and the change of rulers, Your Majesty's achievements are eternally recorded in history. Your spirit continues to inspire future generations. Today, our Qin family, fortunate to seize the opportunities of our era, has made some accomplishments. We dare not forget our roots, nor our ancestors. We come before your mausoleum to offer humble wine and simple fruit as tokens of our respect. May Your Majesty's spirit endure eternally, blessing our Huaxia, ensuring national prosperity and peace, and the continuity of our cultural legacy. Having spoken, he placed the incense into the burner, and Qin Fong and the others followed with 3 bows. The hall fell into a profound silence. Even the onlooking visitors subdued, moved by the solemnity of the ritual. After the ceremony concluded, Qin Yao resumed her live broadcast. Hello, everyone. We are currently at the Hall of Sacrifice in the Ming Shaoling. She directed the camera toward the portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang. Look, this is the newly replaced image of Emperor Hongwu. Isn't it majestic and awe-inspiring? Instantly, millions flooded into the live stream, finally seeing it. More breathtaking than the photos online. This is the true Zhu Yuanzhang. The sun, moon, and rivers will endure. The Ming dynasty will last forever. How thoughtful of the Qin family to wear traditional attire for the worship. Qin Yao panned the camera to showcase the interior of the hall. This is where the spirit of Emperor Hongwu resides. We just conducted a simple worship ceremony. In the comments, someone asked, Yao, what did it feel like during the ceremony? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yao replied earnestly, it was a truly remarkable feeling. Standing here, thinking about 600 years ago, this very emperor rose from beggary to the throne, expelling the Yuan dynasty and restoring the Han lineage. You can feel the weight of history and a sense of legacy. As she spoke, a group of tourists approached. Yao, can we take a photo? Mr. Qin, I'm your fan. These Jinjui brothers are so handsome. Can we take a picture together? Qin Yao smiled and agreed, her cheerful demeanor welcoming all. The most popular among them were the guards, 10 tall, stoic young men over 6 feet tall, dressed in Jinjui attire, becoming the sought-after backdrop for photographs. One visitor, struck by whimsy, posed dramatically among the guards, pretending to be apprehended by the Jinji. After a companion posted a photograph online with the caption, captured by the Jin Yiwei at Ming Shaoling, what crime have I committed? Perhaps my handsomeness is simply too excessive. The image quickly surged in popularity across the internet. Netizens eagerly engaged with the meme. Jin Yiwei on the case, bystanders beware. With a lineup like this, they must be apprehending someone of ministerial rank. How envious. I too want to pose with the Jin Yiwei. Am I the only one who notices how fit these Jin Yiwei gentlemen are? Meanwhile, Qin Yao continued her live stream, guiding her fans through the various corners of Ming Shaoling, elucidating its history and sharing her impressions. Upon reaching the treasure mound, she paused. This is the site above the mausoleum where Emperor Hongwu and Empress Ma are interred. It is said that this mausoleum has never been plundered and remains remarkably well preserved, which is a rarity among the tombs of Chinese emperors. A fan inquired, why has it never been robbed? Qin Yao replied, there are various theories. Some suggest it is due to clever design, others claim it is due to stringent guarding, while some believe that the lingering might of Emperor Hongwu dissuaded tomb raiders. A witty comment in the barrage read, could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang left the Jin Yiwei to guard the mausoleum? Jin Yiwei as spectral sentinels? This joke is a bit much, I assent it. Who would dare to rob the tomb of Emperor Hongwu? Are they not afraid of incurring his wrath? Amidst laughter and merriment, Qin Yao concluded her live stream at Ming Shaoling. In the following 3 days, the Qin family explored various prominent attractions in Nanjing, such as Zhongshanling, Confucius Temple, Qinhuai River, and the Presidential Palace. At each destination, they donned Ming Dynasty attire, becoming a unique sight. At the Confucius Temple, Qin Yao live-streamed her tasting of Nanjing delicacies, duck blood vermicelli soup, salted duck, soup dumplings, and plum blossom cake. This duck blood vermicelli soup is absolutely delicious. The broth is flavorful, the vermicelli is smooth, and the duck blood is tender. Truly, the best food is found among the common folk. During their night cruise on the Qinhuai River, amidst the sounds of oars and reflections of lanterns, Qin Yao softly recited Du Mu's poem Bo Qinhuai. Mist envelopes the cold water, the moon shrouds the sand. Moored at Qinhuai, near the tavern, merchants' daughters know not the hatred of a fallen nation, still singing of the flowers of the rear courtyard across the river. At the Presidential Palace, they examined displays of modern history. Standing before the statue of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Qin Fong remained silent for a long time. From Zhu Yuanzhang to Sun Yat-sen, from monarchy to republic, He murmured to his younger siblings, "The land beneath our feet has witnessed immense change and struggle. As successors, we must remember all of this, and then forge a brighter future." 3 days swiftly passed. On the eve of their departure from Nanjing, the Qin family dined at a restaurant on the hotel's top floor. Outside, the night view of Jinling sparkled magnificently. Qin Yang spoke earnestly. "I used to think of history as something contained within textbooks, distant from me. Yet these past few days, walking among these ancient sites and dressed in the clothing of our forebears, history suddenly feels alive. Those ancients are no longer mere cold names. They truly existed, they fought, they loved, and they suffered." Qin Fong concluded, "Remember this feeling. Remember our recognition and love for this land and culture. This is our root, our soul. No matter how far we may wander in the future, we must never forget. 600 years ago, Zhu Yuanzhang established his capital here, founding the Ming dynasty. Today, they stand here, clad in Ming attire, honoring the Ming emperors while contemplating the past, present, and future. This is a remarkable legacy, a dialogue that transcends time. A profound sense of belonging." Chapter 87. The new year, the original site of Qin family village has been relocated. Yet the ancestral hall of the Qin family has been meticulously preserved and rebuilt within the newly planned villa district. On the eve of the new year, the hall is adorned with vibrant decorations, and the air is filled with the joyous sounds of celebration. Standing at the entrance of the hall, Qin Jiangwo gazes at the continuous stream of relatives and friends, overwhelmed with emotion. Just 1 year prior, the Qin family was an ordinary rural household, with only a handful of close relatives visiting during the New Year festivities. Now, not only have the villagers gathered, but also relatives from neighboring areas. Business associates of Qin Fong, and even leaders from the county and city have come to personally extend their New Year's greetings. "Happy New Year, Brother Jiangwo. Uncle, I wish you a prosperous year ahead. Uncle Qin, you look increasingly robust." People arrive bearing gifts for the new year, their faces radiant with smiles. Qin Jiangwo warmly greets each one, enlisting his sons to assist in the reception. Inside the hall, Qin Fong and Qin Yang are engaging in conversation with several elders. The genetically enhanced Qin Fong exudes an even more composed and reserved demeanor. Although clad in simple festive attire, he carries himself with an inherent dignity. Qin Yang, on the other hand, is much more vivacious, serving tea and offering cigarettes to the elders, sharing tales of his experiences abroad. The liveliest scene is at Qin Yao's side, where a group of young women encircles her, chattering excitedly. "Yao Yao, how is your skin so flawless? What skincare products do you use? Sister Yao, that outfit is stunning. It must be a designer piece. Yao Yao, may I take a picture with you? I want to post it on social media." Qin Yao responds patiently, welcoming each inquiry. Although she is now a renowned internet celebrity with over 100 million followers, in the eyes of her fellow villagers, she remains the beloved little daughter of the Qin family. The New Year's Eve dinner takes place in the square in front of the ancestral hall. 50 tables are lined up, laden with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, meat, and a variety of delicacies. Before the meal commences, Qin Jiangwo, as the head of the family, delivers a speech. "Dear villagers and cherished friends, I thank you all for gathering here today. With your support over the past year, our Qin family has achieved some success. However, I want to emphasize that these accomplishments belong not just to us, but to the entire Huai County and the whole Qin family village." Thunderous applause ensues. In the coming year, our chip factory will commence operations. When the time comes, the young people of our village will have the opportunity to return home. They will be able to work close to home, earning salaries comparable to those outside, while also caring for their elders and children. These words resonate deeply with the audience, sparking even more fervent applause. The New Year's feast continues into the night. Fireworks burst forth in the night sky, illuminating the newly constructed villa district and the chip factory, which is beginning to take shape in the distance. The factory buildings stretch for miles under the night sky, brilliantly lit. During the Spring Festival, some production lines undergo final adjustments, with workers on 3 shifts to ensure timely production by March. After the Spring Festival, on the 8th day of the lunar month, the Huanyu Group's chip division officially commences recruitment. The recruitment announcement was disseminated across numerous platforms, with the most striking aspect being the remuneration package. Chip design engineer, annual salary of 8.02 million. Chip manufacturing technician, annual salary of 3.08 million. Equipment maintenance engineer, annual salary of 4.01 million. Quality management specialist, annual salary of 2.56 million. Administrative clerk, monthly salary of 130,000. Cleaner, starting monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, with full benefits and holidays. A salary of 6,000 yuan for cleaners, with full benefits and complete holidays? In Huai County, this is nothing short of a golden opportunity. Upon the release of this news, the entire province of Hunan was abuzz. Even more enticing was the recruitment scope. Technical positions open nationwide, while basic roles prioritized local applicants. Positions such as cleaners, security personnel, and cafeteria staff required only good health and suitable age. The recruitment point was set at the Huai County Gymnasium. By 7 in the morning on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, a queue stretching thousands of meters had formed at the entrance. Young people, middle-aged individuals, and even many who had traveled back from working in distant places were present. "I've worked in a southern electronics factory for 8 years, earning only 7,000 a month with a 2-shift schedule," remarked a man in his 30s. "Here, cleaners earn 6,000, and it's legitimate. I will definitely return. I am a college graduate, and finding work elsewhere is challenging. Here, the starting salary for administrative clerks is 10,000 a month. I must give it a try. My parents are getting older and need care. To find such a job at home feels like a dream." At the recruitment site, the human resources team from Huanyu Group operated with remarkable efficiency. Interviews, written tests, health checks, and contracts were all handled seamlessly. Many positions were filled on the same day, with all formalities completed within 3 days. In just 1 week, the chip industrial park had recruited over 20,000 employees, with 15,000 being locals from Hwai County and its neighboring areas. This meant that at least 15,000 families now had a stable source of income, and at least 15,000 wandering souls could return home. Simultaneously, another significant task was underway. Huanyu Group dispatched dozens of business teams across the nation, delivering test samples of carbon-based chips to major manufacturers. At the headquarters of Huawei in Shenzhen, within the chip laboratory, a dozen engineers surrounded a black chip the size of a fingernail, their expressions grave. Have the test data been confirmed? The chief technology officer asked, his voice trembling. It has been confirmed. The main frequency is 120 GHz, with 256 cores supporting 1024 threads. The power consumption is only 30 of that of silicon-based chips with equivalent performance. The testing engineer swallowed hard. And this is carbon-based. It is entirely our intellectual property. The laboratory fell into a heavy silence, which was soon shattered by an eruption of cheers. We did it. We have our own high-end chip. No longer will we have to rely on others. A similar scene unfolded across various manufacturers. The mobile chip departments of Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo, the automotive chip teams of BYD, NIO, and Lixiang, the appliance research institutes of GRI, Medea, and Haier, as well as the supercomputer project teams from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Aerospace Science and Technology, and the defense industry. Each was left in awe by the test data. Is this really not a dream? The CEO of BYD clutched a chip sample, his hands trembling. This was not a dream. The business representative from Huanyu Group smiled, for this was indeed reality. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. We would subsequently unveil more advanced models. Letters of intent poured in like snowflakes. Huawei was the first to sign, procuring carbon-based chips worth 300 billion for an array of products including smartphones, base stations, and servers. BYD swiftly followed with a commitment of 250 billion for smart driving, battery management, and in-car entertainment systems for new energy vehicles. Rice Oppo and Vivo collectively signed contracts totaling 400 billion. Appliance giants teamed up for agreements amounting to 300 billion. National-level projects in defense, aerospace, and supercomputing signed contracts worth 500 billion. Within just a month, the total value of the letters of intent signed by Huanyu Group's chip division surpassed 20 trillion yuan. And this was merely the beginning. As chip production capacity is unleashed and more application scenarios are developed, this figure is set to multiply exponentially. Chapter 88. Chun Xiao arrives in March as spring blossomed. The leadership team of Hwai County underwent a significant reshuffle. The county party secretary and the county mayor were both promoted for their outstanding performance in driving major industrial development and facilitating regional economic transformation. The county party secretary was reassigned as the executive vice mayor of Shenyang, while the county mayor took up the role of deputy director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission. Their successors were 2 younger officials. This was a deliberate arrangement at the national level, equipping Huanyu Group with a leadership team that was more capable, better connected, and more economically savvy for its future development. On the first day in office, the newly appointed county party secretary led a team to inspect the chip industrial park. Mr. Chin, our purpose is quite clear. The young county party secretary stated directly. The county committee and government serve as facilitators for Huanyu Group. Whatever you need, we shall provide. Whatever difficulties you encounter, we shall help resolve. Qin Fong shook his hand, expressing gratitude for the support. We indeed have some needs, he listed. The surrounding roads of the industrial park require expansion. Power supply needs enhancement, and education for employees' children must be addressed. A response will be provided within a week, the county party secretary promptly decided. We have already prepared the road expansion plan. We are merely waiting for your confirmation. Regarding power, the province has specially approved the construction of a new substation dedicated to serving the industrial park. As for education, we plan to establish an integrated school, from kindergarten to high school, adjacent to the industrial park, with enrollment commencing this September. Such efficiency astonished Qin Feng. The state places great importance on this project. The county party secretary candidly admitted. To be frank, before I came here, the leaders specifically instructed me. The chip industry of Huanyu Group is crucial to national technological strategy and security. We must provide unwavering support, ensuring there are no missteps. In April, the vibrant essence of spring enveloped Hwai County. Within the chip industrial park, the silvery gray walls of the factories shimmered under the sun. However, the atmosphere in the meeting room on the 3rd floor of the administrative center starkly contrasted with the bright spring outside. On either side of the conference table sat senior executives from Huanyu Group and government officials from Shenyang and Hwai County. This was the monthly government enterprise joint meeting, primarily aimed at coordinating and resolving various issues arising in the development of the industrial park. Qin Feng sat at the head of the table, his expression focused. Today, he donned a deep gray suit, forgoing a tie, exuding a relaxed demeanor yet possessing a keen gaze. His genetically optimized physique allowed him to maintain peak performance throughout several hours of meetings. The next agenda item, attracting investment from supporting enterprises within the industrial chain. The director of the Municipal Development and Reform Commission presided over the meeting, announcing that Huanyu Group's chip production capacity would be fully unleashed in the second half of the year, necessitating a multitude of upstream and downstream supporting enterprises. We propose that the municipal and county governments take the lead in organizing targeted investment activities to entice relevant businesses to establish themselves here. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. This suggestion is excellent. We have compiled a list of potential partners, including leading firms in packaging, testing, material supply, and equipment maintenance. Should these enterprises set up factories in Huaixin or Shenyang, It would not only enhance the industrial chain, but also generate numerous job opportunities. He gestured for his assistant to distribute documents. Preliminary estimates suggest that attracting 30 cores supporting enterprises could directly create 50,000 jobs, indirectly stimulating an additional 150,000. The impact on the local economy would be profoundly significant. The attending officials perused the documents, their eyes alight with excitement. 50,000 direct jobs and 150,000 indirect jobs represent an unimaginable boon for a prefecture-level city. Qin, reassured, declared that this initiative would commence immediately. The newly appointed secretary of the Shenyang Municipal Committee expressed his commitment, stating that the city would form a dedicated task force, with him at the helm. We will visit each of the listed companies, engaging them one by one. However, a pressing issue arose. Fong shifted his tone, noting that he had recently observed a rapid increase in housing prices in Huaixin. Some properties had surged over 50% compared to the same period last year. The meeting room fell silent. The chip industrial park had indeed brought employment and increased income, which was commendable. Fong continued, yet if housing prices were to rise unchecked, workers would find their wages consumed by mortgage payments, leaving their living standards virtually unchanged. This contradicts the very purpose of our investment. He turned to the deputy mayor in charge of housing and urban development. I hope the government will implement policies to curb the rapid escalation of housing prices. For instance, providing special housing subsidies for industrial park employees, constructing talent apartments, or restricting speculative buying. The deputy mayor appeared troubled. Mr. Qin, the real estate market operates under its own principles, and land transfer fees are a crucial source of local finance. I understand the government's predicament. Fong interjected. Thus Huanyu Group is willing to offer support. We can invest in the construction of a number of talent apartments and rent them to employees at cost price. Simultaneously, we can collaborate with the government to develop affordable housing projects. He paused, his tone resolute. In summary, my demand is that housing prices must not become a stumbling block to talent influx or a detriment to living standards. If necessary, Huanyu Group can intervene in the real estate market to stabilize prices. Such a statement carried significant weight, given Huanyu Group's financial strength. Should they truly enter the Huaixin real estate market in force, they would possess the capacity to influence price trends. The officials exchanged glances, and ultimately, the mayor nodded. We understand Mr. Qin's concerns. The city will research and formulate relevant policies to ensure that employees of the industrial park have adequate housing and a sense of security. Furthermore, Fong recalled an additional matter. I propose the introduction of Fat Donglai Supermarket. The business model and service philosophy of this enterprise are commendable. Should it establish a presence here, it would undoubtedly enhance the local commercial service standards. Pang Donglai, a local supermarket in Henan renowned for its exceptional service and employee care, has become a commercial exemplar. Its introduction to Huai County could indeed generate a catalytic effect. The head of the business bureau is hesitant, as Pang Donglai has stringent site selection requirements and practices cautious expansion. We had previously reached out, but there was no clear intent from their side. It is necessary to extend an invitation once more in the name of the government. Fong advised informing them of our willingness to provide site support along with tax incentives. Our aim is not merely to introduce a supermarket, but to usher in a commercial culture and a service ethos. Very well, we shall continue our discussions. The meeting extended for over 2 hours, addressing a myriad of issues: transportation infrastructure, education and healthcare, environmental management, and public security. For each matter, Fong articulated a clear strategy and resolution. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the meeting concluded. Officials departed one by one, each visage reflecting a renewed enthusiasm, as collaboration with Huanyu Group unveiled tangible prospects for development. Just as Fong was preparing to return to his office, an assistant hurriedly approached, whispering, President Qin, several guests have arrived, expressing a desire to discuss collaboration with you. They appear to be of considerable significance. Chapter 89. The Closed Door. Who are they? They claim to hail from Yanjing, with the surname Chun. Accompanied by several associates surnamed Zhao, Wang, Lin, and Zhou, they profess to represent various families. Fong furrowed his brow. Families from Yanjing? Why approach him at this juncture? They've been arranged in conference room number 2. I shall arrive in 10 minutes. Conference room number 2 is designated for receiving esteemed guests, adorned with elegance and possessing excellent sound insulation. Upon entering, Fong found 5 young individuals already seated. Clad in tailored suits, their understated yet valuable timepieces and poised demeanor exuded affluence. Upon his entrance, all 5 rose in unison. President Qin, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The leading young man extended his hand with a courteous smile. I am Chun, and these are my friends Zhao, Wang Lin, and Zhou. Fong shook hands with each, noting their soft, smooth palms devoid of any calluses. Please, take a seat. Taking his place at the head of the table, he addressed them directly. I understand you have traveled a considerable distance. What brings you here? With a smile, young Master Chen lifted his teacup. President Qin is indeed direct. Let us be forthcoming. We hold a very optimistic view of Huanyu Group's future and wish to collaborate with you to expand and strengthen our endeavors. Collaboration? Fong maintained his composure. What specifically do you mean? You must be aware, young Master Chen replied deliberately, that conducting business domestically requires more than mere technology and capital. There are numerous approvals, inspections, and regulatory hurdles that are quite demanding. Occasionally, a minor issue can stall a project for months. He paused, assessing Feng's reaction. Our families possess some influence in these areas. We can assist you in navigating these challenges, facilitating a smoother development path for Huanyu Group. Fong grasped the implications. And thus, he inquired calmly. Young Master Chen's smile deepened. It is quite simple. President Qin, all we require is a modest share of equity. 30% will suffice. In return, We can assure you that the operations of the Universal Group will encounter no unnecessary complications. 30%. What is the current valuation of the Universal Group? With chip orders amounting to 2 trillion and the prospects of the materials industry remaining uncertain, even the most conservative estimates exceed 10 trillion. 30% translates to 3 trillion. For 3 trillion, one could procure a promise devoid of trouble. Qin Fong chuckled, not in amusement, but in a resigned manner upon witnessing the absurdity of the situation. Mr. Chun, he said, rising to his feet, I believe we have nothing further to discuss. Chen Xiao was taken aback. What does CEO Qin mean by that? My meaning is clear. Qin Fong replied as he made his way towards the door. The Universal Group requires no assistance from anyone. Our technology, products, and business model are all legitimate and withstand any scrutiny. He opened the door and instructed his assistant waiting outside, show our guests out. Without a backward glance, he departed. Inside the conference room, 5 individuals exchanged glances in disbelief. He just left like that? Zhao Xiao exclaimed incredulously. Wang Xiao's expression darkened. What an arrogant display. Lin Xiao frowned. Were we too direct? Zhou Xiao remained silent. Chen Xiao's face turned ashen. Throughout his life, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, abruptly leaving before he had even finished speaking, showing a complete lack of basic courtesy. Unappreciative, he muttered through clenched teeth. What shall we do now? Zhao Xiao inquired. Chen Xiao smirked coldly. Proceed as planned. He will soon learn that in business, having technology and capital is not sufficient. The group departed the industrial park with somber expressions. Once they settled into their awaiting luxury vehicles, Chen Xiao retrieved his phone and began dialing. The first call was to the director of the Huai County Tax Bureau, a connection within their family's network in the province of Yu. Director Li, it's me. Yes. I am in Huai County and have a matter to discuss with you. Have you encountered any issues concerning the tax affairs of the Universal Group? There was a 5-second silence on the other end, followed by a somewhat anxious voice. Chen Xiao, I apologize, but I have an urgent meeting to attend. Let's talk another time. The call was abruptly terminated. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and dialed the captain of the fire brigade, Wang. Captain Wang. Regarding the fire safety inspection of the Universal Group. Ah, Chen Xiao, unfortunate timing. We are about to head out for an inspection, and the signal is poor. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. The call ended once more. The third call went to Director Liu of the Market Supervision Bureau. Director Liu. Concerning the product quality of the Universal Group. Chen Xiao, I have an important case to attend to. I will contact you later. The fourth call was made to Director Zhang of the Environmental Protection Bureau. Director Zhang, regarding the environmental assessment of the Universal Group. I'm sorry, Chen Xiao. I am in a meeting and cannot talk right now. After making 7 consecutive calls, each recipient hastily disconnected upon hearing the name Universal Group, offering various excuses. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense. What is happening? Wang Xiao asked, puzzled. Why are they all? They are frightened. Zhou Xiao interjected suddenly. They understand the significance of the Universal Group and the consequences of provoking it. Chen Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng's influence in the region was so profound that these individuals dared not even listen. No matter, he thought. He gritted his teeth. The locals dared not act, so we would exert pressure from above. I refused to believe that he, Qin Feng, could dominate everything single-handedly. The convoy departed from Huai County, heading towards the provincial capital. Shortly after their departure, those officials who received the call began reporting to their superiors. Director Li of the Huai County Tax Bureau dialed the provincial bureau leader's number. Director, today the Chun family contacted me, inquiring whether there were any issues with the Huanyu Group's taxes. I did not dare to respond. The provincial leader's reply was succinct. Understood. In the future, for similar situations, report directly without engaging on your own. Captain Wang of the Fire Brigade reported to the City Bureau. Section Chief Liu of the Market Supervision Bureau reported to the Provincial Department. Director Zhang of the Environmental Protection Bureau reported to the Ministry. A stream of information traversed the administrative system, ultimately converging on the desks of certain key figures. Upon reviewing the reports, their reactions were remarkably uniform, furrowing their brows and then issuing the directive. Monitor closely, do not intervene. Some even directly called the primary leaders of Y Province. Old Li. Have some flies been buzzing around your area lately? Be cautious, do not let them sting what they should not. On the other end of the line, the voice of Y Province's leader was grave. Rest assured, I am well aware. The Huanyu Group is a strategic asset of the nation. Whoever dares to act against it becomes an enemy of the state. When Chen Xiaohua and his associates arrived in the provincial capital, intending to pay a visit to several provincial leaders, they received a uniform response. The leaders are currently conducting field research and are unable to meet at this time. The leaders are in a meeting. Please schedule another day. The leaders are unwell and cannot receive visitors. They encountered a series of setbacks. It was only at this moment that Chen Xiaohua realized the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 90. Everything made sense as Chen Xiaohua's convoy had just exited Huai County. Qin Feng had already returned to the top floor of the administrative center in the industrial park. He did not turn on the lights, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city lights gradually illuminating the night. The cool April breeze wafted through the partially open window, tousling his hair. Brother, what's wrong? Qin Yao entered. A hint of concern in her tone. She perceptibly sensed that her brother's demeanor had shifted since returning from the conference room. It was a calmness reminiscent of a predator disturbed, beneath which surged an undercurrent of danger. Qin Feng turned around, his face devoid of expression. Pack up. We are heading to Hezhou. Now. Qin Yao was taken aback by the suddenness. Yes, now. Qin Feng had already picked up his phone to make arrangements. Prepare yourself. We will meet at the airport in half an hour. He offered no further explanation, and Qin Yao did not press for more. The unspoken understanding between the siblings indicated that some matters need not be articulated in detail. Qin Feng then dialed a secure number. The call connected swiftly. and the respectful voice of Director Chun from the National Security Ministry came through. Mr. Chin, what instructions do you have? Director Chun, I would appreciate it if you could convey a message. Chin Fong's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Please request the National Astronomical Observatory or any competent astronomical observation institution to monitor the coordinates I am about to provide at precisely 10 o'clock tonight. He recited a series of precise coordinates and added, inform them to be vigilant for anything that should not be present there. Director Chun meticulously recorded the coordinates. Although a myriad of questions swirled in his mind, he refrained from pressing further. Understood, Mr. Chin. I shall convey your message promptly. Furthermore, Chin Fong continued. I request that the relevant departments assemble an observation team to arrive at my base in Heizhou tomorrow. I will personally receive them and guide them to witness some intriguing phenomena. An observation team? What specifications? Specifications that can make decisions, Chin Fong replied straightforwardly. I require them to see certain things with their own eyes before they can judge. A silence enveloped the phone line for a few seconds. And Director Chin comprehended. I see. I will report this immediately and provide you with a response as soon as possible. After disconnecting the call, Chin Fong gazed out at the night sky, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought. He had not intended to reveal his hand so soon. Yet some individuals would remain hopeful unless confronted with undeniable truths. Let them witness it. Let them see how laughable so-called familial power and networks of influence are in the face of absolute strength. Half an hour later, at the airport, Qin Feng's private jet had completed its preparations for takeoff. He and Qin Yao boarded the aircraft, followed closely by 10 members of the security detail. As the cabin door sealed, the engines roared to life, and the plane ascended into the night sky. Brother, what is happening? After the plane stabilized in flight, Qin Yao could no longer contain her curiosity. Qin Feng handed his sister a glass of juice, his tone relaxed. Nothing major. Just some individuals wishing to encroach upon our territory. I will show them the extent of our domain and the swiftness of our actions. Qin Yao, though somewhat perplexed, felt reassured by her brother's calm demeanor. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, the National Security Department convened an emergency meeting, brightly lit and bustling with activity. Director Chun relayed Qin Feng's requests to his superiors without alteration. The conference room was populated by several generals adorned with stars on their shoulders, alongside high-ranking officials from various ministries. Asteroid belt coordinates? Observations? One general furrowed his brow. What does Qin Feng mean by this? He is asking us to view something that was not meant to be seen. Director Chin reiterated Qin Feng's words, adding, he wants us to send an observation team to Africa. He intends to show us intriguing phenomena. The room fell silent. All present were astute individuals, quickly grasping that Qin Feng was demonstrating strength, an extraordinary display that would render one sleepless after witnessing it. Contact the observatory, the deputy minister, presiding over the meeting, commanded decisively. At precisely 10 o'clock, we will observe according to the coordinates provided by Qin Feng. All data must be relayed back here in real time. And the observation team? Assemble it. The deputy minister decreed. I will lead, including members from the General Equipment Department, the General Staff, the Science and Technology Bureau, and the relevant officials from National Security. We depart early tomorrow. The order was swiftly disseminated. The National Observatory, the Purple Mountain Observatory, and numerous large radio telescope facilities capable of observing the asteroid belt received the urgent directive. At 9:50, within the control room of a large radio telescope nestled in the mountains, technicians stood on high alert. They were unaware of the rationale behind observing this specific coordinate. But the command emanated from the highest echelons and was beyond question. Countdown, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The telescope gradually turned, aligning itself with the seemingly ordinary night sky. Initially, the screen merely displayed a commonplace scene of the asteroid belt, with countless fragments, ice crystals, and dust slowly rotating in the void. These remnants have persisted since the formation of the solar system, unchanged for billions of years. However, the technician's expression soon shifted. Wait, magnify that area. The image zoomed in, further and further. A profound silence enveloped the control room. At specific coordinates within the asteroid belt, where one would expect nothingness, there loomed 12 colossal vessels. These were warships, each stretching 10 kilometers in length, their designs fierce and lines robust. Their surfaces were coated with a special layer that absorbed electromagnetic waves, rendering them nearly invisible in the visible light spectrum. Yet, under the scrutiny of radio telescopes, their outlines were distinctly visible. Even more astonishing was the fact that these warships were not stationary. They moved slowly, maintaining formation, evidently under controlled conditions. What is this? A young technician murmured. The elderly professor adjusted his glasses, trembling. It's a spaceship. No, it's a warship. 12 interstellar warships. Data was relayed in real time to the conference room in Yanjing. When the first clear image appeared on the large screen, everyone rose to their feet. My heavens, is this Qin Feng's doing? He has concealed a fleet in the asteroid belt? What could he possibly want with such a fleet? The conference room erupted in uproar. The generals wore grave expressions, while the officials stood in stunned silence. Continue the observations. Gather more data. The deputy minister's voice was tense. More images flooded in. Details of the warships, the formation of the fleet, and even the activities of small shuttles darting between the warships. All evidence pointed to one undeniable truth. This was not a science fiction film. It was reality. Qin Feng, a mere 26-year-old, had constructed an interstellar fleet within the asteroid belt. No wonder he exuded such confidence, one general murmured. The incident in northern Myanmar, the standoff with the American aircraft carrier, his true trump card lay here. Another official chuckled wryly. Now everything makes sense. Chapter 91. Chun Xiao's attempt to escape. Yes, you read that correctly. Today's chapter 14 surpasses the 13 of the author who perished under the weight of his own narrative. Let's surpass him. The preceding lines were in jest. For the loyal supporters of Chinsi, Goingzuo, and numerous others, additional chapters will be provided. Thank you for your unwavering support. The stockpile is nearly depleted. I am diligently typing away each day. Why does Fong dare to establish a base in Black Continent? Why does he confront the United States head-on? Why does he disdain the so-called families within the country? Because what he wields is not a gun, not a missile, not a nuclear bomb. It is an interstellar warship, capable of soaring beyond Earth, freely navigating within the solar system. In the face of such power, any military force on Earth appears juvenile. What time does the observation group depart tomorrow? The deputy minister inquired. 7 in the morning. The private jet has already been arranged, Director Chen replied. Inform everyone that no one is to leave tonight, nor make contact with the outside world. The vice minister issued an order, additionally, to closely monitor the core members of the Chun, Zhao, Wang, Lin, and Zhou families. Before the delegations return, their exit from the country must be restricted. Understood. The command was executed swiftly. In the deep of night, in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel in the provincial capital of Yu Province, Chen Xiao had just hung up the phone with his father, his heart racing. Although the air conditioning maintained a comfortable temperature, he felt a chill creep down his back. Beads of cold sweat soaking his shirt. His father's words, "Someone is watching us," pierced through him like an icicle. It shouldn't be that serious, he murmured to himself, attempting to convince his own mind that Fong, no matter how formidable, was merely a businessman. The Chen family had thrived for decades, firmly rooted and flourishing. Yet, reason dictated that his father would not be so anxious without cause. He approached the window, drawing aside a corner of the curtain to gaze downwards. The street before the hotel was sparsely populated with vehicles, a few black sedans parked at the curb, seemingly occupied. Was it an illusion? Chen Xiao could not be certain. He retreated into the room, pacing back and forth in the living area. The coffee table still bore the documents from the afternoon meeting with Zhao Xiao and others, detailing strategies to exert pressure on the Huanyu group from various angles. In hindsight, these strategies appeared utterly ludicrous. He recalled Qin Feng's impassive visage and the cold indifference with which he had seen them off. That was not the polished demeanor of a businessman. It was a condescending disdain, akin to observing ants. His phone vibrated again. It was a message from Zhao Xiao. "Chen Xiao, are you asleep?" Wang Xiao mentioned he would visit Secretary Zhang from the provincial office tomorrow. "What do you think?" Chen Xiao stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the keyboard, paralyzed by indecision. To go or not to go? If he went, and his father was correct, then he would be walking right into a trap. But to abstain would mean yielding to fear? The esteemed heir of the Chen family, intimidated by a mere country boy? Just as he lingered in uncertainty, his phone rang again. This time it was Zhou Xiao. "Chen Xiao, I just received a call from home. Do you have any news from your side?" Zhou Xiao's call was the final straw, shattering Chen Xiao's hope of naivety. He inhaled deeply and dialed his father's number. The call connected swiftly. His father's voice calm, yet commanding. "Speak, Dad." Chen Xiao lowered his voice. "Are we truly in grave trouble?" Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before his father's weary voice emerged. "Listen to me. Leave the hotel immediately. Do not inform anyone, including your friends. Go to the airport, using Lu Xiaojuan's passport and ticket, and fly to Hong Kong. Someone will be there to assist you. Then you will transfer to the United States." Lu Xiaojun was Chen Xiao's alternate identity, prepared years ago but never utilized. "Dad, it can't be that serious?" Chen Xiao attempted to resist. "Our family has survived for so many years by knowing when to advance and when to retreat." His father's tone abruptly turned severe. "This time, you have provoked someone beyond our capacity to handle. Do you understand? Beyond our capacity. But Fong, he is not Fong. What he now represents is beyond your comprehension. Do not ask questions, just leave." The call abruptly ended. Chen Xiao stood frozen in place, his phone slipping from his grasp and thudding onto the carpet with a dull sound. He realized that he might have truly landed himself in serious trouble, not the kind stemming from business disputes, but a catastrophe that could obliterate his entire family. With no time to ponder, he dashed into the bedroom and retrieved a suitcase from a hidden compartment in the wardrobe. Inside lay an entire set of identification documents belonging to Lu Xiaojun. A passport, identity card, driver's license, several bank cards from different institutions, a brand new mobile phone, and a sum of 100,000 in cash. He swiftly donned a simple athletic outfit, adorned a baseball cap and mask, and removed the $1 million Richard Mille watch, substituting it for an ordinary Casio. The reflection in the mirror no longer depicted the spirited Chen Xiao, but an inconspicuous young man, one who would elicit no more than a fleeting glance in a crowd. He grasped the suitcase and cast a final glance around the suite. The documents on the coffee table, the designer suits in the wardrobe, the high-end skincare products in the bathroom, none of these held any significance now. What mattered was a safe escape. Exiting the room, he opted not to take the elevator but instead descended the stairwell. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell, each thud resonating in his heart. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he heard the ding of the elevator above, followed by hurried footsteps. Someone had entered his room. They arrived with alarming speed. Chen Xiao quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run as he made his way down to the 1st floor. He avoided the hotel's main entrance, slipping out through a side staff passage. The late-night streets greeted him with a biting wind. He lowered the brim of his cap and approached the curb, hailing a taxi. "To the airport, please." The taxi sped into the night. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Xiao noticed several black sedans parked at the hotel entrance, with a few individuals hastily exiting, seemingly searching for something. He averted his gaze, leaning back in the seat and closing his eyes. His heart continued to race, but at least he had managed to escape. Once he reached the airport, passed through security, and boarded the plane, everything would be secure. His father had connections in Hong Kong and the United States. As long as he left the mainland, far from the reach of authority, who could possibly pursue him? At that point, he could ponder his next steps. The taxi hurtled down the airport expressway. Outside, the city lights faded into the distance, replaced by the darkness of the suburbs. 40 minutes later, the brightly lit terminal of the airport came into view. Chen Xiao paid the fare and, grasping the suitcase, entered Terminal 2. He had booked a flight to Hong Kong Island scheduled for 10 past 1. It was precisely 12:30. Approaching the self-service check-in counter, he utilized Liu Xiaojuan's passport to print his boarding pass. The machine operated smoothly, and the boarding pass was promptly dispensed. The security checkpoint had a relatively short queue. Chen Xiao stood behind a tour group, keeping his head down to avoid drawing attention. One by one, the individuals ahead passed through security. And when it was Chen Xiao's turn, he placed his suitcase on the conveyor belt, removed his hat and mask, and prepared to walk through the security gate. Chapter 92. You have mistaken the person. Just as Chen Xiao lifted his foot, 3 men dressed in black suits approached. The leader, a man in his 30s with an unremarkable face but sharp eyes, walked directly up to Chen Xiao and offered a slight smile. Mr. Chen, out so late? Chen's heart tightened, yet he feigned composure. You must be mistaken, he said. Liu Xiaojun. The middle-aged man glanced at the passport in Chen's hand, his smile unwavering. Mr. Chen, or should I call you Chen Xiao? I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Chen Xiao attempted to sidestep him. My flight is about to depart. Please let me pass. The man did not yield. Instead, he retrieved his credentials from his pocket and presented them before Chen Xiao. Ministry of State Security, Special Investigation Division. Mr. Chen, we require you to accompany us for an inquiry. The words Ministry of State Security struck Chen Xiao like a hammer, shattering his last vestige of hope. I truly am not him, he stammered, his voice faltering. Is that so? You will find out soon enough, the man replied, his tone remaining placid. Rest assured, it is merely a routine questioning. If we have indeed erred, we shall apologize and arrange for the earliest flight to facilitate your departure. Chen Xiao was ushered into a black business vehicle. Before entering, he glanced back at the brightly lit terminal. At the security checkpoint that was tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. At 3 p.m. on April 20th, at the base of Hezhou Huanyu Group, the sun blazed down on the tropical grassland, causing the tarmac to shimmer with heat. However, the 10 members of the observation group felt a chill at the sight before them. 2 transport aircraft of the Dragon Country Air Force had just landed, and the members of the observation group filed out in unison, clad uniformly in General S uniforms and high-ranking civil service attire. The stars on their epaulets gleamed in the sunlight. Leading them was the Deputy Minister of State Security, followed closely by heads of the General Equipment Department, the General Staff, the Science and Technology Bureau, and several top-tier experts from strategic think tanks. Fong stood at the forefront of the welcoming party, dressed simply in khaki hunting attire, a stark contrast to the solemn military uniforms across from him. Behind him stood 10 bodyguards in plain clothes. Yet their stances and gazes betrayed a sharpness rivaling that of soldiers. Welcome, everyone, Fong said, stepping forward to shake hands, his smile serene. I trust your long journey has not been too arduous. The deputy minister scrutinized Fong, noting that this young man appeared even younger and more composed than he had anticipated. At merely 26, he wielded the power to alter the global landscape. This realization felt peculiar, akin to witnessing an infant grasping the launch button of a nuclear weapon. You are too kind, Mr. Qin, the deputy minister replied. We are filled with anticipation for today's visit. You shall not be disappointed, Fong assured, gesturing for them to proceed. The members of the observation group exchanged glances. Depart? To where? This was already the core area of the African base. Could there be an even more clandestine location? Without elaborating, Fong led them towards a vacant patch at the edge of the tarmac. It appeared barren, the sun-bleached concrete stretching out before them. Yet when he raised his hand in a gesture, the air above the clearing began to distort and ripple, reminiscent of the heat haze on a summer's day. Then, a colossal object slowly materialized. It was an indescribable aircraft, its streamlined silver-gray hull measuring approximately 50 meters in length, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of any visible seams or rivets. It possesses neither wings, nor tail fins, nor engine nozzles, resembling a colossal droplet of mercury, suspended half a meter above the ground, exuding an eerie tranquility. This is the shuttle. Fong announced that we would embark on this vessel to our destination. The members of the observation group were left in awe. They had witnessed stealth technology before, yet this aircraft, which was entirely optically invisible and capable of vertical suspension, surpassed the limits of their comprehension. Is this anti-gravity? A general could not help but inquire. One might interpret it as such. Fong provided no further elaboration and invited them aboard. The shuttle silently revealed a hatch on its side. Inside lay a spacious cabin, adorned with leather seats, panoramic windows, and a small bar. Everything resembled the interior of a top-tier private jet, save for the view outside, which confirmed the vessel's actual suspension above the helipad's surface. The members of the observation group boarded with a mixture of emotions. They discovered that even while moving within the cabin, there was no swaying or sensation of weightlessness, akin to standing firmly on solid ground. Please take your seats. We shall be departing shortly, he stated casually, as if embarking on a leisurely drive. The next moment, the members felt a slight acceleration, subtle yet sufficient to make them aware of the vessel's motion. Through the windows, they observed the ground swiftly receding, the vast black grasslands unfurling beneath them, then diminishing, followed by the curvature of the earth entering their view. Are we ascending? A civilian murmured. Indeed, Fong replied from the seat opposite them. Our destination is the asteroid belt, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours. 3 hours. A major general from the assembly gasped, astonished. From Earth to the asteroid belt? What speed must this be? The asteroid belt lies between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, approximately 15 astronomical units, or about 2.25 billion kilometers from Earth at its closest approach. Even at the speed of light, a one-way journey would require 125 minutes. 3 hours implies that the shuttle is traveling at nearly 7 times the speed of light. Specific technical parameters are classified. Fong smiled slightly, but rest assured. The shuttle is completely safe. The members of the observation group fell silent. They gazed out the windows, watching as Earth transformed into a blue marble suspended against a backdrop of cosmic darkness. The clouds, the outlines of continents, the reflections of oceans, all so familiar yet strangely alien. This was their first glimpse of Earth from such a perspective, beautiful, fragile, and diminutive. Is there gravity? An expert from the Space Administration suddenly remarked, "We are in space. Yet why do we still experience gravity? And why is there no sensation of the overload typically felt during acceleration? Under normal circumstances, accelerating from the ground to 1/10 of the speed of light would subject the human body to immense g-forces. Yet within this shuttle, everything felt remarkably smooth, akin to lounging on a sofa at home. Inertial damping and simulated gravity technology, Fong succinctly explained, adding that it too was classified. Another secret. The members of the observation group ceased their inquiries. They understood that what Fong was willing to reveal would be shared, and what he chose not to disclose would remain unaddressed, regardless of their questions. The journey continued in silence, with the eternal starry sky enveloping the shuttle. Chapter 93. Enough to plow the Earth 3 hours, neither excessively long nor particularly short. As the announcement of imminent arrival echoed through the cockpit, the members of the observation group stirred with anticipation. They gathered at the viewport, gazing into the vastness of deep space. Initially, there was nothing but stars, countless stars. Then, amidst the celestial bodies, something discordant emerged. 12 black silhouettes glided slowly through the starlit expanse. They were immense, truly colossal, but still distant, appearing merely as 12 indistinct shadows. Yet, as the shuttle drew nearer, the sense of scale began to unravel. "My heavens," murmured a general. "Those are not shadows. Those are 12 warships, genuine interstellar battleships. Each vessel spanned a staggering 10 kilometers. What does 10 kilometers signify? It is akin to 10 towering peaks aligned end to end, equivalent to 300 football fields in a single row, floating mountains of steel suspended in the void. The flagship, the Universe, alongside 11 other vessels of similar caliber, was unveiled. Feng's voice resonated in the hushed cabin, revealing each ship's dimensions: 102 kilometers in length, 18 kilometers at its widest, and 9 kilometers at its highest. Constructed from composite materials, the exterior was coated with energy-absorbing layers. The data was rather sterile, yet witnessing the spectacle brought those figures to life. The shuttle continued its approach, finally docking alongside one of the warships. Through the viewport, the ship's hull appeared as an infinitely extending steel wall, stretching to the horizon. Countless indicator lights flickered like a galaxy, while engineering craft buzzed around like industrious bees. A massive hatch slowly opened, wide enough to accommodate 10 large shuttles side by side. The shuttle glided inside, akin to a tiny insect entering a cavern. "Welcome aboard the Universe," Fong declared as the shuttle docked at an internal berth. The hatch opened, and he was the first to disembark. The members of the observation group followed, stepping onto the deck of the warship. Gravity felt normal, the air was fresh, and the temperature was comfortable. Had they not been aware of their surroundings in space, they might have believed they were within a vast facility on Earth. In the reception hall, 5,000 soldiers stood in orderly formation. Clad in uniform deep gray space combat attire, they were tall and imposing, their gazes sharp, their postures as rigid as sculptures. "Attention!" boomed the voice of Commander Jong-gu. The 5,000 soldiers simultaneously snapped to attention, their movements synchronized to perfection. Fong returned the salute and turned to the observation group, stating, "This is Commander Jong-gu of the 1st Space Fleet. He will guide us on our tour." For the next 2 hours, the members of the observation group witnessed sights they would remember for a lifetime. They explored the hemispherical space of the bridge, 200 meters in diameter, featuring a panoramic observation window and a central holographic tactical display, with hundreds of operators busily engaged at their consoles. They ventured into the immense hangar, measuring 2 kilometers in length, 800 meters in width, and 300 meters in height, spanning 5 levels and housing a staggering 10,000 unmanned space fighters. Each fighter boasted a wingspan of 15 meters, cloaked in an obsidian hue, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the lights. Each warship is equipped with 10,000 fighters, Commander Jong-gu explained, and with 12 warships in total. "We possess a fleet of 120,000 aircraft. These aircraft possess a maximum acceleration of 50 g, exhibiting complete stealth capabilities and the ability to operate both in space and within the atmosphere." The staggering number of 120,000 units weighed heavily on the minds of the observers. The total number of military aircraft across all nations on Earth barely amounts to a few tens of thousands. And those are confined to atmospheric operations, whereas these are spacecraft designed for combat in the cosmos. They also toured the Weapons System Control Center, where a colossal holographic display outlined the parameters of the primary weapon's energy cannon, a maximum power output equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT, with a range of 1 million kilometers. A general from the General Staff, with a dry voice, remarked that the Hiroshima atomic bomb was equivalent to 150,000 tons. This equates to the simultaneous detonation of over 6,000 Hiroshima bombs. Moreover, it is a pure energy weapon, devoid of nuclear contamination, allowing for precise control of its power. The Qin battle commander added that the secondary weapons consist of 32 electromagnetic railguns, each capable of accelerating a 1-ton projectile to 0.1 times the speed of light. The close defense system comprises 1,200 arrays of lasers and particle beams. Observing the pallid faces of the delegation, he continued, "These railguns, if fired intermittently in accordance with the Earth's rotational speed, could theoretically plow the surface of the Earth within 24 hours. A deathly silence enveloped the cabin. Finally, Qin Feng spoke up, his tone calm. Earth is my home planet. I have no desire to do this unless absolutely necessary. He delivered this statement with nonchalance, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Yet, the weight of his words was understood by all. This was not a threat, but a declaration of fact. Akin to someone stating they possess a firearm, but would not discharge it recklessly. The emphasis lies not in the refusal to fire, but in the possession of the weapon itself. The tour continued. They observed the living quarters, a park simulating natural light, a library, a gym, and even a small farm. They examined the energy center housing 12 antimatter reactors, supplying nearly limitless energy to the warships. They witnessed the command center capable of real-time monitoring of the entire solar system. Ultimately, they returned to the bridge, where Qin Feng stood before the observation window, his back to the group, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. His voice resonated in the spacious environment. In the Kuiper Belt, we possess even larger shipbuilding facilities, and mightier warships are currently under construction. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over each member of the delegation. I invite you here not to boast or to threaten, but to help you comprehend certain truths. First, the Huanyu Group possesses the capability to protect itself, requiring no guardianship or patronage from anyone. Should anyone contemplate addressing us through conventional means, it would be prudent to weigh their options carefully. Second, I harbor no interest in ruling Earth. My ambitions lie among the stars and in a more distant future. As long as no one interferes with my endeavors, I shall refrain from meddling in terrestrial affairs. Third, he paused, if anyone insists on playing with fire, I would not hesitate to show them what true fire entails. At this juncture, the implications were abundantly clear. The observers remained silent. Prior to their visit, they had speculated variously about Qin Feng's capabilities, yet none of their conjectures could approach the reality they witnessed that day. This was a dimensional strike, a contest beyond comparable levels. The Deputy Minister of National Security inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Mr. Qin, we express our regrets regarding the recent unfortunate events. We shall take serious measures against the relevant personnel and forces. Qin Feng nodded. I have faith in the nation's justice. Chapter 94. The Yin Huang Civilization. Moreover, the Deputy Minister hesitated for a moment. Is it possible for Mr. Qin to establish direct contact with Earth? We wish to report on the situation. Qin Feng turned towards Qin Zhonghua, who approached a control panel and, after a few adjustments, declared, quantum communication is now established. We can communicate in real time with any location on Earth, without delay. Quantum communication. Real time. Without delay. Another technology that transcends the era. The Deputy Minister approached the communication console and picked up the microphone. There was no need for dialing. He merely had to state the contact. Connect to Yinjing. Special conference room. Moments later, the connection was made. The Deputy Minister's voice resonated on the bridge. This is Wang Jinghua. We have arrived at our destination. Mr. Qin's strength surpasses our expectations. According to preliminary assessments, should a conflict arise, Mr. Qin's fleet possesses the capability to control the entire orbital space of Earth within an hour. Within 24 hours, a comprehensive military advantage can be achieved. He carefully chose his words, aiming to convey the situation clearly without provoking Qin Feng. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before a calm voice responded. Understood. Inform Mr. Qin that we will handle the relevant matters seriously. He may rest assured that the state will provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Understood. The communication ended. The Deputy Minister turned to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, you have heard. The state will manage this matter appropriately. Qin Feng smiled. Very well. I shall not inquire further. The visit concluded here. The members of the observation group boarded the shuttle with mixed emotions. On the return journey, no one spoke. Each person was processing the events they had witnessed today, contemplating what stance the nation should adopt in the face of such power and where the world might head. Meanwhile, on Earth, within hours of the observation group's departure, a thunderous operation was underway. Key members of the Chun, Zhao, Wang, Lin, and Zhou families were simultaneously apprehended. Their assets were frozen, and their networks were scrutinized. The speed and intensity of the actions were unprecedented. Everyone understood a fundamental truth. When an individual commands an interstellar fleet, they cease to be an ordinary entrepreneur or wealthy individual. They become a representative of civilization, a symbol of power. To oppose them is to stand against the future, and the state must align itself with that future. As the shuttle re-entered the atmosphere, the lights of the Huzhou base became increasingly clear below. Qin Feng gazed out at the night sky, his expression serene. He knew that from this day forth, many things would change. Yet, he felt no anxiety, for he had revealed his trump card, a card formidable enough to deter all those with ill intentions. The aircraft landed, and the hatch opened. In the night, Qin Feng descended the gangway and looked up at the starry sky. There, 12 warships floated serenely, like loyal guardians, safeguarding his dreams and all that he held dear. He understood that from this night forth, he would possess true freedom, unconstrained by anyone or any force. For power is the essence of ultimate liberty, and at this moment, that power resided in his hands. The starry sky bore witness, and the future beckoned with promise. On April 21st, 2026, late at night, at the headquarters of the Huzhou Huanyu Group, Qin Feng gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, beholding the African savanna bathed in silvery moonlight. In the distance, a few giraffes ambled gracefully, and the eyes of nocturnal creatures sparkled in the darkness like stars. Yet, to Qin Feng, this primal and untamed scene appeared diminutive and distant compared to the grand blueprint in his mind. A vibration from his phone interrupted his reverie. It was Qin Yang calling. Brother, where have you gone? Why are you back in Huzhou again? You didn't bring me along. Qin Yang's voice brimmed with the youthful exuberance and discontent typical of his age. I'm at home, nearly bored out of my mind. A hint of a smile graced Qin Feng's lips. There are matters that require my attention. Once I finish, I'll take you along for some fun. When will you be done? All I do these days is spend money. and it's utterly dull, Qin Yang complained. Why don't you find me something to do? I see you and Yao Yao are quite busy. It's not the right time yet, Qin Feng replied. Just wait a bit longer. Once I lay the groundwork, there will be plenty for you to do. After a few more exchanges, he ended the call. Qin Feng's smile faded, and his gaze deepened once more. Qin Yang was right. He indeed needed to find something for him to engage in. But it could not be trivial. It had to be grand enough to uphold a family, a civilization. What he had just contemplated was precisely this, the establishment of a civilization, one entirely independent, unshackled by any nation or force. A civilization shaped by his own hands, with every detail under his control, from the land to the systems, from the populace to the culture. He had even chosen a name, the Yanhuang civilization. This was both a legacy and a declaration. The Yan and Huang emperors are the cultural ancestors of the Huaxia people, and naming it thus signifies that the roots of this civilization lie in Huaxia. Its spirit anchored there, while its future stretches into the starry seas. Civilization requires land. Qin Feng had no intention of establishing a nation on the existing territories of Earth, as that would lead to endless territorial disputes and diplomatic conflicts. Instead, he envisioned creating his own land in the high seas. The Pacific Ocean, the largest ocean on Earth, spans an area of 18 million square kilometers. For others, the notion of creating land in those waters might seem fantastical, but for Qin Feng, it was merely a matter of time. The system's energy-matter conversion capability, drawing from the universe's dark energy, is inexhaustible. Theoretically, he could fill the entire Pacific Ocean within a day. However, such an audacious feat would be too astonishing. He opted for a more gradual approach. Initially, he planned to create a landmass of 5 million square kilometers in the Central Pacific, far enough from any continent. This land would be named Yanhuang Continent, serving as the core of his civilization. In his mind, he has already sketched the contours of the land known as Yanhuang. It roughly resembles a circle, with a serpentine coastline adorned with natural harbors. The central region is characterized by mountains and plateaus that provide essential water sources, while the periphery is a blend of plains and hills, ideal for habitation and agriculture. Along the coast, lengthy beaches and reefs create a picturesque shoreline. The planning of this continent must be both scientific and humane. Urban clusters are distributed along the principal rivers and coastlines, with each city housing approximately 2 million inhabitants to prevent overcrowding. Electronic high-speed connections link the cities, allowing access to any major urban center within half an hour. Within each city, residential areas, commercial districts, and green spaces are meticulously arranged. Each residential community is equipped with schools, hospitals, parks, and sports facilities. Housing is allocated on a distribution basis, with each family receiving a complimentary 500 square meter villa, complete with front and backyard suitable for gardening. In Chapter 95, titled Civilizational Planning, it is noted that housing comes with the right to reside, while ownership belongs to the civil government. Should one relocate, the original dwelling will be reclaimed and redistributed at the new residence. Young couples marrying automatically gain housing qualifications, ensuring that every inhabitant has a home while simultaneously curbing real estate speculation. Beyond Yanhuang, several functional islands are necessary. The first, an agricultural island spanning 1 million square kilometers, will host the world's most advanced vertical farms, seawater desalination agriculture, and genetically modified crop cultivation bases. Coupled with climate control systems, this island will achieve year-round food production, satisfying both internal demands and generating export revenue. The second, an island dedicated to science and education, also covers 1 million square kilometers. This will serve as the intellectual hub of civilization, housing world-class universities, research institutes, laboratories, and technology parks. From foundational education to cutting-edge research, all will take place here. Qin Feng plans to gradually unveil the technological repository within the system, guiding the steady advancement of civilization's science and technology. The third, Elysium Island, spans another 1 million square kilometers. Serving as a gateway to the outside world, it will be a magnet for global capital. The island will offer the most exquisite services in healthcare, wellness, entertainment, and leisure. Its core attraction will be a milder version of genetic optimization serum, capable of curing most ailments, significantly extending lifespan, and enhancing physical well-being. Wealthy individuals will go to great lengths to secure a few extra years of life and improved health, and Qin Feng's aim is to ensure they spend their fortunes here. Elysium Island will feature premier casinos, theaters, concert halls, art galleries, and every imaginable luxury. The staff will be meticulously selected from around the globe, comprising handsome and beautiful individuals, expertly trained to deliver the ultimate service experience. However, there will be a strict prohibition against drugs. Qin Feng adopts a zero-tolerance stance toward narcotics. Any attempts to introduce drugs into Elysium Island will be met with severe repercussions. These 3 islands will be arranged in a triangular formation across the Pacific, alongside Yanhuang, forming a stable triangular structure that transforms the Pacific region into the inland sea of Yanhuang civilization. With land secured, the next step is to secure a population. Qin Feng plans to recruit immigrants from the Dragon Country, not through coercion, but by enticing volunteers with superior conditions. The initial target is to attract 100 million individuals. The immigration criteria are distinctly articulated. One must be a descendant of the Yin and Huang emperors, embrace the essence of Huaxia culture, maintain good health, possess a clean criminal record, and fall within the age range of 20 to 45 years. Preference will be given to skilled workers, researchers, educators, and other specialized talents. Upon becoming a citizen of the Yanhuang civilization, individuals will enjoy an array of privileges, complimentary housing, free healthcare, free education, and substantial childbirth subsidies. Most importantly, they will be eligible for the administration of genetic optimization serum, not as a singular injection, but as a phased program tailored to different life stages. Newborns will undergo foundational optimization to bolster immunity and rectify genetic deficiencies. During school age, a second optimization will enhance cognitive abilities, and upon reaching adulthood, a third optimization will comprehensively elevate physical attributes. The resultant generation will embody the true essence of superhuman capability, marked by exceptional intellect, robust health, and extended longevity. They shall stand as the pillars of future civilization. Naturally, rights and responsibilities are reciprocal. To be a citizen of the Yanhuang civilization entails adherence to civil laws, fulfillment of civic duties, acceptance of civil education, and alignment with core values. Any acts of betrayal will incur severe penalties, including the revocation of citizenship, deportation, or even capital punishment. With a burgeoning population, an economic system is also requisite. Fong has resolved to introduce a novel currency, the Yanhuang coin. This currency will not be pegged to any existing monetary systems, but will be directly linked to energy. Specifically, one Yanhuang coin will equate to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This design is exceptionally astute, as energy is a hard currency and the foundation of civilization's operations. By binding the currency to energy, the Yanhuang coin will possess tangible backing, thus preventing the arbitrary inflation that plagues other currencies. Moreover, Fong plans to implement an energy card system. These energy cards will resemble portable chargers, available in various denominations of 1, 10, 100, and 1,000 kilowatt-hours. As long as an account holds Yanhuang coins, one can readily exchange them for equivalent energy cards at the bank. All electronic products, household appliances, and transportation means produced within the Yanhuang civilization will be designed with energy card slots, enabling immediate use for convenience. Smaller devices will also support wireless charging. Within the civilization's territory, devices will automatically draw energy from the nearest energy node, with costs deducted from the account. Consequently, the Yanhuang coin will transcend mere currency status, evolving into a vital medium of energy, a necessity for daily life. Its value will remain exceedingly stable, ensuring robust purchasing power. The currency's design has already been envisioned by Fong. The obverse will feature the portraits of the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, while the reverse will depict a dragon coiling around the earth, its head gazing towards the cosmos. Denominations will range from 1 cent to 1,000 yuan, catering to various transactional needs. The economic foundation dictates the superstructure. With a stable currency established, a comprehensive political framework is imperative. As the founder of this civilization, Fong retains ultimate decision-making authority. However, he does not intend to micromanage every detail, as that would be excessively burdensome and impractical. He plans to establish a cabinet as the highest administrative body. The cabinet will consist of a chief minister and 10 members, each responsible for internal affairs, foreign relations, national defense, finance, education, science and technology, industry, agriculture, justice, and culture. Beneath the cabinet, various ministries will be established to execute specific policies. The heads and core members of various ministries will initially be appointed from among the biochemically enhanced individuals. Their loyalty, efficiency, and selflessness will ensure the unwavering implementation of policies. Once the civilization stabilizes, exemplary individuals from the natural citizenry will gradually be selected for management roles. However, the cabinet chief and heads of critical departments must maintain absolute loyalty, making it likely that they will be occupied by biochemically enhanced individuals for the long term. The system operates independently, with regulations personally approved by Fong. The fundamental principle is that all individuals are equal before the law, irrespective of their status. Violations will be pursued without exception. Judicial proceedings will be transparent and open to public scrutiny. The education system is of paramount importance to civilization. A 15-year compulsory education program, free from kindergarten through high school, will be implemented. Textbooks will be personally vetted by Fong, emphasizing the comprehensive development of scientific literacy, humanistic spirit, moral character, and physical fitness. Higher education will take place on Science and Education Island, where a world-class university town will be established, attracting the most distinguished scholars and students from around the globe. However, core disciplines and sensitive technologies will be restricted to citizens of the Yanhuang civilization. The medical system will be entirely free. With the advent of genetic optimization serum, most diseases will cease to exist. Medical resources will primarily address accidental injuries and further genetic enhancements. As for national defense, Fong smiled. With 12 interstellar warships and a larger fleet under construction in the Kuiper Belt, alongside a 300,000-strong biochemically enhanced army in Africa, the national defense of the Yanhuang civilization is fundamentally secure. Chapter 96. External Declaration. He contemplated another matter, the civilization's foreign policy. The relationship with the Dragon Nation is naturally fraternal, sharing the same roots. They support each other. The Yanhuang civilization will migrate from the Dragon Nation, attracting talent and learning from their experiences. In return, the Dragon Nation can acquire advanced technologies from the Yanhuang civilization, expanding new developmental horizons. Both sides will deeply collaborate in economy, technology, and culture to jointly revitalize the Huaxia civilization. As for other nations, Fong has yet to finalize his thoughts. He does not aspire to dominance nor aggression, but he will not allow himself to be bullied. The basic principle is, if others do not offend me, I will consider my mood. If they do offend me, they shall face severe consequences. Paradise Island will serve as a vital diplomatic window, establishing connections with wealthy individuals and dignitaries from various countries to expand influence. However, core technologies and resources will never be leaked. Having contemplated these matters, Fong approached the control console and summoned a three-dimensional map of the Pacific Ocean. The vast blue expanse filled the entire screen. In his mind, he envisioned a continent filled here, an island constructed there. His finger lightly tapped the control screen, and the system interface appeared. The energy reserve section displayed an almost infinite value. This was the dark energy harvested from the universe, undetectable and unexploitable by current human technology. Yet for Fong, it represented the most precious resource. With it, he could create matter, power warships, and sustain the entire civilization. System, he murmured. Calculate the energy required to construct a continent of 5 million square kilometers at the specified coordinates in the Pacific. Calculations in progress, based on water depth, geological structure, and construction material requirements. Calculations have been completed. To construct an area of 5 million square kilometers of land, with an average elevation of 100 meters, an energy consumption of 361,022 joules is required. Current energy reserves, 981,048 joules. It is advisable to construct in phases to avoid triggering large-scale geological and climatic changes. Fong nodded. The system's recommendation was quite astute. Filling such an extensive area of land all at once would undoubtedly provoke alterations in sea levels, shifts in ocean currents, and climatic anomalies. It would be prudent to proceed in stages, allowing the Earth's ecological system time to adapt. A phased construction plan was to be formulated. In the first phase, an initial core area of 1 million square kilometers would be established, serving as the nascent form of the Yanhuang continent. Concurrently, 3 functional islands would be constructed, each starting at 100,000 square kilometers, with plans for future expansion. Plan generation in progress. Phase 1 project. Core area of Yanhuang continent, 1 million square kilometers, agricultural island, science and education island, and paradise island, each 100,000 square kilometers. Expected energy consumption, 121,022 joules. Construction time, 30 days. Shall we begin execution? Fong did not confirm immediately. He needed to undertake one essential task first, to announce this plan to the world. It was not a request for permission. Constructing land in international waters required no approval from any nation. It was a notification. A proclamation to inform the world that a new civilization was on the brink of emergence. He approached the communication station, contemplated for a moment, and began recording a video. To the governments of all nations, international organizations, and all of humanity, I am Fong, the founder of the Universal Group. Today, I am here to announce a significant plan. I will construct new continents and islands in the international waters of the Pacific Ocean, establishing a brand new civilization community, the Yanhuang civilization. This is a completely independent sovereign entity, not belonging to any existing nation nor affiliated with any international organization. We will formulate our own laws, establish our own systems, and cultivate our own culture. The Yanhuang civilization welcomes all descendants of Yin and Huang who resonate with Huaxia culture and are willing to contribute to the construction of this civilization. We will provide generous conditions and guarantees to jointly create a brighter future. To the nations of the world, we adopt an open, cooperative, and peaceful stance. We have no intention of challenging the existing international order or infringing upon the interests of any nation. The civilizational construction project will commence in 1 month. At that time, the relevant maritime areas of the Pacific will be designated as temporary construction zones, and we kindly ask all vessels to take caution. Detailed planning documents will be published within a week. We welcome attention, discussion, and suggestions from all sectors. The Yanhuang civilization is about to set sail. Let us witness together the arrival of a new era. Upon completing the video, Fong reviewed it and nodded in satisfaction. He sent the video to Qin Yao. Yao, please help me edit it, adding some visuals and music. It will be released tomorrow. Qin Yao quickly replied, brother, are you planning to establish a nation? That can be understood as such. This is so cool. I'll take care of it right away. After turning off the communication, Fong returned to the window. The night was deep, and the stars were resplendent. He understood the magnitude of the upheaval that would ensue once this decision was made public. Doubt, opposition, panic, and even hostility were all anticipated. Yet, he remained unfazed, for the power he possessed was sufficient to confront any challenge. His pursuit was not for wealth or power, but for a dream, to establish an ideal civilization that could breathe new life into the Huaxia culture and unveil different possibilities for humanity. This dream was grand, arduous, and distant. However, he possessed infinite time, boundless energy, and an expansive cosmos. So why not? On April 22nd, 2026, at 9 in the morning. The morning light above the Pacific dispelled the night, yet many screens around the globe were illuminated by a meticulously edited video of the Civilization Declaration, crafted by Qin Yao. The video was simultaneously released on the Huanyu Group's official website, Qin Yao's Douyin account, with 1.2 billion followers, and various social media platforms of Huanyu Group. With exquisite production and grand music, the visuals transitioned from the vast starry sky to Qin Feng's silhouette before he turned to face the camera. His gaze fierce as he proclaimed, to the governments of all nations, international organizations, and all fellow humans. The entire video spanned 8 minutes. When Fong announced the impending launch of the Yanhuang civilization, the scene shifted to a three-dimensional simulation of the Pacific, where a virtual landmass gently emerged from the blue ocean, marked as the Yanhuang continent, encompassing 5 million square kilometers. As the video concluded, a black screen displayed 2 lines of white text. Countdown to the commencement of the civilization project, 30 days. For further details, please follow the subsequent announcements from Huanyu Group. Within 10 minutes of the video's release, the global internet erupted. The reaction from Manhwa was especially fervent. Douyin and Weibo's trending topics were dominated by related discussions. Fong announces the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization. 5 million square kilometers of land reclamation in the Pacific. Is Huanyu Group about to establish a nation? The ambitions of Qin Yao's brother left many in awe. In the comments section, netizens from Manhwa exhibited remarkable tolerance and optimism. Chapter 97. Humble words. Wow. Is President Qin aiming to become the ball chief? 5 million square kilometers. That's half of Manhwa. What an audacious claim. Though skepticism lingered, the thought of a potential realization sparked curiosity. After all, reclaiming land in international waters was not illegal. And with Qin's wealth and technology, why not give it a try? Support poured in. Why should Europe and America be allowed to colonize the world, while we, descendants of Yanhuang, cannot have our own new continent? Wake up. President Qin aims to build a civilization, not a colony. I'm signing up. I want to immigrate. Is President Qin still recruiting? Take me with you. It's tough to buy a house in Manhwa. I'd rather have a villa on the Yanhuang continent. Naturally, dissenting voices emerged but were swiftly drowned by the tide of supporters. Most citizens of Manhwa, with a penchant for spectacle, were eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, Qin Fong was known for his unexpected endeavors, and he invariably succeeded. Even if this venture fell short, it would merely be akin to watching a science fiction blockbuster. The international community's response was far more intricate. Mainstream media in Europe and America published headlines laden with sarcasm. The Pacific utopia dream of Longway's tycoon. Qin Fong, from entrepreneur to dreamer, 5 million square kilometers? Science or science fiction? A geological expert invited by CNN scoffed during the program, stating, to create 5 million square kilometers of land in the Central Pacific? The amount of earth and stone that would need to be moved is far beyond what could be achieved by leveling the entire Himalayan mountain range and dumping it into the sea. Not to mention the technical impossibility. Even if feasible, the resultant changes in sea levels, ocean currents, and the ensuing climatic disasters would have global repercussions. A commentator from the BBC offered a sharper critique. Mr. Qin Fong is evidently intoxicated by his own success. Possessing advanced technology and wealth does not equate to unfettered power. The international community will not recognize such an artificial nation, nor will the United Nations grant a seat to a mere mound of earth erected in international waters. However, the official responses from various governments were surprisingly restrained. A spokesperson from the White House, when questioned about the matter, responded ambiguously, "We have taken note of the relevant reports. The United States consistently advocates for the preservation of the international maritime law order. Any activities by nations or individuals in international waters must adhere to international law and environmental protection principles." When pressed on whether the U.S. would recognize the Yanhuang civilization, the spokesperson sidestepped the question. That is a hypothetical inquiry. We can discuss it once Mr. Qin Fong has actually created land. The reaction from the Karelian palace was even more succinct. The polar bears are monitoring the situation. Most European nations maintained a silence on the issue, with only the foreign minister of Gallia privately remarking to colleagues, "Let that dragon country individual stir the pot. Once he exhausts all his funds and realizes it is an endless pit, he will surely awaken." The United Nations found itself in the most awkward position. The Secretary General's office received countless media inquiries but could only respond. The United Nations has yet to receive any formal applications or notifications. We will closely monitor the developments. Everyone regarded Qin Feng's plan as the fanciful delusion of a wealthy individual, an unachievable science fiction tale. Except for one individual, Thompson, the U.S. National Security Affairs Assistant. In the White House Situation Room, Thompson scrutinized the map of the Pacific, his brow furrowed. "Do you truly believe Qin Feng is jesting?" He queried the think tank experts gathered in the conference room. A former admiral shrugged. "What else could it be? Thompson, do you comprehend what 5 million square kilometers signifies? That is 9 times the size of Gallia." He continued, "To conjure such land in the Central Pacific? That is 100 times more challenging than landing on the moon. Yet, Qin Feng has already accomplished numerous impossible feats." Thompson tapped the table. Carbon-based chips, material technology, stealth technology. Each of these exceeds our current technological capabilities. What if he indeed possesses the technology to reclaim land? This implies he commands energy and material manipulation abilities beyond our comprehension. A physicist's expression grew grave. Yet even so, such an undertaking would undoubtedly provoke a global environmental catastrophe. He could not disregard the consequences. After a moment of silence, Thompson suddenly declared, "Contact the Basin Chickens. Have them issue a statement expressing concern over Qin Feng's plan." Basin Chickens? The defense minister queried, puzzled. "Why them?" "Because Basin Chickens are island nations. The most sensitive to marine environmental issues," Thompson replied with a smirk. "Moreover, we need someone to probe just how intense Qin Feng's reaction might be." The orders were conveyed. At the Prime Minister's residence of the Basin Chickens, Prime Minister Ichiro Yamada turned pale upon receiving a call from Wharton. "Mr. Thompson, isn't this rather inappropriate?" He spoke into the phone. "You are well aware of Qin Feng's temperament regarding the situation in northern Myanmar. Precisely because I am aware, I must probe further." Thompson's voice was frigid. "Prime Minister Yamada, let us not forget who is safeguarding the Pigeon Nation. If we cannot even muster the courage to issue a statement, we must reassess the value of our alliance." After the call ended, Ichiro Yamada slumped into his chair. The chief cabinet secretary cautiously inquired, "Prime Minister, do we truly need to issue a statement?" "Yes," Yamada gritted his teeth, "but we must not be overly aggressive. Let us merely express our concerns regarding the marine environment. And the wording must be gentle and humble. Do you understand?" "Understood." An hour later, at precisely 2 p.m. Pigeon Nation time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs released a statement. The Pigeon Nation government acknowledges Mr. Qin Feng's proposal concerning land construction in the Pacific. As a Pacific island nation, we hold deep concern for marine environmental protection. We eagerly await the detailed environmental impact assessment report from Mr. Qin Feng and are open to technical consultations on related matters. The Pigeon Nation has consistently advocated for the peaceful utilization of marine resources, hoping all parties will collaborate within the framework of international law. The statement was crafted with utmost caution, almost pleading, asserting that we are not opposed but merely concerned for the environment. Eager to review the report, and willing to negotiate. Yet, this was precisely what Qin Feng awaited. 3 minutes after the statement's release, at 2:03 p.m. Pigeon Nation time, the Huanyu Group's official website and Qin Yao's TikTok account simultaneously published a new declaration. Consisting of a mere 3 lines, the inappropriate remarks made by the Pigeon Nation government severely tarnish the reputation of the Huanyu Group and disrupt the peace and stability of the Pacific region. The Pigeon Nation government is given 30 minutes to publicly apologize and retract the statement. Failure to comply will result in consequences. The severity of the wording and the firmness of the tone left the world gasping in shock. This was no longer a mere commercial dispute. It had escalated into an ultimatum. The Pigeon Nation was thrown into disarray. Ichiro Yamada swiftly convened an emergency cabinet meeting. Quick, draft an apology statement. Hurry, Prime Minister. Is it not too hasty to apologize within 30 minutes? The Minister of Defense hesitated. Do you not recall the fate of the Little Eight in northern Myanmar? Yamada bellowed. Have you forgotten how the American aircraft carrier withdrew? Qin Feng is not a nation. He does not adhere to diplomatic protocols. He is truly capable of taking action. The cabinet members exchanged glances, ultimately agreeing to issue an apology. Chapter 98. Main Quest initiated. The apology statement from the Pigeon Nation was drafted within 25 minutes. Employing exceedingly humble language, the Pigeon Nation government sincerely apologizes to Mr. Qin Feng and the Huanyu Group for the inappropriate remarks made in today's statement. The Pigeon Nation has no intention of questioning Mr. Qin Feng's plans and fully respects your legitimate rights on the high seas. The statement is hereby retracted, and we ask for Mr. Qin Feng's understanding. After personally reviewing the statement, Yamada nodded. Send it. Send it now. As the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs prepared to click send, at that very moment, 2:28 p.m. Pigeon Nation time, with only 2 minutes remaining before the ultimatum's deadline, 3 interstellar warships disengaged their optical cloaking as they emerged from the shadowed side of the moon. They resembled 3 colossal black swords, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, slowly adjusting their positions, their bows aimed at the earth. Within the bridge of the Universal, Qin Feng stood before a holographic projection, gazing at the real-time image of Earth. Boss, the Foot Basin Chicken is drafting an apology statement, reported Qin Zhangzhong. It is expected to be released within 2 minutes. Qin Feng's expression remained stoic. It is too late, he replied, raising his hand. Execute the divine punishment operation. Phase 1. Incapacitate all military facilities of the Foot Basin Chicken. Understood. The orders were dispatched. 3 warships turned broadside, and 96 electromagnetic railgun arrays commenced charging. Azure arcs of electricity danced within the barrels, emitting a deep, resonant hum. At Foot Basin Chicken time, it was 2:29 p.m. Across the military bases of Foot Basin Chicken, countless luminous points suddenly appeared on radar screens. These were the projectiles launched from the electromagnetic railguns, entering the atmosphere at the speed of light. Their intense heat from friction rendering them akin to a meteor shower. Yet, this was no meteor shower. It was a rain of death. At the Hongsu Naval Base, the commander of the U.S. 7th Fleet, General Johnson, was on a call with the Pentagon when an ear-piercing alarm abruptly interrupted him. What is happening? General, radar has detected a multitude of high-speed targets approaching. Their speed exceeds 30,000 kilometers per second. This is impossible. No sooner had he spoken than the first projectile struck the base. There was no explosion, no flames. The kinetic energy at light speed was sufficient to vaporize any material in an instant. The main runway of the base was gouged into a chasm 50 meters deep and 300 meters wide, as all station aircraft, equipment, and structures disintegrated into fundamental particles in a millionth of a second. Then came the second, the third. The Hongsu Base, the largest naval installation of Foot Basin Chicken, vanished from the map within 10 seconds. This was not destruction, it was obliteration. A similar scene unfolded across the Foot Basin Chicken territories. The Zashibo Naval Base, erased. The Humu Air Force Base, erased. The Sands Air Force Base, erased. The Daba Air Force Base, erased. The Jiashou Nayu S. Military Base, erased. All military facilities, all airfields, ports, radar stations, and missile sites vanished within 30 seconds. There were no explosions, no mushroom clouds, only deep, bottomless trenches etched into the ground, and the acrid scent of ionized ozone pervading the air. At Foot Basin Chicken time, it was 2:30 p.m. The apology statement had yet to be dispatched. Phase 2 commenced. Qin Feng's voice resonated through quantum communications, reaching all major media channels worldwide. The government of Foot Basin Chicken has ignored warnings and refused to apologize. We are now executing Phase 2 of the punishment. 2 locations were marked: the waters near Cape Soya in the North Sea and the waters near Ryu Island in southern Kyushu. The main energy cannons of the warships began charging. The energy focus array at the bow illuminated with a blinding white light, dazzling even in the void of space, akin to a supernova eruption. Charging complete. Fire. There was no sound, for sound cannot travel through a vacuum. Yet on Earth, all observation equipment recorded 2 straight beams of light shooting from space towards the planet, scorching through the atmosphere and creating 2 plasma channels 100 meters in diameter, precisely hitting their designated coordinates. Then came the light, a brilliance 1,000 times brighter than the sun. In the waters of Cape Soya, a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. It was not black, but a pure white. A vapor cloud formed from the instantaneous vaporization of seawater. The explosive yield, 5 million tons of TNT. Simultaneously, another mushroom cloud rose over the waters near Rua Island. A hydrogen bomb, a clean nuclear fusion, leaving almost no radiation residue. Yet, the shockwave, thermal radiation, and electromagnetic pulse were sufficient to annihilate everything within a radius of 200 kilometers. The 2 mushroom clouds emerged at the northern and southern ends of Japan, resembling 2 white tombstones, heralding the end of an era. The shockwave swept through, flattening towns from Hokkaido to the northern coastal areas. Glass shattered in southern Kyushu, and buildings collapsed. However, due to the targets being selected in uninhabited maritime regions, the actual casualties were minimal. What he sought was deterrence. The third phase commenced. At the Heishu base, an army of 300,000 bioengineered soldiers was fully prepared for deployment. 500 Kunping transport aircraft took off simultaneously, laden with troops, soaring towards the land of Jikong. The time in Jikong was 3:45 in the afternoon. The first batch of bioengineered troops landed on Jikong soil. They encountered no resistance, for there was nothing left capable of opposing them. The troops swiftly seized control of major cities, Doko, Oban, Mikoya, Fukigen, and the governmental institutions of Sapporo, television stations, communication hubs, and transportation nodes were all occupied. In the Prime Minister's residence of Jikong, Ichiro Yamada sat slumped in his chair, watching the live broadcast on the screen. Fong had forcefully interrupted all television channels in Jikong through quantum communication. On the screen, Fong stood on the bridge of the Huanyu, the vast starry sky and the silhouettes of 3 warships forming the backdrop. The Jikong government had lost its ability to govern. Feng's voice was calm, yet every word carried the weight of 1,000 tons. I, Fong, in the capacity of president of Huanyu Group and founder of the Yanhuang civilization, hereby declare a military administration over Jikong. All armed forces of Jikong are to surrender unconditionally. All government officials remain in place and prepare for reorganization. All civilians remain calm and comply with management. Those who resist will be dealt with ruthlessly. The scene shifted, displaying live footage from various locations in Jikong. Bioengineered troops lined up neatly, taking over the streets. Surrendered soldiers were gathered and monitored. Civilians cowered in terror inside their homes, peering through windows. The entire process was executed with precision, akin to a military exercise. From the issuance of the ultimatum to the complete control of Jikong, a total of 1 hour and 45 minutes elapsed. The entire world fell silent. Leaders of all nations, military experts, and ordinary citizens stared blankly at the screens, their minds devoid of thought. What had they witnessed? Electromagnetic railguns, projectiles traveling at 0.1 times the speed of light, obliterating all military bases within 30 seconds. Energy cannons striking directly from space. Chapter 99. Can they be shot down? And those soldiers descending from the heavens, tireless and utterly obedient, along with the 3 interstellar warships hovering in Earth's orbit, like the sword of Damocles. Only then did everyone realize that the special forces in northern Myanmar, the nuclear test in Heishu, and the standoff with the United States were merely the tip of the iceberg. The true power resided among the stars. Now, the power of the starry sky has descended upon Earth. In the war room of the Black Palace, Thompson's face turned pale. When did those warships appear? Just moments ago. They emerged from the far side of the moon. The director of intelligence spoke with a trembling voice. Our satellites provided no warning. Can we shoot them down? Shoot them down. A general chuckled bitterly. Thompson, do you comprehend what a projectile traveling at 0.1 times the speed of light signifies? It implies that our defensive systems lack sufficient reaction time. Moreover, those are 3 warships, each 10 kilometers in length. Tell me, how can we intercept them? A profound silence enveloped the meeting room. The conference room in Long Country was equally hushed. Everyone gazed at the screen, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Eventually, an elder spoke slowly. Notify everyone. Regarding the situation with the foot basin chicken, we shall not interfere, comment, or engage. Everything shall be based on the announcements of Fong. We will fully support the plans of the Yanhuang civilization. The elder spoke with resolute authority, informing Fong that he may request any assistance he needs. Descendants of Yanhuang ought to support one another. The orders were disseminated. In Moscow, within the Kremlin Palace, the polar bear stared at the screen for an extended period, finally uttering a single sentence. Inform the foreign ministry to prepare for the recognition of the Yanhuang civilization. Additionally, contact Fong to discuss collaboration. In the capitals of London, Bali, and Berlin, emergency meetings were convened. Yet, no one spoke of condemnation, no one mentioned sanctions. No one suggested military intervention. For all understood a harsh reality. When an individual wields interstellar warships, they transcend humanity. They become a god, or perhaps a demon. In the face of such divine or demonic power, the best course of action for mortals is silence and submission. At 8 o'clock in the evening, foot basin chicken time, Fong delivered his 3rd global address. I express my regret regarding the events of today. His opening statement caused many to twitch their lips. The foot basin chicken government disregarded warnings, compelling me to undertake necessary measures. Presently, the foot basin chicken is under the military control of the Cosmic Consortium. During this period of control, we shall maintain social order, ensure the supply of livelihoods, and restore normal production and life. Simultaneously, I announce the following decisions. First, the foot basin chicken will be renamed the Eastern Japan Special Administrative Region, serving as the first overseas administrative district of the Yanhuang civilization. Second, all citizens of the foot basin chicken will automatically acquire resident status in the Eastern Japan Special Administrative Region, enjoying basic human rights protections, though political rights will be temporarily suspended. Third, the Eastern Japan Special Administrative Region will undergo demilitarization. All military-industrial enterprises will be converted for civilian use, and all military personnel will be disarmed. Fourth, the Special Administrative Region will undergo social transformation, focusing on the development of tourism, services, and cultural industries. Young and attractive individuals may voluntarily apply to work on the future Paradise Island, enjoying generous benefits. Fifth, the highest administrative officer of the Special Administrative Region will be appointed by me, accountable to both myself and the Yanhuang civilization. He paused, his gaze fixed on the camera. Finally, I reiterate, the construction project of the Yanhuang civilization will commence punctually in 30 days. We welcome representatives from all nations to observe at that time. May peace endure and civilization flourish. With that, the address concluded. The screen went dark. Yet the world could never revert to its former state. On this day, April 22nd, 2026, the annals of human history have been irrevocably divided into two epochs, before the interstellar era and after it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Pacific sky sparkled with stars, the African base illuminated brilliantly, and the internet realm of the Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in an unprecedented digital revelry. Qin Yao's Douyin account saw its follower count surge dramatically, reaching 1.3 billion, then 1.5 billion, 1.8 billion, ultimately surpassing the monumental 2 billion mark by midnight. With every refresh, hundreds of thousands of new followers appeared. Her latest video, A Declaration of Civilization, garnered over 300 million likes and more than 50 million comments. The comment section transformed into a jubilant playground for jesters. Main quest completed. 11. Today is a good day. Is it still possible to find a girlfriend at Jiaopin Chicken? I suggest President Qin transform the nation's sacred toilet into a public restroom, charging 1 yuan per visit. The upstairs layout is too small. It should be free, but limited to 10 minutes. Long live the Earth's princess. These comments refreshed at a staggering rate of tens of thousands per second, pushing the server to the brink of collapse. The Douyin technical team urgently dispatched 5 groups of engineers to specifically maintain Qin Yao's live stream and account. This was no ordinary influencer broadcast. It was a global event with hundreds of millions participating simultaneously. At 9:30, amidst the fervent calls of countless netizens, Qin Yao finally commenced her live stream. The moment she went live, the online viewer count skyrocketed like a rocket. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, surpassing 50 million within a mere 30 seconds. 1 minute later, it reached 100 million. 3 minutes in, it hit 200 million. In the monitoring room at Douyin headquarters, the technical director stared at the nearly vertical curve on the screen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Deploy 3 more server groups. No, make it 5. Bring all available resources online. Director, we've already redirected everything. The entire platform's bandwidth is currently allocated to this stream. Then throttle the other live streams. Ensure this one remains uninterrupted. On screen, Qin Yao appeared in simple loungewear, her face bare of makeup, seated on a sofa in the base S lounge. She looked a touch fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Good evening, everyone. Her voice flowed through the microphone, tinged with a hint of exasperated amusement. I know you're all excited, but can we calm down a bit? How could they possibly calm down? The barrage of comments had transformed into a cascade of light, rendering the text indiscernible, with vibrant colors racing across the screen. The gift effects were a ceaseless carnival, with rockets, cosmic hearts, and various premier gifts overlapping, nearly engulfing the entire display. Thank you to today is a good day for the 100 carnivals. Qin Yao read the gift giver's ID, bemused. Dear friend, please stop sending gifts. I can't even see what everyone is saying. Yet, the more she spoke, the more fervently the gifts poured in. I bowed to the Earth's princess. Yao Yao is truly a princess now. Is there an exam to become a citizen of the Yanhuang civilization? I graduated from a top university. I want to immigrate. Right now? Chapter 100. How to become a citizen of the Yanhuang civilization. The number of viewers in Qin Yao's live streaming room continued to surge. 2, 5 billion, 3 billion, 3, 5 billion. This astonishing figure shattered all records across global live streaming platforms. And it is likely that such a record will remain unbroken for many years to come. It stands as a testament to a historic moment. Qin Yao quietly observed the barrage of comments for over 10 minutes, occasionally responding to a few. She realized that regardless of what she said, it would spark a new wave of excitement in the chat. Please, no more gifts. I am not in need of money, she remarked, only to find that the flow of gifts intensified. I genuinely cannot read the comments. They are scrolling too rapidly. Should I end the stream? The screen was filled with a chorus of no. Ultimately, she surrendered to the chaos, reclining on the sofa as she addressed the camera. Go ahead and continue. I shall simply watch. The scene was surreal. A 20-year-old girl sat before the camera, quietly gazing at the frenzied barrage of comments and gift effects on the screen. While on the other side, over 400 million viewers were simultaneously present. This continued for more than an hour. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, the viewer count stabilized at approximately 4.2 billion, and the speed of the comments began to decelerate, not due to a decrease in viewers, but because many had grown weary of the fervor. Qin Yao then straightened her posture. My dear friends, have you calmed down? Can we engage in a proper conversation now? The comments resounded in unison. Yes. Very well. Qin Yao adjusted her camera. I am aware that you have numerous inquiries. I will do my utmost to respond. Though some matters are confidential, and I truly cannot disclose them. The first question struck at the core. Yao Yao, did your brother acquire alien technology? Qin Yao regarded the question in silence for several seconds. She recalled her brother's advanced technologies, the 3 interstellar warships that had suddenly appeared in Earth's orbit, and the gene optimization liquid. To be honest, I do not know, she ultimately replied candidly. My brother has never revealed the origins of these technologies. However, I understand that they indeed surpass the current technological capabilities of humanity. Her response effectively served as an implicit acknowledgement of the alien technology theory. The comments erupted instantaneously. Confirmed. It truly is alien black technology. Could Qin be an extraterrestrial? Are you foolish? Qin is from Huaixin, a native of the Dragon Kingdom. That means he has inherited extraterrestrial relics, a successor of interstellar civilization. Qin Yao neither affirmed nor denied this speculation, merely smiling as she said, regardless of where the technology originates, my brother is utilizing it to construct the Yanhuang civilization, benefiting our Yanhuang descendants. Isn't that sufficient? Her words garnered an outpouring of praise in the comments. The second question arose. Yao Yao, the foot basin chicken is now referred to as the Eastern Region Special Zone. How do you intend to handle it? Qin Yao's expression turned serious. First and foremost, my dear friends, you must understand that my brother is not an aggressor. It was the foot basin chicken government that instigated the provocation, and my brother was compelled to retaliate. Currently, the Eastern Region Special Zone is under military control, and the primary objective is to restore social order and ensure the well-being of the populace. Once the situation stabilizes, tourism will gradually reopen. At that time, everyone can visit and experience the transformed customs of the foot basin chicken. She winked playfully, and you'll be arriving at a fortuitous time. In the East Japan Special Zone, many young individuals, particularly young women, seem quite inclined to engage with foreign friends. If the lovely ladies are single, they might consider exploring this avenue. Although stated subtly, the implication is clear. The barrage of comments erupts. Understood. I shall learn the dialect of the footbath chicken. Sakura girls. Here I come. Suggestions arise for establishing a friendly matchmaking corner. One user humorously proposes the formation of the Yanhuang East Japan Intermarriage Promotion Association. Qin Yao shakes her head with a smile. You all, really? Once the Paradise Island is established, a significant number of staff will be recruited from the East Japan Special Zone. After all, the service industry requires skilled professionals. What is Paradise Island? Someone promptly inquires. Qin Yao explains, Paradise Island is a unique island envisioned within the Yanhuang civilization, open to the world's affluent, providing top-tier services in healthcare, wellness, entertainment, and leisure. Any legal service one can conceive will be available. She emphasizes, however, drugs are strictly prohibited. My brother has a zero-tolerance policy regarding drugs. Anyone involved with substances on Paradise Island will face severe consequences. That doesn't concern us ordinary folks, comments another. Not necessarily, Qin Yao replies. Paradise Island will also feature areas for regular consumption. Not everyone needs to spend millions. Of course, the core services are indeed quite expensive. Isn't the most crucial service the gene optimization serum? Someone inquires, hitting the nail on the head. Indeed, Qin Yao affirms. Paradise Island will offer a weakened version of the gene optimization serum that can treat nearly all known ailments, significantly enhance physical fitness, and prolong lifespan. The preliminary price is set at 5 million Yanhuang coins. 5 million. The comments erupt in despair. Not a chance in this lifetime. Wait. What currency is the Yanhuang coin? Is 1 Yanhuang coin equivalent to 100 units of electricity? What is the basis for this? How much is 5 million Yanhuang coins in dragon coins? Observing these queries, Qin Yao patiently clarifies, the Yanhuang coin is the forthcoming legal tender of the Yanhuang civilization. Directly linked to energy, 1 Yanhuang coin is fixed at an exchange rate of 100 units of electricity, which signifies that its value is remarkably stable and will not depreciate like ordinary fiat currencies. As for conversion, that is more complex, as the Yanhuang coin does not have a direct exchange relationship with existing currencies. However, based on energy value estimates, the market price of 100 units of electricity is approximately 50 dragon coins. Therefore, 1 Yanhuang coin is roughly equivalent to 50 dragon coins, making 5 million Yanhuang coins equal to 5 billion dragon coins. This figure rendered the live chat silent for 5 seconds. Then, the comments surged, 5 billion. Even selling me wouldn't fetch that price. Indeed, it is prepared for the wealthy. The stratification of wealth has now become a matter of lifespan. The rich may live to 150, while the poor perish at 70. A wave of pessimism began to spread. Yet, Qin Yao's next statement rekindled hope in everyone. However, if one becomes a formal citizen of the Yanhuang civilization, they can enjoy completely free gene optimization with even better effects. This proclamation landed like a bombshell. A brief silence engulfed the comments, followed by an uproar. What? Free? Even better effects? How does one become a citizen of the Yanhuang civilization? I want to apply right now. Qin Yao gazed at the frenzied barrage of comments, smiling as she proclaimed. The Yanhuang civilization welcomes all who resonate with Huaxia culture and are willing to contribute to the construction of our civilization. The recruitment of immigrants would soon commence, with specific criteria to be disclosed. Chapter 101. A digital carnival. Once applicants successfully pass the review, they shall attain official citizenship and enjoy an array of benefits, complimentary healthcare, free education, housing provisions, and phased genetic optimization. She elaborated in detail. Upon birth, newborns will undergo foundational optimization to enhance immunity and rectify genetic defects during their school years. A second optimization will augment their learning capabilities, and upon reaching adulthood, a third optimization will comprehensively elevate their physical attributes. All of this will be provided at no cost. The comments surged with enthusiasm. I want to immigrate. Immediately. What are the review criteria? I have a master's degree from a prestigious university, am 30 years old, and in good health. I hold a doctoral degree and possess patents. Will I be prioritized? Although my education is modest, I am strong and hardworking. Does President Qin need a godson? If President Qin does not mind, I am willing to support him in his old age. Qin Yao chuckled at the playful remarks. The review will take multiple factors into account: professional skills, educational background, health status, and moral character. Specific standards will be established by a dedicated department. However, I can assure you, as long as you are a genuinely outstanding descendant of Yanhuang, there will be opportunities for you. A pivotal question emerged. Can the land reclamation truly be realized? The inquiry, laden with skepticism, questioned the feasibility of 5 million square kilometers, a figure that seemed fantastical. Qin Yao's expression turned serious as she looked directly into the camera. My dear friends, if my brother says it is possible, then it is indeed possible. Pausing for effect, she continued, consider this. 3 months ago, who would have believed that my brother could hide an interstellar fleet in the asteroid belt? Who would have thought he could swiftly control the footbath chicken? Yet, he accomplished it. Therefore, when he asserts that he intends to create 5 million square kilometers of land in the Pacific, I choose to believe him. He is Fong, my brother, the architect of countless miracles. Her words resonated with conviction and pride. The skepticism in the comments dissipated. Replaced by overwhelming trust and anticipation, we believe in President Qin. We seek eternal life, awaiting the rise of the Yanhuang continent. I wish to reside in a villa on the Yanhuang continent. From now on, the Pacific shall be renamed the Yanhuang Inner Sea. As the live stream stretched into the midnight hour, Qin Yao had been broadcasting for 3 consecutive hours. Though fatigue began to set in, the fervor of her fans compelled her to persevere. This will be the last question, she announced, and then I truly must rest. The comments flooded in with various inquiries. But ultimately, one simple question received the most likes. Yao Yao, how do you feel right now? Qin Yao stared at the question, remaining silent for an extended moment. Finally, she softly replied, it is quite complex. Before today, I was merely Qin Yao, an ordinary girl who enjoys live streaming, culinary delights, and engaging with fans. I possess wealth, followers, and an impressive brother, yet I remained unchanged. However, from this day forth, I understand that everything is different. She lifted her gaze, meeting the camera's lens, her eyes shimmering with complexity. My brother has established the Yanhuang civilization, controlled the footbath chicken, and commanded an interstellar fleet. As his sister, I am destined to shoulder certain responsibilities. I am no longer merely Qin Yao. I am also the sister of Fong and a member of the family of the founders of the Yanhuang civilization. This sentiment weighs heavily upon me, yet it is also a profound honor. She paused for a moment, revealing a warm smile. But fret not, my dear ones, for no matter what identity I assume, I shall always remain your Yao Yao. I will continue to broadcast live, share my life, and converse with you all, because I understand that it is your unwavering support that has brought me to this day, and in the future, I will still require your companionship. Her words rang with sincerity. In the barrage of comments, many were moved to tears. Yao Yao will forever be our Yao Yao. Regardless of your identity, we love you. We will always stand by you. Long live the Yanhuang civilization. Long live Princess Yao Yao. As Qin Yao gazed at these comments, her eyes glistened with emotion. Taking a deep breath, she waved at the camera. All right, this truly concludes today's session. Good night, my dear ones. Make sure to rest early. The construction of the Yanhuang civilization has only just begun, and there are many extraordinary moments awaiting us. Let us witness and advance together. Good night. The live stream came to an end, and the screen faded to black. Yet, over 400 million viewers around the globe lingered, reluctant to depart. They remained in the darkened live stream room, continuing to scroll through comments and share their exhilaration. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after Qin Yao's broadcast concluded and the global audience dispersed, the fervor of the Dragon Kingdom's internet did not wane. Rather, it surged to a new peak. Among the top 50 trending topics on Weibo, 47 were related to Fong, the Yanhuang civilization, and the Eastern Special Zone. Server engineers had resigned to their fate. Knowing that no matter how much they expanded capacity, they could not keep pace with the speed at which topics generated, they simply hoped the system would not crash. On Jihu, inquiries such as how do we evaluate Qin Feng's Pacific Land Reclamation Project? And what impact does the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization have on the global landscape? Garnered over 100,000 responses within half an hour. However, the most vibrant discussions erupted on platforms such as Douyin and Bilibili. Within the first hour following Qin Yao's livestream, a plethora of related creative videos emerged, amassing millions of views per minute. Some technically adept creators produced exquisite 3D animations simulating the entire process of land reclamation in the Pacific. Amidst the azure ocean, a golden continent gradually ascended, labeled as the Yanhuang continent, accompanied by the symphonic rendition of My Motherland. At the video's conclusion, a bold phrase appeared, "This prosperous age, as you wished." Likes, 18 million. Comments, 900,000. The comments section transformed into a battleground for humorists. I suggest transforming the Fusher Mountain into Qin Feng's visage, to be revered day and night. The previous vision was limited. It should be changed to those who offend Yanhuang shall be punished, no matter the distance. Displayed on an LED screen, rolling 24 hours. Easterners, we too have the right to revere our leader. A master of the humorous genre crafted an epic montage, blending footage of Feng declaring the civilization, scenes of interstellar battleships, and satellite images of the obliterated military base, all set to the melody of Today is a Good Day. In the video, each time Feng raises his hand, a Japanese base vanishes. Every time he speaks, a mushroom cloud rises. The barrage of comments has gone wild. The light of righteousness. Great Dragon. The background music, paired with the visuals, generates a sense of unparalleled virtue. A user expressed their fear, "I was utterly terrified." To which another replied, "So was I?" With a staggering 2.3 billion views, it set a historic record on Bilibili. Yet, the most captivating aspect is the jubilant commentary from netizens. Chapter 102. Your silence is deafening in discussions across various platforms regarding the global silence of nations. Dragon Kingdom netizens showcased their exquisite sense of humor and biting satire. Under the trending Weibo topic Your silence is deafening. The most liked comment read, "Previously, the Dragon Kingdom poses a threat. It disrupts international order. The Dragon Kingdom must adhere to rules. Now, silence. Previously, the United States is the beacon of democracy. The American alliance is unbreakable. Freedom of navigation. Now, silence. Previously, the United Nations must uphold justice. The international community must unite. Condemn acts of aggression. Now, United Nations, what lovely weather we have today." This comment garnered 1.2 million shares and 3.8 million likes. A short video on Douyin, mimicking the reactions of global leaders, went viral. The creator utilized AI face-swapping technology to place leaders' faces onto various meme templates. American Twitter influencer. Face-palming in contemplation. Captioned, "This generation of little brothers is hard to manage." French leader. Shrugging with hands raised. Captioned, "Traditional skills of surrender." British leader. Hiding under a table. Captioned, "The sun never sets? It dares not set." The Russian bear. Calmly sipping tea. Captioned, "I said it before, times have changed." UN Secretary General. Closing his phone. Captioned, "Poor signal, do not disturb." Likes, 21 million. Comments, too realistic. The harm is minimal, but the insult is profoundly strong. Recommend for heritage status. On Jihu. A question gained traction. If Qin Feng's interstellar battleship appeared in a Hollywood film, how would the protagonist defeat it? The top-rated response was, Step 1. Find a drunken genius scientist who previously worked on the battleship's design and knows its fatal flaw. Step 2. Assemble a team of uniquely skilled allies. A hacker, a pilot, a muscle-bound hero, and a seductive female agent. Step 3. Infiltrate the battleship. Navigating a series of thrilling chases and gunfights, sacrificing one or two side characters. Step 4. At the last moment, press the red self-destruct button. Step 5. The battleship explodes, and the protagonists escape in a small spacecraft amidst a dazzling display of sparks. Reality. The battleship's main cannon charges and fires, ending the narrative abruptly. Likes, 950,000. Responses. Hollywood screenwriters. This topic exceeds the syllabus. I suggest making reality into a film titled Shut Up, or You're Next. American response. Director, that's not how the script is written. On Hupu Walking Street, a post reached the homepage. A rational discussion. What level does Qin's maneuver hold on the international stage? Top comment. It's akin to a kindergarten brawl, where suddenly one child pulls out a Gatling gun. Other nations. Referee. He is cheating. Qin referee? What referee? Second top comment. It's like playing poker. You play a 3, and the opponent immediately plays a royal flush. This does not conform to the rules. Qin Feng rules. I am writing now. Top commenter 3. It's akin to a minion in League of Legends merely grazing Demacia, only for Demacia to unleash a righteous judgment. And one must not inquire how the righteous judgment struck the minion. Minion, I merely touched it. Demacia, a single glance is a crime. Yet, there are also earnest discussions. In specialized military forums, enthusiasts analyze the technical parameters of the 3 warships. A 0-1 times light-speed electromagnetic cannon. What propulsion technology is this? How is atmospheric refraction and attenuation addressed when energy weapons strike from space? Those soldiers are undeniably extraordinary, their movements synchronized like automatons. Conclusion. Qin's technology is at least a century ahead of Earth. It is advised that all national armies disband on the spot, for they stand no chance. United States. Should we continue manufacturing the F-35? Waiting online, rather urgent. On technology forums. Experts debate the feasibility of land reclamation. Moving 5 million square kilometers of earth and stone requires energy far exceeding the total consumed since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. The issue lies in geological structure. Can the new continent exist stably? Since Qin can construct interstellar battleships, geological issues should be surmountable. I now believe that the Shanhai Jing is indeed true. In ancient times, there were deities who moved mountains and filled seas. Meanwhile, ordinary internet users continue their revelry. Some have edited Qin Feng's avatar into various historical masterpieces. Beside Qin Shi Huang, I unified the 6 states, you unified the earth? Beside Genghis Khan, I reached the Danube, you reached outer space? Beside Zhu Yuanzhang, we expelled the Hu, you expelled, you're more formidable. Some have created a power ranking for Earth. First place, Qin Feng, possessing an interstellar fleet. Second place, others, lacking an interstellar fleet. Note, the gap is too vast for comparison. Some have crafted catchy rhymes. April 22nd, Qin unleashes his grand move. Battleships soar above, little sun wilts below, reclaiming land in the Pacific. The Yin and Huang civilization shall arrive. The nations of the world remain silent. Only the internet users roar. Even more begin to envision the future. Once the Yin and Huang continent is established, I shall acquire a villa. I want my children to be the first generation of citizens of the Yin and Huang civilization. It is suggested that the Qingming festival be designated as the anniversary of the Yin and Huang civilization's establishment, with a 7-day holiday. What about National Day? A month-long celebration. At 3 in the morning, the revelry continues unabated. Jokes, memes, videos, and articles emerge in various forms. The server engineers have become numb, watching the astonishing data curves on their monitoring screens, sipping coffee, and sharing wry smiles. To maintain such a level of traffic in one's lifetime is worth it. You ask, what is Qin doing now? Perhaps he is constructing a continent. For him, this is likely just another day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, the lights of intelligence agencies, think tanks, and government departments remain aglow throughout the night. They are analyzing, discussing, and formulating countermeasures. Yet, one thing is certain. From this day forth, the rules of international politics have been irrevocably rewritten. The rewriter is none other than Qin Feng, a 26-year-old citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the founder of a civilization with an interstellar fleet, a legend that silenced the world and set the Dragon Kingdom ablaze with celebration. And this revelry has only just begun. The era of the Yin Huang civilization, the dawn of a new continent rising over the Pacific, the age of humanity reaching for the stars. The prologue to this epic was inscribed on the night of April 22nd, 2026, by the jubilant laughter of millions of netizens. Lively, boisterous, and filled with hope. Just as this nation, this civilization has consistently been for 5 millennia. No matter how many storms they weather, they invariably burst forth with astonishing vitality and optimism at critical moments. Tonight, they cheer for Qin Feng. They also cheer for their lineage, their civilization. For what Qin Feng has accomplished is the long-cherished dream within their hearts, to let the name of Yanhuang resound among the stars, to allow the Yanhuang civilization to reign supreme. Chapter 103. The Glory of Huaixin, Qin Family Villa. Beginning at 5 in the morning, various vehicles began to arrive and park along the streets outside the villa area. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the Qin family villa, extending from the door to the main thoroughfare of the community, with no less than 300 to 400 people. They carried an assortment of gifts, moutai, wolyanya, cordyceps, birds' nests, renowned paintings, antiques. Some even led live sheep and carried whole cuts of pork. Brother Jangwo, Happy New Year. A man in his 50s approached with 2 bottles of moutai, a broad smile on his